Chapter 1 Retreat Scene. The mother-in-law's family got the better of me, and I angrily overturned the table and slammed my fist on the July summer, drizzling rain. The words I have said very clearly. Number 200. 000 bride price money. Tomorrow do not want to marry away my daughter. Mother-in-law Song Lily, sitting on the sofa with a haughty face, uttered ice-cold words. Yi-bei only felt a burst of dizziness in his head. He forced out a smile and looked at his silent fiancée Lin Yuhan. Mom, you're joking. Haven't I already given 200,000 dowry? That's already my parents' lifelong savings. Now where do you want me to find another 200,000? You are testing my sincerity towards Yuhan. Mom, don't worry. I will be true to Yuhan and make her happy. Yi-bei endured his full of suffocation and said to his mother-in-law, what will you take to make her happy? I need you to come up with a sincere heart now. 200,000 is not much. If you are really good to Yuhan, hurry up and get this 200,000 together. You still have 1 day left, Song Lily condescendingly said. Yi-bei took a deep breath, suppressing the anger and humiliation in his heart. He forced out a smile. Kneeling on one knee in front of his fiancée Lin Yuhan, he said with deep emotion, Yuhan, you know, my family really can't get any money now. The house is written in your name. My parents' money for medical treatment was given to you, not to mention getting together 200,000, or 20,000. I can't even get it now. Tomorrow is our wedding ceremony. There will be a lot of expenses in the future. Yuhan, you come forward to say a fair word, okay? You know my family's situation best. The money for my college education was all borrowed by my parents from others. For the sake of our marriage, my whole family is already in debt. My mom has a heart condition. My dad's legs and feet are always sick. They even gave us the money to cure our illnesses. Now we really can't get the money. Yuhan, can you sympathize with me? For you, I'm willing to give anything, even if it means death. I won't blink an eye. Count me as begging you, wife. I'm kneeling down for you. Yi-bei reddened his eyes and knelt on both knees, looking at his fiancée with sincerity and humility. He really loved Lin Yuhan. From falling in love in college, all the way to getting married, the two of them had weathered the storms to get to this point today. Tomorrow we'll be stepping into the marriage hall. But this happened. Yi-bei heart pain a lot. On the one hand is to do cattle and horses for their own almost sold coffin board parents. On the one hand is his favorite woman sitting on the ground. He really hard. He wants to protect this relationship, even if it is humble kneeling on the ground and praying for his girlfriend. However, Yi-bei, my mom wants 200,000 with you. There is no way. My brother is not small anymore. Also to the age of buying a house to find a female friend to get married. My family's situation, you know, quite difficult. You give before that 200,000 just enough to buy a car for my brother. Now a suite of down payment on the difference between 200,000. You go to get together. To my brother paid the down payment. I do. This sister can also rest assured to marry you. Fiancé Lin Yuhan, hated the iron is not steel said. Yi-bei's heart is dripping blood. Mother-in-law's words, already let him cold enough. Did not expect to love for 5 years fiancé. Also so selfish. Tama fu di devil. He had to work very hard to get enough money for the bride price, and as a result, he became a sponsor for his brother-in-law to buy a car. Now you want to help your brother-in-law buy a house and make the down payment? In the future, is it still necessary to pay for the brother-in-law's old age? The anger went all the way from Yi-bei's heel to his throat. He really can't stand it anymore. He's becoming a ninja turtle by enduring it again and again. Poor bastard. What kind of daughter-in-law do you have no money to marry? My sister is really blind to see someone like you. Let me tell you, if you can't get 200,000 dollars before the wedding tomorrow, you'll be waiting to be a bachelor for the rest of your life. Brother-in-law, who was sitting in front of the computer and playing games, suddenly slapped the table, slammed the mouse on the ground, and scolded angrily like a social gangster. After saying that, he also disdainfully kicked Yi-bei. Yi-bei, who had been holding back and repressing, couldn't take it anymore, and instantly became furious. Bang! Standing up, he backhanded a fist on his brother-in-law's face. Then, wow! The coffee table in the living room was viciously overturned by Yi-bei, and the glass pieces shattered all over the place. The teacups and kettles also all tumbled to the ground, making jangling sounds. The original high-flying Song Lily, her fiancé Lin Yuhan, and her brother-in-law Lin Yangwei, who fell to the ground and cried out in pain with his face covered, were directly dumbfounded. They looked at Yi-bei like a strange person. Unbelievable. Yi-bei, the honest man who has never been a hard worker and is as easy to bully as an old bull, actually has a temper? Surprisingly, he also had a temper? Will also get angry? Too unexpected. Kam your mother. I'm not getting married. I'm quitting. You guys find a way to come up with $200,000, and return every penny of my dowry money to me. Yi Bei roared. You, what do you mean? Not tying the knot? Want to blackmail money? Song Lily was instantly furious. You're out of your ing mind, right? You want us to come up with $200,000 for you? Believe it or not, I'll call my brothers on the road to cripple you? Lin Yangwei glared angrily at Yi Bei. Yi Bei, what the hell are you talking about? Do you not want to get married this time? Lin Yuhan pointed at Yi Bei with tearful eyes and shouted. Not tying the knot. Withdraw from the marriage. Yuhan, let's get together. The love you want is too expensive. I can't afford to give it. I'm tired. Limit you guys to return that $200,000 to me within 3 days. Goodbye. After saying his words, Yi Bei turned around and left. Song Lily was so angry that her fingers were trembling. Her mouth opened and closed several times. She froze and didn't say anything. Lin Yuhan cried and was about to hug Yi Bei, trying to salvage her lover. Wimpy wimp your damn out of it I'll get you killed. Not waiting for Lin Yuhan to hug Yi Bei, Lin Yangwei yanked his sister away and swung his fist to the back of Yi Bei's head. Bang! Yi Bei dodged and Lin Yangwei smashed his fist on the doorframe of his house. It hurts. It hurts me to death. My joint seems to be broken. Raw tears were about to flow out of Lin Yangwei's eyes from the pain. Yi Bei was speechless, looked at the wretched family and flung the door open. Walking down the street, his heart was still bursting with indignation, but more than anything, he was helpless. Money, isn't it all because of the lack of money? Yi Bei brother, have you thought about it? Sis really likes you. Leave her. In the future, sis will support you, okay? Looking at the popular beauty star Tang Mi sent a message, and took a look at the mother-in-law of that shabby neighborhood. Yi Bei's teeth clenched and his heart crossed. Without hesitation, he returned a voice. Sister Tang, I've thought about it. I'll go find you now. Shalala, Ji Fubao arrived at 500,000 yuan. Yi Bei was shocked. His heart almost popped out of his throat. Thank you Sister Tang. Still calling me sister? Am I very old? Thanks honey. Chapter 2. Can I call my father now? Jianyang City Expressway. Bai Yashwan sat inside the pink Lamborghini sports car, listening to high songs as she sped along quickly. Buzz, Xian, stop by and help your cousin pick up an honored guest and bring him to my house for dinner. Mr. Yi, phone number. Bai Yashwan slowed down her car and picked up her cell phone and replied with her voice. Okay, big star cousin, I will definitely bring Mr. Yi on time. Just after replying to her cousin, the phone rang. It was good girlfriend Lin Yuhan. Xian, something big has happened. I'm so scared. Yi Bei, he's not marrying me anymore. And now the phone is pulling the plug and WeChat has deleted me. Lin Yuhan's crying voice came from the phone. Holy, what exactly is the situation? Quickly tell me. Bai Yashwan, who was very righteous, exploded in anger on the spot. It's like this. Lin Yuhan explained. Yi Bei, big scum. Yuhan, you don't be afraid. I'll find that to settle the score. Xian, you don't be too hard on him. Scum are door to door to make trouble. With you to withdraw from the marriage. You still speak for him. Line. Hang up. Half a minute later. Yi Bei, where is it? I'm looking for you for something very important. Bai Yashwan gripped the steering wheel tightly and shouted angrily in righteous anger. I'm at the Silver Mansion to buy a suit. What's wrong? Yi Bei, while surveying this suit jacket of his in the mirror, said indifferently. ******, doing this kind of unethical thing. You still have the face to buy a suit? Close to marriage. Abandon the fiancé who has been in love for 5 years. I really misjudged you before. Scum, give sister weight. Have the guts not to go. Bai Yashian gritted her teeth and said, good, I'll wait for you in the suit area of the Silver Mansion. Yi Bei said indifferently. The entire Silver Mansion was the property of my dear. Even if Bai Yashwan was a super rich second generation. So what? Coming here to call her bluff is still not a self-inflicted humiliation? Just now, Tang Mi had instructed herself to go to the Silver Mansion to choose a few more sets of clothes, and also informed the general manager of the Silver Mansion that she had to be received in person. Yi Bei can't even push it off. Otherwise he is looking down on her. Tang Mi, do rich woman's boyfriend, sometimes also quite distressed. They also want a low profile, but financial resources do not allow a Fu D devil girlfriend's grumpy BFF, who used to look down on himself, is now also this provocative. It was necessary to hit her face and make her understand that she was the father she couldn't afford to mess with in her life. Silver Mansion. Ha, good. I'll let you, the scum of the earth, walk in and come out on your knees today. Bai Yashwan, who was full of fire, threw down a vicious sentence and hung up the phone decisively. Yi Bei kicked the phone back into his pants pocket with full concern and took off his suit jacket. Mr. Yi, please make sure you choose a few more sets of clothes. Otherwise the general manager's side will feel that our service is not on point and will fire us. Yes Mr. Yi, a handsome, muscular and stylish male god like you must be especially cool in a high-grade customized suit. Yes, 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 Mr. Yi, you are super handsome. Do you like this suit? And this one? 5 or 6 attendants, scrambling to choose clothes for Yi Bei. Choose it later. Yi Bei returned the clothes to the waitresses and stepped outside the store. After talking to Bai Yashuan on the phone, he was suddenly a little worried. Just now, Yi Bei transferred $200,000 to his sister and asked her to go to the bank to take it out and bring it home to pay back her relatives. But once he thought about it, it was $200,000. The parents will be surprised when they see it. The reason for winning the lottery. Is it really reliable? Yi Bei gave his sister, Yi Kier, 3 consecutive phone calls were not answered, so he sent several more messages to ask for information. For a long time, his sister didn't return the message either. Just as Yi Bei was anxiously waiting, a high-cooled beauty in her early 20s, striding with sexy steps, breezed towards him. Scummy man, aren't you choosing clothes? Why are you still wearing your shabby work clothes? Is it because you don't have money and can't afford it? Bai Yashuan wore a pair of black open-footed high heels, highlighting her originally slender legs even more, as if all the legs were below her neck. Just the 2 long sexy legs alone made her body exude a unique and elegant temperament, coupled with the fact that she was wearing a brand name outfit, as well as that innate stunning beauty. The overall temperament was quite a bit queenly. Bai Yashuan, watch what you say. What happened to me wearing work clothes? Have you looked down on people so much? Whether I can afford to buy a suit or not, does it have anything to do with you? Yi Bei glared at Bai Yashuan with an irritated face. Before, Yi Bei wouldn't dare to talk to Bai Yashuan like this, but times are different nowadays. With a rich woman in hand, the world is mine. What rich second generation is there to be afraid of? Pan her. Cut. You really look up to yourself. Say it. Why did you withdraw from Yuhan? You abandoned her at this time. Know how hard it is for her? Are you still a man? Have you ever thought about how embarrassed you made her feel at home? How humiliating it is in front of relatives and friends. Do you know that, scum man? Bai Yashuan pointed at Yi Bei's nose and forced the question. Tough enough. Your women's ability to reverse right and wrong in black and white is something I can't learn in my life. I spoiled her as a princess for 7 years, emptied my parents' lifetime's hard-earned money to give her as a bride price. She turned around and bought a car for her brother-in-law, and is all set to get married, doubling the bride price by 200,000. This kind of vampire? Whoever has the money to marry, go ahead. I admit, you Bai Xian is very rich. 1 million in your eyes are small money. But I can't. I don't have your so rich parents. Also don't have your so powerful background. For the sake of getting married, it's driving my whole family almost to death. And now you're sitting on the fence. What's the point of this kind of marriage? I'd rather be a bachelor for the rest of my life. In full view of the public, Yi Bei tit-for-tat angrily disliked Bai Yashuan. Many passers-by were stunned, and the surrounding waiters and store managers were also staggered. How could the honorable Mr. Yi and Miss Bai have a fight? What's the situation? Yi Bei didn't want to get angry, but this breath, suppressed in his heart for a long time. As a man, always being scolded by a woman pointing at his nose, anyone would find it difficult to endure. The bride price, double the bride price, and give her brother to buy a car and a house? You are talking nonsense. Yu Han is not that kind of person. Why didn't she tell me? Bai Yashuan looked at Yi Bei in surprise. Believe it or not, if you're here to persuade me to come back to you, that's really unnecessary. I don't have the time to play with you as a big lady. I'm very busy. I still have to go buy a suit. After the words, Yi Bei walked straight into the Silver Mansion's most expensive safety suit store. Stop right there. Where did you get the money to buy a suit? Know how expensive the suits in this store are. A random one costs tens of thousands of dollars. Don't think I don't know you're bragging. You can't even afford a shirt here. What are you pretending for? Bai Yashuan relentlessly chased after Yi Bei. I'm going to be able to afford 10 suits. How about you call me dad? Yi Bei looked at Bai Yashuan with displeasure. If you can afford it, I really dare to call, but you can't afford it. Bai Yashuan glared at Yi Bei with a disdainful face. The surrounding waiters and store managers' faces suddenly changed. They wanted to remind Bai Yashuan. Miss Bai, you can be careful. The general manager saw Mr. Yi. They all nodded and hailed. The suit's here. People, Mr. Yi can take whatever he wants. 100 pieces are not even a concern. But the store manager and the waiter are the atmosphere. Do not dare to breathe a bit more. Dare not talk nonsense. Remember what you said. Yi Bei looked at Bai Yashuan, and in the blink of an eye, he chose 10 sets of clothes in the store, and ordered the store manager to pack them up and send them to my house. The female store manager respectfully agreed. The formalities were done. She handed a shopping invoice to Yi Bei and said reverently, "Done, Mr. Yi. These 10 sets of clothes will be on time, delivered to your home." Yi Bei took the shopping invoice in his hands, didn't pay a penny, and stepped out. All the attendants collectively bent down and bowed, and said with a joyful smile, "Mr. Yi, go slowly. welcome to your next visit. Bai Yashwan, who had witnessed the whole thing, was dumbfounded. She didn't believe it was true. How did Yi Bei, the beggar, do it? Could it be that the store manager made a mistake? She immediately chased to the outside of the store and snatched the shopping invoice in Yi Bei's hand to look at it. It reads paid amount 168,900 yuan. Can you call daddy now? Yi Bei turned around straight and stared at Bai Yashwan. Chapter 3, Sister-in-law. I'll ask you if you're angry or not. You obviously didn't pay. Why does it say you've already paid? The store manager must have made a mistake. 168,900 yuan. How can you have so much money? Bai Yashwan pulled Yi Bei's clothes and made a gesture to drag Yi Bei into the store to verify. At this time, Yi Bei's cell phone rang. Honey, what's wrong? No, the person who picked me up hasn't called yet. Don't worry dear. I can't really do it. I'll take a taxi over. Hello. You, what are you doing? Bai Yashwan snatched the phone with one hand. Asterisk. So it's you behind the scenes destroying my good girlfriend's marriage. You shameless and nasty third party. This, ahem. Cousin, how is it you? Misunderstanding. You misunderstood. I'm scolding someone else. Don't be angry. Cousin, you mustn't be angry. Well, don't worry. I'll take Mr. Yi back now. Okay, we'll pay attention to safety. The originally flighty and domineering Bai Yashwan. After this phone call, her entire body collapsed. Her face all turned from red to green, then to white, then to green again. Bai Yashwan grabbed her head with both hands, with a face of confusion plus dumbfoundedness, like crazy, threw away Yi Bei's phone and almost sat on the ground with her but, Yi Bei, too, was a bit surprised. Cousin? This, that. Surprised or not, your sister Lin may not be your sister, but your brother-in-law I will always be your brother-in-law. Yi Bei awkwardly picked up his cell phone and was about to bail out with a weak face. Scum man, I'll kill you. Bai Yashwan was like an angry bird. All of a sudden she pounced up from the ground and started chasing Yi Bei. The next scene, Yi Bei was running in front. Bai Yashwan was bare with her two white little feet, holding a pair of high-heeled shoes, chasing after her. At the same time all kinds of angry curses. Scum, asshole, I'm going to kill you, kill your whole family. The guests and waiters in the shopping mall were collectively confused, and many of them firmly believed that it was a young couple who ignored the influence and had a conflict in a public place. Sister-in-law, you barefoot, can't catch up with me who wears shoes. Listen to me, you're still too young, you don't understand relationships at all. Your cousin and I are the true love with real money. Yi Bei ran while turning back to add fuel to the fire. Pissed me off, scum man, you nymphette. Sis has to get you killed today. Bai Yashwan was really going to explode with anger. Image and all thrown behind her head. Don't chase. More and more people watching. Bad influence. If you want to yell again, I'll call my dear here. I'll tell her that the unscrupulous sister-in-law beat up her kind brother-in-law on the street. Yi Bei raised his cell phone and made an appearance of making a call. Bai Yashwan, who was furious, instantly froze on the spot like a deflated ball, looking at Yi Bei with complicated eyes. Shameless, nasty. Countless words describing a scummy man were frantically surfacing in her mind. She was furious when she heard Yi Bei call the word darling. Scummy man, you're a ruthless man. Bai Yashwan gritted her teeth and glared at Yi Bei. It's getting late. I wanted to wear a suit and go over to see my dear, but now I'm afraid it's too late. Let's go sister-in-law. Take brother-in-law me home. Yi Bei shook his cell phone and looked at Bai Yashwan with a smile. Once a man sees through the red dust, he is shameless and scared even of himself. Yi Bei is feeling like this at the moment. It was so fragrant. You wait for me. Bai Yashwan's lips were trembling with anger. She couldn't wait to break Yi Bei into pieces, but she couldn't make her cousin angry, or the consequences would be very serious. She could only harden her head, force out a smile, put on her high heels and lead Yi Bei away. Getting into the car. Scum, here's $200,000 for you. Leave my cousin. Bai Yashwan took out her cell phone from her bag and angrily glared at Yi Bei. Your cousin is worth this price? Yi Bei tied his seatbelt in a fourfold manner and said with a calm expression, don't you just want more money? Line, 1 million, give me the card number. This will give you remittance over. Bai Yashwan angry chest, a wave of undulation. White shirt buttons, were taut shaking. You don't understand what I mean. In my heart, true love is priceless. Hurry up and drive. The power is still at home waiting for me to have dinner. Yi Bei said. Put. Bai Yashwan finally couldn't hold back and was so angry that she burst out laughing. Yi Bei, I'm wrong, okay? Count me as begging you. Is it not good to let my cousin go? What true love are you talking to me about? Isn't it just about her money? You can't say that. What if your cousin is true love to me? You, shameless. Bai Yashwan was trembling with anger, and she took several breaths before she could hold back her rage. Ran, honey, I'm on Xianxian's car. Don't worry. Shoo. Yi Bei sent a voice message in front of Bai Yashuan. Bai Yashuan was frantic for a while, but she could only start the car and set off. The two people stopped talking to anyone. Bai Yashuan drove in exasperation, and Yi Bei looked at his cell phone. Brother, fortunately you won the lottery prize of 200,000. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to afford to pay the bride price that was temporarily added. Just now you called me. Song Lily with her son is making trouble in our house. She said she wouldn't marry Yuhan to you without the 200,000 dowry, and mom and dad were on their knees. I transferred the 200,000 to them and now it's finally over. They promised to do everything the same tomorrow. Thank God. Looking at the sister Yi Kier sent a message. Yi Bei gas liver pain. Fu Di devil fiancé family is too much. Did he not make himself clear enough? Within 3 days to put together enough 200,000 back to themselves. This marriage is not closed. Now it's good. He transferred the money to his sister, but his mother-in-law took it away. Hateful Coor, how is mom's illness? Yi Bei suppressed the anger in his heart and sent a message to his sister. Mom's heart disease is still the same. Dad has given her medicine, and the heart pills are ready at any time. Brother, don't worry about it. Yi Bei had a burst of heartache, immediately transferred the remaining $300,000 to his sister again. Coor, brother actually won 500,000. This 300,000 you take. The money that should pay back relatives to hurry to pay back. Mom and dad have never borrowed money from anyone in their lives, but now they are burdened with a debt of more than $200,000. They must not feel good in their hearts. If mom and dad are not feeling well, you should buy imported medicines in time. Don't procrastinate. Understand? Lin Kor's side took a long time to send a message back to Yi Bei. My dear brother, you even won $500,000. I'll pay back the money to my relatives. And then I'll ride the trolley to buy medicine for mom and dad. Great brother, God is really favoring our family. Seeing his sister's reply, Yi Bei let out a long breath, but the mood was still very low. What? Fidgeting? Scared? Yi Bei, I'm telling you, soft rice is not that easy to eat. You're just a part-time worker. You can't do this. Really, I advise you to give up. You will ruin yourself. Bai Yashuan, who was driving the car, struck out in passing. Yi Bei turned a deaf ear. Hey, I'm talking business with you. As long as you give up now, I'll immediately send this car to you. What? Bai Yashuan forced out a smile and looked at Yi Bei. Chapter 4, Top Stream Beauty Big Star, Tang Mi. Not interested. Don't bother me chatting with me. Grass. Bai Yashuan almost spat out blood in anger. Next, she didn't want to say a single word more. It was easy to give herself gas. The car chugged along. The two of them arrived at a large manor on the outskirts of the city, which had beautiful mountains and a pleasant climate. There was an artificial lake, a swimming pool, 3 detached villas, rustic to the extreme. The car stopped and immediately a servant came forward to greet them. Welcome home, Mr. Yi. The servants automatically lined up in 2 rows in front of the sports car and bowed and saluted Yi Bei, who had just gotten out in a well-trained manner. With this stance, it was as if he was the master of this manor. Bai Yashuan was dumbfounded. She, her own cousin, has never enjoyed such treatment. What does Yi Bei, this poor person, have the right to do? In fact, Yi Bei was also a bit uncomfortable. He had never been treated respectfully by this many people before, and for a while he didn't know how to react. What made him even more overwhelmed was Tang Mi, who slowly walked out from the luxurious villa. She was bright-eyed and white-toothed, with icy muscles and jade bones, coupled with a white gauze brocade dress, the temperament of the dust, as if a fairy from the sky in general is simply beautiful. This face value, this temperament, worthy of the red top stream, worthy of Jiangcheng, one of the most famous family helmsmen. Cousin, what's going on here? Is it Yi Bei lied to you? He is poor and scummy. You want to find small fresh meat? What kind of no? As soon as Bai Yashuan saw Tang Mi, she opened her mouth mode, naggingly said a whole lot. There was only one purpose, and that was to let Tang Mi see Yi Bei's true colors and drive him out of the manor earlier. Tang Mi didn't pay any attention to her at all, but walked straight to Yi Bei and directly gave him a big hug. I'm glad that you've made this decision. As the soft fragrance entered his arms, Yi Bei felt his heart beat a few more points faster. It was as if he couldn't even hear Bai Yashuan's insults to himself. However, he clearly noticed that Tang Mi's voice was mixed with the slightest imperceptible choking. Don't cry. I won't go back on my promise. Inexplicably, Yi Bei uttered such a sentence. Tang Mi let go of Yi Bei and looked at him with a gaze full of surprise, but then she smiled like a flower. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go, honey. Let's go get a license. Get a license? You're getting a license? Jesus Christ. Are you kidding me? I don't think you two have met that often. Do you know each other that well? You're getting a license? Bai Yashuan's jaw dropped in surprise. In her mind, her cousin was right in everything she did, but this was the only thing she couldn't figure out. Why did her cousin, who had never been close to men and had never even had a scandal, suddenly have to get together with Yi Bei? And still, just as soon as they met, they were going to get a license. This is also too hasty. Bai Yashuan couldn't care less and hurriedly went forward to pull Tang Mi's arm and stop the two of them from going. Cousin, do you know Yi Bei? Do you know that he just ditched his girlfriend who had been with him for 5 years? In order to stop her cousin in case she regretted it because of a momentary impulse, Bai Yashuan moved out about Yi Bei and Lin Yuhan. Even though she already knew that Yi Bei's withdrawal from the marriage was entirely due to the Lin family's insatiable greed. I know, otherwise how would I have the chance to be with Yi Bei? Tang Mi blinked a pair of soulful eyes, not feeling that there was anything wrong with her and Yi Bei getting a license. Bai Yashuan was anxious. It was unthinkable that her cousin, who had always been shrewd and capable, would be so disobedient. Cousin, you are one of the richest women in Jiangcheng. What kind of person would you want to marry? Biased to choose such a poor? Can't you see that he is with you just to eat soft rice? Snap! Don't you dare talk about Yi Bei like that. Tang Mi nonchalantly slapped away Bai Yashuan's hand that was pointing at Yi Bei. Her face was even more serious than ever. But when her gaze landed on Yi Bei's body, she turned back into the gentle and elegant Tang Mi in the hearts of the people of Jiangcheng, and she could even see love and admiration from the bottom of her eyes. It was as if Yi Bei was the only one in her whole world. He is the person I have been looking forward to for a long time. I am also sincere to Yi Bei. He is not the poor man in your mouth. He is my Tang Mi's lover, she said with a stern look at Bai Yashuan. I'll look at the fact that you're my cousin and leave you alone this time, but if I hear you insult Yi Bei again, don't blame me for disregarding sisterly love and kicking you out of the Tang family. Bai Yashuan's face turned ashen, no longer daring to say the word no, and watched as Tang Mi and Yi Bei got into her cousin's limited edition Maybach hand in hand. She couldn't believe it until the car drove out of the manor. She could not believe that her cousin, who had always loved her, would turn her back on Yi Bei for that soft rice man, but the fact was right in front of her. Bai Yashuan's mood called a helpless. Yi Bei and Tang Mi left the manor and went straight to the Civil Affairs Bureau. It didn't take 20 minutes before and after. The two of them came out of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Yi Bei looked at the red marriage certificate in his hand and was also a bit incredulous. Resuming his seat in the car, he looked at the smiling Tang Mi by his side and tentatively asked, "Marrying me? You really won't regret it? What are you talking nonsense about? Honey, I've been waiting for this day for a long time." Tang Mi pouted and leaned on Yi Bei's shoulder, a bird-like appearance that made people feel pity. Fortunately, the Maybach's window glass was private enough. Otherwise, if Tang Mi's fans saw this scene, Yi Bei wouldn't want to see tomorrow's sun. That's good. Yi Bei's heart stepped down. Since he had already received the license, the wedding was essential. Do you still have time? Let's go order a wedding dress. Tang Mi was overjoyed when she heard this. She had originally planned to do the preparations herself and Yi Bei was just responsible for cooperating. She never thought that Yi Bei would take the initiative to order a wedding dress for her. Yi Bei had little experience in ordering wedding dresses. A few days ago, Lin Yuhan didn't let herself go when she ordered a wedding dress. She went with her best friend Bai Yashuan. At that time, Bai Yashuan also teased himself that the wedding dress must be girlfriends to help choose. The man that Big Pig's Hood's vision do not deserve to choose a wedding dress. Now there is such an opportunity to experience one of the most important moments in life with someone who really knows how to cherish himself. Yi Bei looks extraordinarily serious. The wedding dress store was arranged by Tang Mi, but the aspect of selecting the style was all handed over to Yi Bei to choose. Just this one. It fits your temperament. Yi Bei picked for a full 20 minutes before choosing a wedding dress. Tang Mi looked at the style that Yi Bei picked and almost didn't hold back her tears. She hurriedly skimmed her head before barely controlling her emotions. Good, I believe in your vision. After she finished speaking, she took the wedding dress and went to the fitting room. Yi Bei looked at her back confused. Why were her emotions so easily agitated? Chapter 5. For you flowers bloom all over the city. For you bright lights of 3000. A few minutes later, the manager of the wedding dress store personally pulled back the curtain for Tang Mi. Yi Bei looked at Tang Mi, who was wearing a clean white wedding dress, and was completely mesmerized. The sharp lines at the shoulders outlined her slender and smooth neck and shoulders. The deep V-neck with the sparkling diamond necklace set off her noble and sexy, and the silky satin wrapped around the small waist that was in a firm grip. The layered skirt made Tang Mi more like an elegant princess. Sacrosanct. Mr. Ye's vision is really great. This wedding dress magnifies all the advantages of Miss Tang's appearance several times. I believe that Miss Tang will definitely be the most beautiful bride in this world. The manager couldn't contain the amazement in his eyes, and his compliments to the two were heartfelt. Do you like it? Yi Bei was certainly satisfied with his vision, but he cared more about Tang Mi's feelings. Love it. I can't wait to marry you. You've already married me, but I won't owe you for something as important as a wedding. Yi Bei shook the marriage license in his hand and suddenly felt that this might be destiny. He had put down Lin Yuhan, but had gotten Tang Mi. Tang Mi smiled sweetly and didn't hesitate to ask the manager to pack the wedding dress and send it to her manor. After ordering the wedding dress, the two returned to the manor. Under the arrangement of the servants, the two had dinner in the manor's garden. The furious Bai Yashuan could only sulk at the dinner on her plate alone in the manor's dining room. Ding! Tang Mi took the initiative to clink glasses with Yi-bei, the red wine in the highball glass swaying. I wish us a happy wedding tomorrow, and I hope we'll be happy and fulfilled in this life. After saying that, she drank it all in one go. Yi-bei didn't push back and followed suit, drinking into the glass. In Tang Mi's happy eyes, Yi-bei seemed to see some tears. He didn't think much about it. He only thought that she was too happy to get the marriage of her dreams. I will do my best to give you happiness. Yi-bei once again poured the wine glass and promised with a firm face. Tang Mi did not speak, quietly enjoying her first meal with Yi-bei. With a full stomach, Tang Mi's face looked incomparably flushed. Yi-bei was also very happy. He had never thought that getting along with women could be so easy and enjoyable. The two of them said goodbye after the meal. Tang Mi asked Bai Yashuan to send Yi-bei back. Although Bai Yashuan was 120 times reluctant, what her cousin said was in order. She could only follow Yi-bei and walk outside the villa. When they walked to the garden entrance, Tang Mi suddenly called out to Yi-bei, "Honey, remember to come and marry me tomorrow." "Yes." Yi-bei nodded firmly and walked out of the villa, sitting on the car. "Little white boy, what kind of ecstasy did you use to mesmerize my cousin?" Bai Yashuan scornfully said as she drove. No comment. Yi-bei tensed his face, not wanting to pay attention to Bai Yashuan, but in reality, he didn't know why Tang Mi would look at him. It was just, the certificate had been collected, and he definitely wouldn't shirk the responsibility that he should bear. Besides, Tang Mi treasured herself so much, and was completely worthy of treating herself well. Upstairs in the villa, Tang Mi stood at the window, watching Bai Yashuan's sports car gradually drive out of the manor. Even though she knew that she would be able to see Yi-bei again tomorrow, she was still upset. Maybe others didn't understand, but she herself was very clear. Her love for Yi-bei, after 2 lives of fermentation, had already penetrated deep into her bones and marrow. That's right, she was a reborn person. In her last life, she was the same as Yi-bei, a person with no identity and no background. Working hard to fight for her career, she only hoped to live a solid and happy life. But the reality, however, always made her suffer from all kinds of poison. The betrayal of the people around her even made her lose the hope of living and suffered from severe depression. Just when she was desperate for the world and ready to commit suicide, she met Yi-bei. Since then, Yi-bei took good care of her, giving her the warmth and care she had never enjoyed. The two of them stayed together through the toughest years of their lives. Tang Mi began to become positive and sunny. She began to love life and life. She loved every day's sunrise and cherished every day's sunset. Just when she thought Yi-bei would accompany her to spend her life happily, Yi-bei left his life savings and disappeared. And that day happened to be her 39th birthday. Later, she went through a lot of trouble to find Yi-bei again, but saw a box of ashes, and Yi-bei left a letter before his death. In the letter, he said that he had a terminal illness, afraid of involving her, and do not want to harm her family to lose money, so he left without saying goodbye. And when she saw that letter, he was already gone. At the end of the letter, he hoped that she could live well in this world. He said, "Power sorry, please forgive me this liar. In fact, from the moment I met you, my life has been counting down." After reading the letter, Tang Mi cried heaven and earth. Without him, she was alone, and then the courage to face the cold and cruel world? Without him, who will warm her life? Her heart hurts. It hurt so much, it was as if it was cut by a sharp blade. She cried until she broke down, and even more like a madman, holding his ashes and running wildly on the street, as if all she had to do was run with all her life so she could keep up with him, so that she wouldn't have to face this cold world alone. But what she didn't expect was, a car appeared across the street, crushing the urn in her arms and her body. She died. Result, when she opened her eyes again, she realized that she had returned to the youthful age of 23. In this year, her lover, Yi-bei, was only 20 years old and was still in her sophomore year. The first thing she did after waking up was to go find Yi-bei. But at this time, Yi-bei is in love with Lin Yuhan, and has been together for a year. Her own appearance did not attract Yi-bei's attention. She didn't want to give up, but she used all her skills to make Yi-bei give up Lin Yuhan. There was no way out. She could only choose to leave Yi-bei for a while first. Later, with the memories of her previous life, she made investments, speculated in stocks, wrote songs, sang, started an entertainment company, and finally debuted as a star. In just 2 years, she became a household name and a popular actress, and her family, because of her operation, became one of the most famous families in Zhangcheng. Even her cousin, Bai Yashuan, followed the light and became a rich second generation. Now she was also considered to be successful, and Yi-bei has also and that woman to withdraw from the marriage. Everything is just right. Yi-bei, you stupid man. In the last life, I failed to guard you, failed to give birth to a son and a half for you, but you have been pampering me and loving me until death. This life, I Tang Mi will promise you a life of prosperity. Will use my life? Use my all to spoil you, love you. I want to blossom all over the city for you, and 3,000 bright lights for you. The thought of tomorrow and the beloved man into the marriage hall. Tang Mi just dry the corners of the eyes and wet up, face overflowing, is incomparable happiness smile. In her mind, she kept imagining the sweet life with Yi Bei after marriage. Chapter 6, with her. I feel like I'm living like a person, not a dog. Bai Yashuan's sports car sped down the highway. The driver who was overtaken looked at the sports car that flashed by and couldn't help but curse. Which rich kid is this? Can't you drive slower? At this moment, Bai Yashuan couldn't care less. She hated that she couldn't have a car accident that directly sent Yi Bei's life, so that her cousin wouldn't be so rigid that she wouldn't marry him. However, Yi Bei, seems to be like a nobody, immersed in his own thoughts. After getting off the highway, Bai Yashuan braked sharply and stopped in a temporary parking space on the side of the road. She twisted her head like she was looking at a monster and sized up Yi Bei. Are you really planning to marry my cousin tomorrow? Yi Bei propped up the front windshield with one hand, barely sitting still, and couldn't help but burst out. Asterisk. Can you drive slower? Can't. It's better to fling you out and fall to your death directly. Bai Yashuan gritted her teeth, just about to pinch Yi Bei's neck with her slender hands that had just done a manicure. These nails, she had purposely gotten them done for Lin Yuhan's wedding. After all, she was Lin Yuhan's bridesmaid and couldn't lose face. But she never expected that Yi Bei temporarily repented of his marriage, not to mention that he also backtracked and promised to marry his cousin tomorrow. Bai Yashuan, can you not be so vicious? From tomorrow onwards, how can I be considered your brother-in-law? Have you considered your cousin's feelings when you curse me to death like this? Yi Bei questioned with a frown. It was also considered an answer to Bai Yashuan's question. Brother-in-law? Humph. Bai Yashuan was furious, her bulging chest undulating. Yi Bei, please be a man. Don't forget, tomorrow is your and Yuhan's wedding day. By then all your classmates and friends, as well as your family's relatives will rush to the wedding site. Aren't you afraid? Scared of what? Yi Bei impatiently looked at Bai Yashuan, who had reddened her face. If he had known that this woman would ask so many questions, he wouldn't have taken her car back. What time is it now? When will he be able to go home if he keeps on consuming? Tomorrow, he will be busy with the wedding, and he still wants to go back early to rest. Bai Yashuan saw Yi Bei was emboldened and was surprised. Are you really going to take my cousin and go to your wedding hall? What about Yuhan, have you thought about it? He. Yi Bei sneered a few times, looked at Bai Yashuan and said, it's your BFF who was unkind in the first place. My family didn't have much money in the first place, but in order to marry her my parents carried a huge debt that they had never carried before in their lives. I even took my mother's money for her medical treatment. More than money? Our family was on the verge of giving our hearts and lungs to your best friend. But what happened? She and her mother temporarily want to increase the bride price again. This is not only going to force me to death, this is going to force my parents to death together. Bai Yashuan admitted that it was Lin Yuhan and her family who did the wrong thing. But can this kind of thing be measured in terms of money? You and Yuhan have been together for 5 years, from college to now. Are you going to give up love just because of a few bride price money? Love? What do you mean by love? Driving each other alive and draining each other dry. Is that what's called love? Bai Yashuan was dumbfounded by her dislike, and the car fell into silence. Outside the window again sparsely downpour. Yi Bei watched the rain from the car window crossed. To this guarded for 5 years of feelings disheartened. I don't know how long it took. Bai Yashuan calmed down. Have you really decided? Have you really thought about marrying my cousin tomorrow? Yi Bei nodded heavily and said, of course I've thought about it, even though the time I spent with Tang Mi was very short, but with her, I feel like I'm living like a person, not a dog. Bai Yashuan looked at Yi Bei in surprise, not knowing how to answer for a moment. Of course, I'm in a situation that a rich lady like you will never understand. She indeed didn't understand why a 5-year relationship would ultimately lose out to banknotes. Money could be earned again, but once you lost your feelings, how could you get them back? Not to mention that Yi Bei was going to marry his cousin tomorrow. If the two of them really got married, then he and Yuhan would be completely out of luck. Buzz. The roaring engine sound of the sports car cut through the rainy night. Bai Yashuan never spoke again, drove the car in silence, and kept sending Yi Bei back to a downtrodden shantytown in Jiangcheng. The rain stopped. She looked at the potholed alley in front of her car and the stagnant water that emitted a foul odor, and was in trouble. She poked her head out of the car window and looked at the endless swath of cottages in front of her, her brows locked. I really didn't expect Yi Bei's family to be so poor. What kind of era is this? But there are still people living in this kind of hellish place. You go back. There's still a stretch of road ahead. I'll just walk back on foot. Yi Bei took the initiative to get out of the car and took a look at the sports car that was stained with some silt. the chassis of your car is too low. There's no way to drive further. Bai Yashuan lowered all the car windows and poked her head out to look at Yi-bei. Are you really thinking about it? You'll ruin my cousin by marrying her. My cousin hasn't had much close contact with the opposite sex in her life until now. I don't know why she has to marry you, but I'm sure that she was just momentarily swept off her feet by something. But you have to stay awake. She's the most popular actress in the whole country, and now is also the peak of her career. If you marry her, what will those media say about her? And what will they say about you? Are you sure you can stand it then? Can you bear to see her destroyed by your own hands? Bai Yashuan's bitter words didn't impress Yi-bei. He looked at Bai Yashuan sitting in the sports car and suddenly sneered. Bai Yashuan, do you know what your biggest problem is? Bai Yashuan froze and asked curiously. What is it? You're too self-righteous. Yi-bei finished speaking and took a big stride towards the mud-filled alley. Bai Yashuan's anger, which had hardly calmed down, was once again ignited. Asterisk. I'm self-righteous? Yi-bei, you little white boy. You're hopeless. What the hell? I have sincere and deep feelings for my cousin. I fight for my best friend. Even if it's a stranger, I'm always polite. I'm the most sympathetic to other people's feelings. How come to you, I've become self-righteous? Yi-bei, you stop right there. Seeing Yi-bei walking further and further away, Bai Yashuan got out of the car on impulse. But as soon as her feet, which were wearing high-fashion limited edition leather shoes, stepped on the stinky puddle next to the car, she regretfully shrunk back into the car. Yi-bei, I kindly advised you to think more about my cousin. Is that wrong? You're ruining people with the truth. How can there be a vicious phoenix man like you in this world? Moving to bring up your own parents' pathetic rhetoric. Moving to say that it's not easy for you. Since it's not easy, why don't you earn money like a man? Bai Yashuan's roar echoed between the alleys of the bungalows, and no one responded to her except for the echoes and the barking of dogs that rose and fell. Chapter 7. I've seen shameless people, but never. Chapter 7. Watching Yi-bei completely disappear from sight, Bai Yashuan furiously threw away her shoes that were stained with stinky water, stepped on the gas pedal with her bare feet, and drove away from the shantytown that made her sick to her stomach. On the road, the more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Unable to resist the impulse, she dialed her good girlfriend Lin Yuhan. Lin Yuhan, what do you really think? Is it really over with Yi-bei? Lin Yuhan on the other end of the phone did not expect Bai Yashuan to be so angry, hastily explaining, No. Yi-bei's parents have already taken out all the money that they should have taken, and specifically instructed that the marriage must not be delayed tomorrow. Now, our family is already preparing for the wedding tomorrow. I was thinking of giving Yi-bei a call and telling him not to get angry because of today's matter. Oh, right, Xian. You are my most beautiful bridesmaid tomorrow. You have to come early. Oh. Bai Yashuan listened to the voice on the phone and had two big heads. What the hell was going on here? Yi-bei's parents took all the money they should, and they were going to continue with the wedding tomorrow? Wouldn't it be a mess then? Yi-bei had already promised his cousin that he would marry her tomorrow and go to the wedding, and Lin Yuhan is going to wear a bridal gown to marry Yi-bei. What the hell is this? Can't it be that Yi-bei this is going to marry two wives? Xian? Lin Yuhan listened to the delay in the phone and opened her mouth again to ask, What happened to you? Why don't you say anything? At this moment, Bai Yashuan's mind was a mess, not knowing what to say at all. Even more so, she wasn't sure if she should attend the wedding site tomorrow as a bridesmaid, or go to her cousin's wedding as a cousin. I'm driving. I'll talk to you later. She casually found a reason and hurriedly hung up the phone without waiting for Lin Yuhan to reply. But just as she hung up the phone on the front foot, her cousin's call came in on the back foot. Did you send your brother-in-law back? Tang Mi's sweet voice rang like a magic spell in Bai Yashuan's ears, especially the word brother-in-law. She was crushed inside. Controlling the steering wheel, she hurriedly replied back, My cousin, what's wrong with you? Why are you suddenly like a different person? Before you are not like this. How to meet Yi-bei after? I feel fast do not recognize you. Tomorrow you really want to marry him? Tang Mi on the other side of the phone seemed very unhappy in the face of yet another questioning. The tone of her voice was also a few points harsher. That's right, I'm going to marry Yi-bei. You come back immediately now. I still have things to discuss with you, cousin. Before Bai Yashuan could say anything, the phone was hung up. Looking at the time, it was already 9 p.m. She could only drive back obediently first. Yi-bei walked deep and shallow through the alley and returned to his family's dilapidated shantytown bungalow. As soon as he entered the door, he saw his father and mother, as well as his younger sister, Yi-kor, laughing around the 4 boxes of gifts wrapped in a big red coat on the table. My brother, this is called the luck of the hour. Won the jackpot, married a daughter-in-law. The future days will certainly be better and better. Yi-kor just finished, ran to the side of Yi-bei who just entered the door, as if offering a treasure, handing the brand new handsome suit and shoes to him. How is it? You will definitely be the most handsome groom in Jiangcheng when you wear them. Put it down quickly. You child, what if it gets dirty? The mother got up and put the suit, red belt and other wedding items to one side and put them away, not to mention how happy she was in her heart. Ye-kur was also all smiles, gushing and hugging Ye-bei's arm. Brother, tomorrow is your wedding day. We'll bring these things to your wedding room in a while. Ye-bei tensed his face and remained silent. The expectation that flowed from his parents' eyes and the smile on his sister's face made him swallow the words he had prepared all the way into his stomach. How was he going to open his mouth? Not only did he back out of Lin Yuhan's wedding, he also promised to marry Tang Mi? Just when he was in a difficult situation, Ye-kir's cell phone rang. Sister-in-law, are you still awake? Are you too happy to sleep? On the other side of the phone, Lin Yuhan ignored Ye-kir's enthusiasm and just said coldly, has your brother come back yet? I'm looking for him for something. You tell him to pick up the phone. Oh, good. Ye-kur didn't count on it and handed her cell phone to Ye-bei with a smile on her face. Brother, sister-in-law's phone call. Pick it up. What is it? Ye-bei's voice couldn't be heard emotionally, but Lin Yuhan was extremely excited. I knew that you would definitely put together the 200,000 temporary addition to the bride price for my sake. Oh, right. Just now my mom said, tomorrow you bring 4 boxes of gifts. You have to buy good black tea. The price of a box of black tea has to be at least $500 or more. Never settle for anything, you know? Ye-bei frowned and wanted to interrupt Lin Yuhan, but the chatter on the other side of the phone didn't give him a chance to speak at all. And then there's the leave mother meat. You must prepare rural pork, preferably a whole pork rib, and then your family should pick the leave mother meat in advance. But you can't pick the bones and meat apart. Leaving a little bit is enough, so that when you marry, it will be easier for you to bring the meat to my house to pick it. And also, the red shoes you prepared for me. Don't just let your sister take them. I don't feel comfortable with her hairy hands and feet. In case they get dirty, how embarrassing when I wear them. Ye-bei. Lin Yuhan couldn't hear the echo on the phone and questioned again in a stern voice. You memorized everything I asked you to memorize, okay? Ye-bei pursed his lips and forced down the fire that filled his stomach. You quickly promise people this is not a small matter. We have to do it according to people's requirements, and marry Yuhan in style. The mother saw that Ye-bei didn't say anything. She couldn't help but feel a little anxious. I know. I'll go out and say it. You guys go to bed early. You still have things to do tomorrow. Ye-bei barely pulled out a smile at his parents and sister, took the phone and got up and left the house. Walking into the empty alley, he could no longer hold back the anger that filled him. Incredibly annoyed, he said to Lin Yuhan, I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen one as shameless as you and your family. Lin Yuhan's good mood was burned out by Ye-bei's sudden anger, but before she could open her mouth, Ye-bei continued, I've said that I won't marry you. I won't pay the dowry that you guys added temporarily. I'll withdraw from the marriage and you guys return my 200,000 dowry to me. The result? You guys even backtracked and came to my house to cause trouble again, taking away the money that was used to pay off my parents' debts and see a doctor. Are you still human beings? Lin Yuhan wasn't in a good temper either and yelled at the phone. Money, money, money. You just care about money. You don't care about the feelings between the two of us at all. You obviously have money. So what if you take it out? Is that little bit of money more important than the feelings between the two of us? Chapter 8 I don't want anything. An outside dowry of $30 million. A villa. A sports car. Ye-bei took the phone far away, until the other side of the phone was quiet. Then he opened his mouth. You're right. Money is certainly more important than the feelings between the two of us. At least in the eyes of you and your mom and your brother, or even your entire family. His tone was calm, but it galvanized all of Lin Yuhan's anger. Ye-bei, I'm telling you. Your parents have already discussed with my parents. Our family is almost ready. This marriage is finalized. You love to marry or not? Ye-bei, I will get married tomorrow. But don't worry, the person I marry is not you. His patience disappeared after Lin Yuhan dropped her words, and no longer collected his anger, almost roaring to the cell phone to finish the sentence. How could Lin Yuhan not expect that Ye-bei's attitude would be so resolute? But the wedding is already ready. She can't even count the guests who will be there tomorrow. If Ye-bei is really determined to repudiate the wedding, then how is she going to end up tomorrow? How did she find such a boyfriend? Ye-bei, you loser. Besides me marrying you, who else would look at a poor guy like you? I advise you to stop being so self-righteous. Lin Yuhan on the other side of the phone thundered. Ye-bei was even more enraged when he heard the word pauper. He had already given Lin Yuhan all his belongings. Even the money Tang Mi had given him had been snatched away by Lin Yuhan's family. How could she still not be satisfied and still dislike herself for being a pauper? In a fit of rage, Ye-bei also lost his mind and immediately gave Tang Mi up. Lin Yuhan, you're the one who's self-righteous. The person I'm going to marry tomorrow is the big star Tang Mi. So you'll be the one to savor the evil consequences of being insatiable. As soon as he finished speaking, mocking laughter came from the cell phone. He, you really know how to dream. Big star Tang Mi? Really will fantasize. I didn't expect you to become such a person. Because of a little bit of bride price money, you as far as messing with me into this out? Yi Bei just wanted to retort. Lin Yuhan preempted. Okay, I've finished what I should say. You remember to prepare everything I explained to you tomorrow. I don't want to quarrel with you. He didn't even have time to open his mouth. The phone had already been hung up. Yi Bei looked at the dark cell phone screen, reflecting his own face full of anger, and suddenly felt that it was too worthless to be angry for such a woman. Loosening his tightly locked brows, Yi Bei took a long breath and turned around to go back home. On the other side, although Lin Yuhan hung up the phone first, the anger in her heart still could not be calmed for a long time. The only person she could confide in now was her best friend Bai Yashwan. After making the call, without waiting for Bai Yashwan to make a sound, she couldn't wait to start spitting on Yi Bei. Xian, I'm about to be pissed off. I really don't know what stimulated Yi Bei. He dared to deliberately piss me off on the phone, and also said that he won't get married to me tomorrow. He wants to get married to the big star Tang Mi. Do you think he has lost his mind? I don't know what he is imagining in the middle of the night. No, he's a liar. When the wedding is over tomorrow, I'm going to clean him up a bit, and give him some family prestige, so that he'll dare to fantasize about Tang Mi again. Lin Yuhan's mouth felt like it was open like a Gatling, spitting it out in just a few seconds, not even realizing that there was something wrong with Bai Yashwan on the other end of the phone. Until she finished talking and waited late for Bai Yashwan's response, she only began to suspect that she had made a wrong call, but the cell phone clearly showed that this was Bai Yashwan's number, and it was still in a connected state. Xian, what's wrong with you? Why don't you say anything? Yuhan, I may not be able to be your bridesmaid tomorrow. Bai Yashwan looked like she had changed into a different person, changing her usual jumpy demeanor, her tone heavy as if the sky had collapsed. Why? Because I'm going to be a bride tomorrow. Lin Yuhan couldn't react for a moment. New bride? How are you going to be a bride? Are you getting flash married to someone else? That's right. I might be replacing you tomorrow, turning from a bridesmaid to a bride, marrying your fiancée. Bai Yashwan's sure words were like a heavy hammer, giving Lin Yuhan a blow to the head. She immediately felt that her brain was buzzing. What did you say? You want to replace me and marry Yi Bei? Xian, you're joking, right? How can that be possible? You and Yi Bei. He even pushes back on giving a bride price. You are a famous family in Zhangchang. How could you marry him? Jealousy secretly screamed in her heart as she uttered these words. She didn't want to believe this from the bottom of her heart. There was a world of difference between her own fiancé and her best friend's status. If Bai Yashwan was going to marry Yi Bei, then she would really have to disgrace herself at the wedding alone tomorrow. Just like Yi Bei said. This is not true. It can't be true either. Never. What I said is true. I didn't lie to you. Moreover, I am not joking. I am indeed going to get married with Yi Bei tomorrow. Xian. Lin Yuhan completely panicked, but beating her to death, she didn't believe that Bai Yashwan, a rich white beauty, would look at someone like Yi Bei. You're teasing me, right? I know that women are nervous the day before their wedding. You must have said that to ease the tension inside me. No, Lin Yuhan, I'll say it to you again solemnly. Bai Yashwan interrupted Lin Yuhan's babbling, her tone like that of a disciplinarian. I, tomorrow, am going to replace you and Yi Bei in the wedding ceremony. With repeated emphasis, Lin Yuhan had to accept that Bai Yashwan wasn't messing with her. But, Xian, Yi Bei has already emptied his family's money in order to marry me. What else will he take to marry you? And how can he give you the bride price money? Lin Yuhan said. I don't ask him for a dowry, and I won't add a dowry temporarily, and I won't make a single request in terms of the 4 boxes of gifts and the meat away from my mother, and get him into trouble for nothing. Not only do I not want anything, I will also give him a dowry of $30 million. Send him a villa, a sports car. Bai Yashwan's icy voice completely shattered Lin Yuhan's remaining illusions. Her hysterical cries came over the phone all of a sudden. Bai Yashwan, how can you be like this? I made the request because I wanted our wedding to be a bit more elegant. What did I do wrong for you to do this to me? Bai Yashwan blinked her eyes, unable to bear to listen to Lin Yuhan's heartbreaking cries any longer, and hurriedly hung up the phone. The room went quiet, and she couldn't control her tears as she fell headfirst onto the bed, sobbing in a low voice. What kind of sins had she created? How could she agree to her cousin and hurt her good girlfriend who had accompanied her for many years? It was all because of that Yi Bei. If it wasn't for his appearance, cousin wouldn't have become like this. Tang Mi watched from the sidelines inside as she sat on the bed and patted Bai Yashwan's back. Yes, Xian, you can choose to stand on cousin's side between cousin and Lin Yuhan. Cousin is very happy. This shows that cousin didn't hurt you for nothing in these 2 years. I know you're a righteous and good girl, and you're not willing to hurt Lin Yuhan, but you have to understand that this way they've been getting along for the past 2 years has already caused too much damage to each other. If it continues, Lin Yuhan's emotional accusations and pressure on Yi Bei will make force him to go down a crooked path. Chapter 9, Cousin. You're really good at comforting people. Bai Yixian raised her head from the bed and looked at Tang Mi with red eyes. Cousin is right. If this continues, the ones who will be hurt will also be Yuhan. Or cousin is smart. I'll call Yuhan here and tell her to take more precautions against Bai, so that she won't be unaware of being plotted against by him. Tang Mi hated Bai Yashuan's cell phone. I'm not saying this to make you think more for Lin Yuhan. Don't you understand? If you dare to bully my Tang Mi's man, I'll make sure to return the favor twice as much. Bai Yashuan looked at Tang Mi with some confusion, not thinking about what her words meant for a moment. Who is cousin's man? Tang Mi glared at Bai Yashuan, but her beautiful face, glaring up at people with no deterrent power at all. Instead, letting people look at the crispy bones. But her next words made Bai Yashuan feel the dominance and majesty that she had never seen before. In this world, except for me, Tang Mi, no one can bully Bai. He is my eternal soft underbelly. Whoever moves my soft underbelly, I want whoever has a bad life. Looking at Tang Mi's cold as ice beauty, Bai Yashuan uncontrollably shivered. But after all, she was her own cousin. She wiped away her tears and spat out all the doubts in her heart. Cousin, obviously it's you who married Bai. Why did you declare to the public that it was me who married him? I have my own plans. Tang Mi was unwilling to say more. Bai Yashuan cried anxiously. Cousin do you know that you will pit me without friends like this? Even though we look quite similar, when you put on makeup and a wedding dress, none of my classmates will be able to tell, and other relatives won't be able to find out. But this way, everyone will think that I've married Bai. So how can I marry someone in the future? Tang Mi gently patted Bai Yashuan's shoulder. 10 million? I wonder if cousin can use this money to comfort your wounded heart? Bai Yashuan froze. How could she not expect her cousin to speak directly with money? Tang Mi gently touched Bai Yashuan's hair again. Looks like it's too little. 20 million then. This time, Bai Yashuan could no longer control her excitement, wiping her tears while nodding her head and saying, Enough, enough, cousin, you're really good at comforting people. I don't seem to be sad at all anymore. Tang Mi was amused by Bai Yashuan's appearance. She hurriedly handed her tissues and even transferred 20 million to her account in passing. Bai Yashuan immediately calmed down and happily looked at the additional money on her account. Cousin are you really going to marry Bai in my name tomorrow? Although the money had already arrived, she was still a bit incredulous about what was going to happen tomorrow. But what puzzled her even more was her cousin's next move. You call Lin Yuhan again now and tell her that you were just joking with her. Cousin what the hell is this play? Bai Yixian was a little broken, her cell phone in her hand, delaying dialing Lin Yuhan's number. She had already hurt her good girlfriend to that extent. How could she have the nerve to call again? Wasn't this looking for a scolding? Just now, I just asked you to teach her a lesson. And by the way, I'm giving the Lin family's big brother a preventive shot, lest I really marry Bai tomorrow, and their Lin family's chickens and eggs can't bear it, especially Lin Yuhan. It's not good if she jumps off a building on impulse. Bai will definitely feel guilty. Bai Yashuan looked at her own cousin with a strange face. She immediately felt as if she didn't recognize this dear cousin anymore. How come the words that came out of her mouth felt so creepy? It was true that her cousin was not to be messed with, and her cousin's man was even more not to be messed with. Tang Mi didn't pay attention to Bai Yashuan's expression and continued to speak to herself. Lin Yuhan's family, too troublesome. I'm also worried that they'll make my dear family sleep badly in the middle of the night because of that phone call just now. They can't have peace. It's affecting our wedding tomorrow. So it's better for you to appease Lin Yuhan first so that she doesn't disturb my darling tonight. Bai Yashuan secretly rubbed the goosebumps on her arms. Cousin, Shang, you're a ruthless person. Bai Yashuan stiffly dialed Lin Yuhan's phone. Lin Yuhan, who had almost broken down crying, saw Bai Yixian's incoming call and hurriedly picked it up. Xian, I beg you. Your family conditions are so good. What kind of man do you want to marry that doesn't have one? Bai and I have been together for 5 years. We are looking at getting married tomorrow. Can you spare us? Lin Yuhan's bitter plea made Bai Yixian instantly become an evil mother-in-law who was destroying other people's emotional marriages. She subconsciously frowned, her heart somewhat resenting such pleading. Without waiting for Lin Yuhan to finish her sentence, she hurriedly spoke. Yuhan, don't worry, I was just joking with you just now, a small prank to ease your nervousness. But, I'm sorry I seem to have gone overboard with this joke. I apologize to you. As Lin Yuhan listened to Bai Yixian's apology coming from the phone, the big stone in her heart finally fell to the ground. The Lin family members guarding her side, hearing the voice on the phone, the sadness on their faces also disappeared immediately. Xian, you are also really. Lin Yuhan couldn't control her emotions for a moment and cried again. She couldn't tell whether she was crying from anger, or whether she was glad that Bai Yashuan was just joking with herself and crying with joy. But after all, she couldn't vent any more dissatisfaction in her heart to Bai Yashuan. This one was a notorious magnate of Zhangchang, a serious second-generation rich by Fu Mei. She had always felt that being able to be good girlfriends with Bai Yashwan was the thing she was most proud of. However, the blow that Fong Kai's phone call had given her was just too heavy, and she still couldn't help but complain a couple of times. Xian, you can't joke about this kind of thing in the future. I'm scared to death by you. Okay, don't cry. Don't call Yibei either. You guys are doing the wedding tomorrow. It must be laborious. You must rest well tonight. Anything after the wedding. Bai Yashwan followed Tang Mi's meaning and urged Lin Yuhan to stop harassing Yibei. Lin Yuhan obediently agreed. You're right. I won't contact Yibei again tonight so I don't have to suffer his anger. It's getting late. I won't talk to you anymore. I have to get up early tomorrow to be a beautiful bride. Alright then, I wish you happiness. Bai Yashwan forcefully held back the helplessness in her heart and hurriedly hung up the phone after saying these words. Lin Yuhan was immersed in the joy of being about to get married and slept peacefully, not tossing Yibei again for the whole night. By 5 o'clock in the morning, Yibei's family of 4 and a few relatives of the family has been busy in the arranged wedding room. All kinds of wedding gifts to be used, piled up the coffee table in the living room. Even for the bride side of the preparation of the red envelope, also have been arranged. Wedding room everywhere is a joyful scene. The house more than 120 square meters. Standard small 3-bedroom, located in the suburbs of Jiangcheng. Although the location is not very good, but the decoration is very cozy. For this house, the Yi family can be said to have paid all the effort. Now looking at the lively scene in the house, Yibei's heart has mixed feelings. Chapter 10, won't that be recognized? Don't just stand there, quickly change this leather shoes. This is your sister specially went to the mall to pick for you. Yibei came back to his senses, resulting in his mother's hands were polished new leather shoes to change. Yi Kor on the side carefully measured a turn, unable to hide the joy in her heart. Worthy of being my brother, I can guarantee that you are the most handsome groom in the whole Jiangcheng today. Yibei smiled. Today is a good day. There are a lot of newlyweds getting married. His sister complimented him so much, she really lifted him up, being so interrupted by the mother and daughter. Yibei also no longer emotional. Change clothes, organize the hair, help will marry with things moved to the wedding car. This busy time to 6 o'clock, the sky is already bright. Yibei had just caught his breath when he received a call from Bai Yashwan. Do you want to make the wedding high profile and luxurious, shocking the city, or low-key and cozy? Of course I want it to be low-key. Your cousin is a big star who is famous all over the country. She is already high-key. If our wedding is well known in Jiangcheng, it won't be good for her, and it will be even worse for me. Try to keep a low profile if you can. Yibei answered Bai Yashwan's question directly without even thinking. Count yourself smart. How are the preparations for the marriage? My cousin's side is all dressed up. Bai Yashwan glanced at Tang Mi who was sitting in front of the mirror and had just finished modeling. Although this wedding came suddenly, but my cousin wasn't sloppy at all, and the preparations were the same. Don't worry, I will go to the manor on time to receive the bride. Don't. Bai Yashwan couldn't help but get anxious when she heard that Yibei wanted to go to the manor to pick up the bride. Since you want to keep a low profile, don't come to the manor to pick up the bride. A lot of media in our Jiangcheng city all know that my cousin lives in that manor. You go to pick up the bride will inevitably have to make a big fuss. At that time, the two of you getting married will definitely have to be exposed. Then where to pick up? Yibei was a bit confused. Last night my cousin and I planned it out and thought it would be better for you to go to the old place to get married. Old place? Where is it? It's to go to Lin Yuhan's house to get married. Ah, Yibei was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped. Tang Mi was staying at Lin Yuhan's house? Bai Yashwan ignored Yibei's shock and continued. But when you get to Lin Yuhan's neighborhood and go up to the floor of her house, don't go to Lin Yuhan's house, but go to the opposite door. This time Yibei understood. The original Tang Mi actually bought the house across the street from Lin Yuhan's house. This is actually a test for you. If you regret and don't want to marry my cousin, you can still turn around and marry Lin Yuhan. Bai Yashwan's words made Yibei silent. He held up his cell phone and looked at his busy family and friends, wanting very much to give her a definite answer. He himself would not turn back to marry Lin Yuhan, but how could he not say this? Across the phone, Bai Yashwan couldn't see Yibei's expression to tell the whole story of their sister's plan. Right, didn't you invite a lot of guests for this wedding? With my cousin's fame, she definitely can't use her own real name and make a big deal about it to the public. So my cousin decided to use my name to organize a wedding with you. Yibei came back to his senses, somewhat surprised by Tang Mi's decision. Won't that be recognized? The name was Bai Yashwan's, but the bride was a big star Tang Mi as if she was a fake. Once the bride made her entrance at that time, some of the guests present would definitely recognize her. Don't worry about this. My cousin and I look a little bit similar. After she puts on her makeup, the media won't be able to tell me from my cousin. So no one will know about my cousin and you getting married. In the future, you two will also be able to live a peaceful life. My cousin decided this for the sake of your future. In short, you can't let down my cousin's hard work. Do you understand? After Yibei heard Bai Yaxian's words, his heart was touched beyond words, but in the end, he just nodded and faintly said, "Got it." Hanging up the phone, Yibei took a deep breath. Tang Mi had gone through so much effort to prepare for this wedding. This made him feel surprised. It seemed that she was also sincere to herself, although he didn't understand why someone like Tang Mi would be so obsessed with himself. But this was also a good thing for him. More than being touched, though, waves welled up in the bottom of his heart. How could he not have expected that the place where he married was right next door to Lin Yuhan's house? This Tang Mi looked gentle and sweet on the surface, and was kind, even thinking of him in every way and caring for herself. But the truth is that her methods are also powerful enough. Although this is also testing him and giving him a chance to choose. But this is also to make him completely and utterly break with Lin Yuhan. Yi Bei looked at the time. It was already 10 minutes past 6. At this time, the Lin family must already be full of preparations, and the matter of blocking the door of the building should also be arranged. When he arrived, Lin Yuhan's family and friends on her side, as well as the two of them's classmates, should also have already arrived. By then everyone would think that the person he was going to marry was Lin Yuhan, but he went to the opposite door of Lin Yuhan's house and married Tang Mi, who was dressed as Bai Yaxuan, and Bai Yaxuan happened to be Lin Yuhan's best friend. The blow this would deal to Lin Yuhan, just thinking about it was a bit unbearable. Not only that, for the entire Lin family, it was a very heavy blow. So many people were present. In the future, the Lin family is afraid that they can no longer raise their heads to be a man. Although this feeling of dignity being swept to the ground, the Lin family had already let him experience it more than once. But when he thought about what might happen next, Yi Bei's heart couldn't calm down. He even began to hesitate. Did he really want to hurt the girl he had loved for 5 years? But how could he reject Tang Mi, who was looking out for him in every way and was also so outstanding? Time waited for no one. By the time it was 7:30, Yi Bei's 4 college roommates called him one after another. "Brother, I'm almost to your wedding room. The wedding car and whatnot brothers have already arranged for you." Magnificent voice rang out on the phone. Not waiting for Yi Bei to thank him, a few more loud laughs came from there. "Ha ha ha, how about are you ready?" Yi Bei hesitated, not knowing how to answer. The wedding was ready, but he was not ready. The 4 best men soon arrived at the wedding room downstairs. A few people came up and put their arms around Yi Bei's shoulders and bragged. And at this time, his heart was mixed. The photographer of the ceremonial team arrived later. He took a picture of Yi Bei and the 4 best men who had changed their clothes, and took a group photo of the 4 members of the Yi family. The photo of his smile is still decent, no matter what kind of decision he finally made. Today is the most important moment in his life. Should be happy or happy up. Chapter 11, Don't Dance, I Don't Want to See It. When everything was ready, it was already 8 o'clock in the morning. The bright sunlight shone on the big red decoration of the wedding room. Yi Bei was dressed in a handsome red dragon robe with 4 best men dressed in Genie Wei costumes. Yi Kur was holding a red parcel with gifts for welcoming the bride. The group set off in the wedding car. On the road, Yi Bei hesitated for a long time and decided that it was better to get through to the best men first. He turned his head to Xue Mingcheng, who was sitting beside him, and said, "Brothers, today I might not marry Lin Yuhan, I'm going to marry another girl. You tell the 3 brothers in a while so that they can be mentally prepared." The sudden words left Xue Mingcheng dumbfounded. "Are you kidding? Aren't we on our way to Lin Yuhan's house?" His dumbfounded look amused Yi Bei as he sighed helplessly. "No kidding, what I said is true. We brothers have been in college together for 4 years. I won't lie to anyone but you. In a moment you tell those 3 guys, when you go upstairs to welcome the bride, don't break open Lin Yuhan's door directly. Understand?" Xue Ping came back from his shock and reluctantly accepted what Yi Bei said. With a face of assurance, he said, "Don't worry, with your words, brother will definitely do it. But you kid is quite impressive. This is all about a wedding, and you can still choose one of the 2, he said and arched his hand at Yi Bei. "Brother, I admire you to the core. Can you tell me who you're planning to marry?" Yi Bei and Lin Yuhan had been in love for 5 years. This was something that was known amongst their classmates. It was only natural for the 2 of them to get married. However, he had never heard that Yi Bei had contact with another woman. For a while, he was curious about what kind of woman could make him change his mind temporarily. But he didn't expect Yi Bei to shake his head. "You guys will know when the time comes. Still selling secrets with me?" Xue Mingcheng was a bit unconvinced. "In fact, I have not thought about it. I have some tangled wandering in my heart. I can't say that I will still marry Lin Yuhan when I am soft. After all, it is a 5-year relationship. Honestly I cannot let go." Yi Bei let out a long sigh. Red Eyes twisted his head to look out the window. Xue Mingcheng put away his joking mind and heavily patted his shoulder. "Brother, no matter what choice you make, the brothers will always support you." Such comfort made Yi Bei's heart feel much better. The team welcoming the bride arrived at the downstairs of the neighborhood. Yi Bei led the best man straight to the door of the building. As expected, the door of the building has been brother-in-law Lin Yangwei. and a bunch of Lin family relatives, blocked a watertight snap sound. A finger pressure board in jump rope was Lin Yangwei thrown to the door of the building. If you want to enter, take off your shoes. Take the skipping rope and jump 50 times on the finger pressure board. Learn to squeal like a pig, and then give us 20 red packets. The harsh tone was as if he wasn't here to block the door, but to provoke trouble. However, he was Lin Yuhan's own brother, and although the onlookers felt that such a request was a bit excessive, no one said anything. The bridesmaids upstairs, who were already fully dressed, heard the sounds from downstairs and lay on the windows. All of them were overjoyed. The groomsmen are here. Yi Bei is quite handsomely dressed today. Come on, let's get the entry game ready first. Looking at the bridesmaids giggling, Lin Yuhan's face was filled with a happy smile. It was true that her extreme efforts were still meaningful. Such a decent wedding was enough to give her a long face. Yuhan, your fiancé is already breaking through the door of the building. Later on we'll have to give him a hard time as well so that he pays out more red packets. No problem. Yi Bei told me, he's fully prepared for our wedding. The red packet will be enough. Although the words were like this, Lin Yuhan didn't know how much red packet Yi Bei had prepared, but it didn't matter. His family had ways to make Yi Bei shell out money. Yuhan, what's wrong with Xian? She said she would be your bridesmaid. Even the groomsmen came, but she didn't. What do you mean? The other bridesmaid was indignant in her heart and was dissatisfied with Bai Xian's late behavior. Yeah, the phone can't be reached. Something couldn't have happened, right? Lin Yuhan was pinching the hem of her wedding dress in her hand, a little anxious, and an ominous premonition was born in her heart. Yesterday Xian suddenly flipped out with herself and told herself that she was going to marry Yi Bei. Although it did not take long for her to tell herself that she was joking, and also apologized in a sincere tone. But at this moment, Lin Yuhan felt that Bai Yaxuan hadn't shown up until now, so it couldn't be that she was really messing things up behind her back, right? But seeing that Yi Bei had already arrived downstairs and was ready to break through the door of the building to welcome herself, her apprehensive heart calmed down. Downstairs, Yi Bei looked at the shiatsu board and jump rope on the ground and hesitated to bend down to pick them up. But so many people were blocking the doorway, and the other tenants couldn't get in or out. There were also guests who came to the wedding. Everyone was looking at him. It's not easy to marry the bride. The groom will always have to suffer a little bit. Jump quickly, everyone is watching. Early to marry the bride home. Early wedding I don't know who shouted a few words in the crowd. The atmosphere was suddenly lively, and Lin Yangwei's ruthlessness was dissolved. Under the coaxing of the crowd, Yi Bei signaled the best man beside him and scattered more than 30 red envelopes, and Lin Yangwei in front of him, but not the slightest intention to give in. Jumping rope on the finger pressure board was no longer a simple game. Rather, it is a kind of naked punishment. Not to mention jumping rope, even walking 2 steps on the finger pressure plate would hurt one's teeth. Lin Yangwei had specially come up with such a method, obviously in retaliation for Yi Bei punching him that day in the Lin family. It was just a matter of him admitting it. He always had to break through this building door, or else neither Tang Mi nor Lin Yuhan could marry anyone. But just as he picked up the jump rope and was about to jump, the best man beside him was quick with his hands. Straight away, he jerked the finger pressure plate away and threw it into the grass behind him in a smooth manner. Hey, the red piece of paper I just picked up, why is it gone? The best man's innocent eyes, as if the person who threw the finger pressure board was not him. Yeah, where did the red piece of paper go? Hey, right groomsman, they asked you to jump rope. Why don't you hurry up and jump? That's right, jump quickly. Several groomsmen coaxed together, and the onlookers were oblivious. Without the shiatsu board, Yi Bei instantly smiled. This would be good. He put on his shoes and was just about to jump, and the photographer also found a good lens, ready to record this joyful scene. But he didn't expect that Lin Yang, who was guarding the hallway, was furious. A foot kicked open the half-hidden door of the building and cursed. Asterisk. Really unmanly. Don't jump, I don't want to see. This door will let you go. When you enter the house in a while, see how I make things difficult for you. After saying the words, Lin Yangwei also did not care was kicked shaky building door. More did not put the onlookers' guests' surprised eyes on the heart. Throwing down an extremely ugly face, he went upstairs. Chapter 12, I didn't come here today to marry your daughter. Such a mess. The atmosphere at the entrance of the building was awkward to the extreme. It was good that Yi Bei was optimistic. He didn't give up jumping rope just because of Lin Yangwei's rage. After all, this was his wedding day. The games that should be done should still be there. There would also be more memories in the future. He couldn't give up the joyful atmosphere of the wedding just because Lin Yangwei threw himself a face. Come. The photographer can take a good shot. I'm going to jump. Don't let me finish jumping and your machine is still on. The photographer, who was named by Yi Bei, immediately came into the spirit, refinding a good angle. That's not possible. Today is your big day. There's always some stamina left for you and the bride. a comment that amused the guests in the room. Under the baking of the best man and a crowd of guests, Yibei jumped enough for 50 jump ropes. Smiling happily, he rushed into the building and went straight to the third floor. Just as he went up to the third floor, he saw Lin Yangwei and a bunch of young Lin family kids, standing in front of Lin Yuhan's house door in unison, blocking the hallway to death. I'll let you off the building door, but if you want to enter this door, you have to prepare 10 red envelopes, each stuffed with $10,000. Otherwise, you won't be able to marry my sister today. Looking at Lin Yangwei's smug face, Yibei strongly resisted the urge to make a move. The four best men were astonished when they heard such a request. The guests on the sidelines were even harder to understand. They had participated in quite a few weddings, and the door-blocking link would be present in anyone's wedding. But play to play, make a mess, at most is to spread some small red envelopes, figure a festive even finished. But Lin Yangwei, this kid, even let take 10 red envelopes, each red envelope to plug $10,000. This is $100,000. How can you ask for a red packet like this? The crowd was still in surprise. Lin Yangwei once again spoke out of turn. It doesn't matter if there's no cash. See? He pointed to the QR code on the door. I've posted the collection codes on the door. It's okay to scan the code to pay. Yibei glanced at the QR code and suddenly calmed down inside. He was originally a bit disappointed with the Lin family, but when faced with a choice, he still couldn't help but think whether Lin Yuhan would be soft-hearted and whether the Lin family's attitude towards him would change a bit. But he didn't realize that all of this was overthinking himself, and the Lin family is still as greedy as ever. Yesterday temporarily added 200,000 dowry is not enough. Today to enter the door and let pay out $100,000 of red packets. Really think the old man is? Play the old man as a wimp. Yibei turned back and looked, only to see that the door behind him was also pasted with a big red happy word. He instantly realized that as long as he turned around and pulled open this door now, he would be able to marry the big star Tang Mi. Not only will he not have to spend a penny, Tang Mi will also give himself endless glory and wealth. And on the subject of posture, on the subject of beauty, Tang Mi is 1,000 times stronger than Lin Yuhan, 10,000 times stronger. At this time Yibei already had an answer in his mind. He looked back at Lin Yangwei and said, I won't even give you a red packet alone. Your family's door. I have no intention of entering at all. And what kind of QR code? You're overthinking it. Hearing this, Lin Yangwei and the Lin family's relatives unabashedly mocked Yibei. You want to muddle through with this routine? Don't be silly. You don't intend to enter my house. What are you doing here? Don't tell me that you're going to enter the opposite door. Ha ha ha. The rampant laughter made the onlookers' guests feel more and more that Lin Yangwei was unbelievable. The four best men were even more furious. They had never seen such a shameless person. Brother-in-law, you want this red envelope a little too big. One red envelope $10,000. 10 that is $100,000. Which one of you wants a red packet like this? That's right, you're too ignorant. Hurry up and change the rules. We can't help but give you the red packet right away. Otherwise, you really can't get a red packet today. Hearing the words of a few of the best men, the guests also began to persuade Lin Yangwei. That's right, Lin Yangwei, you'd better not make things difficult for the groomsmen like this. $100,000 for a red packet. Who can afford it? How can you ask for a red packet like this? I think you're crazy for money. When the brother-in-law, I have never seen you do things like this. Still want your sister to marry out? A few agitated guests had even hurled abuse at Lin Yangwei. Lin Yangwei, who had been pampered since he was a child. When had he ever received this kind of anger? Looking at the crowd pointing at him, he became infuriated on the spot. My family's business is none of your business. Who do you think you are? Who are you to accuse me? After he finished, he looked at Yibei again. I'm telling you, my family has to wait until $100,000 of red packets come in today before I can let you enter this door. Or else I won't want to see my sister. As soon as Lin Yangwei's words fell, the door behind him was pushed open a crack. Song Lily, his mother-in-law, looked at the people outside warily. None of you can break through the door. My old man's health is not good. Even if she didn't say anything, Yibei and the four best men had no intention of breaking in. Yibei's words just now had made it clear that he no longer intended to marry Lin Yuhan, but had chosen the girl from the family behind him. Although the best men didn't know who the girl was yet, they supported Yibei's decision. Moreover, with such an arrogant and greedy brother-in-law, even if this marriage was tied, the future days would not be peaceful. It was better to not get married than to get married, so it was better not to get married. Song Lily went out the door and hurriedly shut the door behind her. Crossing her waist, she looked aggressively at the onlookers. Who just scolded my son? Is my family's precious son for you to scold? What the hell? Do you have any education? Today is my family's wedding. No one should be picking holes in me here. My son's words are my words. What's wrong with $100,000? Is that a lot? If you can't even get married with that kind of money, how can you get married? Go back to being a bachelor before it's too late. Song Lily's tirade silenced the guests. How could they not expect that there was someone even more unreasonable than Lin Yangwei? It was true that the upper beam was not straight and the lower beam was crooked. The Lin family's upbringing was really an eye-opener for them. Yi Bei couldn't help but laugh out loud after hearing Song Lily's words. This is also Lin Yuhan's intention? Your family discussed this in advance, right? Although he asked this, he already had an answer in his heart. In his heart, he was completely disappointed with the Lin family. That's of course. Our family is most united. Cut the crap and hurry up with the payment. After shelling out this 100,000 red packet, you guys will happily marry off your bride. It's time to go back and do the wedding. Do what you need to do. This is the last test. As soon as Song Lily's words fell, Yi Bei waved his hand. There is no need for a test. I came today not to marry your daughter. Don't think too much. You will never get this $100,000. Chapter 13 Bride by Yaxian is beautiful to the extreme. Oh yeah, the 200,000 that you took from my family yesterday, and the 200,000 dowry that you gave to your family before, totaling 400,000. I'm limiting you to return it to me within 3 days. Also, I've already made my words clear yesterday. I want to withdraw from the marriage. Your family's daughter is too expensive. I can't afford it. I won't be marrying your family's daughter. Understand? Once the guests heard this, their gazes at the Lin family were filled with contempt. Originally, they thought that 100,000 red packets would be excessive enough, but they didn't expect there to be even more excessive ones. 400,000. Wasn't this just nakedly selling his daughter? Song Lily froze in place, but it was only a few seconds before she came back to her senses and started pointing at Yi Bei's nose and cursing. Being so stingy and tying the knot. Wanting to marry my daughter without shelling out money. There's nothing that good under the sky. For a while, the hallway echoed with the sound of Song Lily cursing. Upstairs and downstairs neighbors heard the commotion, have poked their heads out to watch the show. Lin Yuhan, who was still waiting for Yi Bei to enter the door, heard the noise outside and hurriedly let the 3 bridesmaids around her go to see what the situation was. The 3 pushed open the door and saw that Yi Bei and the 4 best men beside him were currently knocking on the door of the house next door. While knocking they were also shouting Bai Yashuan's name loudly. Bai Yaxian, open the door quickly. Yi Bei has come to marry you. Say what you want quickly. We're all ready. The shouts of the 4 best men instantly silenced the hallway. Lin Yangwei couldn't help but stare at the 4 best men and Yi Bei, who took turns knocking on the door with wide eyes. Incredulously, Song Lily also stopped shouting and froze, looking at every move on Yi Bei's side. For a while, everyone couldn't react to what was going on. What was the situation? The groomer was actually going to marry the girl from the next house? Could it be that the groomer came here today, not to marry Song Lily's daughter at all? Instead, he came to marry the daughter of the next door family? But yes, when it comes to a mother-in-law like Song Lily, even the richest man in Jiangcheng would have a headache. Do not marry the best. Who married who? Bad luck. Actually, the 4 best men were also a bit confused. When Yi Bei said Bai Yashuan's name, how could they not believe that the person Yi Bei was going to marry was Bai Yashuan, the rich white beauty? But the situation was urgent. They couldn't care to tell whether Yi Bei's words were true or false. They could only knock on the door and shout as he wanted. The 3 bridesmaids saw this situation, immediately returned to the Lin family, ran to the room where Lin Yuhan stayed, looked anxious. Yuhan is bad. The best men Yi Bei brought are knocking on the door next door. They also said that Yi Bei is going to marry Bai Yaxian today. Yuhan, what's going on? When did Bai Yaxian move in next door to your house? The 3 bridesmaids were bombarded with powerful news one after another, causing Lin Yuhan to turn white on the spot. She didn't have time to think too much. She couldn't even bother to put on her shoes, lifted up the hem of her pure white sari, jumped out of bed barefoot, and ran to the front door of her house, wanting to see what the hell was going on. But when the door of the house opened, what she saw was the image of Yi Bei knocking on the opposite door and being surrounded by more than a dozen beautiful-looking girls from the opposite side. Groom, you finally come. We Xian have been waiting for you for a long time. Red packets, give red packets and let in. A dozen girls, and a few exquisitely dressed bridesmaids surrounded the doorway, playfully asking for red packets with Yi Bei. Lin Yangwei sneered. What's this? You still have to give red packets to enter? No one paid attention to Lin Yangwei's sneer. Only the 4 best men scattered the red envelopes prepared in advance. The girls grabbed the red envelopes with joyful smiles. As for how much money was in the red envelopes, they didn't care at all. The red envelopes have also been given. It's time to let us in, right? Xue Mingcheng was the first to speak, and the 4 best men made a concerted effort to push Yi Bei into the flowers. The girls also half pushed, half assisted. Let Yi Bei in. There was a click. The door labeled with big red happy words was closed. The lively scene was also cut off. Lin Yuhan clutched the hem of her skirt in her hand and witnessed the whole process, but she didn't even have the courage to go forward and drag Yi Bei back, not for any other reason, precisely because the opposite side was Bai Yashuan. When she thought of the phone call last night, She couldn't help but think of the 30 million dowry, a villa and a sports car that Bai Yashwan had said. The shock in Lin Yangwei and Son Lily's hearts could no longer be described in words. How could the Lin family not expect that Yi Bei really did what he said and entered the opposite door, not to mention that he didn't even look at Lin Yuhan? Such a fact made it difficult for them to accept, unwilling to believe that what they saw was true. It was even more inconceivable that this wedding was clearly on the cards. As a result, when it was on the brink, the groom had reversed course and married a girl from another family. Unlike the shock outside the door, inside the door was bustling with activity. As soon as Yi Bei entered the house, he saw a luxurious wedding bed set up in the living room. For bridesmaids with stunning looks were currently accompanying Tang Mi to the left and right, and in the middle of the bed, sitting there was none other than Tang Mi, who had put on makeup. For a moment, Yi Bei looked dumbfounded. This unseen appearance amused everyone present, but it was not his fault. It was because the Tang Mi who had put on makeup was even more beautiful than usual, just like a fairy descending to earth. Yi Bei froze, and the four best men were no exception. Looking at the bride and bridesmaids in front of them, even their eyes went straight. What kind of fairy pairing was this? It was so beautiful that people couldn't breathe. They couldn't have dreamed that Bai Yashwan, who was usually very beautiful, dressed up in bridal makeup, could be beautiful to this extent. She didn't even look like herself. If it wasn't for some facial features that were extremely similar to the usual Bai Yashwan, they couldn't believe that the bride in front of them, who was about to marry Yi Bei, was actually Bai Yashwan. For a while, the four bridesmaids all coincidentally felt that such Bai Yashwan was so unfamiliar, but they also had to admit that today's Bai Yashwan was really so beautiful, beautiful to the extreme. The four bridesmaids were still immersed in the bride's beauty. Only Yi Bei knew most clearly in his heart that the bride in front of him was not Bai Yashwan at all, but the big star Tang Mi. The reason why he said that the person he wanted to marry was Bai Yashwan, but also in order not to attract the attention of the public. Only then will come up with this strategy. Now that he saw Tang Mi's bridal makeup, Yi Bei felt from the bottom of his heart that Tang Mi's decision was too good. If she married herself in her true identity, everyone present, including the best man, would inevitably be uncontrollably excited. There were also those guests outside who were onlookers, and when they heard Tang Mi's name, they would surely be thrilled to be surrounded by them as well. There was even a possibility that they would become crazy. At that time, not to mention marrying, the wedding wouldn't even be able to go on. The four smiling bridesmaids saw that the best man and groomsmen could not return to their senses for a long time as they were immersed in the bride's beauty. Then they took the initiative to walk to Yi Bei and made a small request to him according to the process discussed in advance. Groom officer, it's not easy to marry our beautiful bride, but we won't make it difficult for you, one of the bridesmaids said, and took out something that made everyone unexpected. Chapter 14 Marriage Shura. Here, this is the microphone. We're all ready. You sing a song for the bride, but you can't just sing it. Oh, it has to be a song that confesses to the bride and impresses the bride for it to count. Okay, no problem. Yi Bei took the microphone in the hands of the bridesmaids, and immediately there were several photographers, looking for their respective best camera positions, to ensure a 360-degree, dead-angle-free shot of him singing to his bride. Xian, thank you for being my bride. Today I'll take this opportunity to sing a song for you. Just once, Yi Bei looked at Tang Mi, who was very similar to Bai Yashwan, and called Bai Yashwan's name with his mouth. But in his heart, he knew very well that the person who was about to marry him and spend the rest of his life with him was Tang Mi. The room immediately resounded like thunderous applause. The bridesmaids are also ready to accompany the music, signaling Yi Bei can start at any time. He made an okay gesture, and the gentle accompaniment sounded, and his gaze toward Tang Mi became more and more affectionate. Want to see you laugh, wanna mess with you, want to embrace you into my arms. 1 second red-faced quarrel, the next second turn around and make up. Yi Bei's magnetic voice echoed in the room. Tang Mi listening to such a beautiful and moving song, those memories of his past life in his mind, and this young and vigorous Yi Bei in front of him intermingled with each other. They have been together for many years, through the most difficult times of their lives, but no matter how bitter the days were, Yi Bei would always take care of himself in every way. Every day, no matter how late they were busy, they would return to their small home together for dinner. A scene of warmth turned into tears, blurring her vision. How happy they were once. It's just a pity. Good thing she was reborn. In this life, she could be with Yi Bei again. This time, she must give Yi Bei all the best. And this song, Yi Bei also sang it to himself in his previous life. At that time, she was moved to weep. Now a different scene. Hearing the same person singing the same song, her heart was filled with emotions. Her nose began to sour uncontrollably. Her throat became infarcted, and tears slid down her cheeks. Having been reborn for so long until now, this was the most moving moment she had ever experienced. For a while, everyone was immersed in Yi Bei's song. How could they not expect that Yi Bei was not only handsome, but even his singing was so good? I don't know whether it was intentionally arranged or for the camera effect, The microphone in Yi Bei's hand was connected to two oversized floor-standing speakers in the living room. Although the sound quality that came out had already caught up with the studio level. But in this kind of ordinary residential building where the soundproofing was not so good, Yi Bei's singing voice soon passed through the walls and doors and reached the outside. The three bridesmaids who followed behind Lin Yuhan, hearing such singing, all secretly lamented. Although Yi Bei was a heartless man, failing Lin Yuhan not to mention, he also chose the wedding day to abandon his fiancée, who had been in love for 5 years, in front of so many people. What's the difference between this behavior and a scum? But it had to be said that his handsome face, paired with such a good singing voice, was quite handsome and quite attractive to girls. It was no wonder Bai Yashuan would grab the marriage. It seemed like she had been thinking about Yi Bei for a long time. At this time, Lin Yuhan, staring at the opposite side of the closed door, listening to the song coming from the inside, suddenly emotional collapse, out of control. Not caring that she was still wearing a wedding dress and barefoot, she rushed forward, knocking on the door and shouting, "Yi Bei, you come out, I won't allow you to marry another woman." However, no one paid any attention to her. The song inside the door continued, while the people outside the door just looked on with cold eyes. Only the three bridesmaids beside her, one went to get her shoes, one helped her knock on the door with her, and one bitterly comforted her. "Yuhan, don't be impulsive. Maybe Yi Bei is just confused for a moment. Don't shoot your hand off." Song Lily looked at the nearly crazy Lin Yuhan and snorted coldly. "Really white to raise you for more than 20 years. Look at what you find. A man cannot afford to give the door red packet. Go to find another woman. Such a man you married over can be happy?" The guests in the hallway who looked dumbfounded heard this. All secretly spat. If you do not want 400,000 dowry is not enough, but also forced people Yi Bei to give another 100,000 to the door red packet. How can he give up the darkness and abandon your daughter at the critical moment? Now things have come to such a pass. The one who has lost face is not your Lin Yuhan? I don't know whether the door was not closed tightly, or Tang Mi sighed intentionally. The door tapped twice and opened a crack. Yi Bei's song suddenly became crystal clear, ignoring her family's cynicism, not to mention the obstruction of her bridesmaids. Lin Yuhan couldn't even bother to put on her shoes and directly pushed the door in, only to see that in the room, her good girlfriend, Bai Yashuan, had already been moved to tears by Yi Bei's song. Looking at Yi Bei, he was gazing at Bai Yashuan with a deep look on his face, as if they were a match made in heaven. As for himself, he was a redundant clown. Lin Yuhan, who originally wanted to talk to Yi Bei in a nice way, could no longer control herself when she saw such a scene, rushing up and grabbing the microphone in his hand, shouting loudly, "Yi Bei, I won't allow you to marry Bai Yashuan. Our 5-year relationship, can you just abandon it? Are you still not a human being?" Yi Bei did not expect Lin Yuhan to rush in, and almost without thinking, he hurriedly signaled the best man to hurry up and drive her out. Without saying a word, the four best men on directly set up her arms and yanked them out. Nay, they didn't dare to lay too hard a hand on a girl. Plus Lin Yuhan kept struggling. This gave her a chance to talk to Tang Mi. Lin Yuhan didn't distinguish that Bai Yashuan sitting on the bed was Tang Mi, staring at Bai Yashuan, who was sitting on the bed, dressed in an expensive wedding dress, her face cold to the core. She questioned loudly, "Bai Yashuan, why are you doing this? As a rich girl, what kind of man do you want that you don't have? Why do you want to steal Yi Bei from me?" If it was the real Bai Yashuan, seeing such a hysterical Lin Yuhan, she might feel guilty and soften her heart. But for Tang Mi, making Lin Yuhan into the current state was originally what she wanted. All of this was Lin Yuhan and the Lin family's fault. Tang Mi will not pity her, but instead regard it as an enemy. "You have bullied my Tang Mi's man for 5 years for nothing, and not arranging for someone to brutally beat you up today would be merciful enough." Seeing that the four best men didn't dare to lay a hand on her, Tang Mi glanced at the bridesmaids around her, signaling them to help and drive Lin Yuhan out as soon as possible. No matter what, her wedding cannot tolerate this wantonness. It is best to throw out after striking her. The four bridesmaids rubbed their fists and sneered as they went forward. Lin Yuhan saw the situation is not good, immediately softened the attitude, looked to the indifferent Yi Bei and begged bitterly, "Yi Bei, I don't want anything. I don't want the 100,000 red packets. I don't want the 400,000 dowry. I'll marry you now. Will you stop?" Yi Bei ignored her. Instead, he took the bright and fragrant bouquet, walked to Tang Mi's side, and kneeled down on one knee. "My dear, I promise you, I will be good to you for the rest of my life. Come with me, let's go get married." Chapter 15, You Can't Live with Your Own Sins. Tang Mi's icy cold face, the moment she looked at Yi Bei, it instantly gentled. Her eyes were glistening with tears, and even after a lifetime of experience, she was still uncontrollably shy in the face of Yi Bei's marriage proposal. She nodded and accepted the bouquet he handed over with a happy face. The crowd in the room, seeing such a romantic scene, unanimously cheered. Lin Yuhan was the only one whose eyes were stung by the happy scene before her, but the groomsmen and bridesmaids surrounding her didn't even give her a chance to ruin this beautiful atmosphere. She was yanked and flung out of the room, and then, she could only watch as Yi Bei, who had successfully proposed to her, hugged her best friend with a face full of joy, came out of the room, passed by her without even looking at her, and went downstairs. Lin Yuhan, you've played it off. You've lost a man who truly loves you. Be good. A certain best man. Leaving her with a sentence, flanked Yi Bei and Tang Mi down the stairs. The guests who were guarding the door couldn't help but envy Yi Bei when they saw that the girl he married was so beautiful. Yi Bei is considered to be blessed by misfortune. No, Lin Yuhan deserved to be abandoned. I've never seen the Lin family so shameless. That's right. Let's go. We can't come for nothing. Let's go to their wedding. The Lin family couldn't care less about the humiliation of their guests. The most important thing for them now was to stop Yi Bei. Otherwise, if this marriage didn't work out, they would have to return the $400,000 of the bride price. Without this money, what would their precious son do? Get up, you useless thing. Song Lily yanked up Lin Yuhan, not caring that she wasn't wearing any shoes. Following the Lin family downstairs, she caught up with Yi Bei, who was preparing to get into the wedding car. You guys can't just leave like this. Yi Bei, you do this kind of treachery. Aren't you afraid that people will poke you in the backbone? Song Lily rushed forward and grabbed Yi Bei's arm. Seeing this, the four best men immediately went forward and pulled Song Lily away. I've already said what I should say. It's not that I'm going to renege, it's that you guys are insatiable. If you want to blame it on yourselves. Yi Bei finished speaking, helped Tang Mi straighten her skirt, got into the car, and headed to the hotel where the wedding banquet was held. But he hadn't even started the car yet. Puff! Lin Yuhan knelt in front of the wedding car on the spot. Yi Bei, we've loved each other for 5 years. 5 years. Lin Yuhan knew deep down that this was her last chance to retain Yi Bei. Once the wedding car drove away, with Bai Yashuan's family background, there were ways for her to never see Yi Bei. I don't know if she really can't let go of her 5-year relationship, or she is afraid that Yi Bei's abandonment of herself will spread out and become a stain on her life. Lin Yuhan's tears crashed down uncontrollably. Today I put on a wedding dress for you, full of joy to marry you. You, how can you marry this woman? She's a liar. Yi Bei, you just have to push her off the car and I'll marry you. I promise you, I don't want anything else. Let's go to the wedding site right now, okay? Seeing that Yi Bei was still indifferent, Lin Yuhan got up and climbed onto the car window and kept apologizing. I'm sorry, I know you're still angry with me. It's me who's wrong. I'm wrong, I apologize to you. Will you forgive me? Yi Bei turned his head sideways and looked at Lin Yuhan, who was almost kneeling in front of the car window. From the time they met and knew each other to love each other, he had never seen her in such a pitiful state. To say that there wasn't a trace of emotion in his heart, it was impossible. After all, it was 5 years of affection. During these 5 years, he had poured out all his feelings for this woman, caring for her in every way, taking care of her, fearing that she would suffer a single bit of harm. And now, this woman, who was doted on by himself as a baby, was kneeling in front of his car, begging bitterly. From the rearview mirror, Tang Mi could see Yi Bei's inner struggle and pain. This sentiment, she could understand. She knew deep down that Yi Bei couldn't do it to abandon Lin Yuhan without mercy. He was ultimately too kind. However, Yi Bei could be soft-hearted and kind. She could not. She would never allow a woman like Lin Yuhan to harm Yi Bei in the slightest again. Tang Mi gestured to the 4 bridesmaids outside the car window. The 4 seemingly soft bridesmaids stepped forward and directly pulled Lin Yuhan aside and beat her painfully. The screams of misery made the onlookers, right and left neighbors as well as the guests, couldn't help but frown. But in their eyes, they didn't see the slightest sympathy. There was only contempt and mockery. No matter how much of an asshole the Lin family was, they couldn't watch their own daughter get beaten. Lin Yangwei and Lin Yuhan's parents, regardless, rushed up, not to stop the bridesmaids, but to bang on the wedding car glass. Yi Bei, do you have any humanity left? You dare to let someone beat my daughter? I'll let you not even get married today. If you don't become our Lin family's son-in-law, you don't want to be anyone's son-in-law. My mom is right. Stinky, if you don't marry my sister today, don't even think about driving the wedding car out of this neighborhood. Shouting Kung Fu, Lin Yangwei's iron bar in his hand, towards the car glass and smashed it. Bang! The iron rod was held in one hand by a man who appeared out of nowhere and easily forced Lin Yangwei aside. Swish swish swish. Immediately following, more men in black sunglasses rushed over. There were more than 20 of them. This formation looked really scary. Without waiting for Yi Bei to figure out where these black-clothed men came from, he saw that they took control of Lin Yuhan's family, as well as the relatives of the Lin family who attempted to cause trouble, and pushed them aside. Lin Yuhan covered her swollen face, wanted to get up to stop, but was kicked back again by a certain bridesmaid, and fell on the spot. She didn't dare to resist anymore. and could only watch as Yi Bei drove the wedding car, taking her best friend Bai Yashuan out of the neighborhood. The 4 bridesmaids didn't care about Lin Yuhan, who was covered in dirt, and the 4 groomsmen joyfully got into the rest of the wedding cars and quickly left. At this moment, Lin Yuhan completely collapsed. She sat paralyzed on the ground, bawling without any image to speak of. She never dreamed that her long-awaited wedding day would turn out to be like this. The black-clothed men saw the wedding car leave safely and immediately scattered. Song Lily didn't dare to argue with the black-clothed men who were covered in aura of death, so she could only point at the wedding caravan that had already gone away and cursed. Afterward, she also did not forget to scold Lin Yuhan a few words. "You're a useless fool. For you to study for more than 20 years of schooling, all read into the dog's stomach? Undergraduate college student, but you can't even handle a man?" Lin Yuhan, who heard this, suddenly going against the norm, she pointed at Song Lily and cursed. "Undergraduates are supposed to handle men? Is that why I went to college? Then why don't I go be a chicken? All of this was caused by you. If it wasn't for your insatiable greed, asking Yi Bei for money over and over again, would he be like this? In the past 5 years, what has Yi Bei done to wrong you? In order to please you guys, he can't even honor his own parents during the New Year holidays, so he comes to honor you guys first. He gave a dowry of $400,000. You guys still don't think it's enough, but you also asked him for $100,000 of red packets for the passing of the door? Are you crazy for money? Still say I have no talent. You have talent, don't ask for the dowry. It is you who live to force a man who loves me away. I hate you. I hate you. My whole life's happiness has been ruined by you." The onlookers, listening to Lin Yuhan's words, understood that the girl had come to her senses. But what's the use? The groom had already left with his bride, so even if she cried her heart out, she couldn't possibly make the groom change his mind. It was really a self-inflicted sin. Chapter 16, Tang Mi's Shy Thoughts. Lin Yangwei was furious at the thought that he would have to return that 400,000 dowry in the future. He was completely unimpressed by Lin Yuhan's grief. "Lin Yuhan, what are you shouting for? Is it still not humiliating enough? I'm still aggrieved that you're aggrieved. Isn't he just a wimp? Just a soft-eating white boy? Big deal. You'll find another richer one. By then, our whole family won't be short of money." Lin Yuhan's fire went straight to her brain. Ignoring the pain in her body, she stood up and directly slapped her brother, angrily rebuking him. "I'm your own sister. What do you take me for? A money tree?" Lin Yangwei was struck dumb. Since childhood, Lin Yuhan had let herself go in every way, and once she didn't, she would be taught a lesson by her parents. And now, she was doing it to herself for a man who had abandoned her. Song Lily never thought that Lin Yuhan would dare to strike at her own baby son, and hit him in the face. "Aya aya 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 aya. Dead girl, you're going against the grain, aren't you?" Song Lily shrieked, pulling over Lin Yangwei and protecting him behind herself. Snap! Out of the blue, she flung Lin Yuhan a slap in the face as a sign of punishment. It didn't care about the bruises from her previous lessons from the bridesmaids or the swollen cheeks. Instead, she looked at Lin Yangwei with extreme nervousness and heartache. "Wei Wei, mom's precious son, quickly let mom take a look. Does it hurt? Did that unfilial daughter hurt you?" In reality, Lin Yuhan had long since been taught a lesson by Tang Mi's 4 bridesmaids that she had no physical strength left, and this slap didn't hurt at all. But Song Lily didn't care so much. Seeing her son's aggrieved face not speaking, turning back to Lin Yuhan, she gave another angry rebuke. Lin Yuhan's 3 bridesmaids, completely dumbfounded, they looked unbelievably at the scene in front of them. How could they not expect that Lin Yuhan's family was so strange? They really deserved it. No wonder Yi Bei would abandon her. It was really pitiful for other people's Yi Bei all these years. The 3 of them glanced at each other. In unison, they took off the bridesmaids' corsage from their bodies and threw it to the ground. "Yuhan, I really didn't expect your family to be in such a situation. That, Yi Bei and Xian Xian are at least our classmates. Your side is in such a mess. You can't use us. That, we'd better go to their wedding." The 3 bridesmaids didn't even have time to change their clothes and didn't even say a goodbye. They left Lin Yuhan's neighborhood like they were fleeing. Lin Yuhan looked at the backs of the 3 bridesmaids running away. The last line of defense in her heart instantly collapsed. Her eyes went black and she fainted on the ground. But her parents are as if they did not see, only focusing on their own Wei Wei face pain or not. This thing will not be Wei Wei's psychological shadow. The rest of the onlookers, looking at the Lin family's mess, also shook their heads. Dog blood. What a ing dog's blood. This matter today has really refreshed my 3 views. It's all like this. They don't know to feel sorry for their own daughter. They still treat her like this. This girl won't be unable to commit suicide, right? It's too unfortunate to have a family like this. This kind of person doesn't deserve to be a parent at all. All sorts of comments, making Lin Yuhan's parents break their defenses on the spot, being so angry that they wailed, pointing at a group of people who were watching and cursing. "What are you guys? My family's business is not yours to manage. if you dare to chew on me again, I'll tear your mouths apart. The onlookers naturally didn't want to mess with such shrewish trash like the Lin family. One by one, they scattered. Yi Bei drove the wedding car, and Tang Mi sped on the outer ring road of Jiangchang. From time to time, he could not help but turn his head to look at the passenger side. In his heart, Tang Mi was too beautiful. I can't even dream of imagining that I will one day marry such a beautiful wife. If Tang Mi is really sitting next to him, also looking at him from time to time, Yi Bei will doubt whether he is dreaming. This kind of fact really made him somewhat skeptical of life. To know, Tang Mi is his side of countless good brothers, all for the worship of the big star Tang Mi. More than that, the entire dragon country, countless men's dream lover, and today, he even want to marry her. Tang Mi looked at the excitement revealed in Yi Bei's eyes and couldn't help but want to snicker, but she still tentatively asked, "Honey, do you regret marrying me?" Yi Bei looked straight ahead and answered without thinking, "No regrets. It's my good fortune to be able to marry you. Even if this good fortune is short-lived, I don't care. I know. You married me and treated me so well. It's definitely not for no reason. I'm not stupid, I know everything in my heart." Tang Mi looked at the side of Yi Bei's face, didn't interrupt his wild speculations, letting him finish his sentence. "But I still want to thank you. Thank you for letting me live like a person in these 2 days. Maybe you're going to use me to help you do something next. But no matter how you use me, at least in this short period of time that I was married to you, I feel that I lived like a real man, and that's enough for me." Yi Bei calmly finished these words, and the gaze in his eyes changed from the initial firmness to the final look of death. Tang Mi saw all this in her eyes, and became more and more heartbroken for this man. She knew that with her status and position, so suddenly wanting to get a license to marry Yi Bei would be difficult to accept no matter who it was. If Yi Bei hadn't already been pushed to the brink by Lin Yuhan and the Lin family, he definitely wouldn't have agreed to marry himself either. However, she had also thought that no matter how unconventional this matter was, she could not let Yi Bei suffer the humiliation of the Lin family anymore, and she didn't intend to hide the fact that she had come back reborn from the future from Yi Bei, and would confess everything to him as soon as possible, so that he could understand why he suddenly wanted to marry him, and would not have such humble thoughts. It was just that right now, the time spent together was just too short. Even if she said it, Yi Bei wouldn't necessarily believe it, and would still think that she was deliberately making up lies to fool him in order to comfort his pride. So she decided to wait until after the wedding, have a few more times in the same room, and cultivate her feelings before telling him. "Well, that was it. Don't think too much, dear. I'm not trying to use you. It's just that, there are some things I'm not comfortable saying right now. When we become a real couple, you'll understand." When Tang Mi said this, her cheeks uncontrollably colored scarlet. She was already good-looking enough, and this face like peach blossoms even made the entire carriage filled with a sweet flavor. Yi Bei looked in his eyes, his heartbeat was like thunder in an instant, and his voice trembled a little as he spoke. "Good, I believe you." Tang Mi looked at Yi Bei's sudden nervousness and couldn't help but smile. This silly man, still as simple and cute as before. "Yi Bei, don't worry, with me Tang Mi in, no one will want to hurt you half again in the future. In this lifetime, I, Tang Mi, will definitely spoil you in the palm of my hand and love you in my heart, let you be the happiest man in the world. Will never be like the previous life, let you alone and lonely to finish the last part of life. This life, I Tang Mi only live for you alone, you are my all." These words, Tang Mi did not say out loud, just looked at Yi Bei's serious driving appearance, and silently recited in her heart. Soon, the wedding car came to the downstairs of Yi Bei's wedding room. Watching the groom officer get off the car and go upstairs with his bride in his arms, the little children in the family were instantly happy, surrounding the two of them excitedly asking for wedding candies and red envelopes. The older children, on the other hand, were curious about what the bride actually looked like under the red cover. Although they had all seen Lin Yuhan, people said that a woman was the most beautiful in her life on her wedding day. They also wanted to see if Lin Yuhan, dressed as a bride, could stun the crowd. But no one could have imagined that the bride Yi Bei married back had long since not been the woman they had imagined, but the big star Tang Mi. Chapter 17 Marry Her Home. In the midst of a burst of playful sounds, Yi Bei was handing out red envelopes and wedding candies again. The corners of his happy mouth were grinning up to his ears. The four best men were also blowing, although they still didn't know that the person Yi Bei married was not Bai Yashuan but Tang Mi. But in their minds, Bai Yashuan was already a rare rich white beauty. Of course they were happy that their good brother could marry a rich white beauty and go to the peak of his life. The Yi family was also filled with joy as they watched the joyous scene. The process of marrying Lin Yuhan was a bit tough, but the good thing was that the person had already married home, and they only hoped that Yi Bei and Lin Yuhan would be able to live their lives in a down-to-earth manner in the future. Yi Bei placed Tang Mi firmly on the wedding bed, personally organized her wedding dress hem. In the crowd and the camera witnessed, lifted the red cover. The wedding room, which was still bustling with activity, was quiet for a moment. Yi Bei's parents, sister, and the family's 7 aunts and 8 aunts. At the moment they saw the bride, they were all surprised and dumbfounded. This girl, especially Yi Bei's parents, full of incredulity, rubbed their eyes and looked repeatedly. The people surrounding Tang Mi's side were also looking left and right, repeatedly confirming that this bride in front of them was indeed not the Lin Yuhan they knew. It can't be. They were still tending to Yi Bei and Lin Yuhan's wedding yesterday, and they didn't hear Yi Bei say that the bride had changed, but their eyes couldn't fool themselves. This girl really wasn't Lin Yuhan, but a girl who was beautiful to the core. Sister Yi Kor was even more surprised and covered her mouth, not to mention why the bride had changed her appearance. But this look alone was enough to be considered the best looking she had ever seen in her life. This figure, this temperament, this face value, absolute. It couldn't be a young lady from any family, right? The Yi family's relatives were also incredulous, but looking at this bride in front of them with such a beautiful and sweet look, she looked like a very kind girl, although I do not know exactly what is going on, but the relatives in turn some happy. This girl good look more than that Lin Yuhan smooth eyes. Yi Bei's parents could not accept such a fact for a moment, and a speculation sprang up in their hearts. Son in the end what happened? Yuhan, this is plastic surgery? Yi Bei laughed helplessly. He knew that his family would have this reaction now after seeing Tang Mi. Mom and Dad, this isn't Lin Yuhan. When I went to marry Lin Yuhan, their family sat on the ground again and asked me for $100,000 for the entrance fee, so I married the bridesmaid back in a fit of rage. Speaking of this, Yi Bei straightened his collar and solemnly made an introduction to the room of people. Her name is Bai Yashwan. She's also my college classmate. I'm going to marry her today. Although he wanted to tell everyone that the person sitting in front of them was Tang Mi. For the sake of Tang Mi's career as well as their peaceful life after marriage, Yi Bei decided not to reveal Tang Mi's true identity. There was no way who let his soon-to-be daughter-in-law be a household name in the country. And even Bai Yashwan's identity had already surprised the family in unison. If they knew that they had married a big star back home, then it was estimated that the whole family would have fainted in shock. Hearing this affirmative explanation from Yi Bei, Yi family relatives were once again shocked. Surprisingly, she was his college classmate, and this is how she agreed to marry him? It was unimaginable. This girl is really bold enough. This matter is also rare enough. Temporary change of bride. Really the first encounter. But more let the whole family relatives surprised is Yi Bei next words. I know. The bride suddenly changed. Let everyone is very surprised. A time difficult to accept. But what I'm saying is that it's fortunate that she's there. Or else I might not even be organizing the wedding planning today. Ye Xian is a good girl. She didn't ask me for a single penny for the bride price. She didn't mention the wedding room to me either, including things like the 4 boxes of gifts and the departure of the maiden's meat. She didn't ask for anything. She only wants me as a person. I think I marry her is the right choice. Relatives, will you bless me? Yi Kor was the first to be moved to tears after hearing these words. God knows how much blood her family had put down for her brother's marriage to Lin Yuhan. Even her parents had saved up for years to see the doctor's money had been taken out. But the Lin family, still not relent. Door to door and want to go away 200,000 dowry not to mention. Even on the day of the marriage to 100,000 entry fee. Think about it is angry. Now it's good. Ye Xian's sister-in-law entered the door. Finally got rid of that family of vampires. Yi Kor rushed forward and gratefully held Tang Mi's hand, saying, Sister-in-law, you're really a good sister-in-law who is deeply righteous. I'll recognize you as my sister-in-law from now on. Thank you for marrying my brother. And thank you for being willing to enter the Yi family's door. From now on we are family, and the whole family will treat you well. Happy new marriage, sister-in-law. Yi Kor's innocence and cuteness was just like Yi Bei's, and for this little aunt, Tang Mi was naturally familiar with her. She smiled gratefully and wiped away the tears on Yi Kor's face. Thank you for Kor's blessing. Good boy. Sister-in-law is happy today. Kor should be happy too. No more crying. Yi Kor nodded heavily before breaking into tears. Aha. I listened to my sister-in-law. I'm just too touched. How could Yi Kor not expect that the beautiful sister-in-law in front of her was not only good-looking, but also so gentle and kind? Her brother had really had a lucky break and met a good person. At this moment, Yi Bei's parents also shed tears of excitement and secretly lamented. See, what a good girl to look like a model, to have the temperament, but also so deep sense of justice, gentle and virtuous, sensible. Lin Yuhan and others compared. Really is an underground a heaven. Son Mom and Dad bless you. No matter what kind of choice you make, Mom and Dad will support you, as long as you guys can be happy. Yi Bei's parents took the lead in stating their position. The 7 aunts in the room were also too excited to speak for themselves. One by one, with tears in their eyes, they sent their blessings to Yi Bei and Tang Mi. Good boy. Blessings on your early birth. Good Yi Bei. We're all happy for you that you can marry such a good girl. I wish you guys grow old together. Wish you guys love forever. You guys have to be happy all the time. I'll go on. See you guys so good. We also feel relieved. Amidst the sound of blessings, Yi Bei and Tang Mi smiled at each other. Both of them saw intense happiness and joy on each other's faces. At this time, one of the elders from the Yi family's side, Dai Dong, suddenly spoke. Today there are accidents but even more surprises. It can be said to be a joyous occasion. This new daughter-in-law passes through the door. Are the two old proprietors' red packets of change ready? Yi Bei's parents came back from their surprise. Right. Look at our memory. We almost forgot such an important thing. We are really too happy. Ha ha. Surrounded by Yi family members and the best man and bridesmaids, Yi Bei's parents sat squarely on the sofa. Yi Bei and Tang Mi, one person held up a cup of tea. Tang Mi took the lead and handed the tea to Yi Bei's father with both hands. Dad, please drink the tea. Chapter 18, the whole audience was shocked. Yi Bei's father was thrilled on the spot as he watched his new daughter-in-law's respectful attitude towards him. He couldn't help but burst into old tears. Receiving the tea with both hands, he drank it in one go. Pulling out a heavy red envelope from his pocket, he put it into Tang Mi's hands. Daughter-in-law, I'm so happy to see you. I hope that in the future, you two young couple, you can live your days in red. I hope that you can understand each other well, take care of each other for the rest of your lives, and support each other. Although Dad doesn't have much ability, but as long as Dad is still around, he will always be your backing, and will always help your little couple. As he spoke, Yi Bei's father reddened his eyes. Tang Mi's heart was also flooded with a burst of emotion. She took the red packet and hurriedly wiped Yi Bei's father's tears. Seeing such a cozy picture, the people present couldn't help but be moved. The 7 aunts and 8 aunts were even repeatedly sighing with emotion. What a good daughter-in-law. How filial. Yi Bei really repaired 8 lifetimes of good fortune. Married such a good girl. Thank you, Dad. In the future I will honor you with Yi Bei. Hearing this, Yi Bei couldn't help but freeze. He only thought that Tang Mi marrying himself was just a formality. But how could he not expect that from the time she entered the door until now? Every move she showed was not like a perfunctory act. Even Lin Yuhan, who has been in love with him for 5 years, may not be able to say such words. Tang Mi did not know what was in Yi Bei's mind, and picked up another cup of tea, honoring Yi Bei's mother. The old man's hands trembled as he took the tea and drank it. The moment she put down the teacup, tears flowed down her face, but there was not the slightest delay in the movement of her hands. She put the heavy red packet into Tang Mi's hands. How could she not stop her tears? And it took her a long time to speak. Daughter-in-law, thank you for marrying my son. Thank you. Mom wishes you an early birth and wishes you eternal happiness. Finished speaking, the mother had sobbed uncontrollably. Yi Bei and Tang Mi rushed forward to wipe their mother's tears. Patting her back, they kept comforting her. Mom, don't cry. Let's be happy on the big day, Yi Bei said, and his nose was also a little sore. It was said that men don't cry lightly. It's just that they haven't gotten to the sad place yet. He knew that his mother was crying because she was happy for him, and also because she was sad because she had been oppressed by Lin Yuhan and the Lin family before and couldn't catch her breath. But all of these things were already in the past. From now on, he was going to stand up for himself and be a man, and would never let anyone write on his and his family's head and spread wildness again. More than that, he would be a good husband and give Tang Mi a warm home. After the reformation ceremony at home, Yi Bei and Tang Mi took a few more sets of photos in the wedding room. Afterward, they drove to the hotel where they got married. At this time, the hotel was filled with family and friends, who had already sat at a full 20 tables. Everyone gathered together to talk and laugh. The atmosphere was very lively. Once the auspicious time arrived, the wedding officially began. The lights of the entire venue were aimed at the end of the red carpet. Yi Bei appeared holding Tang Mi's hand. The guests sitting on both sides were stunned when they saw the bride beside Yi Bei. What was going on? The bride didn't seem to be the one they knew, but this girl was so beautiful, just like a beauty that came out of a painting. The host, holding the microphone, also froze in place. He even wondered if he had come to the wrong place today, but the groom was Yi Bei, right? What the hell happened here? How did the bride return the favor? Just when he was at a loss for words, a small assistant ran to his side and said, Host Luo, the bride has been temporarily replaced. Her name is Bai Yixian, and this is the bride's dowry list for the man's family, so don't read it wrong later. Okay, I know. The host Luo Tao received the list and calmed his emotions. He had been engaged in wedding hosting for so many years and had never made a mistake. Even if this was the first time he had encountered this matter in front of him, he still had full confidence to cope with it. But when he looked down and saw what was written on the gift list, he was so shocked that he almost dropped the microphone in his hand. 30 suites, Lamborghini, 1 million pocket money. The bride is so tycoon. The groom's family is powerful. Married such a powerful a daughter-in-law. Is this the legendary Mary White rich beauty, on the peak of life? The host did not move for a long time. Yi Bei and Tang Mi can only wait. After all, a temporary change, the host side also need time to make adjustments. However, the guests on both sides were about to be unable to sit still, and were talking to each other. Does anyone know what's going on? How could there be a sudden change? I heard that the original bride didn't look at the groomer, and near the time of the marriage, not only did she double the bride price, but she also wanted $100,000 for the passage fee. Ah, so unethical? No wonder it will be replaced. The original bride is estimated that the intestines are remorseful. It serves her right for losing Yi Bei, a child with an upright nature. Right. I've watched Yi Bei grow up. He's a very filial and upright person. The host slowed down from his shock, his heart bursting with ecstasy. He had never presided over a wedding like this before. This was too exciting. For a moment, his entire being became radiant, and decided to use the strongest hosting skills in his life to finish this wedding hosting properly, only to see him pick up the microphone again and use all kinds of beautiful rhetoric to emphasize the atmosphere of the scene. The guests who were still talking were attracted by him and began to look forward to the wedding. Under the gaze of the crowd, Yi Bei and Tang Mi walked onto the stage. The host picked up the gift list and read out the bride's dowry in a serious and earnest manner, fearing that he would read a word wrongly, a few zeros, and drop the bride's value. The bride, Bai Yixian, gives the groom, Yi Bei's parents, a set of detached villas in Yuan district, 30 sets of Jiangyu real estate's 200 square feet of well-decorated rooms, and all of the above properties are at Yi Bei's parents' disposal. This first dowry made all the guests in the room unanimously suck in a breath of cold air. Did they hear it right? Jiangyu real estate. That's a house located in the prosperous part of Jiang City, and it's still 30 sets. With these houses, Yi Bei's parents wouldn't have to work hard on farming in the future. They would just need to take the keys and collect the rent every day. There were also the single-family houses in Yuan district. All the people living there are famous people in Jiangcheng. In the future, the old couple will be able to live in the villa, collect the rent, and then eat, drink tea and play mahjong, enjoying a carefree old age. For a while, the guests cast envious glances at Yi Bei's parents, but there were also people who couldn't eat grapes and said grapes were sour. Fake, right, but it's just for show at the wedding. After the wedding, who knows, there's no villa property. As soon as this person's words fell, the video of the detached villa began to play on the big screen. The opening scene was the villa's more than 10 jobless people standing in unison at the entrance of the villa, respectfully greeting the camera. They also called out Yi Bei's parents' names accurately. Welcome home, two old men. Immediately after that was the display screen of the detached villa. Looking at the villa's all-encompassing decorations, the person who had spoken earlier was hit hard in the face and could only sit down in a grayish manner, hating that he couldn't find a crack in the ground to drill into. Chapter 19. Never before. Extreme shock. The video on the big screen continued. The camera turned. 30 sets of 200 square meter houses, all without exception, were the most exquisite and popular decoration of the moment. If you take one of these houses out, it will cost more than $3 to $4 million. If you rent out any set of houses, the rent alone can catch up with a month's salary of other people's work every month. Yi Bei's eyes were also full of shock after watching the video. Why was Tang Mi being so nice to herself? This was too unbelievable. What kind of tycoon was she? It was really a bit unimaginable. Could it be that she really likes me from the bottom of her heart? This, to think about it, is truly a bit absurd. But on the contrary, a pile and a piece of facts all point to this point. If not, how could Tang Mi prepare such a heavy dowry for this wedding? Yi Bei's parents were also filled with shock. Their daughter-in-law was too rich and generous. Such a heavy dowry. This is something that one would not even dare to dream of, and has never heard of. The guests present were unable to calm down for a long time. They couldn't imagine that 2 days ago, the Yi family was still having a headache over the doubling of the bride price for Lin Yuhan and her family. But today they got such a rich white daughter-in-law. This Yi Bei was truly blessed. He was afraid that he had saved the earth in his previous life to be able to marry such a good wife in this life. At this time, the host announced once again, "Our beautiful bride has also arranged for Yi Bei's parents to have a full-body medical checkup at the highest-level hospital in Kyoto, and no matter what problems are detected, there will immediately be the highest-level doctor in the relevant field, who will temper the body of the two old men." The moment these words came out, pa 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 pa, the entire room applauded, and some even stood up to give the bride a thumbs up one by one and let out a scream. The guests' table was abuzz. One by one, their faces were filled with shock, envy, and jealousy. They couldn't figure out what kind of life Yi Bei had. He had married a daughter-in-law who was not only beautiful, but also treated the elderly with such filial piety. And the most crucial thing was that the bride was also too rich. Simply let people envy to crazy. Ran. The bride's dowry gift list has not yet been read out. The host calmed the excited guests and continued to announce, "The bride has arranged for the groom's younger sister, Yi Kor, to attend the most upscale aristocratic school in Zhangcheng. At the same time, she gave Yi Kor a Lamborghini and promised to give Yi Kor $1 million of pocket money every month in the future, all of which will be at Yi Kor's disposal. Our gentle and virtuous bride has prepared 12 months of pocket money for Yi Kor, totaling $12 million, which will be automatically unfrozen in installments once a month. As soon as the host's words fell, the big screen behind him began to display the aristocratic school that Yi Kor would be attending, as well as a Lamborghini worth $10 million. Finally, there is the president of the most upscale bank in Zhangcheng, personally appearing in front of the camera to show the black gold card that will be sent to Yi Kir's hands. In the end, the bank president also very respectfully said to Yi Kir, "Welcome Ms. Yi to use my bank's black gold card. I wish you a happy card." Yi Kor, who had watched all of this, was so excited that she almost fainted. Uncontrollably, she was frantically tearing up one after another. What kind of fairy sister-in-law is this? It was also too powerful. Although she had never been a lover of money or greedy for vanity, but those former classmates always laughed at her family's lack of money, so poor that she couldn't even afford to wear a decent piece of clothing. No one even wanted to be friends with her. Now her sister-in-law's gift at the wedding had completely changed her fate. From now on, not only would she be a student of an aristocratic school and receive the best education, she would also be able to own a Lamborghini. Meanwhile, she will have $1 million pocket money every month. My goodness, is this all true? It wasn't just Yi Kor herself who couldn't believe it. The guests present were also incredulous. If they said that the bride gave Yi Bei's parents real estate, they could still understand. After all, a new daughter-in-law honors the elderly. But they had never seen a new daughter-in-law who was so good to her sister-in-law. At this moment the whole room was boiling, and there were many people who had red eyes with envy. There were even people shedding tears. The bride was so great. To Heyo, this was the real tycoon. However, what made them even more excited was yet to come. The host spoke again. "Thank you to every guest who has come to the wedding today. The bride and groom have specially prepared a bouquet of flowers for every guest present out of gratitude to everyone. I hope everyone enjoys it." Just when everyone was curious about what kind of flower it was, they saw the hotel attendants, each holding a bouquet of roses made from $100 bills in their hands, weaving in and out of the guest seats. The bouquets in their hands were given to every guest present. The person who was the first to get the bouquet counted it carefully and couldn't help but marvel. "My goodness, it's actually $10,000. The guests who learned of this fact were so shocked that their eyes fell out. Everyone looked at the bouquet in their hands with wide eyes, never dreaming that they could take away such a bouquet for coming to a wedding. Oh my God! Unbelievable! 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 By the time every guest had gotten their bouquet, the atmosphere of the banquet hall was completely ignited. Everyone was frantically blessing Yi Bei and Tang Mi on the stage, under the witness of countless people, under the host's gorgeous rhetoric, and the beautiful and moving music. Two extremely cute-looking little mixed-race flower girls, dressed as angels, presented Yi Bei and Tang Mi with wedding rings. Yi Bei fixed his eyes and found that the wedding ring was inlaid with a full 2 carats of large diamonds. At this moment, it was glittering under the illumination of the lights. After experiencing the shock of the party's dowry gift list, at this time, he was both touched and shocked. In this complex emotion, he picked up the wedding ring. The host was flooded with tears of excitement at the sight. He asked to Tang Mi, "This beautiful, honorable, elegant, generous, virtuous, dignified bride, are you willing to marry this handsome, mature, stable and kind man in front of you?" Tang Mi looked at Yi Bei's eyes, her gaze incomparably persistent and firm. "I will." In an instant, the entire audience applauded, clapping. Some people didn't stop even when their palms hurt from clapping, still clapping frantically and saying words of blessing frantically. Wow! Afterward, the rose petals tilted down in the sky, and the atmosphere of the banquet hall was extremely romantic. Yi Bei held Tang Mi's hand and put on her wedding ring. Everything was so watertight that the two embraced each other. Yi Bei's gentle kiss gently fell on Tang Mi's soft and sweet lips. At this moment, Tang Mi fell into happy tears. She finally got what she wanted. The thing she had dreamed of the most after she was reborn was finally as she wished. Yi Bei's heart was also incomparably excited when he kissed Tang Mi. No one could appreciate his current mood, because no one present, except him, knew that this bride who had expressed her willingness to marry herself was the big star Tang Mi. And just the moment he finished kissing Tang Mi and stood up straight, a system voice rang out in his head. "Congratulations to the host, activating the perfect life system." What voice? Perfect life system? What the hell? Yi Bei was puzzled for a split second and couldn't help but look around, but found nothing. It seemed that he was overjoyed and his ears were hallucinating, so he didn't take it seriously. Chapter 20, A Super Sweet Cave Night. The wedding was still going on. When the two finished exchanging rings, the entire crowd of guests applauded in unison to celebrate. The etiquette on stage served Yi Bei and Tang Mi with glasses of wine. Under the stage, Yi Bei's parents, sister, and relatives of the Yi family, as well as the attending classmates and friends, the best man and maid of honor, walked onto the stage under the guidance of the etiquette. The family raised their glasses to the stage, and the whole audience celebrated this happy moment together. The collective toast was completed, and the wedding was successfully completed. The guests who had eaten, all of them were reluctant to leave for a long time. They never thought in their lives that they would have the opportunity to attend such a wedding. Especially Lin Yuhan's 3 bridesmaids were incomparably glad that they had made the decision. If it wasn't for their resourcefulness, they had chosen to come to Yi Bei's wedding. I'm afraid that they wouldn't have had the chance to witness just how beautiful Bai Yashuan, who had become the bride, was. There was also the bouquet made of $10,000 in cash in her hand, which was simply adorable, worthy of being a landlord by Yashuan. Such a luxurious handwriting. This is Lin Yuhan lifetime cannot be compared. No wonder Yi Bei would abandon Lin Yuhan. They could now understand Yi Bei's feelings. The guests didn't leave. Yi Bei and Tang Mi couldn't stay in the hotel all the time. There were still things that needed to be dealt with on the wedding room side. There is no choice. Arranging for some people to stay behind. Yi Bei, Tang Mi and the Yi family left the hotel. The crowd watched the 2 newlyweds leave the wedding site, until the wedding car of the 2 completely disappeared from the sight of the guests. Everyone was still talking about how wonderful and exciting this wedding was. Yi Bei brought Tang Mi, who had been upgraded to become his wife, back to the wedding room. Looking at the decorations in the wedding room, Yi Bei was a bit rattled. I'm sorry, I didn't realize that you prepared so much for our wedding, but I didn't prepare anything for you. Finished speaking, the guilt in his heart increased even more. Thanks to him, he had previously suspected that Tang Mi was marrying him in order to use him. As a result, now, it's okay, I said don't think too much, as long as you people are mine, I'm satisfied. Tang Mi pulled Yi Bei's hand. The happiness on her face was hard to hide. Yi Bei sighed in relief and took the initiative to pack up the miscellaneous things in the wedding room. Downstairs of the wedding room, Yi Bei's mother had wanted to follow back and see if there was anything that needed to be added. After all, there were so many things in the wedding room that they had arranged according to Lin Yuhan's requirements. Now that their new daughter-in-law had entered the house, they had to reorganize it. But unexpectedly, Yi Cord directly stopped them. Mom and Dad, don't go and be a light bulb. Leave such an important moment for my brother and my sister-in-law to spend time alone. Yi Bei's parents were uneasy. At this time, several well-trained assistants and bodyguards walked up and respectfully said, Miss Yi is right, uncle and aunt. Your daughter-in-law entrusted us to take you to see the villa and the property. If you two are willing, please come with us. When Yi Bei's parents heard this, they nodded their heads, willing to be willing. Thank you for your hard work. You guys are polite. This is all what we should do. The 2 old men thought of their daughter-in-law being so capable. I'm afraid that she couldn't even look at that bridal house. As for the things in the matrimonial home, they were even less rare. Then what else did they have to worry about? Immediately, they got into the limousine prepared by the assistant and drove towards Yuan district. What about me? Yi Kor, who was left behind, looked at the other assistant beside her with eyes full of expectation. The assistant understood. Miss Yi, please get on the car. I will take you to visit your school in sports car. Yi Kor jumped up happily on the spot and happily got into the car. The 7 aunts and aunts who came back from the wedding site looked at Yi Bei's parents and Yi Kuer, who were picked up by the limousine, and all revealed envious gazes. This family, it could be considered as bittersweet, and Yi Bei, too, could finally lead a happy life. As the saying goes, a moment of spring night is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. The relatives were also very sensible and didn't bother Yi Bei and Tang Mi. Each went back to their respective homes. As time passed, it was night. Wedding room. Yi Bei finished his bath and changed into a brand new red pajama. There was some doubt in his heart. The pajamas brought in Tang Mi's dowry. Besides being of superb quality, they simply fit too well. How does she know my size so well? These pajamas are not too big and not too small. Just right. However, once he thought that it would be their wedding night later, Yi Bei didn't dwell on this issue anymore. Tang Mi, who had already finished her shower and blow-dried her hair in the wedding room, was sitting on the wedding bed waiting for Yi Bei. Her slightly red cheeks revealed sweetness. Looking at the delicate beauty who was smiling like a young girl, Yi Bei's heart started to thump uncontrollably. He sat beside Tang Mi and the 2 of them looked at each other without words. In the quiet wedding room, each other could hear the other's heartbeat. In the end, Tang Mi broke the silence. She took the initiative to wrap her arms around Yi Bei's neck and gently kissed him on the side of his face. Yi Bei immediately felt his blood swelling all over his body, and his hand involuntarily wrapped around Tang Mi's small waist. Seeing the distance between the 2 of them getting closer and closer, Yi Bei's mind suddenly resounded with the system's voice again. Ding! Host kissed his wife and signed in successfully. Reward Raw Dragon and Tiger Kung Fu. Yi Bei was a bit confused. What's the situation? How did I hear this voice again? Where did this machine-like voice come from? Moreover, I just kissed Tang Mi. So how did he say that I kissed my wife and signed in successfully? Could I have signed up by kissing Tang Mi? And what the hell is this dragon and tiger power? Just when Yi-bei was confused, there was suddenly an endless power spreading all over his body, especially the waist. This feeling made him involuntarily believe that his current waist, turning into a jackhammer, would not be a problem, enough to rival the combination of 100 male dog waists. System. I really didn't expect Tang Mi to not only change my fate, she even let me have a system. She's too good. Simply a valuable person in my life. Tang Mi realized that Yi-bei's reaction was a bit slow, and thought that Yi-bei couldn't let go and didn't dare to take the initiative, so she once again went forward and kissed him, and this time Yi-bei didn't let Tang Mi go. The two of them touched each other and kissed each other deeply, but this time the system didn't prompt a successful sign-in. Why didn't this kiss sign in? Could it be that you can only sign in once a day? This question, Yi-bei also just had a passing thought. He no longer had the heart to think about this. With the soft fragrance in his arms, he would really not be a man if he could still be imagining things. Clatter. A single piece of thin pajamas flew down to the floor. Warm fragrance, soft jade, dry fire. The temperature of the room instantly rose. The budding stamens at the bedside slowly blossomed under the moisturizing of the dewdrops. Wedding room aromatic flavor. Let people smell more and more infatuation. Chapter 21. It's amazing how happy you can be. This night, Tang Mi enjoyed a happiness she had never experienced before. As if she was strolling through the clouds, light and airy, like a dream. The next morning, Yi-bei opened his eyes and saw the delicate Tang Mi in his arms. He calmed down for a while before believing that he had actually married the well-known domestic actress Tang Mi yesterday. He also became a real couple with her and was still that crazy. I really didn't think that being a man could be so happy. Tang Mi woke up quietly and smiled sweetly when she saw Yi-bei, who was hugging her. Before she was reborn, she didn't know how many mornings she woke up from Yi-bei's arms. Now this feeling had returned. Honey, you woke up. How did you sleep last night? Yi-bei said. You still have the nerve to say that. Tang Mi glared at Yi-bei petulantly. This glance made Yi-bei's heart tremble. His body wrapped around Tang Mi uncontrollably. As if Tang Mi was afraid of him, she hurriedly smiled and dodged away. Dear, it's getting late. We should get up. Yi-bei turned his head to look at the sunlight coming through the cracks in the curtains, kissed Tang Mi's cheek and got up, saying, also, last night was hard on you. Why don't you just sleep a little longer? I'll go prepare breakfast. Tang Mi spat out her little tongue and nodded her head in a good and cute manner. Yi-bei reluctantly walked to the kitchen and just pulled open the refrigerator door. Ding! Congratulations to the host for kissing his wife and signing in successfully. Acquired top kitchen god skill. Accompanied by the sound of the machine, thousands of all-encompassing recipes instantly appeared in Yi-bei's mind. Yi-bei's heart burst with excitement. It looked like his guess yesterday was right. As long as he kissed Tang Mi one bite every day, he would be able to sign in and get a reward. Cool. Looks like I'm going to kiss her every morning from now on. Even if I cook breakfast for her for the rest of my life, I'm willing to do it. This perfect life system. It's really amazing too. Right now, one already possesses two skills, the Shenglong Vibrant Tiger Technique and the Top Kitchen God. Thinking back to the dragon and tiger feat, Yi-bei couldn't help but think back to last night's crazy lingering. So much so that he wanted to do it countless times again. Gulp. Nini smells so good. The power of the dragon and the tiger is truly powerful. Until now are very spiritual, with the female power to describe. Seems to be not too much. I've been thinking about this. Yi-bei suddenly on the dragon living tiger gong and some more curious. This gong method in addition to let in their own bed living tiger. What other uses? Under the curiosity, he closed his eyes and carefully felt the information in his mind about the dragon and tiger feat. This perception Yi-bei was instantly happy. It turned out that this living dragon and living tiger technique was not just a simple way to strengthen the body, but also allowed one to have supreme battle power, long-term cultivation and comprehension. It can even be derived from powerful killing moves such as dragon and tiger heavy fist, dragon and tiger roundhouse kick, and so on. This made Yi-bei overjoyed. On the spot, he practiced the living dragon and tiger technique in the living room, one move after another. As these moves were set up, the dragon tiger chi, which was the most rigid in yang, turned over the whole body. Yi-bei only felt warm all over his body, as if there were countless small suns filling his body. The power of his fists and feet was unprecedentedly cohesive. Yi-bei felt that as long as he was willing, a punch through the wall would be an easy task. At the same time, instantly powering up his feet and penetrating dozens of meters away was also a child's play. Good. This is really great. With this dragon tiger kung fu, if someone dares to bully my Mimi in the future, I'll punch him out. After practicing a whole set of dragon and tiger kung fu, Yi-bei slowly exhaled a mouthful of burning internal breath and opened the refrigerator door. Looking at the various types of vegetables inside, Yi-bei's mind instantly conjured up a cuisine. It was less than half an hour. Yi-bei made 7 or 8 dishes, and each one Yi-bei tasted a bite himself. Even he himself was surprised. Delicious. It's so delicious. I've never eaten such delicious dishes in my entire life. It turns out that I, Yi Bei, am so awesome. This god of cookery skill is really something. If Tang Mi tastes my cooking skills, she'll never be able to stay away from me for the rest of her life. At this time, a stunningly beautiful girl, dressed in her pajamas, walked out of the bedroom. Slightly messy hair, big watery eyes, small nose, cherry mouth, exquisite to the extreme features, white and delicate skin, with a loose one-piece pajamas, revealing a section of white and tender legs. That look, simply beautiful, pure and lustful. It could be called the ceiling of pure lust. What Inuka wa Ryu, what Chao Fun, compared to her is simply weak, all humble to the dirt. Yi Bei, who made a delicious table, saw Tang Mi appear and immediately went forward. At this time, Tang Mi also saw Yi Bei. After smelling this extremely delicious rice aroma in the kitchen, she was instantly excited, like a small greedy cat. Her small nose was slightly twitching. However, when she was about to take a step forward, ready to give Yi Bei a loving hug, she fell to the side with a cry. Yi Bei was quick on his feet and swept her into his arms. Tang Mi's cheeks were incomparably flushed and she said shyly, "Honey, you were too powerful last night. It still hurts now. Bad guy. It's all your fault." Humph. Facing Tang Mi's shyness and cuteness, Yi Bei was instantly adored and his heart melted. He couldn't help but hug her tighter. "Dear Mi, I feel really happy to have you. You're the biggest blessing in my life. In the future, I'll strive to work hard to make you hurt every day. Big bad bad you, ha ha ha, teasing you. Since you're in a bit of pain, I'll just carry you to wash up. Aha. Mua, thank you hubby." Yi Bei carried Tang Mi to wash up. After washing up, Tang Mi was like a wombat, hanging on to Yi Bei as they went to the restaurant together. She originally thought that it was just ordinary food, but when she ate a mouthful of dunked soup dumplings, her eyes instantly opened wide and her expression froze. Wow, delicious. Hey, hubby, did you really make this? It's too delicious yet. Tang Mi was incomparably shocked, and the words came completely from the heart. Delicious. It really was too delicious. This bite of dunked soup dumplings was something she had never eaten before in her life. It was simply delicious to the extreme. It's unbelievable. When did hubby learn to make something so delicious? How come I didn't know anything about it? Ha ha ha. As long as Mimi likes it, hubby will make it for you every day. Yi Bei's heart was filled with pride when he saw Tang Mi excited like a little greedy cat. The more he looked at Tang Mi, the more he liked her. So much so that Yi Bei always felt like he was dreaming. This is too happy. How can I marry such a beautiful, so virtuous big star wife? It was really beautiful, and enjoyable. Wow. Husband, this wolfberry pumpkin porridge is better. Hey. Simply, indescribable. Hey. Tang Mi, who took a sip of the pumpkin porridge, once again looked at Yi Bei with full surprise. Chapter 22, Honey, why are you so nice to me? Yi Bei was praised by his wife's heart, and the corners of his mouth were about to burst into smiles, just for this adoring little expression of Mimi. Even if Yi Bei was allowed to make breakfast for the rest of his life, he would willingly agree. This breakfast, the two of them ate with joy and sweetness. After eating breakfast, Yi Bei looked at Tang Mi's heavenly beauty, snow white and delicate skin, as well as sexually explosive perfect body. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva. In his heart, he secretly muttered, "My wife is so beautiful. I can't hold this temptation at all. Oh no, my body is reacting again." But when Yi Bei thought about it, the image of Tang Mi being madly tossed by himself last night, so much so that he couldn't even take a step this morning, or forget it, early in the morning again not only power cannot stand, bed also cannot stand. Associated with these, Yi Bei more or less some heartache Tang Mi. And Yi Bei stupidly looked at the beauty of Tang Mi. All kinds of sinking fantasy time. Tang Mi opened her mouth and said, "Hubby, do you have any important things to do today?" Yi Bei came back to his senses, wrapped Tang Mi's small waist and teased her, saying, "Of course there is. How about you accompany me?" Tang Mi frowned. I'd like to, but I'm a bit inconvenienced by walking, so it seems like I can't accompany you. I need to recover my body at home before I can do so. Let Yashian accompany you. It's easier for her to step in for some things." Yi Bei couldn't help but laugh at Tang Mi's serious look. He was just teasing Tang Mi. He really didn't intend to let her accompany him to deal with anything. Me, now we are married, but I haven't met your parents yet. Why don't I put my business on hold beforehand? I'll stay at home with you today, and when your body recovers, we'll go see your parents first," Yi Bei said. Tang Mi immediately shook her head. No, there's no rush to see my parents. They're not in good health. They've been convalescing abroad recently, and it might take a while before they can come back. About the wedding of the two of us, I will tell them when I have the chance. Right now, husband, you definitely have a lot of things to deal with. What a waste of time to accompany me at home. Just let Yaxian accompany you to deal with it. There's really no need to worry about me. After these words, Tang Mi was afraid that the main character would think too much and not be willing to leave with Bai Yashuan. She was again explaining all sorts of things. The core meaning was just one. Give Yi Bei time to deal with his own matters. Alright then. Yi Bei nodded to show his understanding. Tang Mi saw Yi Bei agree and immediately nodded happily. I'll call Yaxian here and ask her to come and pick you up. No matter what it is. No matter how much money is needed. Or even if it's a hitman. You don't have to worry about it. I already explained to Yaxian yesterday. She will go and make the arrangements. If you still need anything else, just tell her directly. Husband, remember, I am your eternal pillar, and will always support any decision you make. Yi Bei was originally still feeling lost because he couldn't see Tang Mi's parents for a while. Hearing Tang Mi say this, his heart was filled with emotion. He even felt that he had fallen into Tang Mi's tenderness and couldn't pull himself out. But there was one thing that he had never been able to figure out. She gazed into Tang Mi's beautiful and moving eyes and asked, "My dear, why are you so good to me?" Tang Mi smiled, looking at Yi Bei with eyes full of warmth. "It's a secret, and I can't tell you in a sentence or two. When you're done with your business today, go to the manor and find me. Tonight, I'll tell you in detail, okay?" Having received her assurance, the remaining uneasiness in Yi Bei's heart was instantly taken over by warmth. He nodded heavily. Good. The conversation was over. Yi Bei urged Tang Mi to rest a little longer if there was nothing else. Tang Mi also urged Yi Bei that the two newlyweds were sweet and mushy, and it was really hard to part with them. Enough more than 10 minutes of hugging and hugging, the two only reluctantly separated. Yi Bei went downstairs, just to take out his cell phone to call. He saw that Bai Yashuan had already arrived. At the moment, she was sitting in a sports car, impatience written all over her face. The neighborhood where the wedding house was located was filled with ordinary people, and early in the morning there was such an eye-catching sports car in the neighborhood, which attracted a lot of attention. Yi Bei didn't want to attract too much attention, wrapped up his clothes tightly and lowered his head to get into the sports car. This appearance, without exception, was ridiculed by Bai Yashuan. Look at you. The feeling of being a white boy is not good, right? Down a building like a thief. What do you know? I'm doing this for your sister's sake, in case the neighbors around here know that big star Tang Mi lives here. How can your sister still go out? Bai Yashuan snorted disdainfully. You don't need to worry about that. The person who is nominally married to you is me. No one will know that my sister lives in a place like this. Alas, getting involved with a little white boy like you is really bad luck. With these words, I don't know if she was lamenting herself or fighting for Tang Mi. Yi Bei didn't bother with her, but asked, after the wedding yesterday, my parents and my sister, did they really all live in the villa? Bai Yashuan looked at him blandly. What about otherwise? My cousin announced it on the spot, so how could it be false? Yi Bei certainly believed that Tang Mi wouldn't deceive himself. It was just that he wanted to confirm that he wasn't dreaming and that everything that was happening right now was all real. That's good. Then take me back to my home now. I want to find something. Bai Yashuan said as she started the car. There's no one at home even if you go home now. Your parents and your sister aren't at home anymore. Yi Bei frowned. What situation? Not at home? Then where did they go? It was no wonder that Yi Bei was nervous. He was really worried that Lin Yuhan's family, again, would make some kind of trouble and do something excessive to his family. Bai Yashuan looked at Yi Bei's nervousness, and inexplicably felt very happy in her heart. Delightedly, she gave Yi Bei a glance. Look at that nervous look of yours. Didn't you say it all at the wedding yesterday? My cousin has already arranged the most upscale and comprehensive full-body checkup for your parents. Your parents said early this morning that they wanted to go. Your sister was uneasy and wanted to follow along. So I sent someone to put them on the high-speed train to Kyoto, and also sent full-time bodyguards to follow them all the way, to facilitate their protection and care. When we get to Kyoto, there are still relevant people specialized in receiving them. Just rest assured on your family's side, absolutely nothing will happen. When Yi Bei heard this, it turned out to be like this. His heart relaxed a lot. As long as the family is safe, it will be fine. It was also good to leave Jiangcheng, so that if he and the Lin family made a mess, Lin Yuhan's family would go and give their parents a hard time. Yi Bei nodded and didn't say anything more. Bai Yashuan drove the car without looking at what Yi Bei's face was, and continued to speak on her own. Yi Bei, your parents for our marriage. Halfway through her sentence, she suddenly stopped. Chapter 23, Be Good, Call Daddy. Bai Yashuan realized that there seemed to be a bit of a problem with these words. What do you mean by our marriage? It's clearly cousin Yi Bei's marriage, and she herself. Sigh. Thinking about this, Bai Yashuan naturally couldn't say anything afterward. This called for a pang of twinge in her heart. If it wasn't for her cousin, she wouldn't have agreed to such a thing. It was really hard for her to accept that she had nominally become Yi Bei's wife. After thinking about it, Bai Yashuan changed her words. Cough cough. That. It's like this. What about your parents? Very satisfied with my cousin's marriage to you. There's nothing to worry about. When they were saying goodbye, they also said that they wanted to leave enough sweet space for the two of you. So they didn't say hello and left first. As Yi Bei listened to this, his heart was clear. No wonder he and Tang Mi were the only two people in the wedding room yesterday. The parents' idea was quite thoughtful. Since his parents had their own things to do in the upcoming time, it was also a good choice to let his mom and dad go to Kyoto was also quite good. Speaking of which, the two of them hadn't been to Kyoto until now, so this was also quite good. Since there was no need to worry about anything regarding their parents, it would be good to deal with their own matters first. Thinking about this, Yi Bei looked at Bai Yashuan and said, I really thank you for my parents' matter. Right, do you recognize the people from the debt collection company? Bai Yashuan heard. A debt collection company? She couldn't help but give Yi Bei a puzzled look. Debt collection company? What are you looking for this for? There's no need to ask. Of course it's to ask Lin Yuhan's family for that 400,000 dowry money. At yesterday's wedding, Bai Yixian had held back her curiosity and didn't go to the wedding site in order to ensure that Tang Mi and Yi Bei's wedding would go smoothly. She was a bit puzzled as to why Yi Bei wanted 400,000 with the Lin family. Yi Bei saw that Bai Yashuan's eyes were full of doubts. Immediately, he explained, I gave their family 200,000 dowry before, and then Lin Yuhan and her mom went to our house to cause trouble and took 200,000, totaling 400,000. Even though I'm not short of money right now, they are required to return this money. Bai Yashuan was a bit upset when she heard this. 400,000 only. Are you going to force people Lin Yuhan like this? Cough cough. Yi Bei, you've almost got it. You've abandoned people's Yuhan. Are you going to do such a desperate thing? Find a debt collection company. Do you know how unscrupulous those people are to collect debts? And why don't you go get it yourself? Or are you still in love with Lin Yuhan, afraid that you won't be able to control your own feelings when you see her again? The questions one after another swept away Yi Bei's good mood. What a lot of nonsense. Just say whether this can be done or not. Can't be done. Bai Yashuan was very upset when she saw his attitude. Yi Bei, I'm still telling you. Do what you like. I've already apologized to Lin Yuhan once. I can't hurt her a second time because of you. Ha! Yi Bei smiled indifferently. Well then, since you don't agree, I can only call my dear. After saying that, Yi Bei took out his cell phone from his pocket. Bai Yashuan saw this. Seconds abashed. Hated Yi Bei's teeth. Shameless little white boy. Your sister. Even take my cousin to pressure me again. Pissed me off. Ahem. That. Brother-in-law. Take it easy. I can do it. I can do it. I'll call the contact person right now. But you mustn't call my cousin. Bai Yashuan stiffened her head and forced out a smile. That's more or less the same. Yi Bei put the cell phone down and nodded with satisfaction. Oh yeah. In addition to helping me contact a debt collection company to get my money back, you find a second-hand house trading company and sell my current set of matrimonial home. Just sell it at the bottom price. Bai Yashuan was puzzled. You're not short of money either? Why are you asking for debts and selling your house at a low price? Why would you want to sell it for a good reason? Although she hadn't been to the wedding house, she had heard Lin Yuhan recite a few words, saying that the layout was good. Anyway, Lin Yuhan was quite fond of that house, and the surrounding facilities were complete, and there was a possibility of appreciation in the future. The houses my parents bought, Lin Yuhan just accounted for a name. Now we fell out. I don't want to give her a penny. This matter you must trust someone to help me do it. Never let Lin Yuhan family to the wedding house that. Otherwise, the house won't be good for sale. Bai Yixian's fine eyebrows were locked tightly, abhorring Yi Bei's cold and heartless approach. Once again, she was a bit unable to suppress the fire as she glared at Yi Bei and scolded angrily. Scum man. You are simply a scum man. What you're doing is also too much. Does Yuhan have a grudge against you? Are you taking revenge on her like this? I've never seen such a narrow-minded man like you. Bai Yashuan's face reddened, not even noticing that Yi Bei had already tapped on the recording of his cell phone. You're despicable and shameless. Villain. Scummy man. Bastard. She cursed for a long time, but Yi Bei's face did not change in the slightest. When Bai Yashuan finished cursing, Yi Bei picked up his cell phone and waved it in front of her. Cursed well. I've recorded all the words you cursed me with. Now, apologize to me immediately, or I'll send the recording to my dear at home, so she can see how you treat me as your brother-in-law. Bai Yashuan was dumbfounded. I seriously underestimated how shameless this asshole is. Damn it. Cough cough. Yi Bei. You. How can you be so bottomless? Yi Bei, I, Bai Yashuan, have lived most of my life, but I have never seen such a brazen and shameless person like you. Seeing that Bai Yashuan was already so angry that her face was red and her neck was thick, even the veins on her forehead were bursting, but Yi Bei said calmly as if nothing had happened. Now you've seen it. You what you? You're not going to apologize, are you? Well then, I'll send the recording to my family's dear now. Saying that, Yi-bei opened the chat interface with Tang Mi. It was like he was really going to send the recording over. Bai Yashwan was anxious. Anger was bottled up in her heart, hardening her face and making it red. She hated that she couldn't immediately strangle Yi-bei to death here, then leave him on the side of the road and leave in style. But, she knew she couldn't. After all, she had already received $20 million from her cousin. If she let her cousin know that she had slowed down Yi-bei as her brother-in-law, then how could she be ashamed to see her cousin in the future? Count you hard. I'm sorry brother-in-law, I'm wrong. You forgive me. I was blinded by lard for a moment. I accidentally bumped into you. You don't remember the small man's fault. Don't put it in your heart. Yi-bei heard Bai Yashwan's words, but he didn't care about these details in the slightest. Who cares if she was sincerely apologizing? Anyway, it was right if he sounded good. Well, that's more or less the same. Remember, your sister cannot be your sister, but I will always be your brother-in-law. Good boy. Call daddy. Chapter 24, My Little Ancestor. What the hell are you trying to do? I've already apologized. Don't give me an inch. Bai Yashwan's anger didn't diminish. Looking at Yi-bei's look of owing a beating, she was even more furious. Want me to call you dad? Don't dream of it. This thought that Yi-bei was just joking, seeing the good things. Who had thought that Yi-bei had lit up his cell phone again? With a stance of sending a recording to Tang Mi, Bai Yashwan completely collapsed. Tears indisputably slipped from her eyes. She wanted to grab the cell phone in Yi-bei's hand, but there was a distance between the driver's seat and the passenger side. She couldn't reach it, not to mention that her strength was no match for Yi-bei. She had no choice but to hold her tears, harden her head, look at Yi-bei and say, Dad, hey good daughter, really good, ha ha ha. Yi-bei couldn't help but laugh as he looked at Bai Yashwan's aggrieved appearance. It's soothing this time, let's go. Bai Yashwan looked at Yi-bei's complacent appearance. Her heart, liver and lungs were about to explode with hatred. Shameless man, wait. You wait for this young lady. One day I'll make you call out to my mom. That, brother-in-law, where are we going next? Go to the busiest farmer's market in Jiangchang. I'm going to buy groceries. Buy groceries? Bai Yashwan stared at Yi-bei with two eyes, incredulously. Yeah, I've decided. From today onwards, I'm going to be a good man who loves his wife, and I'm going to cook all kinds of delicious food for my darling at home every day. Bai Yashwan was once again speechless, but this time, she didn't dare to swear at Yi-bei anymore. She could only curse in her heart. She had seen shameless ones, but she had never seen someone like Yi-bei who was shameless to the limit. From the time he and his cousin were together until now, he never heard this mention the intention to work. Nowadays, even let her take to the market to buy food. This is laziness. It is just not thinking about progress. He just wants to be a professional gigolo. Ugh, stinking shameless. Bai Yashwan cursed in her heart, but the food market should still go. Waiting to turn back to settle the score with him, the car started and went straight to the busiest farmer's market in Jiangchang. On the road, Bai Yashwan did not say a word. Yi-bei was bored, took out his cell phone and dialed his sister Yi-kir. As soon as the phone picked up, Yi-kir's excited voice came. Brother! The moment Yi-bei heard the voice, he knew that Yi-kir was in a very good mood. Cool air, where did you guys go? Yi-kir looked at the scenery flying past outside the car window and said excitedly. It's not too clear exactly where we've gotten to, but we'll be in Kyoto in another hour at most. Very good. So how is mom and dad's health? It's good. Brother, just don't worry. The people arranged by sister-in-law are taking special care of us. We don't need to worry about anything along the way. Yi-bei smiled, looked at Bai Yashwan who was driving seriously, and continued chatting with his sister. Cool, if you say so. Brother is much more relieved. However, you guys left in too much of a hurry. Why didn't you even say hello to me? Even though it's brother's wedding day. But at least let brother send you guys off, isn't it? Yi-kir said with a smile on the phone. Brother, actually we didn't want to leave so early. Speaking of which, it was also because of a temporary situation that we had no choice but to leave early this morning. Yi-kir's words made Yi-bei nervous. His parents' health had always been the thing he was most relieved about. He quickly asked, Cool, what's the situation? Why don't you tell me? It's nothing, it's just. Yi-kir glanced at her parents who were resting and walked to a quieter part of the carriage to continue. Brother, don't worry. It's not a big deal. Mom and dad might have been a little overjoyed. That's why it triggered some small problems. Yesterday, mom and dad watched you and your sister-in-law were able to successfully finish the wedding. Their hearts were especially happy. Plus after the wedding, mom and dad and I spent the whole afternoon and evening busy going to look at those huge properties given to us by my sister-in-law. Brother, you didn't see it. That scene was simply too incredible. That house, that car, too shocking. Our mom's heart was a little bit unable to stand it for a while with joy. That's why she temporarily decided to take the high-speed train to Kyoto early in the morning. But you can rest assured, sister-in-law has already arranged everything properly. When we go to Kyoto, I will accompany mom and dad to cure their illnesses, and then bring them back to Jiangcheng. At that time, our family will then have a good reunion. For now, you can go on your honeymoon with your sister-in-law without worrying. Mom and dad have me to take care of them. You don't have to worry about anything. After listening to his sister's words, Yi Bei's tense heart was released. No wonder mom and dad left early in the morning. It turned out to be a small health problem. It seemed that being too happy wasn't necessarily a good thing. So that's how it is. Then good core. You quickly give your cell phone to mom and dad. I'll instruct them a few more times. Yi Kor didn't want to disturb her parents who were resting, but in order to be able to put her brother's mind at ease, she hurriedly ran back and woke up her dad to hand him the cell phone. On the phone, Yi Bei gave a concerned greeting to his father, confirming that there was indeed nothing serious about his parents' health before he was completely relieved. Hang up the phone. Yi Bei was once again grateful to Tang Mi. This woman not only changed his life, but also changed the fate of his family. No matter what the future held, he, Yi Bei, would never fail Tang Mi. Squeak. The sound of brakes pulled back Yi Bei's thoughts. Looking up, Bai Yashuan had already driven the sports car to the farmer's market. The car stopped. Yi Bei was the first to get out of the car, regardless of whether or not Bai Yashuan had followed, and went straight to the most people, the freshest ingredients of a few stalls. As soon as Bai Yashuan got out of the car, what came to her face was the smell of various items mixed together in the farmer's market. This flavor is really unpleasant, but her most important task today was to follow Yi Bei. If she let her cousin know that she was lazy, she wouldn't be able to get a reward like 20 million in the future, so she could only endure the strange odor in her nose. She locked her sports car and quickly followed Yi Bei, who was rushing ahead. Early in the morning farmer's market is quite a lot of people. The people who come and go, looking at Yi Bei behind the skin white beautiful girl, but also looked at the Lamborghini not far away from the parked. Yi Bei cast a stunning gaze. Yi Bei was oblivious to all this. His mind was filled with all kinds of recipes. The ingredients in his hands were also getting more and more, until both his and Bai Yashuan's hands had been filled with big bags and small bags, before they were able to close their hands. After buying the dishes, the two rushed to Tang Mi's manor. At this time, inside the manor, Hong Yi, the gold medal broker, strained her face as she looked at Tang Mi, who had just returned here and was fiddling with the flowers and plants, and said, "My little ancestor, what exactly are you trying to do? I'm asking for a wave of 5-star reviews. Thank you all. I heard that the book lovers who give 5-star positive reviews are all big handsome pots who are loved by people and flowers." Chapter 25. For the rest of my life, the wind and flowers will be yours, and the snow and moon will be yours. My little ancestor, what exactly are you trying to do? Since bursting into the limelight, instead of striking while the iron is hot to consolidate your top stream status, you return to Jiangcheng. Alas, thinking about it makes one feel pity. Now it's even more so. The new album is delayed, and you've put off all the commercial shows and various product endorsements that I've received. Staying in Jiangcheng and not going anywhere. This can't be done. You'll really want to sit on your ass. Tang Mi listened to the agent's ramblings, trimming the last pot of flowers to get a good shape, and carefully scrutinizing it. Only then did she say without thinking, "I'm already married. I don't intend to show my face in the future, and my husband is a bit strong in that area." Tang Mi said with her cheeks flushed with 2 blushes, "I should be pregnant soon. Wouldn't it be better to teach my husband at that time?" Hong Yi almost broke down and cried out when she heard this. "Little ancestor, this won't work. Count on me to beg you. What you're doing is tantamount to breaking your contract. When you signed up with Iran Entertainment and Culture, the contract clearly states that if you breach the contract, you'll have to face at least $80 million in liquidated damages. Although you were once a big high-T, relying on receiving advertisements, live streaming with goods, and investing in major industries over here in Jiangcheng, you've already made a lot of money. And the Tang family in Jiangcheng has also jumped into a prestigious family because of your development. You are now even more the backbone of the entire Tang family. All of this I know, and it is indeed your capital. But my little ancestor, you're now at a time when you're in the prime of your life. You can't just quit the entertainment industry like this. In a person's life, the time of true splendor is only a few years. If you don't grasp it properly, you will definitely regret it later, and by then it will be too late to say anything. Hong Yi's bitter words were only exchanged for Tang Mi's bland smile. Money is something outside of the body. Isn't it just $80 million in liquidated damages? You directly tell the boss of Art Entertainment. He can sue me for breach of contract at any time. This quagmire swamp that is the entertainment industry. I got tired of it a long time ago. Now that I'm married, I just want to be with him between his ears and run our own lives. Getting up in the morning and being able to eat his cooking, sleeping at night and being held by him. this is the life I want. Hong Yi saw that Tang Mi had become so unmotivated, and the whole thing was so anxious that he was on the verge of crying. Persuasion didn't work, so he could only beg bitterly. Little ancestor, you're really my ancestor. Ah, how can you degenerate into this? What kind of bewitching soup did that man pour into you? Is it worth it? Think about it. If you don't go back to work, what will you two eat and drink in the future? And your children? From pregnancy and birth to school. That one I can be to spend money. Ah, you do not think for the two of you. Always have to think for the future of the child, right? Tang Mi still didn't take in the oil and salt. Without even looking at Hong Yi, her tone was incomparably firm. My husband is all I have, and since I've married him, I have to do what a wife should do. From the moment we got married, I have sworn that I will never leave him again in this life, because I owe him too much. As for what we should do in the future, how to raise our children, this you don't have to worry about. I believe he can raise me. These words made Hong Yi feel endless despair. He had never imagined that the artist that he had brought up with his own hands had hidden her marriage from him, not to mention that she was willing to give up her future for a man. However, things were not without room for redemption. The old boss had given himself a wooden box when he sent himself here, saying that after advising him to no avail, he could just give this box to Tang Mi, and Tang Mi would surely return on his own. Hong Yi really couldn't think of a way to get Tang Mi to return. In the end, clenching her teeth, she pulled out the antique wooden box from her pocket and placed it on a side table. Little ancestor, don't reject it too early. First, open it up and look at what's inside. Then think about it. I still have things to do, so I'll leave you alone for now. Hong Yi finished speaking and turned around to leave. Although Hong Yi didn't know what was in the box either, he was convinced that this box would definitely bring Tang Mi back. His boss was unpredictable and had never missed a beat in anything. Hong Yi left, and Tang Mi picked up the wooden box. Slightly approaching her nose a bit, she immediately smelled the fragrant scent emanating from within the box. Tang Mi's heart thumped inwardly, and the look on her face tensed. This flavor was so familiar. Could it be that the wooden box contained? At this time, Mi, I'm back. Yi Bei's voice interrupted Tang Mi's thoughts. She hurriedly put the box away, fearing that Yi Bei and Bai Yashuan would see it. Then she greeted them again as if nothing had happened, only to see Yi Bei and Bai Yashuan carrying a wide array of ingredients in their hands. Tough on you, Ye Xian. Go rest, leave the rest to me and your brother-in-law. Tang Mi took the bag in Bai Yashuan's hand and sent the ingredients into the kitchen with Yi Bei. Bai Yashuan was helpless. With a bitter smile on her face, she pulled at the clothes that were already stained with odor and went back to her room to change. Tang Mi was planning to help with the ingredients. However, she was stopped by Yi Bei. Dear Mi, in the future, the kitchen is my, or Nanny Auntie's turf. Your skin is so good, you can't dip into the fumes. Otherwise, I won't be able to touch it at night and it won't be slippery. Tang Mi, cough. Bad guy, if your skin is good, I'll give you a touch. What Mimi means is that you don't give your husband a touch and let him touch someone else's? This, I'm afraid it's not too good. Ah, bad egg, let's choke you to death. Tang Mi cutely pouted her pretty face and pinched Yi Bei's cheek with a puff of anger. Yi Bei smoothly embraced Tang Mi into his arms. Silly Mimi, just kidding with you. You are the most beautiful woman in the country. Hubby only touches you. Good boy. That's more or less the same. Then, hubby, I won't do anything, just stay here with you, okay? Good, my dear big power. Yi Bei happily kissed Tang Mi and started to get busy in the kitchen. He planned to make a big meal for lunch today, not only to replenish Tang Mi's body, it was also considered a ritualistic and complete farewell to his past life. When he thought of how wretched he had been in the past, Yi Bei's heart was full of mixed feelings, but the good thing was that everything had been dealt with at the moment. Mom, Dad, and sister had put themselves at ease. The dispute with Lin Yuhan's family was handled by Bai Yashuan, who arranged for the people from the debt collection company to handle it, and he was happy to have a clean slate. Everything is more beautiful than imagined. Even now, think about it. Feel like a dream. Not only married a super sweet and super beautiful big star sister as a wife, but also obtained the perfect life system. Going forward, one must live well and make one's life more perfect. Tang Mi, who was on the side, almost obsessively, looked at Yi Bei's serious handling of the ingredients. Even though she was wearing ordinary home clothes, she still felt that such Yi Bei was handsome. The way her husband was seriously cooking was really so warm, so handsome. I want to hug him so much, love him to death. As she watched, Tang Mi uncontrollably went up and wrapped her arms around Yi Bei's waist from behind, her face pressed against his broad back. Listening to his gradually accelerated heartbeat, the bottom of his heart felt an unprecedented solidity. Husband, has you really good. For the rest of my life, the wind and flowers will be you. The snow and moon will be you. The glory will be you. The tenderness of my heart will be you. And the result of my gaze will all be you. I, Tang Mi, will live with you for the rest of my life. Today, I will tell you all the secrets hidden in the bottom of my heart. because I love you. I would like to reveal my soft underbelly to you. The corner of Yibei's mouth raised a happy smile, carefully putting down the dangerous kitchen knife in his hand. Slowly turning around, he wrapped Tang Mi into his arms. Honey, aren't you tired? Hubby carry you back to your room to rest. Hubby, I'm not tired. I just feel very happy and want to hug you. Are you going to make me a whole bunch of delicious food again? Tang Mi raised her stunningly beautiful pretty face, revealing a delicate smile. Dear me, as long as you like it, hubby will have no problem doing a full banquet for you. Ha, okay power good girl. You wait on the side first, hubby will soon be done. Today at noon to make up for your body properly, so that I can eat more delicious at night. Yibei intimately scraped Tang Mi's small nose. Tang Mi's heart was filled with a burst of warmth and inexplicably some shyness. Unable to help, she knowingly raised her head, looking dully at Yibei and asked, Hubby, what's more delicious? Ah, it's you. All of your body is a treasure. Hubby can't get enough of you even if he eats for the rest of his life. Yibei wrapped one hand around her sexy waist and gently caressed her pretty face with one hand. The hand stained with vegetables was slightly cool, touching on Tang Mi's delicate white cheeks, but how could not lower the hot temperature? Between the four eyes, Tang Mi's body and Yibei's body were even tighter. Her already flushed face became even redder. Between the heartbeat thumping acceleration, she will tiptoe up, beautiful eyes slightly closed, pure little leaf. Hello everyone, the subsequent development of this article will incorporate some new elements. Xiaoye to find another way to write something different, write something that you have never seen. Won't write boring business pretending mode. Also won't write urban cultivation and so on, because these are too many people have written. Read up no sense of freshness. So, like to see the follow-up as a business article, or urban cultivation article brother, you can say bye-bye. If you do not love please do not hurt. The main line of the subsequent development of this story remains unchanged. Dog food spread all over the world. Love sweet out of diabetes. The old driver drove fast to fly. Power the position of the big heroine of a stable batch. Xiaoye will always be set in the city, but above and beyond the ordinary city. As for the addition of new elements is what we will see later to know, the degree of good looking will never let everyone disappointed. Such a setup has a great advantage. Is the further you look at the more interesting, the world background unfolds the bigger, the more exciting and colorful. So, I hope you will continue to love Xiaoye's story, continue to follow the text, and never continue to follow it backward or else you will really miss the new setting that Xiaoye has been thinking so hard about. Thank you all. Love you a million years. Chapter 26, 800 million. The ambiguous atmosphere was instantaneous. The distance between the lips, 10 centimeters, 5 centimeters, 3 centimeters, 0, 1 centimeter. Booze. The two kissed passionately in the kitchen, forgetting everything as if the world had stood still. At this time, Bai Yashuan, who had finished changing her clothes, was just about to go to the kitchen to pour a cup of water to drink when she saw the scene. Is this still the cousin I know? This is also too powerful. The clothes are, hey, no eyes to see. Bai Yashuan sensibly avoided it and ran back to her room again. In her heart, she lamented helplessly. It's over. My cousin is completely obsessed by this little white boy ghost. This is too intimate. In broad daylight, in the kitchen, on dry fire. Poor me. I'm a single dog. After all, I'm the one who carries it all. Damn Yibei, big liar, soft-boiled man, robbed my cousin, shameless thing, stinky man. Sis wishes you to shrivel up in that area soon. When the time comes, I'll see if my cousin still wants you. See if my cousin still wants you. Yibei and Tang Mi were making out, but they didn't forget about lunch. It didn't take long. The table was filled with appetizing food. Power, try this, and this. These are all my specialty dishes. Yibei kept on chucking dishes into Tang Mi's bowl. In the blink of an eye, her bowl was piled up into a small hill. As a big star, one of the most important things to do on weekdays was to keep in shape. Tang Mi didn't have a lot of meals, but at this moment, as she looked at this table of food that Yibei had worked hard to cook, she had long since put the matter of keeping fit behind her. As she ate the dishes that Yibei personally clamped, her brows relaxed and she was completely immersed in the joy of enjoying the food. Yibei watched Tang Mi enjoying herself so much, his sense of accomplishment was overwhelming. Incidentally, when he saw Bai Yashuan, who had come over to rub her nose in the food, he wasn't that annoying anymore. He even took the initiative to prepare dishes for Bai Yashuan. Sister-in-law, it's hard for you to accompany me to buy food early in the morning. Eat quickly. Bai Yashuan received the dishes with a surprised face. Is this the sun coming out of the west? Yibei, actually has moments of being so polite? He even happily called me his sister-in-law? Isn't it time for you to pretend to threaten me to call out to my father? Her heart was full of doubts, but due to the fact that her cousin was right beside her, she could only happily pick up her chopsticks. Her face piled up with a fake smile. but after she ate a piece of braised pork, her eyes widened uncontrollably. Wow! Fragrant! My goodness! This is too delicious! Ever since her cousin became a big star and became rich, she had eaten quite a few mountainous delicacies, but she had never eaten such delicious braised pork. Not just the braised pork, every dish on the table looked good, without exception. Bai Yashwan immediately moved her chopsticks in a frenzy. The more she ate, the more she was shocked that every single meal was so delicious that her taste buds were greatly satisfied. Brother-in-law, I didn't expect you to cook so well. You wouldn't have gone to a 3-star Michelin restaurant to steal a lesson. Why don't I contribute money to invest and open a high-class restaurant for you? With this craftsmanship, you can make a lot of money by casually making a few dishes. The flavor of your dish is really unique. It's the best I've ever eaten. Bai Yashwan praised Yi-Bei's cooking skills without mincing words. She even gave him a way to get rich. Unexpectedly, Yi-Bei was surprisingly unmoved and not the least bit interested in the idea of getting rich. Thank you for your compliments, but it's better to open a restaurant. It doesn't matter if it's money or not. Even if my cooking skills are high, I only want to make it for me to eat. These words came out. Bai Yixian was crying and laughing as she listened. Shameless to put on thinking and only wanting to hug a rich woman's thigh in such a refreshing way. You, Yi-Bei, are bullish. Yi-Bei, why didn't I realize before that you are a genius at being a gigolo? Said to give money to you to invest in a restaurant. It will not take long to make a fortune. The results you do not. Prefer to rely on the cousin's side to eat soft rice. Really is a shameless little white boy. Ran. When Tang Mi heard this, her heart was full of emotion. Look at Yi-Bei's eyes. More tender. Completely ignored the existence of Bai Yashwan. Kissed Yi-Bei a mouthful on the spot to show reward. And for Yi-Bei to clip food to eat. Bai Yixian. Hey. This dog food that was scattered out of thin air really caught people off guard. Cousin the old you wasn't like this. I was your favorite cousin. You would always care about me in every way. As a result, you now have this little white boy and don't even look at me. And you're openly spreading dog food. So sour. I'm so sour. Bai Yashwan rolled her eyes at Yi-Bei in exasperation as she ate the food like a greedy cat. This lunch, Yi-Bei and Tang Mi ate happily and contentedly. After eating and drinking, Tang Mi put down her chopsticks, and Yi-Bei also put down his chopsticks. Between the two of them, Yi-Bei hugged Tang Mi. Once again, he ignored Bai Yashwan's existence. Hubby, what are you doing ACA? Quickly put me down. Yixian is still there. Tang Mi had a red face and wanted to push Yi-Bei away, but Yi-Bei didn't have the slightest intention of letting go. Power good boy. After eating lunch exercise is not good. So, husband decided to hold you back to the room to sleep. As for Yixian, well, Yi-Bei said, turned back to look at the embarrassed face of Iron Blue. Blindfolded dry rice by Yashwan. Clean up the table, this small matter. Just give it to her. She said today that she loves doing housework the most. Upon hearing this, Tang Mi couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh lightly. Good. I'll listen to my husband. Let's go. Take my family's big power to sleep, he said. Yi-Bei hugged Tang Mi and ran all the way out of sight. Bai Yixian. Yi-Bei Pete. Why do you want me to clean up the table? When did I say I love doing housework? You shameless little white boy. You're clearly creating something out of nothing. Something in the dark. Something out of thin air. Something out of imagination. Something out of thin air. You are shameless. Bai Yixian, angry gnashing teeth, fire straight to the top of the head, but also to no avail. Yi-Bei early hold stepford wife without a shadow, only to leave a place of dog food, so that Bai Yashwan, this single dog, empty sad cut, silently eat dog food. Bedroom. Yi-Bei moved gently and placed Tang Mi on the big bed. He was just about to take it a step further and have a little after dinner exercise with Me. Unexpectedly, the system's voice resounded in his head once again. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The couple's sweetness exceeds 70%. Received reward, 10 fire spirit fruits. System reward? I didn't expect myself and Tang Mi to be so destined to be a couple. How long have we been together? The sweetness has already exceeded 70%. Good thing. However, what is this fire spirit fruit? I've never heard of it. Just thinking, Tang Mi suddenly got up and wrapped her arms around Yi-Bei's neck and even took the initiative to kiss him. Hubby, let me show you something good. With that, Tang Mi took out a box. The box opened. A burst of fragrant air came out from inside. Yi-Bei took a closer look, and what was placed in the box was a fiery red fruit. The size was not much different from a crisp jujube, and the skin had a clear flame pattern. Isn't this the fire spirit fruit that the system just rewarded me with? Only the one in the box is a bit smaller and of poorer quality. How could power show me this? This is? Yi-Bei asked, feigning confusion. Hubby, this is the fire spirit fruit. It's very, very precious. An ordinary person might not be able to touch this kind of treasure even in their entire life. Yi-Bei's eyes lit up when he heard this. It was really a fire spirit fruit. Is it so precious? I really haven't seen this kind of fruit before. It smells really good. So how much is it probably worth? Yi Bei asked curiously. $80 million for one. And it has a price without a market. Many rich people squeeze their heads to buy a fire spirit fruit, but often only a very few people can get it. Its significance is not just as simple as a precious fruit. It often determines a person's fate. $80 million is just the base price. $80 million? Still the reserve price. Yi Bei was incomparably shocked inside. He never expected that such a small fruit would be so expensive. Listening to Tang Mi's meaning, money could not necessarily be bought. This thing could still determine a person's fate? This was also too mysterious. Could it be that it was even more bullish than the ginseng fruit? Then the system rewards the 10 fire spirit fruit. The quality of all the head than the hands of Tang Mi. This too much. Wouldn't each one be able to sell for at least $80 million? If you do the math, the goose drops a good boy. 800 million? I instantly have $800 million? Seeing Yi Bei's surprised face, Tang Mi thought that he was overly shocked by the fire spirit fruit in his hand. She was happy for a moment, wrapped her arms around Yi Bei's neck, kissed him and said, "Hubby, the fire spirit fruit has a price, but you are priceless. This fruit is a gift from your wife. Pick it up and eat it. Eat this fruit and your destiny will change. From now on, you will never be an ordinary person again." Yi Bei was touched. Power is genuinely generous to me. It's true love, all right. But why does she love me so much? Why is she so good to me? At the same time, also Yi Bei is curious. Eating the fire spirit fruit will change your destiny? How did it change? Yi Bei slowly picked up the fire spirit fruit in the box and asked curiously, "Wife, no longer an ordinary person? Then what will I be in the future?" Chapter 27 Eating a fire spirit fruit. Tang Mi sat upright and looked at Yi Bei with a serious face and said, "It's an inhuman. Someone who is different from normal people. After eating the fire spirit fruit, the human body will stimulate its innate potential and become a supernatural person who is different from ordinary people. In this world, apart from ordinary people, there are many inhabitants who hide in our lives with various professions. Probably, ordinary people will never know that there are still inhumans existing in this world in their entire lives. And I am also an inhuman. My superpower not only makes my face value super high, but also gives me a bright singing voice. No matter what kind of song I sing, I can sing it to the extreme. This is also the reason why I was able to burst into the entertainment industry." Yi Bei's astonishment in his heart was indescribable when he heard these words. So that's how it was. I thought the system was amazing enough. I didn't expect that my wife would have supernatural powers. This really opens the door to a new world. Inhuman. Someone who is different from the norm. Then, if I have the system rewarded vitalizing dragon and tiger kung fu, does that mean I'm also an inhuman? Or, only those who develop superhuman abilities after eating the fire spirit fruit could be called inhuman? Then again, this fire spirit fruit is really amazing. My dear, is the efficacy of this fire spirit fruit to develop one's special abilities? Or to directly change one's physique? Tang Mi hurriedly explained. This has to be divided into situations. An ordinary person who eats the fire spirit fruit can stimulate his innate abilities. When an inhuman eats the fire spirit fruit, it will have a boosting effect on his supernatural abilities, which means that his supernatural abilities will become stronger. Saying that, Tang Mi pushed Yi Bei's hand. "Hubby, you quickly eat this fire spirit fruit. After eating it, you will soon be able to stimulate your innate abilities. I'm quite curious about what your superpower is." Tang Mi didn't know that Yi Bei had a system. In her eyes, at this moment, Yi Bei was just an ordinary person. Yi Bei brought the fire spirit fruit close to his nose and smelled it. The strange fragrance was really fascinating. Gulp. The knot in his throat couldn't help but roll a little. This fruit, anyone who smelled it would salivate. Yi Bei craved in his mouth and was touched in his heart. Nini is also too good to herself. Such a precious thing, worth $80 million. She actually gave it to me without hesitation. It really is true love for real money. Nini to me so heart. Yi Bei, and how will let the good people disappointed. The kindness of a drop of water should be repaid by the spring. Dear power, husband, this wave must let you earn. Thinking about this, Yi Bei planned to eat this not so good quality fire spirit fruit first, and then from the system, take out 2 good color fire spirit fruits and give them to Tang Mi. He said that his supernatural ability could change 1 fire spirit fruit into 2 fire spirit fruits after eating it in his stomach. This way, Nini will be very happy. Yi Bei swallowed the fire spirit fruit into his mouth in one bite. The genus was delicious, and every taste bud inside his mouth was stimulated as if he was mesmerized. The kind of sweet to the extreme, tender to the limitless pulp. Not much chewing has actually turned into liquid juice, swallowed into the abdomen, but as if swallowed into a flame in general. Instantly, Yi Bei's body became warm, as if there were countless small flames running wild in his body. It was only a few breaths of time. The small flames transformed into strands of powerful rigid yang qi. which flowed wildly through Yibei's limbs and bones until it completely fused into the flesh, blood and bones. At this moment, Yibei's entire body turned more radiant. Ding! Congratulations to the host. He has become a 1-star inhuman and has activated his innate ability, the Eye of Heaven. Hearing the system reminder, Yibei's eyes shone brightly, and there seemed to be an additional energy like a fiery flame at the center of his eyebrows. When Yibei looked at Tang Mi again, the image that entered his eyes changed completely. Tang Mi's clothes had turned into a fully transparent outfit. What should be seen shouldn't be seen. Ahem. Even the blood flow of her entire body, the operation of her meridian breath, and her heartbeat could be seen clearly. But wherever Yibei concentrated on looking, it could also become even more high definition. This kind of feeling, it was like having X-ray capabilities in both eyes. No, it was even more awesome than X-rays. Looking at it, Yibei realized that Tang Mi's back waist was even tattooed with a small white tail. Looking at the shape, especially like a fox's tail, the furry one was not only very cute, but also very beautiful. Intuition told Yibei, this tail tattoo contains extremely powerful energy. But last night, he and Tang Mi in bed when love clearly did not see anything. Yibei still clearly remember. At that time, Tang Mi was lying on her back, and he himself from behind, and did not find any tattoos on her body. This hidden excellent cute little tail is what happened. Can my wife transform into a vixen? It a good boy. Really if it can. He. Exciting. Yibei shook his head and shook off the random thoughts in his head. At this time, Tang Mi saw that after Yibei ate the fire spirit fruit, he stared at himself and even giggled. He couldn't help but be curious. Hubby, do you feel any changes in your body? Quickly tell me, what is the innate ability you've inspired? Yibei came back to his senses. With a slight smile, his palm stretched out. Swish! Instantly, 2 fire spirit fruits appeared between his palms, and they were bigger and fuller in character. Tang Mi froze. Her eyes were wide and she looked at the 2 fire spirit fruits in Yibei's hands with an unbelievable expression. The size of these 2 fire spirit fruits was far bigger than the one Yibei had eaten in, and the fragrance also seemed to be even more exotic. This caused her to be shocked, but she was overjoyed in her heart. Hubby, you're also too powerful. Eating in 1 fire spirit fruit, you were able to turn out 2 of them, and the grade is still so good. This superpower of yours is so awesome. Tang Mi was overwhelmed with excitement, and countless novel ideas popped up in her mind. Hubby, try eating another peach in a while and see if you can change into 2 immortal peaches. Yibei was amused by Tang Mi's whimsical ideas. Giving the fruit to Tang Mi to put away, he looked at her with a bad smile and said, my dear, this superpower of mine can only be used once a day. Unless, Tang Mi's eyes flashed with light, incomparably looking forward to saying, unless what? Unless, let me have another go at it tonight. I can't say. I'll be able to change 2 peaches of immortality for you. Tang Mi's little face instantly turned a delicate red. Yibei swept Tang Mi into his arms, and between their 4 eyes, the 2 of them got closer and closer. In the room, incomparable sounds of love were soon heard. A full 3 incense sticks of time. The room finally quieted down. Yibei hugged Tang Mi around him, only feeling a sense of relief. In his heart, he couldn't help but feel that this kind of life was really too happy. Ever since being with his dear Mimi, he felt like he had enjoyed happiness that he had never enjoyed before. It must be said that the power belongs to a rare extreme. She is too perfect. There is not a single flaw in the whole body. Big long legs to play with for a lifetime. Can't get tired of playing. Tang Mi nestled in Yibei's arms, enjoying the tranquility after the pleasure. Yibei's warm body heat baked her drowsy. She subconsciously moved her body, found a comfortable position in Yibei's arms and slowly closed her eyes. Yibei looked at the petite wife in his arms and secretly lamented in his heart. It's over. He had really sunk to this woman in his own life. He suddenly remembered that the famous female writer Zhang Eileen once said that the passage to a woman's heart is ahem. In fact, the core meaning of this statement, in turn, placed on the body of men, seems to work well. The blissful exertion, coupled with Tang Mi's gradually steady breathing, Yibei's drowsiness sought him out, but he didn't fall asleep. Rather, swish, summoned a fire spirit fruit from the system and stuffed it into his mouth. Chapter 28. She's tired of dying and wants to jump off a building. Soon, heat swept through the entire body, and endless energy filled the limbs and bones. Ding! Congratulations to the host, for becoming a 2-star inhuman. 2-star inhuman. Ha ha! Not bad, not bad, only 1 star away from my wife. Originally, Yibei wanted to eat it all in one go, but at this moment, his body had a feeling that it was going to be bursting with energy, as if a person had eaten too much and was holding up his body with that feeling of fullness. That's fine. I'll eat the rest another day. Looking at the sleeping Tang Mi in his arms, Yibei was satisfied and closed his eyes to sleep. The 2 of them embraced each other like this and spent a beautiful afternoon. Half an afternoon. neither Yi Bei nor Tang Mi were in a hurry to get up. Such sweet hours. Not only did Tang Mi enjoy them, Yi Bei also cherished every minute and second that the two were together. But the two hadn't enjoyed it for long when Yi Bei's cell phone rang. Picking up the cell phone, it was a call from his good brother Mingcheng. "Brother, what's the matter with the call?" Yi Bei said. After the marriage life, it was many times more nourishing than before. Yi Bei spoke in a cheerful voice, but Mingcheng's tone was very grave. "Brother Yi, something happened. Your girlfriend." "No, it's your ex-girlfriend. She's jumping off a building." "What? Jumping off a building? Lin Yuhan was jumping off a building?" Yi Bei immediately put away his relaxed state and asked with a serious look. "Where?" "Mingcheng, on the roof of your wedding room." Now Lin Yuhan's family, the police, fire, ambulance, and a lot of people watching, all gathered downstairs. When Yi Bei heard that the battle had gotten so big, his heart was even more puzzled. How could it be like this? He had thought that the Lin family wouldn't stop, but he had never thought that Lin Yuhan would actually jump off a building. Why did she jump off the building? Can't the police even save her? Yi Bei asked. Mingcheng sighed. Can't be saved. Could have been saved long ago. She was sitting on the corner of the roof. The maneuverable space was too small, and she didn't let anyone get close. The police were afraid that she would jump off in a fit of excitement, and sent several sets of people to negotiate with her, all to little effect. She also said that there was no point in her living, that her favorite man abandoned her on her wedding day and married her best friend, and that her life was all gloomy and so on. She kept calling out your name. "Brother, come over quickly. Even if I don't give you this call, I guess the police are going to contact you." Yi Bei was speechless for a while in his heart. "I'm married, and you Lin Yuhan have nothing to do with it, right? What are you making of this? Ask yourself that I, Yi Bei, don't owe you anything. As for this to screw me, come to my house and jump off the building? That's not your style. Forget it. What's meant to be will be. Okay, Mingcheng, I know. You tell the police I'll go over there now." "Okay, brother Yi." Ending the call, Yi Bei got up, ready to change and set off. Tang Mi got up and followed behind Yi Bei. "Hubby, I'll accompany you, in case she really accidentally jumps off the building and kills herself. I think you'll feel guilty. I have a way to keep her safe and sound, and I can still see the face of her family." Tang Mi had heard everything in the conversation just now, and the smart one knew what was going on after a little nudge. Originally, Tang Mi did not intend to pay any attention to Lin Yuhan, but this woman was really a bit excessive, and even wanted to take away her husband in such a way? Oh, it was really ridiculous. There are quite a few people at the power scene. I'm worried that your identity will be leaked. I'm afraid that it won't affect you too well. Yi Bei looked at Tang Mi with a concerned face. "Don't worry, dear husband. I am at least an inhuman, and not just any inhuman. I won't be easily recognized." Tang Mi smiled with a confident face and held Yi Bei's hand. Yi Bei nodded his head in acquiescence. The two didn't waste any time and hurriedly changed their clothes. Tang Mi changed her clothes as fast as she could. Baseball cap, sunglasses, black mask, tights, and a pair of sneakers. This seemingly simple outfit instantly became unusual when paired with her nearly perfectly proportioned body. Underneath the innocent girl's outfit is the blooming beauty of a high-flying imperial lady. But after being covered by the hat, sunglasses, and mask, what flowed out was a cold and majestic aura. "Honey, actually wearing a skirt is more suitable for your temperament. Why do you need to wear a sportswear?" Yi Bei was a bit puzzled. Tang Mi held up her sunglasses. "Of course it's for the convenience of saving people. Wearing a skirt is not convenient." Hearing this, Yi Bei was touched for a moment in his heart. Not only did Tang Mi not care that she went to see Lin Yuhan, she also risked being recognized and wore sportswear to save someone. Dear me, really understanding enough. "Hubby, hurry up and go." Tang Mi picked up the car keys and took the lead downstairs. Bai Yashwan, who was swiping a small video on the sofa, knew that her cousin was going out when she saw her dressed up in an airtight outfit. And, still taking Yi Bei, this little white boy, out with her? The two seemed to be in a hurry. Shouldn't they really be going on a wild goose chase? Oh my god, cousin, what kind of soul soup have you been put in by this little white boy? You're doing this on your own accord? No, I have to stop this. I can't let you go astray. Cousin, cousin what are you guys in such a hurry to do? Bai Yashwan asked as she ran forward with a smile. Tang Mi casually replied, "Stay on the side, none of your business." Bai Yashwan, "Well, cousin, how can you be like this? I care about you so much, and you actually told me to stay aside?" Bai Yashwan's heart was sore for a while. Cousin, the old you wasn't like this, since having this little white, having a brother-in-law, you've even started to be mean to me. When she felt behind the sunglasses, Tang Mi's eyes that were filled with ice-coldness, she immediately banned her voice. No more love. This is all to blame for the abominable Yi Bei. You stinky shameless, snatched my cousin. My old lady hates you. You wait for me, cousin, but said, I am her favorite sister. One day, cousin will let me become an inhuman. When I become an inhuman, I'll kick your ass. Buzz. Tang Mi drove the black diamond-colored Rolls-Royce Phantom, carrying Yi Bei as he rushed out of the manor and headed straight to the Golden Domain neighborhood where the wedding house was located. In order to hurry, Tang Mi directly showed her driving skills like a car god, shuttling back and forth in the endless stream of traffic, ensuring the fastest speed under the premise of not violating traffic rules. Yi Bei, who was sitting in the passenger side, watched Tang Mi's smooth and flowing operation with unblinking eyes. The shock in his heart, there was no way to describe it in words. How many years of driving skill does it take to drive a car like this? Waiting for the stoplight, Tang Mi discovered the shock in Yi Bei's eyes. With a sweet smile, she explained, Hubby, this is just the most basic strength of an inhuman. You can easily do it in the future as well. Yi Bei's heart was clear, but Tang Mi's super god driving skills still made him experience extraordinary excitement. The half-hour journey from the manor to the Golden Area neighborhood was frozen and was shortened into 10 minutes. After Yi Bei got off the car, he only felt that the road under his feet was floating. Shui Mingcheng, who was in the crowd, immediately greeted the two when he saw them. Brother Yi, so fast? I thought it would take a while for you to arrive. Bai Yashuan, why are you here too? He looked at Tang Mi, who had gotten down from the driver's seat, and subconsciously took her for Bai Yashuan. There was inexplicably more worry in his heart. Brother Yi, you're confused. How could you bring Bai Yashuan here? Now that Lin Yuhan was crying and wanting to jump off the building, if she knew that Bai Yashuan had also come. I'm afraid that if she gets excited, she'll jump straight down from the stairs. Chapter 29 Power Wife Tugging the Sky. Tang Mi did not take Shui Mingcheng's words, just pulled the black mask on the face. Obviously do not want to be recognized. Shui Mingcheng also did not ask more questions. At the moment is still important to save people. Now, the whole building has been blocked by the police, not allowing anyone to enter. When the police saw Yi Bei several people, they directly stopped them. Yi Bei just wanted to explain and reveal his identity. Tang Mi, who was at the side, reached out and pulled out a black wallet and handed it to the police. The officer in charge of guarding the area took the document, only to see that it read, Mystery Bureau District 7. Name, Tang Mi. Gender, female. Age, 26. Rank, 3-star demon shopper. Outside identity, entertainment industry artist. After reading the documents, the officer stood in awe on the spot, returning the documents with both hands and giving a military salute in place with a very specific movement. Hello Officer Tang, please come in. Immediately afterward, the entire police force saluted together. Good day, Officer Tang, please come in. Tang Mi nodded and responded in a deep voice, comrades have worked hard. No hard work, serving the people. A resounding voice resounded throughout the entire neighborhood. Many onlookers who watched the action heard the commotion and speculated, was it a big shot personally visiting their neighborhood? However, there was no one in the neighborhood who went up to look like a big shot. Tang Mi did not want to be too high profile, and pulled Yi Bei through the police line before anyone could react. Shui Mingcheng was still immersed in the shock of the police's collective salute, and when he came back to his senses, Yi Bei had long since disappeared. When he tried to take another step closer to the cordon, the police directly stopped him. Shui Mingcheng had no choice but to stay outside the cordon and wait, but his heart was very puzzled. That woman just now, why are you guys calling her Officer Tang? Isn't her surname Bai? What's the point of asking so much? It's not for you to know. The officer's icy voice made Shui Mingcheng shiver. He smiled awkwardly and left the perimeter of the cordon, thinking that he might have been mistaken. That person wasn't Bai Yashuan at all, but that face, that figure. It seemed like it was Bai Yashuan all right. Maybe. There was also the possibility of misreading. Maybe Yi Bei had specially gone to invite some powerful person in order to save Lin Yuhan. Yi Bei, this guy really has two brushes. Lin Yuhan missing him could really be a lifetime of sorrow. Inside the cordon, Yi Bei followed behind Tang Mi, already surprised and unable to speak. His heart kept thinking, my wife is not simple. What exactly is she? What was that certificate just now? Why did the other party look at it and instantly respect it like that? I thought that I already knew almost everything about her. But now it seems that I don't know anything about my wife's strength and background. It seems that I don't know anything about my wife's strength and background. Yi Bei really can't hold back the curiosity in his heart. See, walking to no one, close to Tang Mi's side, whispered and asked, Dear, you just that document. Words have not finished. Tang Mi, bashful smile, hand on the black wallet handed to Yi Bei. Yi Bei looked at the contents on the document with a puzzled face. Mystery Bureau? The 7th District? Demon Beheader? Honey, what does everything written on this document mean? Yi Bei asked directly. Tang Mi smiled. This is a long story. The situation is urgent right now. I can't explain it clearly in a moment. Do you still remember what I said to you this morning? Yi Bei nodded his head repeatedly. Remember, You said you have something to say to me tonight. Well, when it comes to the evening, I will tell you everything. Hearing this, Yi-bei stopped dwelling on it. Good, then you must tell me at night. Otherwise I'll have to be on top tonight. Yi-bei meant it. Tang Mi's ears abruptly turned red. Unhappily pinched Yi-bei's arm. Pouted, bad guy. Know it, the night I'll rely on you. During the conversation, the two had already arrived at the rescue area downstairs. Right now, the first and foremost thing was to find a way to save people. But Lin Yuhan's position in the corner of the roof. From the downstairs window raid to save people is not desirable. From the roof of the building raid is equally unrealistic. The blind corner is too small. 90-degree corner want to get closer to some are not easy. And good words of persuasion, completely useless. But let Lin Yuhan's emotions more agitated. Rescue has reached a stalemate. Yi-bei looked up to the roof of the building, and it so happened that Lin Yuhan also noticed him, only to see that she directly stood up from the corner, raised her shouting trumpet and shouted at Yi-bei. Yi-bei, I want you to announce in front of everyone that you are divorcing by Yashuan and staying with me. Otherwise I won't live. I'm going to jump off the building. This sentence instantly made the police and paramedics downstairs all tense up. The police handed Yi-bei a megaphone for the first time, asking him to find a way to calm Lin Yuhan down. Yi-bei took the loudspeaker, but he didn't know how to persuade her. He didn't want to compromise anything with Lin Yuhan at all, and was now deeply disgusted with her family. Looking at the crazy Lin Yuhan on the roof of the building, and seeing the super sweet, super warm, super perfect power wife by his side, a comparison of the two, Yi-bei shouted without thinking, Lin Yuhan, I advise you to stop. Stop fooling around. It's impossible. We're already over. Lin Yuhan's emotions instantly became more agitated as she wailed and shouted, You don't promise me? Then I'll jump down now. Without you, there's no point in me living. Just die. Saying this, Lin Yuhan really made a show of jumping off the building. This scared the rescuers. The onlookers outside the cordon spontaneously asked Yi-bei to quickly grant her request. Why is this man of yours so stiff? Promise her first and let her come down. That's right, you're happy when you have to make a scene. He was able to abandon his bride on the wedding day. Now he's afraid that he can't wait for other girls to jump. This kind of person is not a good bird at first glance. Right. Said right. Yi-bei turned a deaf ear to the voices outside. He was sure that Lin Yuhan didn't dare to jump. Her little guts Yi-bei was still clear. If she really wanted to jump, she would have jumped a long time ago. She wouldn't have waited until now. However, she wanted to threaten herself and force herself to make a new choice in public, and then the public humiliated power. I have already given you Lin Yuhan more than once the opportunity. It is you who did not treasure it. Today make this mess to make me compromise? Ridiculous. I resolutely can't let an outsider hurt the wife of power who was so good to me. So, no matter what, I won't agree to declare a divorce, much less agree to be with you Lin Yuhan. Song Lily saw that Yi-bei was indifferent. Immediately, she let out a wild river lion roar. Then, pounced and sat down on her knees, bawling, My poor daughter you were victimized by a scummy man in this way. You all if you jumped off a building. People also backed off half a point. Woo. God you open your eyes to save my good daughter. My daughter if there is a long and short. I do not live. I won't live won't live. This heartbreaking cry made the onlookers unable to hold back their gloomy tears, itching to collectively pounce on Yi-bei and violently beat him up. Scum man. This is the real deal scum right? What kind of girl is this? For you to jump off a building. But you are so indifferent. What's more, other people's mothers are kneeling on the ground, crying like that, want to follow their daughters to die together. You even do not show a little. Such a hard-hearted man. This kind of man is simply scum to the extreme. For a while, the surrounding area was filled with the sound of spitting, hating Yi-bei and cursing him to death. But Yi-bei can see clearly. Song Lily is simply dry thunder does not rain. Then again, isn't this all caused by you? Dead? You still have the face to cry? Cry Nima Lua Batch. For the sake of your own son, you forced Lin Yuhan and me to keep asking for money, and you want to squeeze my whole family dry. See you on God annoying. Still want me to compromise? Martyr. If you don't go up and kick your ass, you're lucky. Just when Yi-bei was gritting his teeth in anger, Song Lily once again on the playwright, while bawling, while rolling and crawling on his knees in front of Yi-bei, grabbing Yi-bei's pants leg. Yi-bei, do me a favor. I'm kneeling down for you for the sake of my daughter. 1,000 mistakes are all my fault. Save my daughter. Count on me to beg you to speak. I beg you to quickly announce your divorce from Bai Xian and promise to be with my daughter. As long as you and my daughter together, I don't want the bride price, don't want the marital house, don't want the car, don't want anything. Please save my daughter Yi-bei forcefully held back the anger in his heart, and the disgust he felt towards Song Lily. Taking a deep breath, he pretended to be deaf and blind. Chapter 30. A family of three choose one. Song Lily saw that Yi Bei was still not on board. A touch of sinister flashed out of the corner of her eye, and she once again howled and shouted, "Today, if my daughter has a short or long life, it's all because of you. It's all because of you. At that time, not to mention I owe you $400,000, even if I owe you $10 million, you can't make up for the pain of my daughter jumping off the building and falling to her death. You could have saved her. Why didn't you? Why my poor daughter Yi Bei looked at Song Lily's ugly face and couldn't hold back any longer, forcing a step back and shouting angrily, "Song Lily, you've had enough. You're almost done with the drama. Isn't it just that you don't want to pay back the money? As for playing such underhanded tricks?" Seeing Yi Bei, Lin Yangwei dared to talk to his own mother like this. Not caring how many people were watching at the scene, he pointed at Yi Bei's nose and cursed, You're the one playing dirty tricks. My mom did not want to pay back the money. No such thing. This is all because of you. If you didn't hire someone to go to our house to ask for money, is my sister to be forced to jump off the building?" When Yi Bei heard this, he was angry and wanted to laugh. It seems that he really gave himself a right guess. Lin Yangwei, this brainless fool. Words cannot even say, "This is not here without silver 302? It turns out that today's matter boils down to money. Is their own let by Yashin hired people to ask for money? Song Lily do not want to pay back the money. This is the heart of the poisonous plan. Forcing their own daughters staged such a jumping scene. At this moment, everyone's attention was on Yi Bei and Song Lily. No one paid attention to the Tang Mi beside Yi Bei. Tang Mi hadn't said anything the whole time, just thoughtfully watching the Lin family's every move. At this time, LV Shua, the captain of the police force in charge of this rescue, saw how things had gotten so stagnant and gratefully walked over to Tang Mi's side and whispered, "Officer Tang, this situation right now is really difficult. If Lin Yuhan really has any accidents in a while, you'll have to step in." "Right. I wonder if you have a better rescue plan." Tang Mi nodded. "Remove all rescue measures. Only leave the rescuers behind. Disperse all the rest. Then close the scene. No one is allowed to see what's happening here." Lu Shua's face was filled with surprise. How could he not have expected that the rescue plan given by Tang Mi would be so extreme? How could this be? Without the rescue measures, on such a high floor, if Lin Yuhan really jumped down, in case you, Tang sir, didn't catch her, wouldn't someone die? If someone died, then I'd have a big responsibility. Thinking of this, Lu Shua was filled with sorrow. "Officer Tang, I'm afraid that's an order. And by the way, clear out those paparazzi who are trying to film the news as well." Although Tang Mi was wearing sunglasses and a mask and couldn't see his expression, the majesty in his tone made Lu Shua not dare to disobey in the slightest. Just as well, Officer Tang was at least a member of the Mystic Bureau, so she should be very strong. If she would propose such a rescue plan, she must have full certainty that she could guarantee Lin Yuhan's safety. Yes, subordinate obeys. With Officer Tang here, subordinate is relieved. Lu Shua promised and immediately went to carry out the order. Song Lily and Lin Yangwei were still pestering Yi Bei, not noticing in the slightest that the surrounding onlookers, police force, firefighters, and various journalists had already begun to be forcibly evacuated. When the duo came back to their senses, not only was the police cordon withdrawn, even the people who had come to rescue them had disappeared. Only one ambulance was left at the scene. When Song Lily saw this situation, her entire head was filled with fog. Not caring about pestering Yi Bei, she climbed up and wailed at the police officers guarding at the cell gate. "You bunch of goddamned, see death. Simply lose your conscience." Swish, she had just finished cursing, and before she took a breath, she felt a shadow flash in front of her eyes. Kappa pap. Her neck was pinched in the hands of a woman wearing tight black clothes, and her neck joints emitted a gust of soft sounds. It was as if it would break at any moment. "Not a little bit of guts. How dare you even scold the people's servant who guards the peace of a party? Then I'll give you a small punishment." Tang Mi used her heart-stoppingly cold eyes to look straight at Song Lily, her tone clear and cold. You. Song Lily shivered in fear. Her lips turned purple, and she almost peed in her pants. She wanted to beg for mercy, but she was already scared out of her wits. She couldn't even say a word to beg for mercy. Lin Yangwei was also terrified, his sweaty hairs standing up all over his body. This woman in black was too terrifying. The moment she approached, it was as if the air around her cooled down. Yi Bei on the side saw this situation. While surprised and secretly happy, he was still a little worried about Tang Mi, in case Song Lily was injured, and was endlessly blackmailed in the future. It was a real headache. Lin Yangwei noticed Yi Bei's expression and immediately guessed that this woman must be related to Yi Bei. He immediately rushed to Yi Bei's near front and roared at Yi Bei. Mud horse Yi Bei. "It's all because of you. Hurry up and let that woman put my mom away." Yi Bei heard. The tiger doesn't give out. You think I'm a little milk cat, jerking off when you want to? And dare to disrespect my dear wife? Go to hell, you brain dead. Yi Bei was enraged and swung his fist at Lin Yangwei. Bang! The heavy fist smashed into Lin Yangwei's face. 3 teeth flew out on the spot. Lin Yangwei flung out horizontally, and his head slammed towards a nearby street light pole. If this is hit on it, Lin Yangwei life is accounted for. Until flying out Yi Bei only inner thump. Bad. Accidentally used too much strength. Swish! Just as Lin Yangwei was about to hit the street light pole, a black shadow flashed by and grabbed Lin Yangwei's neck with his bare hands and lifted him up. Hubby, leave this matter today alone for now. There will be plenty of opportunities for you to perform in the future. Tang Mi smiled faintly at Yi Bei. Yi Bei's heart warmed. Good wife. Just when he was about to say wife I'm so good. Whoosh! Tang Mi pinched the two of them with her bare hands and disappeared in front of her eyes. Yi Bei searched for the residual shadow and looked. He realized that he had entered the building. Just as he raised his head, he saw that Tang Mi had already brought Song Lily and Lin Yangwei and appeared on the roof of the building. It also had the duo sitting side by side with Lin Yuhan. Seeing the reunited family of 3, the corners of Tang Mi's mouth lifted slightly and said in an evil tone, "Jump, one of you 3 must take the initiative to jump. Otherwise I'll push all 3 of you down." Song Lily's frightened voice was in tears, trembling as she slightly turned her head sideways, looking at the empty downstairs. Only Yi Bei and an ambulance were left, suddenly panicking her scalp. What $400,000? What the death of her own daughter? She couldn't care less. All she knew was bawling, constantly begging Tang Mi beside her. "Auntie, please let us go. We know we're wrong. We won't dare again." Then look at Lin Yangwei. Has long been scared to the point of snot and tears, body twitching, clear snot flowing out and sucking it in, and flowing out and sucking it in again. A living goon. Oh, we're wrong. Beg the lady warrior to let us go. We didn't mean to mess things up. It's really 400,000 too much. We can't afford to pay it back. Tang Mi ignored their pleas and smiled coldly. Debt repayment is natural. You guys forced Yi Bei to come up with 400,000 dowry. Why don't you think it's too much? You stopped the door to ask for 100,000 entrance fee. How do not feel more? Today, even if your family all jumps off from here, you deserve it. Alright, you guys talk it over. One of you has to jump, or else you'll all be pushed down together. Chapter 31 Power Showdown. The 3 people's faces were white. Song Lily and Lin Yangwei were as stupid as they were, shivering and not daring to let out a single fart. Lin Yuhan, who was scared to tears, didn't know what to do for a moment. She did have the idea of lightening her life, but she still thought that Yi Bei would divorce Bai Yashuan and return to her side in order to save her. That way, their Lin family would not have to pay back the 400,000, and her mother and brother would not keep pushing her. But who would have thought that such a horrible person would appear out of nowhere? According to this situation, they simply cannot escape the control of this woman. But whether it was her mother, or her brother Lin Yangwei, she did not want them to die. After all, they are blood relatives. Tang Mi saw the 3 of them dragging their feet and had no intention of discussing. The pair of soulful eyes behind the sunglasses turned colder and colder. I'll count to 10. No one jumps within 10 counts. You guys will wait to be pushed down by me. Lin Yuhan panicked, not daring to stalemate any longer, immediately dropping her stance and pleading to Tang Mi. I was wrong. I'll never pester Yi Bei again. Please let our family go. Tang Mi didn't even hear, turned her back and started counting down. 10, 9, 8. This number was like a life-suppressing talisman, urging Song Lily's face to turn pale. She even felt that this woman in front of her was definitely a strong person of the killer class. This kind of person they simply couldn't afford to offend. It seemed like one of them had to jump off in order to end this matter today. She turned her head to look at her son and daughter beside her. Without hesitation, she grabbed Lin Yuhan's sleeve. Yuhan, you're the one who is the older sister. It's better for you to jump. Your brother is still young. He can't be ruined by you. Lin Yuhan. She was instantly struck by lightning. Eyes desperate, she looked at her mother. Didn't she force Yi Bei to give the Lin family $400,000 despite everything, just to give Lin Yangwei a daughter-in-law? In the end, her mother even put it all on her head? What's wrong with being a sister? And you're a mother? Why don't you jump? Mom, I don't want to die. Lin Yuhan was halfway through her sentence when she felt her body being pushed hard. The sudden feeling of being suspended in the air caused her tear ducts to instantly go out of control. She looked at the cold expressions of Song Lily and Lin Yangwei, who were sitting on the roof of the building, and endless despair flowed out of her eyes. Yi Bei, who was standing downstairs, couldn't help but frown a little when he saw Lin Yuhan being pushed down by Song Lily. A tiger's venom doesn't even eat its children. Song Lily actually wanted to kill Lin Yuhan with her own hands? Marred. Sinning. Yi Bei subconsciously rushed downstairs, ready to pick up Lin Yuhan. If it was before, he would definitely not have reacted so quickly, but nowadays, He was already a 2-star Inhuman. There was a majestic energy contained within his body, which multiplied his strength and made him terribly fast. But when he rushed downstairs, he didn't manage to catch Lin Yuhan. He just felt a figure flash before his eyes, and Lin Yuhan was gone. Look carefully again. It turned out to be Tang Mi who caught Lin Yuhan one step ahead of him. However, in the next second, Tang Mi casually threw the person to the ground. Yi Bei was wondering why she threw the person on the ground instead of sending him to the ambulance. Tang Mi hooked one hand around Yi Bei's neck, pulled down the mask with one hand, and her body lightly explored a kiss and said, "Okay, things are done, let's go." Yi Bei was half in a daze. This is done? But Song Lily and Lin Yangwei, the two of them, were still sitting on the roof. There was also Lin Yuhan, although she didn't fall down from the upper floor, but she seemed to have fainted. Is it really okay to throw her on the ground like this? When Tang Mi saw that Yi Bei couldn't stop looking in Lin Yuhan's direction, he casually gestured. Before he could react, he dragged him into the Rolls-Royce Phantom. The moment the car started to leave, Yi Bei saw the medical staff inside the ambulance, running towards Lin Yuhan with the resuscitation supplies. On the way back, the car was still speeding. Tang Mi glanced at Yi Bei, her tone sour. "Honey, you wouldn't still be able to let go of Lin Yuhan, right?" No. Yi Bei hurriedly denied it. "I'm just worried that someone might get killed." Tang Mi smiled. "You don't have to worry about that. Lin Yuhan will be temporarily unconscious for a while. I used some superpowers on her. The paramedics in the ambulance will take her to the hospital to take care of her. For the month to come, she can only hear and see, but can't express any information to the outside world. I think, through this month's time, she should be able to see her family's face clearly enough. By then, she should choose a new life." Yi Bei's heart was clear. So this was already the greatest tolerance from Mimi, right? Tang Mi added. "Dear, you won't mind if I go AWOL and make a move on Lin Yuhan, right?" "Of course not. You're my wife. I'll support you no matter what you do." Yi Bei gazed deeply at Tang Mi. He knew very well that if Tang Mi wasn't there, today's matter wasn't that easy to solve. The Lin family's stalking would eventually drive Lin Yuhan to the brink of extinction. Even though he no longer had feelings for Lin Yuhan, he didn't want to cause a death. No matter what kind of decision Tang Mi made, as long as no one was killed, anything was good. Yi Bei's understanding doubled Tang Mi's heart, but she still couldn't help but fight for him. "It's already considered benevolent for me to do this. Just based on what the Lin family did to you, we can completely ignore what happened today." Yi Bei nodded, agreeing with Tang Mi's words. "Now this is good. Everything is over." "But," Tang Mi asked while driving, "but what? Song Lily owes me that $400,000 or have to return, and not a penny less." Yi Bei's indignant look amused Tang Mi. She maneuvered the steering wheel with one hand and gave Yi Bei a thumbs up. "Husband is good. Worthy of being my Tang Mi's man. Good. This money has to be asked for. Right, hubby? Now that you are an Inhuman, have you thought about what you want to do in the future? For example, you can use your power to guard our motherland and be a top hero or something like that." Yi Bei thought seriously for a while and looked at Tang Mi and said, "My dear, what you said makes sense. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Since I have far higher strength than normal people nowadays, I should shoulder my responsibility." Once Tang Mi heard that Yi Bei had this kind of ideological awareness, she was very happy. "In that case, my dear also wants to join the 7th district?" Yi Bei shook his head. "No, I think I'm still suitable for a soft meal. You serve the motherland and guard the people. I'll guard you." When Tang Mi heard this, her heart was filled with warmth. Although Yi Bei's idea was a bit unambitious, for Tang Mi, it was really touching. After being reborn, she hated the fact that Yi Bei couldn't stay by her side at all times, and now this wish was so hard to realize. Of course she didn't want Yi Bei to venture to the 7th district. However, it would be worth looking forward to if the couple could fight side by side together in the 7th district. As Tang Mi was thinking, she noticed Yi Bei suddenly leaning over. "Honey, but we agreed before. I'm on top tonight. No backing out." Cough. Tang Mi took a breath and couldn't help but cough a few times. Her pretty face stiffened and she didn't dare to look at Yi Bei, only murmuring in a small voice, "Humph, big bad egg. Really, decent but not 3 seconds. There's no way. Who let my power wife is too delicious. This thing is addictive. Humph, big bad egg." The two of them returned to the manor. Originally wanted to directly dry fire a hand, but the reason was that it was mealtime. Bai Yixian had already explained to the nanny and prepared a sumptuous dinner. Tang Mi was sitting at the long dining room table, looking at Yi Bei with an infatuated face. "Honey, eat quickly. If you keep looking, I should eat you." Yi Bei picked up a piece of black pepper beef and put it in his mouth. Tang Mi blushed shyly and withdrew her gaze. Yi Bei hemmed and hawed and asked, "By the way, Mimi, what's with the mystery bureau, the 7th district and what 3-star demon chopper on your documents? Can you tell me now?" Tang Mi nodded and explained as she ate her meal. The Mysterious Bureau is the highest-level mysterious organization in the Dragon Kingdom, all of which are made up of super-capable inhumans. Yi-Bei, what about the 7th District? Does it represent the 7th District in the Mysterious Bureau? No, the 7th District is just an individual name. In order to confuse the enemy and protect the Mysterious Bureau's organizational structure from being exposed. But how many districts there are in the Mystic Bureau? I'm not really sure. What about the Demon Chopper? Yi-Bei continued to ask. Demon Beheader is the occupational title of the members of the 7th District, an inhuman who specializes in beheading demons and ghosts, and the star pole represents the strength of the Demon Beheader. This world, it's not as peaceful as it seems on the surface. In places that ordinary people can't see, there are many demons, ghosts and evil forces, and the Mystic Bureau members are there to secretly suppress them. The members of the Mysterious Bureau shoulder the heavy responsibility of defending the country and guarding thousands of people, but because of the special circumstances, they have never been known by the public. Chapter 32, 3000 Shura Demon Army. Yi-Bei listened thoughtfully and felt that Power's wife was genuinely quite great. She is the queen of top stream who has taken the country by storm, the demon slayer who guards the peace of a party in the darkness, and the good wife who is only pampering and sweet to herself. Getting this woman is a blessing for me. I, Yi-Bei, definitely saved the earth in my previous life. As he was thinking, Tang Mi spoke again. However, not all Inhumans will join the Mystic Bureau and become the righteous side. There are two types of Inhumans. One is the good ones. Some of them hide in the folklore, and some choose to join the Mysterious Bureau. And the other kind, the foreigners, are very evil. They cultivate evil kung fu, and secretly form parties and set up all kinds of evil forces. Many of them will also collude with demons and devils in a vain attempt to subvert this world and destroy this hard-won peaceful world. Mentioning these villains, Tang Mi's tone of voice was a few points colder than before. Yi-Bei's heart was incomparably shocked after hearing all this. He had never thought that there were so many strange and weird things in this world. Mi, this is the secret you promised me this morning that you would tell me, right? Tang Mi shook her head. No, the secret I'm going to tell you is another thing. Yi-Bei's curiosity was immediately aroused. What else could there be that was more confidential than the Mystery Bureau? Tang Mi didn't sell any more secrets. With her eyes on Yi-Bei, she opened her mouth to talk about her rebirth. My dear, it might be hard for you to believe me when I say this matter. I'm actually your future wife. I was reborn back from the future. The first thing I did after I was reborn was to look for you to renew my previous relationship. Unfortunately, you were in college at that time, and you completely ignored my pursuit of you. You only cared about Ling Yuhan. I don't know if you still remember me at that time. Yi-Bei's eyes froze in surprise. So, Mimi is my future wife. No wonder she is so good to me. That time in college. Not to mention, at that time there was really a very pretty girl who came out of nowhere to pursue me. My god, the original is the power? Tang Mi looked at Yi-Bei's surprised speechlessness and continued to narrate. At that time, I knew deep down that I was destined for the future with you, so I could only focus on my career first. I utilized my experiences and memories from my previous life to make a strong debut in the entertainment industry and became a popular star. It's just that I couldn't have imagined that the entertainment company I signed up with had so many Inhumans in it, and the backer behind this company was the Mystery Bureau, but it doesn't exactly belong to the Mysterious Bureau. In short, the two are very closely related. After that, my popularity in the country grew higher and higher, and my boss at the entertainment company gave me a fire spirit fruit, allowing me to successfully stimulate my past life potential. Later, I was selected by the Mystic Bureau due to my outstanding abilities, and I received 3 months of professional training from the Mystic Bureau. The devilish special training equipped me with all aspects of ability, and my strength reached a 3-star level. Tang Mi paused and added, there are a total of 10-star levels for the abilities of an Inhuman. When an ordinary person has just stimulated their potential, their strength can reach a 1-star level, and after the latter's hard work and cultivation, their strength will continue to grow. However, 10-star level Inhumans are rare, and there are only 2 or 3 10-star level Inhumans in the entire Mystic Bureau, and although I'm affiliated with the Mystic Bureau, I'm not very clear on who these 10-star level Inhumans actually are. After saying this, Tang Mi looked a lot more relaxed. She reached out her hand and touched Yi-Bei's broad palm. Hubby, being with you is my biggest wish after I was reborn, and now that we're married, so I've decided to suspend all the missions of the Mystic Bureau. Now, I just want to be with you for a long time and live the life of an ordinary person. Yi-Bei had long been touched by this confession of Mimi's wife, and his little heart was about to melt. Immediately got up, walked from the opposite side of Tang Mi to sit beside her, and gently took her into his arms. Although it was hard to accept this matter instantly, but thinking about the perfect life system Tang Mi brought to himself, and the foreigners in this world, Yi-Bei then felt that there was nothing strange about being reborn. It was impossible for me to lie with herself. Her loving eyes towards herself, everything she did, were all facts in front of her eyes, and these were already enough to show that her heart towards herself would not be false. Yi Bei now only regretted why he hadn't realized it earlier. In that case, he wouldn't have crossed paths with Ling Yuhan, and Mini wouldn't have to go into the entertainment industry alone. Thinking of this, Yi Bei became even more heartbroken for Tang Mi. The hand holding her couldn't help but tighten as well. I've told you all the secrets now. Husband, have you decided what you're going to do in the future? Tang Mi asked as she snuggled into Yi Bei's arms, then smiled again and said, no matter what kind of choice you make, I will support you. Once again mentioning what he was going to do in the future. Yi Bei's mind was more or less confused. What he was going to do in the future. It wasn't too late to consider it tomorrow, but at this moment, the beauty is in his arms. A good intimate is the most important thing, as the saying goes, if you are drunk today, not to mention that the secret is so beautiful and sexy, how can you bear it? So that, Yi Bei couldn't wait to hold Tang Mi and went to the bedroom. The two kissed all the way, their clothes falling apart one by one. Under the warm moonlight, the two spent another happy night. The next morning, Yi Bei woke up, seeing Tang Mi nestled in his arms, his little face flushed, delicate and cute. He couldn't help but kiss it. Ding! Today's signing success. Congratulations to the host, obtaining the position of Demon Marshal of the Shura Demon Army. 3000 Shura Demon Army has been arranged in the Miaojiang 100,000 mountains. Yi Bei froze. What's the situation? Today's signing and reward is a bit different. It even rewarded me with 3000 Shura Demon Army. It's just as well that he is a Demon Marshal, but he even arranged the 3000 Demon Army in the 100,000 mountains of Miaojiang. What is this all about? It couldn't be that the system is fooling me, right? Yi Bei was full of doubts, but seeing Tang Mi sleeping sweetly, he ignored the system reward. Fondly kissing Tang Mi for a few mouthfuls, he got up, put on his clothes, washed up, and prepared to make a delicious meal for his power wife. Coming to the living room, Yi Bei habitually played a set of Dragon Tiger Fist. This practicing, Yi Bei instantly felt that his body's strength skyrocketed, and even his innate ability, the Eye of the Heavens, became a little different. In addition to having a blazing energy, there seemed to be an additional cold energy. What is this situation? Can it be that the fire spirit fruit has been absorbed by my body in its entirety and the evolution of my physique has occurred? Curious, Yi Bei casted the Eye of the Heavens and didn't find any difference. After practicing boxing, Yi Bei cast his god of cookery skill to start the cooking of a delicious breakfast. Tang Mi woke up, feeling that her entire body was soothed and refreshed. She yawned and stretched to go wash up. It was another beautiful day, and today was going to be a day to continue enjoying a day of love and sweetness with her husband. But just as she had just finished washing up and was halfway through applying her makeup, a mysterious number called. Caller ID, Flower Moon Cat. Tang Mi put down her beauty brush and answered the call with a somewhat grave emotion. Captain, something's wrong. It's a big event that has alarmed the entire Mystic Bureau, and even the entire Dragon Kingdom and human world. An anxious and incomparable voice came from the phone. This made Tang Mi even more puzzled. What situation? What exactly had happened? Cat, don't sell out. Quickly tell us, what exactly is going on? The girl on the other side of the phone said in a nervous tone. Captain, it's like this. Last night, a mysterious force suddenly appeared in Miaojiang. They made the 8 evil forces of the Miao border bow down in one night and unified the entire Miao border. This is simply too terrifying. Tang Mi's face was also obscure after hearing this. What? Overnight? Letting the 8 evil forces of the Miao border bow down? What kind of powerful existence was this? It's too terrifying to be true. How powerful a force would have to be able to do this? How come I've never heard of such a power before? No wonder Cat is nervous like this. One must know that the Dragon Kingdom Mystic Bureau had been continuously suppressing the Miaojiang forces for 10 years. But 10 years of suppression was only enough to make the 8 evil forces of Miaojiang keep a low profile, no longer encroaching on the outside world and disrupting the lives of ordinary people. But wanting to make the 8 forces bow down? The 5 mysterious bureaus combined might not even be able to do it. It was extremely difficult to realize what the mysterious bureau couldn't even do. This force that came out of nowhere had accomplished in one night what the mysterious bureau couldn't even do in more than a decade. Hiss. It's very scary. Who is the boss behind this force? Chapter 33, Dear Mimi, I want to be an old Chinese doctor. Tang Mi asked Flower Moon Cat in surprise. Did you find out about this mysterious force? What kind of people are they? Is it a force from abroad? Or is it our Dragon Kingdom's own organization? Flower Moon Cat's reply was a bit downcast. Captain, there's absolutely no way to find out about any of this right now. According to the report from the members of the 7th district lurking over in Miaojiang, these people uniformly wear black robes with the word Shure embroidered in red on their backs, and it's not known which sect or faction they are from. But right now, the entire 7th region is closely investigating this matter, and I believe that it won't be long before the top will give us a relevant urgent mission, the Flower Moon Cat said. her tone a few more points more serious. Captain, you have to be ready to be transferred out of Jiangcheng at any time. This time even if you and Iran need a delay again. Iran boss can't do anything with you again, but as long as the Mystic Bureau gives the order, we just can't disobey even if we have 1,000 reasons. Tang Mi frowned with a heavy mood. I know, keep me posted if you have any news. Saying that, she couldn't help but sigh. I was thinking, having a honeymoon with my husband or something, but I didn't think that something would happen on the Miaojiang side. It's really damnable. The Flower Moon Cat knew that Tang Mi had made a lot of preparations for the marriage, and couldn't help but feel sorry for her, but no one dared to disobey the instructions of the Mystic Bureau. The two ended their call, and Flower Moon Cat continued to go poking around. Tang Mi adjusted her mood, put on makeup, and changed her clothes, and then came to the restaurant with a smile on her face as usual. Once inside, the entire restaurant and kitchen were filled with the aroma of food. One didn't need to think to know that Ji Bei had prepared another sumptuous and delicious breakfast for her. Woke up? Come and eat. It just came out of the pot. Ji Bei served the exquisite breakfast on the table and took off his apron to prepare dishes for Tang Mi. Although Tang Mi was still worried about what happened just now, she saw Ji Bei's sunny smile and enjoyed his meticulous care. All her worries were instantly left behind. The atmosphere of breakfast was joyful. Even Bai Yashuan, who came downstairs late, didn't say anything sarcastic about Ji Bei. She only focused on enjoying the delicious breakfast. However, Ji Bei always felt that Tang Mi seemed to have something on her mind. Seeing that she was a bit distracted, he suddenly remembered his Eye of Heaven, the extra cool energy that had just appeared. Why don't we try looking at the power? Thinking about this, Ji Bei immediately cast the Eye of the Ascended Cthulhu with the cool energy. This look made Ji Bei's heart incomparably surprised. How could this be? Above Tang Mi's head, a picture had actually appeared. In the image, Tang Mi had eaten a fire spirit fruit, and after being massaged by her own hands, her body's aura took a qualitative leap. And then Tang Mi had the excitement to say, "Hubby, I've finally become a 4-star demon slayer." This image was only about a second before and after, almost a flash, but Ji Bei quickly realized that this image was most likely predicting what was going to happen in the future. He secretly marveled in his heart. This Eye of the Heavens is also too powerful. It can even see what will happen in the future. In this way, don't I have the ability to predict a person's future fate? But there was one thing Ji Bei couldn't figure out. Why was he massaging power? The image of himself massaging was very serious. So be it, use the fiery energy to cast the Eye of Heaven again to see. Is it because Mimi's body really needs a massage? Ji Bei immediately reopened the Eye of the Ascended Cthulhu. Instantly, Tang Mi's body was transparent. There was not much difference between clothes on and off. In this regard, Ji Bei was happy. Casting the Eye of the Ascended Cthulhu with fiery energy, it was too damn similar to the penetrating eye, yet more powerful than the penetrating eye. However, Ji Bei is not to appreciate his wife's perfect and timely curves, but wants to see if there is any problem with her body meridians. This close look really gave Ji Bei some problems. Tang Mi's body, there were actually a few places where the breath was blocked. These several blocked points were basically located in several private parts of Tang Mi's body. Ji Bei suddenly felt, power before is also too simple. The first time to me not to say, these points are blocked are not their own massage. I do this husband, must help you to press well, and these positions well. All I love to touch the feng shui treasure. Ah. Pulling back his bad thoughts, Ji Bei once again observed in detail. If these blocked meridians are unblocked, then Tang Mi's whole body's breath seems to be able to circulate smoothly on the spot. No wonder. When Mimi ate the fire spirit fruit and then massaged it herself, she made an easy breakthrough. The fire spirit fruit could quickly replenish magical energy and nourish the body's meridians, while one's own massage was designated to be used to specialize in blocked acupoints. Now that he already knew what was going to happen in the future, why not let this happen a little earlier? Well, it was settled. If there's a suitable opportunity, then I'll give power a massage. He. After having breakfast, Tang Mi asked Ji Bei idly while drinking flower tea, "Hubby, have you thought about what you want to do in the future? Your previous job is definitely no longer suitable for you." Ji Bei nodded. He was now an inhuman and had to utilize his abilities to do something more meaningful. If he went back to his previous job, it would be a bit too big for him. Ji Bei thought about it and said with a smile, "There, dear me, I'm going to become an old Chinese doctor and open a Chinese medicine hall that specializes in massage." Tang Mi first froze when she heard this, then he couldn't help but laugh out loud. "My dear, you can really joke. An old Chinese doctor isn't something that anyone can be if they want to be, and something like massage requires a very high level of expertise. Are you sure you want to open it?" Ji Bei, "Well, what's uncertain about this? Open." Tang Mi smiled bitterly, nodded and said, "Good. Then my wife I'll spend money to invite a few old Chinese doctors to sit in your Chinese medicine hall, and make sure that your Chinese medicine hall will be renowned all over the city." Ji Bei's heart was filled with emotion. but he shook his head repeatedly at Tang Mi's proposal. That, Mimi it's really not difficult for me to push and massage this kind of thing. Your husband is really a very powerful old Chinese medicine practitioner. That, if you don't believe me, I'll casually use 10% of my medical skills to give you a massage and you'll know. Tang Mi was amused by Yi Bei and couldn't stop crying and laughing. Hubby was just too humorous, and wanted to give himself a massage. So good, just press it. Okay, then go. Let's go to the third floor gym. After she finished speaking, she went to change into her sports short sleeves and small hot pants. The two came to the third floor gym. Tang Mi comfortably plopped down on the bench. Yi Bei couldn't help but gulp as he looked at Tang Mi's smooth white skin, her near-perfect body curves, and her two slender legs. It was really a test to give such a perfect wife a massage. However, for the sake of Tang Mi being able to become a 4-star demon slayer as soon as possible, he still focused his mind and prepared to show off his skills. Honey, where are those 2 fire spirit fruits I became yesterday? You eat one first, then I'll massage and nudge you. It'll be more effective. Tang Mi thought about it and replied, it's in the wooden box. It's in our bedroom. Massage and you still have to eat the fire spirit fruit? Chapter 34, The Sudden Dog Food. Although Tang Mi was also preparing to take one in the near future, eating it before the current massage still made her a bit puzzled. Mountain people have their own wonderful uses. You'll know when the time comes. Good. I'll trust you. I'll go fetch it then. With that, Tang Mi was about to get up. Yi Bei hurriedly stopped her and said, leave it to me, just wait and enjoy yourself. Tang Mi nodded obediently and plopped down on the bench to wait for Yi Bei. Yi Bei didn't go to the bedroom, but went to a room on the second floor and summoned a fire spirit fruit from the system. If Tang Mi asked why the fire spirit fruit in the wooden box was still too, he would continue to use that well-intentioned lie to explain to Tang Mi. After preparing the fire spirit fruit, Yi Bei was ready to go back to the gym on the third floor, but right at the corner of the stairs, he bumped into Bai Yashuan. Yo, the little white boy is so self-conscious that he even knows to go to the gym to work out? But it's also true, if you turn into a greasy uncle, my cousin will definitely abandon you without hesitation. Yi Bei coldly grunted, what do you know? Go aside. You. Bai Yashuan was furious and stomped her feet. Yi Bei paid no attention and walked straight upstairs. After Tang Mi ate the fire spirit fruit, Yi Bei concentrated and opened the eye of heaven. He began to infuse the majestic breath in his body between his palms, and began to push and massage several bruises on Tang Mi's body. Warm palms covered the blocked points. Tang Mi instantly felt warm. Yi Bei's hands were truly magical, as if they had magic powers. When pressed to any place, the place would instantly become soothed, and his body has been unable to punch the 8 acupoints. At this moment also in the hands of the massage, gradually appeared signs of loosening. It didn't take long for all 8 acupoints to penetrate, and at this moment, Tang Mi had already been pressed with a flushed face. Okay, you get up and feel it. There is still no which is uncomfortable. I will help you press it again. After Yi Bei finished speaking, Tang Mi slowly got up. She closed her breath and concentrated, feeling the changes in her body. Between the slightest movement of her thoughts, the breath in her entire body instantly began to flow unimpeded. The blocked acupoints and veins that couldn't be broken through no matter what before. At this moment, they even passed through automatically, without any effort at all. Sensing this miraculous change, Tang Mi was not ambiguous either. Immediately sinking his heart down and starting to run his entire body's breath in a great circumference. The aura of her entire body also took a qualitative leap. Immediately after, she was pleasantly surprised to find that she had actually made a breakthrough, and her strength had reached the 4-star level. Hubby, I actually broke through into a 4-star level demon slayer. Hubby, you're fantastic. Tang Mi happily jumped up from the bench and directly jumped into Yi Bei's arms. Although Yi Bei had long expected such a result, but seeing Tang Mi so happy, his heart was also very pleased. Power was so good to himself, he had to find a way to give her more in return. Not to mention that Mimi is now his own wife. His own woman should be unconditionally spoiled. He steadily caught Tang Mi, and before he could congratulate her, his mouth was sealed by her soft, sweet lips. The two instantly kissed passionately together. Bai Yashuan was ignored by Yi Bei. The more she thought about it, the more angry she became, and she was planning to come to the gym on the 3rd floor to have a theory with Yi Bei. Then she saw the image of the two of them sticking together in a passionate and fiery manner. She instantly cried and laughed. These two people were so mushy early in the morning. No wonder Yi Bei came to the gym. You two are really enough. Morning, noon, evening, kitchen, bedroom. Now it's the gym again. Next time, are you two going to have car sex again? And a wild battle? Bai Yashuan's heart was madly spitting, but seeing the two people in the gym, there was no intention of separating, so she could only helplessly walk away. After the two embraced and kissed, Tang Mi still couldn't hold back the excitement in her heart. Hubby, this hand of yours, massage technique, where did you learn it? It's simply too awesome. Yi Bei smiled and scratched his head. It's not something I learned. It's an innate superpower that I inspired after you gave me that fire spirit fruit yesterday. Tang Mi suddenly realized. No wonder Yibei said he wanted to be an old Chinese doctor. With such a high level of massage technique, he was indeed qualified to open a Chinese medicine hall. That's great. I didn't realize that husband you have so many innate superpowers. She sighed with emotion and made a decision. Such a good ability can't be wasted. Next I'll have Yashian accompany you to look for a location for a Chinese medicine center. Right, there's something on my company's side that I need to deal with temporarily. I'll contact you at noon. When Yibei thought that, behind the company Tang Mi was working for, was the Mystery Bureau, he couldn't help but worry, is something wrong in the 7th district? Tang Mi didn't expect Yibei's mind to be so sharp. However, the situation on the Miaojiang side was too complicated, and the Mystery Bureau hadn't gotten to the bottom of things now, so she didn't intend to tell Yibei all the truth right now. She just said, I'm not very clear about what exactly is going on, but don't worry, I'll let you know if there's any situation. Although Yibei was still uneasy, he also knew Tang Mi's strength, plus she had now become a 4-star demon slayer. As for himself, he had only just stimulated his innate superpower, so there was nothing he could do to help except worry. Alright then, I'll go find a location first, and when the Chinese medicine center opens, Bai Yashuan won't have any reason to say I'm a gigolo. Tang Mi frowned. Don't listen to her. Turn around and I'll give her a good beating. This child is too ignorant. It's time to knock her around. Ha ha, but, power. I'm now eating and drinking your food, but also living in your manor. Seems to be really a little white boy, but well, can give my dear as a little white boy? Also quite good. Yibei smiled and took the initiative to offer a kiss, the eyes of Tang Mi's indulgence, without the slightest concealment. Ah you, really, now turned oily. Tang Mi laughed shyly. The two of them laughed and joked around in the gym for a while before Yibei and Bai Yashuan drove out the door. Tang Mi stood in front of the door, looking at the departing sports car. Her heart suddenly started to get jittery. Her own husband seemed to be a bit powerful. In the future, one must try their best to protect him before doing so. He must not be touched by the demons of this world, and the evil in humans. Of course, the best option was to introduce him to the Mystic Bureau. However, he had just stimulated his innate superpower now, and his strength should only be a mere 1-star level. It's better to wait a little longer. It's not too late to join the Mystic Bureau when hubby slowly becomes stronger. If my husband can really join the mysterious bureau, it would still be wonderful. At that time, they can work together to subdue the demons and protect the thousands of people. Just as she was thinking, Kat called her again. Captain, the latest notice has just been issued from above, requesting the members of the 7th district in each urban area to immediately gather at the local Mystic Bureau branch. The Bureau side is going to hold a video conference to give a mission to the members of the 7th region of the National Mystery Bureau on the spot. Although the two of us are affiliated with the Magic City Mystery Bureau distribution, right now we can only go to the Jiangcheng Mystery Bureau branch to gather. Chapter 35 Power and Beauty and Valor. Tang Mi sighed, thinking in her heart that what should have come had come. The Flower Moon Cat was right. There was really no way for her to put it off any longer. Cat, when will you arrive? Do you need me to pick you up? No need, Captain. I'll be at your manor soon. See you later. Good. Not long after the phone hung up, a limited edition black Maserati parked in front of Tang Mi's manor. The servants guarding the gate hurriedly went forward and opened the manor gate, welcoming the Maserati in. The sound of emergency brakes sounded, and Flower Moon Cat, who wore a red leotard and had a sexually explosive figure, opened the door and got out of the car. A shadow flashed, and she then instantly appeared in front of Tang Mi, who was waiting for her in the living room. Captain, long time no see, missed you to death. It's a pity that I wasn't able to attend your wedding, otherwise I would have been your maid of honor. Tang Mi pushed away the Flower Moon Cat that pounced on her and looked at her proud figure with a disgusted face. Get up and away. I'm getting out of breath. Flower Moon Cat hemmed and hawed, taking out a uniquely shaped cell phone and handing it to Tang Mi. Captain, this is your communicator. In the future it's better for you to hold it yourself, in case there's an emergency notification from above. I'm afraid I'll only delay things if I hold it. Tang Mi took the cell phone and nodded. Taking the lead, she went out of the living room. Let's go. Let's talk about anything on the way. Flower Moon Cat hurriedly followed. The two drove towards the Mystery Bureau branch in Jiangcheng. Cat, let me tell you some good news. Flower Moon Cat drove the car with a slight sideways glance and asked, Captain, what's your good news? I broke through the realm and am now a 4-star demon slayer. Does that count as good news? What? The Flower Moon Cat's jaws were slightly open, and it was difficult to digest the shock for a while. Captain, this is too fast. Captain, when did you break through? How come there was no sign at all? I remember you became a 3-star demon slaying master just half a year ago. How did you become a 4-star demon slaying master so quickly? Captain, are you going against the heavens? The flower moon cat's surprise made Tang Mi's heart incomparably proud. There's no such thing as going against the heavens. I was able to break through so quickly, all because I have a good husband. Ha, it's brother-in-law? Could it be that your breakthrough is related to your brother-in-law? That's for sure. Being able to marry him is the happiest thing in my life. A smile piled up on Tang Mi's face. The flower moon cat looked on with sourness in her heart. Captain don't bring you to spread dog food like this. Get to the point, okay? Tang Mi's smile intensified. The fact that I'm talking about it isn't considered spreading dog food. Flower moon cat cried and laughed. Captain, then can you tell me how my brother-in-law managed to do that, allowing you to break through in such a short period of time? Well, it's a secret for now. I'll tell you when there's a suitable opportunity. Tang Mi had a mysterious look on her face, causing the flower moon cat's heart to itch, and her heart was filled with curiosity about this brother-in-law of hers. Full of curiosity. When there was an opportunity in the future, she had to get to know her brother-in-law well. Alright then. Although she was a bit lost, she had never disobeyed Captain Tang Mi's words. Right, then in that case, brother-in-law is also an inhuman? What supernatural abilities does he have? When will you introduce me to him? I haven't met him yet. The questions one after another made Tang Mi couldn't help but smile. Okay, today at noon, when we finish our meeting at the Cha-ching Mystery Bureau branch in a while, I'll take you to see him. Upon hearing these words, Flower Moon Cat immediately put the disappointment from earlier behind her. The gas pedal was directly pressed to the bottom, and the black Maserati was like a shining spiritual snake, flashing past the highway and soon arrived in front of the Cha-ching Mystery Bureau branch. The duo looked through the car window and surveyed the gate of the branch. This was the first time they had come to the Cha-ching branch. They only saw a sign that read National Cultural Survey Bureau hanging over the gate. There were also 2 soldiers in special clothing standing on each side of the gate to guard it. There were quite a few passers-by, but their eyes were all on the limited edition Maserati of the Flower Moon Cat. Tang Mi could tell at a glance that this was just a disguise for the Mystery Bureau, the purpose of which was to prevent the world from knowing about the existence of the Mystery Bureau and to avoid exposing the exact location of the branch to the enemy. Small hidden in the mountains, big hidden in the city. Who would have thought that the branch of the Mystery Bureau would be set up in such a street where people come and go? Tang Mi and Flower Moon Cat got out of the car and threw the car keys to one of the soldiers. The other nodded and walked towards the car. The other soldier gave a respectful salute and looked at the 2 of them, saying, "Please show your documents." The Flower Moon Cat and Tang Mi each pulled out their own IDs, and the other swept his eyes. Seeing the words 7th District, he instantly stood in awe. The duo walked into the hall, and following the instructions quickly, arrived at the conference room, opened the door and entered. More than 30 members of the Cha-ching Mystery Bureau branch in special uniforms turned their heads in unison, looking curiously at Tang Mi and Flower Moon Cat. This scene was as if they were late. In fact, Flower Moon Cat had already counted the time and had arrived 10 minutes early. Tang Mi took a big stride and walked to the center position of the conference table to take a seat, saying with a full aura, "Hello everyone, I'm Tang Mi from the 7th region of the Mystic Bureau." Flower Moon Cat followed behind her and introduced herself with the same gesture. "Hello everyone, I'm Flower Moon Cat from the Mystic Bureau's 7th District." The 2 people's words fell. The 30-odd members present rose at the same time, and in a very respectful manner, they gave the Mystic Bureau's unique military salute to Tang Mi and Flower Moon Cat. Members of the 7th District, in the mysterious bureau, were equivalent to special forces in the army, and were highly respected wherever they went. "Good day, Officer Tang. I'm Zhuo Jinfeng, the minister of the Cha-ching branch." Zhuo Jinfeng, the Cha-ching division boss sitting at the top, also made a simple self-introduction. Although his expression was calm, his heart had already been boiling in his mind. From the moment Tang Mi and Flower Moon Cat came in, he was surprised to the core. How could he not have expected that the popular star Tang Mi was also an inhuman, and that she was also from the 7th region of the Mystic Bureau? It was really unexpected. Moreover, Tang Mi would appear in Cha-ching at this juncture. The other people present also couldn't control their eyes, looking at Tang Mi for a while, and at the Flower Moon Cat for a while. It was pleasing to the eye any way you looked at it. That was the big star Tang Mi, the goddess in the hearts of how many men in the country, even if they were inhumans. They didn't have the chance to come into contact with a first-tier big star, but right now, they were able to sit in the same conference room as the goddess. This was simply too happy. The Flower Moon Cat was oblivious to these gazes, and Tang Mi was even less concerned. Since becoming a star, Tang Mi had felt too many such gazes, and had long since gotten used to them. While the calmness in Zhuo Jinfeng's eyes gradually turned into obsession, Tang Mi likewise saw it clearly. Compared to the well-trained geniuses of the 7th District, Tang Mi could clearly feel that the ordinary members of the Mystery Bureau did have some gaps in every aspect. If they were to run into some extremely strong demons that specialize in attacking the heart, a goddess fire charm, half of the members of the Mystery Bureau would definitely die a horrible death. When the time came, the meeting officially began. the image projected on the large screen also lit up. A man, who could only be seen as a dark shadow, appeared on the screen. The Mystic Bureau's style of doing things never dragged on, and the meeting was the same. The black-shadowed man didn't even say any opening remarks before getting straight to the point. This time, a very terrifying and powerful force has appeared out of nowhere amongst the 100,000 mountains of the Miao border, and you should all have heard about this matter. As far as the news investigated by the Bureau is concerned, this force is known as Shura. Under the command of the 4 major demon kings, each demon king's combat power is incomparably powerful. With the estimation, someone has even reached the 7-star level of combat power, and the average combat power of this force is also above the 4-star level. I think everyone should understand that our Mystic Bureau cannot shake such a force for the time being. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere in the conference room became tense. The Demon King possessed 7-star battle power, and his overall strength was all above 4-star. This was too incredible. One must know that countless Inhumans were unable to break through to the 3-star level even in their entire lives. And even among the members of the 7th district, there were many who were at the 2-star level. Many people under the arena began to talk to each other, muttering in whispers about the gossip they had gotten from various parties. Zhuo Jinfeng hastily gestured to everyone to be quiet and continued to listen to the black-shadowed man's statement. But no matter how powerful the force is, guarding the Dragon Kingdom from encroachment is our Mystic Bureau's unshirkable duty and responsibility. Now, the members of the Mystery Bureau distributed in various cities across the country, temporarily hold their ground. If there are members of the 7th district in the area, please ask the members of the 7th district to immediately take over the affairs of all local Mystery Bureau branches in order to better suppress the local evil forces. During this period, the Mysterious Bureau will send members of the War Department into the Miaozhong area to investigate the true identity of the boss behind this force, and all of the main forces of the War Department will be concentrated in Miaozhong. Without the War Department's power sitting in the country, those demons and devils hidden in the shadows, as well as the evil forces, will definitely take advantage of the opportunity to rebel. So members of the Mystic Bureau from all over the world, make sure to be prepared to deal with it. The Black Shadow Man's voice was resounding, and everyone in the conference room turned serious, their fists clenched tightly as if they had already entered a battle state. Chapter 36, Does he really dare to do anything to dishonor my cousin? The meeting is over. The members of the Jiangchang branch had no intention of leaving. They focused their eyes on Tang Mi. It wasn't because they were obsessed with Tang Mi's beauty, but the fact that Tang Mi was going to be their top boss next. Tang Mi slowly rose. The content of the meeting just now, Minister Zhuo also heard it. I hope that in the next period of time, everyone can actively cooperate and work together to guard the peace of Jiangchang. Zhuo Jinfeng put away his obscure face and took the lead in stating, that's of course, I believe that under the leadership of Officer Tang, Jiangchang will definitely be able to get through this difficult time safely. Saying that, he took the initiative to extend his hand to Tang Mi. Everyone in the conference room could see that Minister Zhuo was trying to shake hands with Tang Mi. Tang Mi just nodded politely. That gorgeous and moving face had no expression whatsoever, all businesslike attitude. Zhuo Jinfeng smiled and withdrew his hand. Tang Mi then solemnly announced, from now on, everyone present should strictly guard Jiang City, and if there is any movement, remember to report back to me as early as possible. Yes, yes, yes. More than 30 people in the conference room saluted in unison, and the grandeur of their voices made one's blood boil. Only Zhuo Jinfeng didn't say anything. Tang Mi didn't bother with him either. Taking over the branch was an order from the Mystic Bureau's headquarters, and even if he, the branch minister, was no longer reluctant, there was no room for resistance. After taking over the branch, Tang Mi quickly entered the working state. She first organized some of the branch's information, and asked the members to take the list of evil forces in Jiangchang and organize it and send it to herself. The members who were assigned to work responded in succession. Then, Tang Mi made a series of arrangements to deal with demons and evil forces taking advantage of the unrest. Many of the members present looked at Tang Mi more and more favorably. In their hearts, they couldn't help but secretly mutter that they were worthy of being from the 7th district. Not only were they beautiful to look at, but they also worked cleanly and efficiently. Arranging everything, Tang Mi finally instructed, report to me in time if there is any movement. Everyone has worked hard. No hard work. Guarding the peace of Jiangchang is our duty. The branch members responded in unison. Tang Mi nodded in satisfaction and led the Flower Moon Cat outside. In just a few steps, the duo's figures had already transformed into residual shadows and disappeared. The branch members were once again surprised. This figure of the boss is too bizarre. Worthy of being from the 7th region, any random means is beyond our reach. No wonder the headquarters handed over the division to someone from the 7th district to take over. I'm afraid that even Minister Zhuo is far from being able to defeat Tang Mi and Flower Moon Cat. On the other hand, after Yi Bei and Bai Yashuan left the manor, they went straight to the old neighborhood of Jiangchang. There was a bustling ancient neighborhood here. Yi-bei loved the ancient atmosphere of this place and thought that if he could open his Chinese medicine center here, he would be very happy every day. This street has everything to eat, drink and play, and it is also a Netflix hitting place, so you can watch pretty ladies dance on the street. Everyone else was watching beautiful ladies through cell phone live streaming, but those who lived on this street could go out and watch it live. Just this point alone, Yi-bei felt good. Watching beautiful women and whatnot wasn't important. It was mainly to save traffic. Speaking of which, it was really lucky enough that Yi-bei and Bai Yashuan had just slipped around the ancient neighborhood for a short while before they found a suitable store. It was just that Bai Yashuan's face showed hesitation after learning about the store. Why don't we change another one? The owner of this store suddenly died a violent death. Maybe there is something unclean in this store, and the owner just died and his wife is in a hurry to change hands of the store. This thing is not right no matter how you think about it. Yi-bei smiled indifferently. You know nothing but nonsense all day long. If you ask me, this store is more than suitable. This was originally a health center. If you open a Chinese medicine center, you don't even need to decorate it. You can directly change the sign and it will be open for business. This is a heavenly opportunity. This is it. Yi-bei looked at the old plaque above the store and couldn't stop nodding. Bai Yashuan deliberated left and right. It seemed that apart from this store, it was really hard to find such a good location on this street, or a ready-made store. In the end, the two of them decided to take this store, delivered 300,000, and the boss's wife to talk about the agreement signed. The store formally belongs to Yi-bei all. Just as Yi-bei and Bai Yashuan were pondering over what to name the store, a cheerful employee walked over. Boss, you said you want to open a Chinese medicine center? Yi-bei nodded. The employee immediately got excited. That's a good feeling. A few of the employees in our store are good at massage. If it wasn't for the sudden and violent death of the former boss, the business of this store would be on fire. If you open a Chinese medicine center, why don't you leave us behind and continue to work as employees, so that you can also save your mind, and the customers who come here for massage can also feel at ease. When Yi-bei heard this little girl is on the right track. There is development. Well, your suggestion is quite good. This way you guys don't have to resign, and I don't have to hire employees. Win-win. Yes boss, you really have a vision. By the way boss, my name is Xiaoya. Ha ha, Xiaoya. Not bad. You have a pretty sweet mouth. Yi-bei smiled cheerfully and his eyes looked at the other employees. It didn't matter if he didn't look at them, but one look inexplicably triggered the eye of heaven. One of the young female employees' body faintly showed the shadow of a snake. This made Yi-bei secretly alarmed, but through a piece of glass, he also wondered if he had misread it. Or did it really fulfill Bai Yashuan's words that there was something unclean in this store? Xiaoya saw that Yi-bei had been staring at the most beautiful female employee among them and hurriedly introduced. Boss, she is the prettiest and sexiest, also the youngest female technician in our store, named Cha-ching. Saying that, he also beckoned towards Cha-ching one by one, asking Cha-ching to come over. Cha-ching put down the towel in her hand and hurriedly took a few quick steps to come in front of Yi-bei. Boss, good. My name is Cha-ching. Not bad. Sure enough, Yi-bei looked Cha-ching up and down and nodded his head repeatedly. This time, he completely saw that this girl called Cha-ching, under her human form, was actually really hiding a snake's shadow, and her size was not small. It seemed that Cha-ching was most likely a snake demon. However, there were also several bruised parts on this snake demon's body. It must have encountered a bottleneck in its cultivation. Why don't we choose a day to meet this snake demon today? Thinking about this, Yi-bei looked at Bai Yashuan and said, what are you looking at? Store name, personnel payroll, etc. I'll leave it to you to deal with. Quickly go and get busy. Bai Yashuan, are you a bully? So sit and flirt with the girls while I go to work? Shameless little white boy. Enough of you. Ahem. What about you? What are you doing? Bai Yashuan gritted her teeth and glared at Yi-bei. Me, as the boss. Of course I'm strategizing. You go and get busy with yours. Don't delay me from cultivating my feelings with the employees. Bai Yashuan almost exploded with anger. Anger was instantly ignited. Yi-bei, you shameless bastard. Do you have the nerve to leave all these things to me alone? Do you still have a conscience? Cultivating feelings with your staff? I think you just want to pick up girls. Facing the tigress like Bai Yashuan, the entire store staff was trembling in fear. Yi-bei was indeed unimpressed. Sister-in-law, you even framed me and scolded me. Forget it, I'm going to call my dear. Bai Yashuan, cracked in place. Rely. Bai Yashuan, have never seen such a brazen person before in my life. You. Count yourself cruel. Yi-bei gently stroked his handsome hairstyle and pointed to the finance room. Hurry up and go. I believe in your strength. This little thing is definitely not difficult for you. Bai Yashuan gritted her teeth and glared at Yi-bei, leaving with a puff of anger. However, when she thought of that enchanting figure and charming posture of Cha-ching, Her heart was on guard. This shameless little white boy really dared to do something that is sorry for my cousin. Chapter 37, Beautiful and Charming Little Goblin, by Yashwan, who was straightforward in nature, immediately folded back in place and dragged Yi Bei to the side, warning in a small voice, "Little white boy, I can tell you, if you dare to have any crooked thoughts, without my cousin's hand, I will waste you first." Yi Bei gave a bad smile. "What do you care if I have a crooked mind? Right, what did you just call me?" Bai Yashwan gritted her teeth and glared at Yi Bei. "Little, cough, don't interrupt, just tell me if you have your eyes on that beautiful female technician?" Yi Bei nodded with a smile. You even. I'll tell my cousin here." Bai Yashwan was furious and immediately pulled out her cell phone, ready to call Tang Mi. "It's best to call quickly. You don't have any evidence anyway. I'll just happen to tell my dear about the fact that you just shouted at me for being a little white boy. You're shameless. Call brother-in-law." "No, forget it then. It's better if I call my darling." "Aha, brother-in-law. You're tough. You're so mean. That's more like it. Go and do things. Don't interfere with me and my staff cultivating feelings." "Good." Bai Yashwan reluctantly bowed her head and left, secretly muttering in her heart, "Dead scum, don't you be complacent. When I get a hold of you, let's see how I'll clean you up then." Yi Bei looked at Bai Yashwan, who left with a puff of air and walked back to his original position with a smile. "Little Cha-ching, good day old boss." Cha-ching looked at Yi Bei somewhat nervously. "Turn around and let me take a look." "Okay boss." Cha-ching immediately turned around in place in front of Yi Bei. Yi Bei was nodding his head as he watched. This snake demon manifested into a humanoid beauty was truly a charming bone. The slender Danfang eyes flowed in a sinful manner, and the few strands of broken hair that fell on her temples gently flicked her face to show off her style, especially that curvaceous and graceful body. Even if she was wearing a plain white coat, she couldn't stop that degree of hotness. The vixen deserves to be a vixen. Really is enough to seduce the soul. If this Cha-ching loves to seduce men, ask how many men can carry this kind of temptation. Can't it be that the death of this store owner has something to do with her? She's a demon. She doesn't stay in the deep forest to cultivate herself, but she comes to the old neighborhood where there are a lot of fish and dragons. Well, there must be something fishy. Thinking about this, Yi Bei slowly got up, nodded at Cha-ching and said, "Cha-ching, you come with me to the office." "Okay boss." Cha-ching nodded and honestly followed behind Yi Bei. The other employees in the store took a look. Cha-ching, this is really good at seducing men. This is only the first time they meet. They are looked at by the new boss. For a while, the employees all whispered. Yi Bei brought Cha-ching to the office, closing the door of the room. Little Chang stood in front of the office in a disciplined manner, looking at Yi Bei with a well-behaved and obedient look. "Little Chang, how long have you been in this store?" "Boss, I came here as an apprentice since I graduated from junior high school, and after I got out, I've been working here." Cha-ching blinked her eyes, her pretty face pure and lustful. Her appearance looked like that of a young girl of 18 or 19. When guests asked her on weekdays, she would always say so and no one ever suspected it. But Yi Bei knew very well that it was not overnight that a snake demon could cultivate into a human form, and I am afraid that this girl's age would be more than enough to be her own grandmother. The thought that under this innocent and lovely face, hidden is the bloody mouth-eating demon. Yi Bei still has a few scruples. However, in order to figure out the doubts in his heart and to challenge the demons in this world, Yi Bei decided to reveal Cha-ching's disguise. "You're lying. You're not human at all." These words came out. A flash of panic flashed through Cha-ching's pair of charming Danfang eyes, but immediately afterward, her eyelids narrowed slightly, and her burning killing intent caused her pupils to flash with a bizarre light. "Boss, you really know how to joke. What am I if not human?" Cha-ching said, slowly stepping closer to Yi Bei. The aggressive killing intent in her eyes made the atmosphere in the office become dangerous. "Boss, are you talking nonsense because you are too tired? Why don't Cha-ching relax and unwind for you? You'll love it." If it was an ordinary man, seeing Cha-ching's sultry yet cute look, he would have been mesmerized and lost his soul. Where would he still notice any killing intent? But Yi Bei has already seen through Cha-ching's real face. She this lure, must be hidden murder, want to murder himself. Without waiting for Cha-ching to approach, Yi Bei first gave off the aura of a two-star inhuman. Cha-ching, who was preparing to poison Yi Bei, felt the oppressive two-star inhuman aura and instantly turned white with fear. Two stars? He was actually a two-star inhuman. Finished. I can't even beat a one-star inhuman. The boss is actually a two-star inhuman. I definitely can't fight. Once I do, the other party's terrifying two-star strength will definitely make me die for sure. The 36th plan is to walk. Cha-ching turned around and ran. Swish, she had just run to the doorway when Yi Bei, a virtual shadow, had blocked in front of her. Cha-ching immediately turned around and prepared to jump out of the window. Swish, Yi Bei once again blocked her. Cha-ching was so anxious that she was about to cry out. the only plan today, could only take the form of a snake and then become smaller, so that she could escape from the nooks and crannies. Bang! Just as Yi Bei reached out and grabbed Cha-ching, a puff of smoke burst out of thin air. Little Green was gone. Yi Bei's eyes were all clouded by smoke. However, this could not defeat Yi Bei. The eye of the heavens opened, swept around, immediately found a 7 or 8 inches long, small thumb thick small green snake, is quickly climbing up the window, fleeing to the outside. Yi Bei's eyes were quick. A hand grabbed over. It just happened to catch the tail of the little green and yanked her in front of him. Little Ching reflexively tangled on Yi Bei's arm, but she didn't dare to bite. Little Green, you're a bit dishonest. Did you want to attack me just now? Seeing that I am stronger than you want to escape again? Yi Bei looked at Cha-ching and said. At this moment, Little Ching was flustered. Boss, I was wrong. Please let Little Ching go. Little Ching cultivated from a snake demon into a humanoid. It took 100 years. It's not easy, as long as the boss is willing to let Little Ching go. From now on Little Ching is willing to be an ox for you and do whatever the boss likes. You let do whatever you want. Little Green will do whatever you want, and will never go against the will. The little green snake spat out human words, not daring to spit out its snake letters in the slightest, and its eyes were foggy as if it was about to cry out. What Yi Bei wanted was such an attitude from Little Green. He nodded in satisfaction. Casually, he threw Little Ching on the ground. Swish! Cha-ching instantly transformed from the appearance of a snake into a human form. Her pretty face turned white as she hurriedly knelt on the ground and begged Yi Bei for forgiveness, saying, "Thank you, boss, for not killing me. Little Ching is willing to be the boss's head from now on." Yi Bei looked at Cha-ching's pitiful appearance and nodded. "Alright, I'm not a demon beheader. I won't kill you, but you can't plague the earth either. Be a good and kind demon." Cha-ching kowtowed repeatedly. "Thank you, boss." Cha-ching has always been kind, and will be even kinder in the future. After she kowtowed, she straightened up and looked at Yi Bei with a serious face. "Boss, don't worry. Cha-ching has never harmed anyone. Just now, was also to save his life, so he intended to poison the boss." Cha-ching, really? Yi Bei waved his hand to interrupt Cha-ching's stumbling explanation and said, Okay, no need to explain so much to me. I have something to ask you." Cha-ching was relieved to see that Yi Bei did not pursue his party's intention to kill him. "Boss, do you want to ask about the sudden and violent death of the previous boss?" Chapter 38, Smiling with Two Dimples. Yi Bei was shocked in his heart. Is it possible that this little snake demon can read minds? How did she know that she wanted to ask this? That's right. Was the former boss killed by you? Cha-ching shook her head in a hurry. Wrongfully accused boss. That wasn't done by Cha-ching. It was done by another demonic spirit. When Yi Bei heard that, there was another goblin? His heart was suddenly curious. Is it possible that there is another goblin in this store? Another goblin? What exactly is going on? Quickly tell me. Cha-ching nodded. I'll tell you slowly from the beginning. About 3 months ago, the former boss went behind his wife's back and found a particularly beautiful mistress. Within a few days the boss's wife died, and despite the fact that his wife's corpse was not yet cold, he happily licensed and married the mistress. But just a few days ago, that boss also died. Yi Bei frowned slightly. So, the boss's wife who just signed a contract with us is the mistress you mentioned? She is the other goblin? Cha-ching nodded her head in a hurry. Yes. She is a mouse spirit. Her Tao is a bit higher than mine. The former boss and his wife's deaths are all related to that mouse spirit. In the last few days, she might have realized that I'm also a demon, and with the fact that rats are naturally more afraid of snakes, she suddenly decided to disclose the store. I think she was afraid that I would harm her and that I would find traces of her crimes, so she was in a hurry to dish out the store. The demon who harmed people is her. I really haven't harmed anyone. Boss, you have to believe Cha-ching. Cha-ching is really a good demon. Yi Bei saw Cha-ching so eager to defend herself. Maybe the death of the former boss really had nothing to do with her, but the so-called demonic words were confusing. One couldn't easily believe the words of this little snake demon. Since you are a good demon, then why don't you cultivate honestly in the deep forests and run to this old neighborhood where people come and go for what? Seeing that Yi Bei was still a bit skeptical about himself, Little Cheng hurriedly explained. Boss, Cha-ching is telling the truth. The reason why Cha-ching doesn't bring it in the wild is that there is no way. Throughout the ages, there have always been demons in this world. In the past, demons would indeed hide in the deep mountains and old forests. Nowadays, we hide in the city and mix with humans, but also for better survival. It is only because humans are too powerful nowadays, and there is almost no place in nature where humans do not dabble. Demons can no longer hide in the wilderness and are often mercilessly killed. So in order to survive, we gradually integrated into human society. Yi Bei listened and seemed to understand something. In that case, demons all sneak into human living areas after becoming refined in the wilderness, right? Little Green. These words made Cha-ching not know how to answer. Because This question was a bit idiotic. It gave Cha-ching a confused question. As an inhuman, how could he even not know this kind of question? This made Cha-ching wonder. This new boss, it couldn't be a fledgling inhuman who hadn't seen the world. If that's the case, then I must hug his thighs and become the first demon he's willing to shelter. And in the future, when he's strong, if I follow him around, absolutely no inhuman or demon would dare to just kill me. Associating these, Cha-ching decided to properly popularize Yibei's knowledge about demons. That boss, yours is right, but it's not all right. Little Ching said. Oh, not right in what way? Yibei curiously pursued. Cha-ching was now 100% sure that Yibei's understanding of demons and ghosts was definitely a raw egg. Immediately coquettishly smiled and looked at Yibei with beautiful eyes, and began to narrate. In this world, demons are divided into two kinds. One is born with demon bones, born as a demon. They are completely accustomed to human life. Even some small demons will go to kindergarten with human children after birth. So much so that these small demons themselves don't know they are demons. This kind of demon is also the demon with the strongest hiding ability. They know everything about human beings. Even their habits are the same as human beings. It is extremely difficult to be discovered. The other kind of demon is the one like me, born not a demon, is an animal, then rely on the efforts of the latter day, plus some opportunities to change fate against the heavens, transformed into a demon. Demons are also divided into good and bad. Good demons won't harm people. They will only silently hide in human society to cultivate hard and pursue their own ideals. Bad demons, like that mouse spirit, not only will they harm people, their methods are also ferocious. This type of demon likes to devour human essence blood and suck away human yang qi to enhance their cultivation. It will also take advantage of the opportunity to possess a human's property or even their loved ones. The mouse spirit is this type of bad demon. Of course, in addition to demons in this world, there are also devils, as well as ghosts and monsters and such things. If the boss doesn't mind, Little Green is willing to accompany the boss every day, and tell the boss about the things you don't know about. After saying these words, Cha-ching looked at Yibei's eyes with an expectant face. Yibei, however, fell into self-contemplation. Originally, there are so many things in the world of demons. About demons Cha-ching should have just said the tip of the iceberg, designating that there are more situations that he didn't say to himself. In addition to demons, this world also has devils, as well as ghosts and monsters. And all of this, all exist in the city where we live. The original life of many legends are not nonsense. No wonder the Mystery Bureau exists. If there were no one to control these powerful demons and monsters, human society would have been torn apart by those heartless people. Thoughts pulled back to reality. Yibei looked at Cha-ching's pair of soulful and lovely eyes, nodded with satisfaction and said, Cha-ching, you are doing well. At least now you make me appreciate you. Right, do we have many demons in Zhongcheng? Hearing Yibei appreciate himself, Cha-ching immediately rejoiced and happily smiled with two small dimples, hurriedly said, there are many. In fact, no matter which city, there are many demons. In order to survive better and without exposing themselves, many demons will join some sects and collude with the Inhumans. In this way, not only can they be sheltered, but they can also obtain many cultivation resources from the hands of the Inhumans. However, the Inhumans are generally cunning. Many demons are reduced to being used by the Inhumans in the end. An Inhuman as kind as you, boss, is the first time Cha-ching has met. Yibei, I'm kind? How come I kind of don't really like it when people praise me for being kind? It's like scolding me for being a wimp. When did kindness get such a meaning attached to it? This thought only flashed by, and Yibei quickly focused on the demon aspect again. Little Green, don't kiss us, give me something serious. Okay boss, then you go on to ask. Is it a crime for demons to kill humans? Are they afraid of being cleaned up by a demon beheader? Upon hearing this, Cha-ching couldn't help but want to spit. My young and handsome boss, you're so cute. Why are all your questions so trivial? I can't help but want to hug you and stroke your head. Too bad I don't dare. Oh well, that's a shame. Chapter 39, by Yashin being beaten. Cha-ching immediately said, it's a criminal act, and it's very afraid of the demon beheader. Demon beheading masters have an extremely strong deterrent to all demons and devils. They have the power of life and death. Once a demon makes a mistake, the demon beheading masters will behead it without mercy. And the mistakes are not divided into big and small. Even a tiny bit of small mistakes will be directly beheaded by the demon beheading master, or even a nest of them. So, demons killing humans will pay an extremely painful price. Yibei watched Cha-ching's face turn a few shades of white when she spoke about the demon beheading division. It seemed that the deterrent power of the demon beheading master was indeed powerful enough. However, Yibei was soon a bit puzzled again. If that's the case, Then how come there are still demons that dare to take the wind out of their sails? Just like that rat spirit that killed the previous boss. Isn't she afraid of things getting exposed? Yi Bei said. Boss, this you don't know. Humans have a human system. Demons also have a demon system. Although the demon beheader is scary, but demons are fine even if they kill someone as long as they can join a faction formed by some inhumans. With the shelter of a faction, even if they meet a demon chopper, there is room for maneuver because demon choppers are not machines, they are human beings, and human beings have 7 emotions and 6 desires. Some demon choppers will be bought by factions, even if they encounter a demon-slaying master who cannot be bought. There are so many inhuman experts within the faction that they completely dare to fight the demon-slaying master hard, and if they really can't beat him, they will look for a chance to escape. The more powerful the faction is, the safer the demons attached to its banner will be, and the higher the chances of escaping when they encounter a demon beheader, especially our Jiang City 7-star hall. Once you join it, no matter what you do in the future, as long as you make your offerings on time and pay enough benefits to the organization, it's fine to kill and set fire to people. There will be help from the organization's foreigners and demons of the same kind, and even if they encounter a demon beheader, they will be able to successfully get out of danger. Therefore, the 7-star hall is a faction that countless demons dream of joining. Yi Bei nodded his head silently and couldn't help but suck in cool air. 7-star hall? This evil faction organization was really something. How dare it give protection to demons and condone their persecution of humans? Damn it! No wonder my big power wife abhors these evil forces. These organizations are really bad. So, you've joined the 7-star temple? Cha-ching hastily shook her head. Boss, I haven't joined any faction, and I have an undying hatred with the 7-star temple. Saying that, the hatred in Cha-ching's heart instantly colored her eyes red. My mother was used and killed by the 7-star hall's foreigners. I hate them. One day I will take revenge for my mother. Yi Bei was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that this little snake demon had such an experience. Yi Bei was curious. How did Cha-ching's mom get killed by the 7-star temple again? He was about to open his mouth to ask. Knock knock knock. A noise came from outside the door and an employee anxiously knocked on the door. Boss, it's not good. Miss Bai has been beaten up. Yi Bei frowned. Bai Yashuan was beaten up? This is a bit surprising. How could she be beaten? Who would dare to beat her? Boss, Xiaocheng will be mixing with you from now on, as long as the boss wants to understand. Xiaocheng can tell you anytime. Why don't we go out and take a look at Miss Bai? Xiaocheng kindly reminded. Yi Bei nodded and said, good. I won't say anything about you being a demon. As long as you don't harm anyone in the future, I will shelter you. After saying that, Yi Bei stepped forward and walked out. Xiaocheng was excited for a while. Great. Hugging the thigh successfully. Oh yeah. Yi Bei brought Xiaocheng out of the office. Just as he reached the hall, he saw the boss's wife. No, it was the mouse spirit Jiang Zhizhi. At the moment, she was dressed up in a flamboyant and bewitching manner, wrapping her arms around a man's arm and looking proudly at the whole place. The man's face was fierce, and he had more than 10 minions behind him, acting like a social big brother. Yi Bei didn't bother to look at this pair of men and women who were getting tired of each other. The first time he came to Bai Yashuan, who was covering her face and sitting on the ground. Are you alright? Who hit you? How's your face? Seeing that it was Yi Bei, Bai Yashuan slowly raised her head and removed the hand on her cheek, only to see that there was a red palm print on her white face, which was so heavy that it seemed as if it could drip blood at any time. Xiaocheng was very eagle-eyed, reaching into her pocket to turn out a soft ice pack, handing it to Bai Yashuan to put on her face, lest it would not look good if it swelled up later. Unexpectedly, before Bai Yashuan could reach out to pick it up, Jiang Zhizhi rushed over and snatched the ice pack away, dropping it on the ground. Ice water splashed all over the place. Jiang Zhizhi pointed condescendingly at Yi Bei and Bai Yashuan and said, you two are quite good. Now, immediately get the hell out of here. If I say I won't sell this store, I won't sell it. How dare a little theorize with me? It's cheap to slap you. If you don't get lost, the two of you will be smoked together. Yi Bei was instantly enraged and was about to have a fit. Xiaocheng behind him then tugged on his sleeve and whispered in his ear, boss, that man beside Jiang Zhizhi is an inhuman of the 7-star temple? All the ones following behind him are demons. Don't be gullible when you fight. Now that Jiang Zhizhi is colluding with the people of the 7 Stars Hall, I guess she must have just joined the 7 Stars Hall and told the members of the 7 Stars Hall about me being a snake demon because she wanted to get credit. It's also possible that she found out that you're an inhuman, boss, and wanted to rob you. In short, you have to be careful, boss. Learning that the man beside this mouse spirit was actually a member of the 7-star temple, Yi Bei suppressed the fire in his heart and decided to use the eye of heaven to see the strength of this fellow. It's fine if you don't sell. Return the money to me, and Xiaocheng will hang out with me from now on. I'll take the man away. Yi Bei observed the man while helping Bai Yashuan up from the ground and said, Jiang Zhizhi and the man beside her, Chao Chuan, immediately showed displeasure. The purpose of this trip was to capture the snake demon and obtain her snake gallbladder. The snake demon was taken away. What's the point of having fun? Jiang Zhizhi immediately waved her sleeve and intercepted in front. There's no refund. People can't leave either. Cha-ching is an employee of my store. If you two want to live, get lost. At this time, Yi Bei had already seen the man's strength. Like himself, he was also a 2-star inhuman, and there were especially many bruised parts in his body, and there were also several fatal flaws. In a real fight, he still had a chance of winning by performing the Dragon Tiger Fist. At least it shouldn't be difficult to escape. So, Yi Bei said unhurriedly, "It's fine if you don't take Xiaocheng away. The money is not refunded." But, Xiao Chuan impatiently asked, "But what? I'm warning you, don't refuse to drink wine without a penalty." Yi Bei ignored Xiao Chuan's threat and pointed at Bai Yashuan's face. "Which one of you hit her just now? Take the initiative to come forward and cut off your head to make amends. I'll naturally leave when I'm happy." Xiao Chuan's brows were furrowed and his nostrils were slightly flared as he looked like he was about to make a move. The dozen or so minions following behind him were also in a leaping stance. Seeing that the other party was coming from a bad place, Bai Yashuan pulled Yi Bei's corner and whispered, "Don't mess around. We'd better go first." Yi Bei smiled faintly, signaling that Bai Yashuan was fine, and then turned around. Chapter 40, Are you the legendary sand sculpture? Who do you think you are? Dare to talk to us like that? Believe it or not, I'll make it impossible for you to leave this store today. Jiang Zhizhi showed a ferocious face, only thinking that Yi Bei was an ordinary human. She didn't put him in her eyes at all. Yi Bei snorted and mocked. "This Amma, I do admire your thick skin. Your husband just passed away not 2 days ago and you're looking for another man. Aren't you afraid that your husband will turn into a stern ghost and come back in the middle of the night to take your life?" "Ah, what did you call me?" Jiang Zhizhi, as a mouse spirit. Of course she wasn't afraid of any talk of a stern ghost, but she couldn't stand Yi Bei calling her a big mom. She had always felt that she was actually quite beautiful. Immediately, she became infuriated and rushed over to Yi Bei to make a move. Unexpectedly, Yi Bei was prepared. Just as soon as he approached, bang! Yi Bei threw a dragon tiger heavy fist and directly sent her flying. The body fell heavily on the glass of the store door a few meters away. The glass shattered in response, and a large pile of broken miscellaneous seeds hit her body one after another. She tried to get up, but her struggles ended in failure several times. This blow was too heavy and contained extremely strong internal energy, far beyond the capacity of a 1-star lesser demon like her to withstand. She nearly showed her original form in public. The power of a punch shocked the entire audience. Bai Yashuan covered her face and looked incredulously at what was happening in front of her. When did Yi Bei become so powerful? One punch could send people flying? Could it be that his cousin is treating him? Xiaocheng was also a bit secretly staggered. The boss is really powerful. This punch is too powerful. Even if it is me, I guess I will also be hit and cannot climb up. Thanks to the fact that I did not anger the boss before, my choice is really the wisest. My boss is awesome. Too handsome. The violent beating of the 7-star temple was awesome to watch. It's a relief. The other clerks in the store, seeing that the new boss was so tough, looked at Yi Bei with eyes that were not only worshipful, but also more fearful than usual. Originally, they were worried that these social big brothers would smash the store, but now that they had such a powerful boss to protect them, now, they had nothing to worry about. Xiao Chuan saw his newbie's little demon being beaten, and gestured angrily. More than 10 small demons, on the spot, pulled out the machetes they were carrying on their back waist and gathered towards Yi Bei. One by one, they opened their teeth and claws as if they wanted to dismantle Yi Bei. When the crowd saw this, they all fearfully hid in the direction behind Yi Bei. Bang! Just when a machete was about to fall on top of Yi Bei's head, Yi Bei's body was like electricity, instantly disappeared in place and appeared behind that little brother. And with one punch, he smashed him on the ground and wailed. Bang bang bang! In less than a minute before and after, Yi Bei utilized his lightning-like stance and dragon tiger fist to easily beat more than a dozen junior demons present on the ground, completely unable to get up. At this moment, Xiao Chuan's entire body was surprised to the core. Good fellow, it was actually a 2-star level inhuman. Seeing that this person was very new to the world, and that he wasn't very pure in the harnessing of astral energy power, in all likelihood, he had just become an inhuman not too long ago, and is already a 2-star. Somewhat interesting, this kid is a talent. Such a talent, it would be a pity if he doesn't join my 7-star pavilion. Thinking about this, Xiao Chuan decided to pull in Yi Bei. As for Jiang Zhizhi and the group of small demons who fell to the ground and couldn't get up for a long time, he didn't even look at them. Demons are nothing more than tools to be utilized when called upon, and it is only a real game to accept a little brother of a foreigner. Xiao Chuan changed his previous irritated attitude and looked at Yi Bei with an appreciative face, raising his hands to applaud on the spot. Clap! not bad. Little brother, this body hand is very good. Ha ha ha. Seeing this expression on Xiao Chuan's face, Yi Bei was confused. What's the situation? I hit your woman. Hit your little brother. But you are no longer angry. But also give me a round of applause. But also praise me good hands? Can't it be? You are the legendary sand sculptor? It's been a long time coming. Thank you, big brother. If there's nothing else, I think you can go now. Yi Bei politely waved his hand at Xiao Chuan. No, little brother. I still have something to say. I see that your bones are clear and beautiful, and the sky is full, so you must be a martial arts prodigy. I, Xiao Chuan, have always been broad-minded. You and I are also considered to be not fighting. Have you heard of the 7-star pavilion? Xiao Chuan looked at Yi Bei with a smile on his face. Jiang Jiji and the crowd of little demons lying on the ground eating their teeth in pain were collectively dumbfounded. Boss Xiao, you are taking away the shoots nah. What do you mean by not fighting? You've always had a big heart. The one who is emotionally beating is not you. Ha ha ha, big brother preaching people kudos to your broad-mindedness. 7-star temple. Haven't heard much about it. What's up? Yi Bei laughed unnecessarily. When Xiao Chuan saw how nice Yi Bei was to talk to, he instantly laughed happily as well. Surprisingly, he hasn't even heard of my 7-star pavilion. This kid is really a fledgling alien. Ha ha ha. Truly the heavens have blessed me. Today, I've made a big fortune, taking in a 2-star Inhuman Junior. Hey, beautiful little brother. It doesn't matter if you haven't heard of it. I'll slowly tell you about the might of the 7-star temple later. You only need to know now that my 7-star temple is the one that carries Jiang Cheng on the line. My name is Xiao Chuan. I'm a fragrance master of the 7-star pavilion, and I'm sincerely inviting you to join the 7-star palace. As long as you are willing to join the 7-star temple, I am willing to give you both Xiao Chang, a snake demon, and Jiang Jiji, a white-haired mouse spirit, as tripods to play with. Snake spirits and white cat mice are the best of the best amongst beautiful women. It'll be absolutely awesome to play with. No need to thank me. I, Xiao Chuan, am just so generous. So, join the 7-star temple. I guarantee you a great future. Xiao Chuan looked at Yi Bei with an expectant face. If he didn't know anything about the 7-star temple, Yi Bei was really a bit moved. The 7-star temple welfare treatment was good join just from the beautiful goblins to play. But his wife is a member of the 7th region of the Mystery Bureau, and he joined a random evil faction? This is to bring shame to the face of Power's wife although it was tempting to agree. But, hey, forget it. Xiao Chang, who was beside him, looked at Yi Bei's wandering face and thought that Yi Bei didn't know what a cauldron meant. Hastily and thoughtfully, she used her voice transmission technique to send a quiet message to Yi Bei. Boss, tripod is the meaning of female companion in cultivation. Most of the 7-star temple's foreigners have their own tripods, and some horny foreigners even have many more. All of them are beautiful and sexy demons. When the cauldron is tired of being played with, it will either be killed or discarded. Boss, you must not agree to him. As long as you don't join the 7-star temple, Xiao Cheng will immediately agree to be your cauldron. If you join the 7-star temple, Little Cheng can't follow you. The only way for Little Cheng is to die. Yi Bei heard Xiao Cheng's voice ringing in his mind, although he didn't understand how she managed to transmit her voice through the air. But even without Xiao Cheng's pleading, he wouldn't consider joining the 7-star temple, much less dare to let Xiao Cheng be his cauldron. Mimi is so good to me. Cuckolding Mimi? Chapter 41. Really a raw egg. Ahem. That big brother Xiao Chuan. I thank you for your generosity. Leave the mouse spirit behind and you can go. Yi Bei firmly said to Xiao Chuan. Once Xiao Cheng heard this, a hanging heart was finally released. No matter what, the boss still chose to refuse to join the 7-star temple and still let the bad guys from the 7-star temple go. He. Boss really does care about me a bit more. Just how much did the boss mean by letting Xiao Chuan leave the rat spirit behind? Xiao Chuan was also filled with confusion when he heard this. Little old brother, what is the meaning of this? You're not joining the 7-star temple? And then you want me to leave the mouse spirit behind to leave? Are you trying to whore yourself out for nothing? Little brother, you're not going to join my 7-star hall and still want a whore for nothing, right? Xiao Chuan glared at Yi Bei with a displeased face. Yi Bei, what do you mean I want a whore for nothing? Am I, Yi Bei, someone who is poor in money? Just now, I was praising your generosity, and you got annoyed when you didn't join the 7-star temple? That's it? You deserve to be called a big brother too? Looks like your heart is a bit smaller than even a woman's A-cup. That's right. I'm not only not joining the 7 stars, I want to whore myself out. Not convinced? Yi Bei smiled and looked at Xiao Chuan. Kid, you're a bit of a born calf that's not afraid of tigers, are you? Are you a tiger? Dare to talk to this incense master like this? Do you know what you are offending now? Me, Xiao Chuan. YYDS. Hurry up and apologize to me, or I'll really get angry. Xiao Chuan's face turned cold and he waved his hand to cast a spell. Swish! The windows of the entire store froze. The outside world was completely cut off, and the air around them suddenly plummeted to freezing point. Those juniors who were originally lying on the ground wailing. At this moment, all of them appeared in their original form, turning into more than a dozen huge-sized hungry wolves. Each one of them bared their teeth and glared at Yi Bei with fierce eyes. In the face of this instantaneous sudden change, all the sales clerks were scared and lost their colors, and a few timid ones directly fainted in fear. After Xiao Chuan cast the spell, Zhang Jiji felt relaxed and stood up from the ground on the spot, gritted her teeth and walked to Xiao Chuan's side, glaring at Yi Bei angrily. Yi Bei felt the bone-chilling cold around him, as well as the fierce eyes of more than 10 wolf demons, and suddenly realized that he seemed to have miscalculated a bit. Just now, Xiao Chuan had specified that he had suppressed the strength of these wolf teeth with his spells. After these demons showed up, their fighting strength was obviously too much stronger than before. Boss, let's leave these dozen or so wolf demons to Little Green. You just go deal with that 7-star hall baddie. Although Cha-ching's strength is average, but I am at least a deep-sea green python, so even if I use my physical body to fight hard, I can still help you withstand these wolf demons. Just as Yi Bei was pondering on how to fight, Cha-ching's voice transmission came from his mind. Deep-sea green python. This Cha-ching can it's a potential stock. Not bad. Yi Bei looked at Little Green and nodded silently. Kid, scared. Why don't you quickly offer the green snake demon to Brother Chuan and kneel down to kowtow and apologize? Zhang Jiji despised Yi Bei with a haughty face and said, ha ha ha, little brother, it's still too late to regret. Join my 7-star palace. You are guaranteed to have inexhaustible glory and wealth, and there are all kinds of beautiful and sexy little demons to play with. Why not? Xiao Chuan thought that Yi Bei was intimidated by his own tactics and laughed with a smug face. Yi Bei followed with a big laugh. Ha ha ha, good discussion. Wait for me. Xiao Chuan was happy to hear this and revealed a generous gesture. Immediately, he waved his hand, signaling Yi Bei to feel free. Yi Bei turned around and looked at Bai Yashuan. At this moment, Bai Yashuan's face was white with fear, her body was shivering, and she sat on the ground paralyzed, almost pissing herself. She had always been frank and tough, but today she was really scared. She had also heard her cousin say that there are many demons and monsters in this world, and in the future, she would also be allowed to become an inhuman, and take her to eliminate demons and devils. But in the end, it was just words, and now that she had actually encountered such a thing, she was really scared to death. It's alright you, don't be afraid. Yi Bei slowly helped Bai Yashuan up from the ground. Bai Yashuan shivered and barely nodded her head. Xiao Chang hurriedly went forward to assist Bai Yashuan with Yi Bei and walked towards the boss's office inside. The rest of the employees who had not fainted also followed Yi Bei to the boss's office. Place the personnel well. Yi Bei brought Cha-ching back to Xiao Chuan and the others. Kid, how is it? Have you thought about it yet? I have limited patience. Xiao Chuan looked at Yi Bei and said. Yi Bei smiled faintly and said, Big brother, really thank you so much effort to pull me into the gang. Unfortunately I'm going to let you down. Watch the move. The words fell. Yi Bei performed an extremely fast stance and blasted out a dragon tiger heavy fist, smashing it towards Xiao Chuan's face. This punch was fast, accurate and vicious. The peak of his fist and the air rubbed out wisps of fire. The air was all set ablaze by the majestic rigid yuan power of Yi Bei's fist peak. Cha-ching didn't hesitate either, and showed his original form on the spot. A huge deep-sea green python opened its bloody mouth and attacked furiously towards the 10 or so wolf demons. Xiao Chuan, faced with this sudden turn of events, instantly cursed in anger. Mama Selbach, little you don't speak martial arts. Just as Yi Bei's fist was about to smash on Xiao Chuan's face, swish, Xiao Chuan's figure quickly moved aside. Kid, you successfully angered me. Boom boom boom. Accompanied by 3 muffled sounds, behind Xiao Chuan's back, 3 spell seals formed on the spot. Within the ice attribute FA seal, an ice cone was instantly condensed and shot towards Yi Bei. The fire attribute spell seals and metallic spell seals hovered in the air, condensing a fireball and a flying blade, ready to be launched. Yi Bei was genuinely a bit flustered when he faced the ice cone attack of this high-level technique. He didn't expect that this 2-star 7-star temple foreigner would be so powerful that he would also form 3 attribute attack spell seals. He himself couldn't even make a single one. I was careless, unable to do anything else. Yi Bei could only gather a layer of 2-star level astral energy over his entire body. And then, he executed the Dragon Tiger Heavy Fist to perform a defensive attack against these ice attribute ice cones. Swish swish swish, bang bang. With each punch and kick attack, Yi Bei managed to shatter the ice cones attacking him. However, there were a large number of ice cones, plus Yi Bei didn't have much combat experience. Eventually, there were still some ice cones that struck Yi Bei's body. Even if the astral aura on the surface of his body could help Yi Bei offset some of the attacks, there were still some ice cones that directly pierced into his flesh and blood, where the defense was broken. blood flowed out on the spot. Cha-ching's side was similarly in a stalemate, being attacked by ice picks while being attacked by more than 10 wolf demons from different directions. Before and after not even 10 rounds, her body was similarly broken open in several places, blood gurgling. Cha-ching saw that Yi-bei, a 2-star level inhuman, was so weak in combat that he couldn't even resist one of his own ice attribute spell seals, but he still dared to balance with himself? In his heart, he could not help but laugh. Really a raw egg, a fledgling with little combat experience. This is it? You still want to fight against me, Cha-ching? Oh, what a joke. Chapter 42. Tears came out. Cha-ching saw that Yi-bei and Cha-ching were all defeated and stopped their attacks with a wave of his hand. He laughed arrogantly with a cocky face and pointed at Yi-bei and Cha-ching, saying, with just the two of you, you also want to fight against my 7-star palace? Really out of your depth. Now, hurry up and kneel down and beg for mercy for me. Otherwise, I will let you two die without a burial place today. The words fell. The fire attribute FA seal and metallic FA seal behind Cha-ching instantly shot out countless fireballs and sharp blades. In an encircling and deathless manner, they hovered around Yi-bei and Cha-ching. It was self-evident. If Yi-bei and Cha-ching continued to resist, then the fireballs and sharp blades would attack them crazily, killing them on the spot. Seeing that Yi-bei was covered in blood, Cha-ching transformed into human form and helped Yi-bei up from the ground. She looked at the ice cones, fireballs, and sharp blades around her. In her heart, she secretly weighed them. She and Yi-bei together were far from being a match for the 7-star hall powerhouse. I can only use my last stance. I can only use my last best move. Boss, don't be afraid. Cha-ching still has one last trick. Even if this 7-star pavilion powerhouse is a 2-star powerhouse, he won't necessarily be able to catch up with us. This is the escape stance that my mother left me before she died. In a moment, we'll make a false move and escape together. In the future, when we're strong, we'll return to Jiangcheng to take revenge. Cha-ching gave Yi-bei a secret voice transmission. Yi-bei endured the pain and nodded. Escape. It seemed like a good idea. He had just become an inhuman, and although he had instantly upgraded to 2 stars, his body hadn't been strengthened, and he simply couldn't withstand the 3rd fire spirit fruits boost. Currently, he was unable to upgrade to 3 stars, but in the future, as long as one adhered to the system check-in every day, he would definitely become stronger and stronger. It wouldn't be too late to come back and take revenge on Cha-ching at that time. Moreover, his own wife is strong and incomparable. As long as he escapes from this place, he immediately calls his wife and lets her bring the mystery bureau to bring this directly to death. In short, the good man refuses the loss before the eyes. The most secure way at the moment is to escape. Yi-bei nodded and passed an affirmative look to Cha-ching. He straightened up and prepared to make a false move and Cha-ching to escape. Just in the nick of time. Bang! The ice-sealed doors and windows were forcibly blasted open. 2 sexy and beautiful figures walked in from outside. The arrivals were none other than Tang Mi and Flower Moon Cat. Tang Mi saw her husband, who was wounded on the ground, with pieces of blood on his body, being held up by a green snake. On the spot, he burst into a rage. You bastards, dare to harm my husband, all must die. Tang Mi coldly shouted, her body emitting an incomparably icy aura. Cha-ching saw the visitor. Immediately, he redirected his spell seals to attack Tang Mi. However, not waiting for the magic seals to fire out ice cones, fireballs, and sharp blades, a black shadow had already attacked like lightning. Ka! Before Cha-ching could react, a hand had already strangled his neck in death. Bang bang bang! The 3 legal seals shattered in response. The next moment, bang bang! Cha-ching was like a dead dog, being crazily wrestled on the ground by Tang Mi's grip on his neck. There was not the slightest bit of resistance. The surrounding 10 or so wolf demons made a move to escape. They were able to sense that the aura of the duo, Tang Mi and Flower Moon Cat, was too terrifying. Jiang Zhizhi was the same. Without waiting for the wolf demons to escape, she took the lead and ran towards an open space. As a result, just as she took a step, the Flower Moon Cat blocked in front of her. You, don't come over. You, bang! Without waiting for Jiang Zhizhi to finish her words, the Flower Moon Cat had already lifted her foot and viciously kicked her away. Jiang Zhizhi flew in the air. The Flower Moon Cat leapt up horizontally and slammed a heavy fist downward furiously. Bang! Jiang Zhizhi smashed heavily on the ground like a cannonball. The floor shattered. Tiles and concrete crumbs flew across the floor, and Jiang Zhizhi's body was plunged into the floor in a herringbone shape. All the bones in her body were broken, and her organs were shattered. Put! A mouthful of blood spurted out, and Jiang Zhizhi appeared in her original form, a half-sized white-furred mouse, bleeding from all 7 orifices, dying. From the time the Flower Moon Cat struck to the end, it actually only took less than 5 seconds. As if in the blink of an eye, Jiang Zhizhi became like this. The 10 or so wolf demons were completely stunned. This woman was also too perverted and terrifying. Without using any fancy techniques, she had directly destroyed Jiang Zhizhi. This strength was too strong to mess with. Not being able to think too much, more than a dozen wolf demons roared in unison. Ow! Swish 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 swish. Together, they charged furiously in the direction of the exit. The corners of the flower moon cat's mouth lifted slightly. Want to run? How ridiculous. No demonic creature has yet to escape alive from under my flower moon cat's hand. Die! The flower moon cat angrily shouted, its figure rushing towards the 10 or so wolf demons like lightning. Bang 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 bang. One violent muffled sound after another came. After each muffled sound, a wolf demon would turn into a cloud of blood mist, completely shattering its flesh. The bodies of the wolf demons whose flesh was shattered would immediately float out a wisp of white gas that was invisible to the naked eye, which was the demon souls of the wolf demons. The flower moon cat didn't give the demon souls a chance to escape, casually took out a red soul collecting streamer from the backpack and casually threw it in the air. Swish swish swish. The demonic souls of more than a dozen wolf demons were instantly included in the streamer. After doing this, the flower moon cat reached out to catch the falling soul collector streamer and nodded in satisfaction. On the other side was Chao Chuan. At this moment, he had been dropped by Tang Mi to the point where the bones in his entire body were shattered. The breath in his body was extremely disorganized, and his meridians were ruptured inch by inch. Blood dyed his body into a bloody man. Chao Chuan was prostrate on the ground. Blood was flowing from his eyes and his mouth was open one by one. That look was wretched to the extreme. Tang Mi had already come to Yu's side. Cha-ching consciously retreated to the side. Tang Mi carefully assisted Yibei's body. Her heart ached immensely. Tears came out of her eyes. Hubby, it's my fault for making you suffer such an injury. Don't move. My wife will heal your wounds this time. Tang Mi covered Yibei's wound and warmed it with incomparably warm breath. When Cha-ching saw the scene, she couldn't tell how shocked she was in her heart. It turned out that the boss already had a partner, and such a powerful and beautiful inhuman powerhouse. It was simply appalling that she had directly used her physical strength to second Chao Chuan. Just how terrifying was this fighting strength? There was also that companion of hers. That was more than a dozen wolf demons, and it was so easy to easily beat them all into a bloody froth. And even their souls failed to escape and were all taken away. This really wasn't an ordinary inhuman. No wonder the boss isn't afraid of the 7-star temple. The boss's backstage is really powerful. My choice was too wise. From now on, if I follow the boss, I will never have to be bullied by the 7-star pavilion, and I will never have to run away again. Yibei felt Tang Mi's strong love. His heart was sweet, although the wounds would constantly transmit a piercing pain, but with Power's heartache, it was worth it even if it hurt. At this time, Chao Chuan finally took a breath. He opened his mouth with difficulty and said, 2 ants, spare me. I'm the fragrance lord of the 7-star temple. As long as you can spare my life, I'll give you whatever you want. Ran. Tang Mi listened but didn't hear, only Yibei in her eyes. The flower moon cat smiled coldly. Spare you? Chapter 43, Spreading dog food again. Dream on. The flower moon cat chortled coldly. Boom. She struck a palm out of thin air towards Chao Chuan. The astral energy transformed into form and struck across the air. Chao Chuan's eyes were wide with terror. He wanted to dodge, but there was no way he could. He was now in a state of disuse. No, don't Bang! Accompanied by a muffled sound, Chao Chuan instantly turned into a mist of blood. After Tang Mi's careful breath warming, the injuries on Yibei's body finally stopped all the bleeding and pain. Yibei felt much better. The body basically returned to normal. Thanks to their own is now a foreigner. If it is an ordinary person suffered such an injury, not 10 days and half a month is impossible to walk around. Being an inhuman is still quite good. After Tang Mi finished treating Yibei's injury, she was already in tears from the pain. She opened her arms and hugged Yibei tightly. Moment of emotion. The two even openly kissed. On the side of the flower moon cat open mouth, dumbfounded, looking at the transformation into a small woman Tang Mi. No eyes to see. Really no eyes to see. This dog food sprinkled unawares. Was this the captain she knew? Was this still the high cold officer Tang from the 7th district who had killed countless demons with decisive determination? This picture. If the other demon slayers of the Mystic Bureau saw it, I'm afraid they'd be just as skeptical of life as they were. The flower moon cat looked at Xiao Chang who was standing on the side unaware of what was going on, striding over to Xiao Chang and said, Little snake demon, were all the people here killed by these demons? Little Green immediately shook her head repeatedly. No, they are all hiding in the office. Good, take me to find them. Okay. Xiao Qing didn't dare to be the slightest bit ambiguous and immediately led the flower moon cat to the office. 10 minutes later, everyone gathered together in the store lobby. Yibei told all the employees not to be afraid. Everyone will go home and rest first today. Just come to work normally tomorrow. All the employees went to the locker room to change their clothes and left one after another. Xiao Qing was the exception. Not only was she not allowed to leave, she was also brought aside by Tang Mi to talk. Tang Mi secretly cast a spell and easily saw through Xiao Qing's strength. A 1-star ranked little demon wasn't very strong. Little green. You did just fine today when you fought against the 7-star temple members with my husband. Thank you. Since you're determined to be a good demon, then from now on, just cultivate in your own way and don't do anything that jeopardizes human society. And don't do anything that makes me unhappy, or I won't be the first to let you go. Know what I mean? Being looked directly at by Tang Mi's eyes, Cha-ching's face gushed in fear. Don't worry boss lady. I promise I won't do anything that will hurt the heavens or cause harm. And I definitely won't do anything that will make you unhappy. I understand what you mean. I understand it all. Tang Mi originally wanted to scare Cha-ching a few more times, but seeing that she was so sensible, she didn't make things difficult for her anymore. After Tang Mi and Cha-ching finished talking, they returned to the crowd. Seeing that Yi Bei and Flower Moon Cat were unfamiliar with each other, and the two of them were wide-eyed and didn't know what to say, Tang Mi immediately introduced them and said, "Hubby, let me formally introduce you. This is my comrade in arms in the 7th district, and also my very good friend, Flower Moon Cat. Cat, this is my husband, Yi Bei." Flower Moon Cat immediately took the initiative to extend her hand very enthusiastically. "Hello brother-in-law, I've long heard Sister Mi mention you. It's rare to see you today." Yi Bei smiled and shook Huayu Cat's hand, looking her up and down. "Nice to meet you." The people in this 7th district, not only were they strong, their face value was also one of the best. Although the appearance of the Flower Moon Cat, and the power is still a bit of a gap, but this body, bumpy and voluptuous, coupled with a playful and cute face, it is really a bit of a cat. While Yi Bei was sizing up the Flower Moon Cat was also sizing him up. In terms of appearance, he was also a handsome young man, but his strength was only a 2-star in human. However, the captain had said that it was all because of this brother-in-law that she was able to break through to the 4-star level. This shows that this brother-in-law is still somewhat capable. Moreover, looking at their show of affection, one could also see that not only was the captain deeply in love with him, he also cared for the captain wholeheartedly. From the looks of it, the captain had really made the right choice by leaving her career behind, pushing off the mission in the 7th district, and marrying him without a second thought. After both sides got reacquainted, Tang Mi looked serious as she asked Yi Bei about the specifics of what happened. "What the hell is going on? Aren't you guys just choosing a store? How could you still meet those demons?" Yi Bei wasn't ambiguous, and truthfully recounted the entire story of how he and Bai Yashuan had settled on this store, as well as how the former owner had been murdered by Jiang Zhizhi, and how she had brought Chao Chuan and the other people from the 7-star temple to cause trouble in the store. After listening to Yi Bei's narration and hearing him mention the 7-star temple, Tang Mi's eyes instantly became serious. Although she grew up in Jiangchang, she wasn't an inhuman at that time, and right now, she had just returned to Jiangchang not long ago, and didn't really understand the situation on this side of Jiangchang. Plus, she hadn't been a member of the 7th district for very long since she became an inhuman. Therefore, she only knew a little about the situation of the evil factions in Jiangchang. But now that she heard Yi Bei say this, she suddenly felt that this 7-star temple was a hidden danger that had to be taken seriously. If they let it go on, I'm afraid that more than just one Chinese medicine center's owner would die. Moreover, they had collected so many demons from the Hall of 7 Stars today, and there was also a 2-star level in human. I'm afraid that the 7-star hall side wouldn't put things to rest. Cat, how much do you know about the Hall of 7 Stars? Not much, but I've been investigating the situation on Jiangcheng's side lately, and I've also come into contact with some of the 7-star hall's affairs. Flower Moon Cat took out her uniquely shaped cell phone and pulled up the information she had recently found out and handed it to Tang Mi. Continuing, the 7-star hall is doing quite well in the Jiangcheng area, and has many strongholds. The thing they do the most is to pull in ordinary inhumans to join the 7 Stars hall, and there are also some demons and devils that they won't let go of. Due to the mixed personnel, the internal structure of this evil sect is very complicated. It feels a bit similar to a pyramid scheme. Yi Bei listened and recalled what Xiao Chuan had said to him. Yes, that Xiao Chuan, the man you guys cleaned up in the end, also asked me to join the 7-star temple. I didn't agree. Flower Moon Cat twisted her head to look at him with a playful expression. As far as I understand, ordinary inhumans are treated very well after joining the 7-star temple. Why did you refuse, brother-in-law? Yi Bei had a righteous face. My wife is in the Mystic Bureau. If I join the Hall of 7 Stars, wouldn't that be a joke? Even the best treatment can't compare to my dear power. With that, he swept Tang Mi into his arms and even kissed her unapologetically. Bai Yashuan watched from the sidelines, a face of tears and laughter. Cha-ching didn't feel anything wrong, but instead had a face of envy. Chapter 44, Lord of Heavenly Fate. The Flower Moon Cat saw that the two had started to show their love again like nobody's business. It couldn't help but clear its throat and remind the two to pay attention to the occasion. Tang Mi pushed Yi Bei away with a shy face and pouted. Alright, we're talking about business now. Yi Bei hemmed and hawed. secretly thinking, just as well. Intimacy with his wife still has to wait until the night when there are only 2 people. Captain, that Xiao Chuan we just beheaded should have some power in the 7-star palace. Otherwise with his 2-star strength, he wouldn't have the qualifications to lead so many lesser demons. Tang Mi resumed her usual capable and decisive manner. The corners of her mouth curled slightly as she said confidently and easily, since I'm now responsible for the safety and security of this side of Jiangchang, let's eradicate the 7-star hall as an evil sect first. This light sentence made Cha-ching get excited. Really? Boss lady, you really want to eradicate the 7 stars hall? Tang Mi looked at the hopefulness in her eyes and nodded. As the 7th region demon slayer, as long as it's an evil faction that jeopardizes the well-being of thousands of people, I won't hesitate to eradicate them. The flower moon cat's heart was also invigorated. It had been a long time since she had seen Tang Mi take on the forces of evil. Once she thought that she would be able to fight side by side with Tang Mi again soon, she couldn't wait to see the scene where the 7-star hall was taken over by the Mystic Bureau. Today, the people of the 7-star hall dared to bully brother-in-law's head, so tomorrow they'll have to pay the price for their stupidity. Cha-ching's excitement immediately turned into worry when she heard the flower moon cat's bold words. The 7-star hall's forces are widely distributed and deeply hidden. If you want to completely eradicate the 7-star hall, it's not an easy task. Not to mention that you can't rush things. Cha-ching thinks that it's better to investigate clearly step by step. Tang Mi nodded. You're right. Cutting the grass to get rid of the roots. We mustn't give the 7 stars hall any chance to turn around. The people over here began to discuss how to deal with the 7-star hall. And on the other side, a large conference room inside a building in the great mountain of the 100,000 Miaozhong. The cultivator demon army was gathered together for a meeting to discuss the matter of going to Jiangcheng to look for Yibei. The crowd of Shura demon army looked at a portrait hanging in the center of the conference room, and the person on the portrait was none other than Yibei. Chu Xingchen stood above the main hall, his eyes searingly looking at the thousands of cultivation demon army in the meeting hall, pointing at the portrait behind him, saying, I'm sure everyone has seen this portrait behind me clearly. He is the new demon commander of my Shura demon army. We've been silent for 100 years in the Miao borderlands, and it's time for us to come out and let this world know of our existence. The group of demon armies under the main hall were surprised by what Chu Xingchen said. They had long been prepared for this matter of going out of the mountain, but how could they not expect that the image of the new demon marshal would be this? The difference between this and the images of the previous demon marshals was also too far. So young, can he be our demon marshal? This looks like a weak scholar. It's handsome, but with that little thin arm and legs, what can he do? That's right. Which one of the successive demon marshals is not tall and powerful? Just by looking at it, I know that the combat power will not be weak. But this person on the portrait, at a glance, there is nothing offensive. The military counselor on the side, hearing the voices of discussion in the arena, slowly got up and walked to Chu Xingchen's side and said, Tiger King, this image of the demon marshal, isn't it a bit too thin? Does he really have the ability to lead our Shura army to a strong rise? Could there be something wrong with the manifestation stone? As soon as the warlord's words fell, before Chu Xingchen could retort, another elder slowly rose to his feet, his pale voice resounding. Yes, Tiger King, all these years it has been you who has been in charge of the Shura demon army on your behalf, and you are the green-feathered Tiger King of the 4 great demon kings. You have long been the demon commander in all of our hearts. Now that we have taken control of the entire Miao border overnight, the next step is to defeat the Dragon Kingdom's war department and crush the Dragon Kingdom's mysterious bureau. Then our Shura demon army will be able to take control of the entire Dragon Kingdom, and then we will be able to march to the globe. I believe that in less than a few years, my Shura demon army will be able to rule the globe. Therefore, why do we need to obey the will of the heavens and worship a weak scholar as a demon commander? The elder's words immediately resonated with everyone. Several other elders also responded. Yes, Tiger King, with you here our Shura demon army will definitely sweep the world. My Shura demon army doesn't need a weak scholar to lead it. Tiger King, the rules set down by our old ancestors can be changed. You are the most suitable person to lead my Shura demon army to a strong rise. The originally quiet synagogue was suddenly filled with noisy chatter. Chu Xingchen turned his head and looked at Yi Bei on the portrait, his brows tightening. Enough! His sudden outburst of anger caused the synagogue to fall silent in an instant. He turned around, and a pair of eyes filled with rage and perseverance swept over the faces of everyone present. Majestic astral power instantly filled the entire room. It pressured everyone present to unconsciously lower their heads for fear of meeting his eyes. Each and every demon commander of my cultivation demon army is the Lord of Heaven's mandate. None of you should presume to change this rule. Chu Xingchen's roar caused those present to gasp a little. Although they were unconvinced in their hearts, none of them dared to stand out and refute his words. One could only lower their heads and continue to listen to him. Our army has been lurking for more than 500 years before we waited for the portrait of the demon marshal on the spirit revealing stone. This is the will of the heavens. Since the heavens chose him, then he is the Lord of Heaven's destiny for my Shura army, and I believe he definitely has something to offer. If any of you present dare to speak nonsense again, you will have to blame me, Chu Xingchen, for turning the other cheek and disposing of the talkative person according to the military rules. The cultivator demon army under the hall was so shocked by these words that they no longer dared to open their mouths to criticize the new demon marshal's faults. They knew very well that the Tiger King was absolutely true to his word. They didn't want to offend the mighty green feather Tiger King Chu Xingchen, who had shaken the entire Miao border. Because of a weak and unseen demon marshal, the military division originally wanted to persuade Chu Xingchen a few more times. However, seeing that his attitude was so resolute, he swallowed back the words that were on his lips. Inwardly, he was also incomparably shocked. If this kind of thing was given to someone else, I'm afraid that he would have already complied with everyone's wishes and overthrown the Lord of Heaven's fate on the portrait that he had never met before, and enjoyed the position of demon commander himself. But Chu Xingchen was the military commander side and couldn't help but feel worried about the future of the Xiao Luo demon army. The several elders were also shocked by Chu Xingchen's words. They had never seen Chu Xingchen move in such a rage. It seemed that he valued this heaven's mandate lord. Seeing that the crowd had stopped refuting, white-browed lion king Qin Dufeng, purple-winged eagle king Yan Dongchen, and black-armored serpent king Su Moyang walked out in unison. At one time, the four great demon kings all stood above the main hall, radiating an incomparably terrifying pressure. Four pairs of incomparably resolute gazes stared angrily at the entire arena. At this moment, the cultivator demon army under the hall finally realized that even though the times outside had developed into a modern society, the traditions left behind by the old ancestors could never change. If they dared to disobey the old ancestors' rules again, none of the four great demon kings would spare them. Chapter 45, My Ministry, the batch that shocked the nation. Even my wife is a little panicked. Based on this, the crowd of Shura demon army members, in unison, fell to their knees and saluted towards Yibei's portrait. Greetings to the demon marshal. Greetings to the demon marshal. Greetings to the demon commander. The majestic shouts of the crowd of Shura demon army members shook the entire main hall. Just listening to it, one couldn't help but feel their blood boiling a little. The green feather Tiger King, Chu Xingchen, seeing that the crowd of Shura demon army had finally put down their prejudice against the new demon marshal, nodded his head in satisfaction and turned around to kneel down towards Yibei's portrait. The three major demon kings also followed suit and knelt in front of Yibei's portrait, performing the highest salute of the Xiao Luo demon army. The salute of worshipping the marshal was complete. Green Feather Tiger King Chu Xingchen got up and looked at the people present and said, "Now that the situation in Miaojiang has been finalized, we should get in touch with the demon marshal early. How our army acts in the future will all be subject to the orders of the demon marshal." The crowd of Shura demon army members were uncontrollably excited at the thought that they would be sweeping the world next. Together, they shouted, "All under the orders of the demon commander. All listen to the orders of the demon commander. All listen to the orders of the demon commander." Seeing everyone's fighting spirit one by one, Chu Xingchen's heart was filled with relief. Then he said, "At noon today, Qin Dufeng and I will lead 500 Flying Eagle Iron Cavalry to meet the demon marshal, while the rest of you will be stationed at the Miao border. The affairs of the Miao frontier will be temporarily handled by Yan Dongchen and Su Moyang." Yes, 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 everyone responded in unison, and the three great demon kings had no objections to Chu Xingchen's decision. The meeting ended. The entire Shura demon army was busy, especially the 500 Flying Eagle Iron Cavalry that had been selected. They were all the best of the Flying Eagle Iron Cavalry. It was the honor of their lives to be chosen to meet the demon marshal. Without waiting for Chu Xingchen to make arrangements, they had already begun to consciously overhaul their warplanes, only waiting for the time to set off to leave Miaojiang. It was nearing midday. Chu Xingchen stood in front of the 10 Black Eagle warplanes that had already been prepared, his heart surging and raging, reporting to Tiger King, "All 10 warplanes are ready. Please instruct. All boarding. Depart." Yes. With a command, Chu Xingchen and Qin Dufeng boarded the nearest fighter jet, taking 500 strong men in the 10 Black Eagle fighter jets and rushing into the skies. The sound of the warplanes' roaring engines shattered the sky, their speed reaching the extreme. The Dragon Kingdom Mystic Bureau soon received a danger signal. "Hurry up. Find out where these warplanes are coming from." "Reporting, sir. These warplanes should all be coming out of the 100,000 mountains of Miaojiang." "What? Could it be that these warplanes are all related to the mysterious evil forces that have recently appeared in Miaojiang?" At once, the entire mysterious bureau was thrown into a tense atmosphere, and over 1,000 mysterious bureau powerhouses were immediately dispatched to stand by. When it was determined that these military planes were heading straight towards Qingzhou, the mysterious bureau immediately ordered 1,000 strong men to head to Qingzhou. Not only that, the mysterious bureau was also prepared to directly target these 10 warplanes, launching air bombardment to stop the onward progress. Now, Immediately deploy air defense and prepare to blow up the other party's warplanes. Yes sir. 2 minutes later. No sir, they've already flown over Qingzhou Jiangcheng, and their altitude is pressed very low. Their military planes are too weird and happy. If we carry out an air bombing at this time, it's bound to cause harm to the Jiangcheng civilians. This, damnable. 1 minute later. Sir, they're preparing to airborne in Jiangcheng. Jiangcheng, quickly contact the members of the 7th district over there and be ready to respond at any time. Yes. At this time, Tang Mi and Flower Moon Cat were staying in the medical center, helping Yi Bei to give the medical center a resounding name. What would be a good name? Suddenly, Tang Mi's oddly shaped cell phone rang. It was a call from the Mystery Bureau. The Flower Moon Cat looked at Tang Mi nervously, not even caring that the pen in her hand had fallen to the ground. Mysterious Bureau Region 7 Tang Mi, please, what are the instructions? Tang Mi picked up the phone and asked directly. The other side of the phone immediately said. As Tang Mi listened to the other party's words, her complexion turned increasingly tense and serious. The Flower Moon Cat saw Tang Mi with this expression. She realized that it was specified that a very serious situation had arisen. Otherwise the captain couldn't possibly have this expression. Captain, isn't there some kind of situation on the Miaozhong side? Flower Moon Cat was curious. It's not Miaozhong, but Jiangcheng. What? Jiangcheng? What could have happened to our Jiangcheng? Yes, the Mystery Bureau has given us the latest information that the Shura Demon Army has sent over 500 strong men to suddenly parachute into Jiangcheng. Airborne? This is too sudden. The Flower Moon Cat was shocked. How could she not expect that this cultivator demon army would be so godlike? For a moment, she didn't even know what to do. Tang Mi's complexion was grave. Striding over to Yi Bei, who was staring at the workers repairing the store, she said, Hubby, you come with me. I have something to say to you. Seeing that Tang Mi's face did not look right, Yi Bei thought that she was not feeling well and hurriedly opened the Eye of Heaven to check. It was found that she seemed to be nothing special except that she was a bit more emotionally tense. The two of them came to an unoccupied corner. Yi Bei hurriedly asked, What's wrong, dear? Is it somewhere uncomfortable? Do you want me to give you a massage to relax and unwind? Seeing Yi Bei so concerned about herself, Tang Mi's heart was warm and her nervousness eased quite a bit. Honey, I'm nothing, but you must be careful. You can't leave anywhere. Just stay in the medical center. Next, I have a very important task to accomplish. When Tang Mi finished speaking, Yi Bei got nervous and quickly asked, What mission? Is it dangerous? No matter what happens, you can be sure to keep yourself safe. Seeing that Yi Bei couldn't rest assured, Tang Mi told him all about the sudden airborne landing of the Shura Demon Army in Jiangcheng. Thinking that he knew the truth of the matter, he wouldn't be worried about her safety. After Yi Bei heard Tang Mi's explanation, his mind could not help but be confused. Shura Demon Army? Isn't this my men? Honey, isn't this Shura Demon Army all in Miaozhong in the beginning? Yi Bei said. Tang Mi nodded. Yes, they suddenly appeared in Miaozhong and ruled the entire evil forces of Miaozhong under their command overnight. Their strength is very strong. I'm afraid that even the Mystic Bureau isn't a match for them. I also don't know what they suddenly parachuted into Jiangcheng for. Yi Bei wrinkled both eyebrows and muttered in his heart. Could it be that the system's reward was true? The Shura Demon Army suddenly came to Jiangcheng. It couldn't be that they came to see me, right? It was highly likely that this was really the case. Realizing that the Shura Demon Army parachuting into Jiang City probably had no malicious intent, Yi Bei sighed in relief. However, in his heart, he did not say the speculation in his heart. After all, he wasn't very sure if these Shura demon armies would really recognize him as a demon commander as the system had said. There was also the fact that their purpose for coming to Jiangcheng might not be to meet themselves. It was better not to talk nonsense when one was unsure. Besides, the mysterious bureau was so nervous about this Shura demon army right now. If he exposed his identity without authorization, he would only make it difficult for Tang Mi to be caught between him and the mysterious bureau. Dear me, no matter what these cultivator demon army came to Jiangcheng for, you and Flower Moon Cat must be safe and careful. I'll listen to you. We'll stay at the medical center and not go anywhere, waiting for your news. Tang Mi nodded, packed up her things and left the medical center with Flower Moon Cat. Based on the information and positioning sent by the Mystery Bureau, Flower Moon Cat drove the car all the way. Tang Mi, on the other hand, was in charge of calling on all Mystery Bureau members in Jiangcheng to respond to the battle immediately, and for those close by, please start blocking immediately. We must not let the unknown forces that parachuted into the suburbs of Jiangcheng invade the interior of Jiangcheng. Chapter 46, Frightened. The outskirts of Jiangcheng. 10 Black Eagle warplanes landed horizontally in a flat mountainous forest area on the outskirts of Jiangcheng. Green Feather Tiger King Chu Xingqian and White-Browed Lion King Qin Dufeng were the first to disembark from the warplanes. 500 strong men followed closely behind, and in only a few seconds, a neat team was assembled. Chu Xingqian and Qin Dufeng stood on a high ground, Looking at the densely packed Black Eagle Iron Cavalry, the duo realized that it seemed unrealistic to sneak so many people this around into Zheng City. Tiger King, as I see it, why don't we let a portion of the Black Eagle Iron Cavalry hide first, and we'll take a small portion of our brothers and head to Zhengcheng to find the whereabouts of the demon marshal. Hearing Qin Dufeng's suggestion, Chu Xingqian pondered for a while and felt that it made some sense. Nodding his head, he was about to give orders to the 500 Flying Eagle Iron Cavalry. Suddenly, he sensed that there was an aura of foreigners approaching in the surroundings. Killing intent was immediately revealed in his eyes. Qin Dufeng and the others present also sensed the approaching breath power, but the strength of the other party was not good. Kill it, easily. Feeling the raging killing opportunities of his brothers, the corner of the Tiger King's mouth lifted slightly. In his heart, he thought that this time they had come to Zhengcheng, and their main purpose was to meet the demon marshal, so before the situation was finalized, it was better to keep a low profile. Everyone, act as you see fit, do not kill innocents indiscriminately, prepare to meet the battle. Yes, the 500 Black Eagle Iron Cavalrymen took up their stance in unison. Coincidentally, at this moment, a dark shadow walked out from their surroundings. Everyone, we are members of the Mystic Bureau. You and other evil forces have invaded my Zheng City without any reason. It's better to quickly tie your hands and surrender, a strong man at the head said. At this moment, Tang Mi and the Flower Moon Cat were still on their way here, and if she knew that these members of the mysterious bureau had rushed up so recklessly to take on the cultivating demon army, she would have been enraged. Chu Xingqian and Qin Dufeng had also heard something about the mysterious bureau, but neither of them had put it on their minds. Moreover, the ones that appeared in front of them at this time were all just 2-star level Inhumans. These people were simply not enough to fear. When the two great demon kings saw that these members of the mysterious organization, who were weak, had such an arrogant aura, they coincidentally let out a cold laugh. Chu Xingqian was the first to speak. Beating your hands, I'm afraid that's impossible. If you all don't want to die, you'd better obediently get lost altogether. I, the cultivator demon army, have no intention of hurting anyone. If you guys don't know how to die and have to fight us hard, then don't blame us for being merciless. The members of the Mystic Bureau determined that none of the Shura demon army were good people, and once they captured one back, it would surely be a great achievement. Thus, everyone was a bit fist-pumping and eager to try. Some members of the mysterious bureau who could not hold back were the first to launch an attack on the Shura demon army. With blades in hand, they rushed at the 500 Black Eagle Iron Cavalry that were scattered in all directions and swung at them. However, before the blades could fall, the people were kicked out by the Black Eagle Iron Cavalry. He fell on a rock not far away, and a mouthful of blood gushed out. Unable to slow down for a long time, the rest of the Mystic Bureau members were unwilling to see their teammates being knocked to the ground like this, and they all raised their blades in their hands and fought with the 500 Black Eagle Iron Cavalrymen of the Cultivation Demon Army. But as far as the eye could see, it was the Black Eagle Iron Cavalry that was unilaterally bussing the members of the Mystic Bureau. The cold-lighted blades swung down. The Black Eagle Iron Cavalry caught the blades with their bare hands, and before the members of the Mystery Bureau could react, the blades were shattered into two halves. On the other hand, the Black Eagle Iron Cavalry's side, bare hands, no weapons, but 3 punches and 2 kicks easily sent all the members of the Bureau of Mysteries flying, falling into the pile of rubble and could not even crawl up. The Mystery Bureau man in the lead, seeing his own battle situation so tragic, knew that he could not spend time like this. Otherwise, not only would he not be able to stop these Cultivation Demon Army from invading Zhengcheng, the members of the Mystic Bureau would also die in vain. Forced to do so, he summoned 3 Dharma seals on the spot. Boom boom boom. With 3 muffled sounds, 3 more attribute spell seals appeared behind the man in the lead. Fire, thunder, and earth. Seeing this, the rest of the Mystic Bureau members also gave up on close combat, bracing their painfully beaten bodies and summoning large and small mana seals. For a time, the 500 Black Eagle Iron Cavalrymen and the 2 major Demon Kings were completely enveloped by the light of the FA seals. However, Chu Xingqian and Qin Dufeng's faces did not show the slightest hint of panic. Even the 500 Black Eagle Iron Cavalrymen looked at these Mystic Bureau members with a bemused expression. A bunch of unsuspecting fellows. Chu Xingqian snorted contemptuously and casually waved his hand, instantly summoning 8 Dharma seals, which were still super large. The 8 Dharma seals were like golden bells that could rotate as they rapidly operated around his body, emitting a light that quickly overshadowed the Dharma seals of everyone in the Mystic Bureau. There was no doubt that the power contained in these FA seals had already reached a level of 10,000 terrifying degrees. At this moment, in the hands of every member of the Mystic Bureau, there were icicles suspended, but no one dared to strike without authorization. All of them were shocked in place by Chu Xingqian's powerful mana. This was too terrifying. Just how powerful was it to be able to summon 8 mana seals so easily? It was only at this moment that they completely awakened to the fact that the words of that man in black at the Mystic Bureau's headquarters were not looking at a joke. These cultivator demon armies were even far more difficult to deal with than they had imagined. Even if all of their strength was combined, they did not have the slightest ability to fight back. Chu Xingqian stood on the high ground, his contemptuous gaze sweeping over all the members of the Mystic Bureau present, causing them to retreat. Qin Dufeng sneered and followed the original plan, taking a portion of the Black Eagle Iron Cavalry towards downtown Zhangcheng. The rest of the Black Eagle Iron Cavalry scattered in all directions, looking for suitable hiding places to conceal themselves. Seeing this, the members of the Mystic Bureau wanted to rush up and block Qin Dufeng and the others, but they were hindered by the fact that the 8 Dharma seals summoned by Chu Xingqian were too terrifying. Even if they wanted to block them, they did not have the guts to confront such a powerful cultivator demon army head-on. They could only watch as the cultivator demon army slipped past their eyes. Chu Xingqian saw that all of the Black Eagle Iron Cavalry had returned to their positions according to the original plan. He didn't make things difficult for those selfless members of the Mystic Bureau and put away his magic seal and disappeared in a flash. Only 10 empty Black Eagle fighters remained, docked in front of the Mystic Bureau members. The powerful aura of oppression instantly disappeared. The members of the mysterious bureau were all like deflated balls, putting away their Dharma seals and sitting paralyzed in place for a long time, unable to come back to their senses. When Tang Mi and Flower Moon Cat arrived here, where was the shadow of the Shura demon army? All that was left was a bunch of people sitting in place, as if they had been greatly frightened. Where's the Shura demon army? Tang Mi asked the leading Mystic Bureau member with a solemn expression. They're too powerful. 8 Dharma seals? I've never seen such a powerful force before. Officer Tang, we're no match for them at all. Yes, Officer Tang, what should we do next? Tang Mi frowned and angrily rebuked. So you just watched them escape, and didn't send anyone after them? Looking at the faces of every Mystic Bureau member, a look of decay hung on their faces. Tang Mi was furious, but the people had already run away, so it wouldn't help even if she had as much anger as she did. Gather all the members of the Mystery Bureau in Jiang City and quickly return to Jiang City to search for the whereabouts of the Shura demon army. No matter how much it costs, we must find them. Tang Mi gave the order. The Mystery Bureau members immediately got into the spirit and reorganized to head towards Zhangcheng. Chapter 47, She's on fire. The sky is getting dark. Yi Bei squatted in front of the store, looking at the people coming and going. The heart is very regretful. How did not leave the Flower Moon Cat's cell phone number it? Now well, dear Power cannot be contacted. He can only be like a wife stone, squatting in front of the store, looking forward to his wife can be early and safe return. Can you not squat in front of the store? Like a beggar. Bai Yashuan kicked Yi Bei with a disgusted face. You stinky girl, scolding me isn't enough to start a fight, right? Yi Bei stood up and gestured his fists, making an appearance of wanting to teach Bai Yashuan a lesson, but Bai Yashuan is a disobedience to him. Neck stretched out for fear that Yi Bei cannot hit the same. You come you dare to move me a try. Let my cousin know. Must fix you. Yi Bei glared at her and withdrew his fist, looking at the fact that Bai Yashuan's kick wasn't very heavy. He didn't intend to bother with her. He put away his joking attitude and asked with a grave expression, do you have any way to contact your cousin? My cousin is never contactable when she's on a Mystery Bureau mission, so don't waste your efforts and hurry back to the manor, Bai Yashuan said, stuffing Yi Bei's jacket into his arms. Besides, my cousin is strong, so you don't need to worry about this little white boy. Yi Bei was just about to say that Tang Mi told him to stay in the store obediently and not go anywhere when he saw Cha-ching locking the store door, and the several surrounding stores had also closed their doors early. What's going on? It's only a few o'clock, why are they all closed? Yi Bei was full of doubts. Cha-ching handed over the key to Yi Bei's hand and explained, don't you know, boss? The people from the old neighborhood management office just came to notify that the city's circuitry is being repaired tonight and there is a possibility of a power outage. So it's not just these few stores, all the neighborhood stores in the city will close early. Yi Bei nodded thoughtfully, thinking in his heart that the circuit overhaul was fake and dispersing the crowd was real. It seemed that the Mystic Bureau had decided that none of the Shura demon army were good people and that was why they were so vigilant. Bai Yashuan snorted coldly. He's just squatting in front of the store. Where does he care about the store? After saying that, she pulled Cha-ching into the Lamborghini parked on the side of the road. Wasn't I worried about my family's Mimi? Yi Bei put on his jacket and said as he chased after her. However, Bai Yashuan's chartered car only had 2 seats. Yi Bei looked at Cha-ching sitting in the passenger seat and asked Bai Yashuan, what about me? You're not going to leave me here alone, are you? You figure it out yourself. If you can't go back, stay and watch the store. How can that be? Mimi has instructed me to be careful. There's not even a single figure in the old neighborhood at night. How unsafe is it? Yi Bei saw Bai Yashuan start the car and immediately became anxious, and kept tapping on the car window. It was the first time for Cha-ching to sit in such a luxurious sports car. She was curiously surveying the various decorations inside the car, and only reacted when she heard the sound of the window glass being tapped. Boss, get in the car. Brush. As soon as Cha-ching finished speaking, a white light flashed inside the car and only a small green snake was left in the passenger side. Bei hurriedly opened the car door and finally rushed to get into the car before Yuan stepped on the gas. You're really cruel. It's still little green, that's good. As soon as Bei's words fell, Cha-ching twisted its snake body and wrapped around his arm. Yuan snorted coldly. The gas pedal was pressed to the bottom. Rushing out of the old neighborhood that already had few people, heading straight to Tang Mi's manor. Tang Mi was not there, and Bei was too lazy to enter the kitchen. The maid made a good meal, and the three of them sat in the dining room and ate while discussing the matter of the Xiu Luo demon army's sudden descent into Zhangchang. Bei was distracted and voiced his guesses. I'm afraid tonight is not peaceful. I always feel that the city's circuit overhaul has something to do with the cultivator demon army parachuting into Zhangchang. You're overthinking it, aren't you? Yuan looked at Bei disdainfully and said with a bland expression, with the Mystery Bureau, it is impossible for the cultivator demon army to threaten the safety of the people of Zhangchang. Bei shook his head, his expression not seeing the slightest relaxation. Mimi and I said that the Shura demon army is strong. The Mystery Bureau is not even necessarily their opponent. We should not be too careless. Cha-ching stood on Bei's side without even thinking about it. Although I haven't heard of any Shura demon army, I believe in boss and boss lady. Yuan snorted. Just the two of you? If the cultivating demon army is really that powerful and breaks through the Mystic Bureau's defenses to invade Zhangchang, what can the two of you do? Might as well finish dinner and wash up before it's too late, so I can go early tomorrow to prepare for the opening of the Chinese Medicine Center. Bei was helpless. If it was any other evil force, he certainly wouldn't be worried to this extent, but the cultivation demon army was now his men. If they really did anything to jeopardize society, how could he explain to me? But he couldn't say these words right now. Looking at Yuan as if nothing had happened, Bei couldn't help but question. Aren't you worried about your cousin at all? Worry? How can I not worry? But I've already gotten used to it. Ever since I found out that my cousin joined the Mystic Bureau, she's always suddenly evaporated like this. Every time I can't contact her, I know she's gone on another mission. It's a pity that as an ordinary person, I can't help her with anything. Yuan said, her face showing regret. If only she could become an inhuman. Otherwise she wouldn't have received that slap in vain when she was in the store today. Just as she was thinking, a fiery red fruit suddenly appeared in front of her. Fire spirit fruit? So big. Yuan's eyes went straight as she looked at the fire spirit fruit in Bei's hand. Giving it to you. Don't thank me. Bei raised his eyebrows and played handsome in front of Yuan. Yuan nonchalantly grabbed the fire spirit fruit and held it in her hand and scrutinized it carefully. You're really good at lending flowers to the Buddha. This is what my cousin gave you, right? Hey, you stinky girl. This fire spirit fruit is something I got with real skill. If you don't appreciate it, give it back to me. Yuan bristled, obviously not believing Bei's words. But with this fire spirit fruit she would be able to activate her innate superpower and become an inhuman. Who said I don't appreciate it? Thanks. After saying that, she swallowed the fire spirit fruit in her hand in one gulp. Soon she felt a steady stream of heat gushing out of her body. More than 10 minutes later, with a wave of her hand, a ball of flame hovered over her palm. Cha-ching stared at the flame with wide eyes and marveled. Wow! Sister Yashian's innate potential is actually a flame attack. Bei wondered what Yuan's innate superpower was and couldn't help but ask when he heard this. Is the flame attack very powerful? Of course. It's a very powerful innate ability. I didn't expect Sister Yashian to be so talented. Associated with Yuan's violent temper, Bei secretly lamented that she was indeed very talented. Chapter 48, A Man Can't Say No. Boom! Yuan waved her hand again, and a blazing flame was suspended in both hands. Oh my god, is this the ability of an inhuman? It's too amazing. Oomph. In the future, if anyone dares to bully me, I'll use this flame to give him a taste of being roasted by fire. Bei saw Yuan holding up two flames in her hands and staring at himself wistfully. He hurriedly rebuked. Almost got it. Don't set this manor on fire before you wait for your cousin to come back. Yuan glared at him, collected the flame and honestly sat at the table to continue eating. On the side, Cha-ching's eyes flickered, one moment looking at Yuan with envy, the other moment looking at Bei with thirst. Wanting the idea of the fire spirit fruit was close to sticking it on her head, but she knew that the fire spirit fruit was extremely precious, especially the one that Yuan ate. The color was so good that she might not be able to buy it even if she had money. She was grateful that the boss was willing to take her in, so how could she ask for the fire spirit fruit? It's not bad for you. Bei flipped his hand, and like a magic trick, handed the fire spirit fruit of the same color to Cha-ching. Little Ching was immediately thrilled and burst into tears. Woo, boss, you're also too good to me. I've been practicing for over 100 years and it's the first time I've seen a real fire spirit fruit. Bei looked at her pearly appearance and didn't know what to do for a moment. Still Yuan reacted in time. brought tissue paper and handed it to Cha-ching, comforting, Aya, don't cry, since you called him boss, it's only right for him to give you the fire spirit fruit, eat it quickly. After she finished speaking, she picked up the fire spirit fruit in Yi Bei's hand and handed it to Cha-ching. Thank you boss. Thank you sister Yixian. I'm just too excited. Yi Bei looked at Bai Yashuan in depression. Who the hell is the one who borrowed the flowers? You've said all the good words. Where do I, the boss, put my face? Luckily, little Qing was a know-it-all. After Cha-ching got the fire spirit fruit, he got up and kept bowing to Yi Bei. Thank you boss for giving me the fire spirit fruit. From now on, little Chang will follow the boss to the death. After saying that, little Chang then swallowed the fire spirit fruit in one gulp. In a short while, little Green turned into a giant green snake as thick as a water tank. It was a good thing that the restaurant was spacious enough, and the three of them didn't let the servants guard the side while they ate. Otherwise, if this scene was seen by ordinary humans, they would be scared half to death. Little Green circled around the restaurant, and the snake's body suddenly flashed out a blinding light. Yi Bei and Bai Yashuan hurriedly turned their heads to avoid it, and then turned back to find that two eagle claws had grown out of the 7-inch position. This strange shape really dumbfounded the two of them. Yi Bei was the first to reflect. Snake body, eagle claws. Isn't this styling a drawing of a snake? Blah blah blah. Isn't this a precursor to turning into a dragon? I'll go. Little Green's real body shouldn't be. Before Yi Bei had time to lament, Cha-ching transformed into human form and hugged Bai Yashuan excitedly. I finally broke through to the second star. One had just become an inhuman, and the other had finally broken through after 100 years of cultivation. The two women hugged together excitedly, leaving the laborious Yi Bei hanging out to the side. Yi Bei shook his head helplessly and got up to return to his room. There were still a few fire spirit fruits in the system, and he ate one for himself without being stingy. He began to concentrate on cultivation. Right now, Bai Yashuan's and Cha-ching's strengths had all risen, and he himself could not lag behind. If something really happened to Jiang Cheng tonight, although they didn't have the strength to resist, they would be able to defend themselves in a moment of crisis. And this was also the fundamental reason why he had given Bai Yashuan and Cha-ching the fire spirit fruit. The fire spirit fruit that was eaten started to work. Yi Bei felt that the injuries on his body were rapidly healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, more than his injuries, he hoped that his strength would break through as soon as possible. 2-star level is really a bit weak. However, until all of the fire spirit fruit energy in his body was absorbed, his strength had not been raised to the 3-star level. It was still at the 2-star level. Yi Bei was confused. What's going on here? Power had broken through. Cheng had also broken through. How come he couldn't do it himself? A man can't say that he can't. I can definitely do it. Can't it be because there is a blockage in my body? Just as he was about to use the eye of heaven to observe his body, two black shadows flashed past the window. Yi Bei was immediately alert. Ran. In the next second, the two strong men knelt in front of him and said in unison, "Greetings to the Demon Marshal." The moment Yi Bei heard the words Demon Marshal, he immediately guessed their identities. You are the Shura Demon Army? Xu Xingqian and Qin Dufeng glanced at each other. Neither one of them had expected that the Demon Marshal would know about their existence. Yes, Demon Marshal, I am Xu Xingqian, the Green Feather Tiger King, one of the 4 great demon kings of the cultivating demon army. I am White-Browed Lion King Qin Dufeng. My subordinate was late in welcoming me. Please punish the Demon Marshal. The two men spoke in unison, exuding a majestic aura that made Yi Bei unable to help but be shocked. This was the Shura Demon Army? Although there were only 2 of them, just by looking at their appearance, one could feel how powerful they were. It was unimaginable that such strong people were his men. What's that sound? Bai Yashuan's voice came from far and near. Little white boy, who's in your room? No one. I'm watching a movie. Yi Bei looked flustered, and kept giving glances to the 2 people kneeling in front of the window, signaling them to never make a sound. You still talk about me. My cousin still doesn't know what's going on. You still have the heart to watch a movie? What do you care? I'll sleep after watching it. Yi Bei was against the door, afraid that Bai Yashuan would suddenly barge in. Cut. Who cares about minding you? Hearing the sound of footsteps going away, Yi Bei breathed a sigh of relief. Xu Xingqian showed a fierce look and said to Yi Bei, Demon Marshal, that woman dared to insult you. My subordinate will go and kill her. Demon Marshal, she's just a 1-star level inhuman. She's no match for us at all. Qin Dufeng echoed. Yi Bei hurriedly waved his hand. Don't ever. That girl just now is my sister-in-law. She is just a little cutie. No malice. Sister-in-law. That's fine. Xu Xingqian and Qin Dufeng knelt down again. Yi Bei wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead, moved 2 chairs and sat across from them. All of us are our own people. Don't kneel. Sit down and say what you have to say. Yes. The 2 men's speaking voice was obviously much lower this time. Yi Bei was very satisfied with the performance of the two, but once he thought of the two's formidable aura, he once again worried about Tang Mi. Did you guys run into anyone from the Mystery Bureau this time when you were airborne in Zhongcheng? Yi Bei asked. Bumped into them, but the people from the Mysterious Bureau are all very weak and are not our opponents at all. Chu Xingchen answered truthfully. What? Yi Bei's heart that had just been put down lifted up again. He hurriedly grabbed the wedding photo of himself and Tang Mi on the bedside table and pointed at Tang Mi and asked, what about this woman? Have you guys seen her? Chu Xingchen and Qin Dufeng looked at the wedding photo, and their attention was instantly drawn to the handsome Yi Bei in the photo. I didn't realize that the demon marshal was already married. Didn't see it. What are demon marshal's orders? Chu Xingchen shook his head and said, no is good. No is good. Yi Bei breathed a long sigh of relief. His heart, which had been hanging in the air all afternoon, completely relaxed. Demon Marshal, my cultivation demon army has already unified all the forces in Miaozhong. I wonder what are your next plans? Chu Xingchen asked. Yes, Demon Marshal, the main army is already poised in Miaozhong. As long as you give the order, my Xiu Luo demon army can immediately continue to expand outwards, and it won't be long before we can definitely unify the Dragon Kingdom. Qin Dufeng added. Chapter 49, Shocked Subordinates. Yi Bei was shocked when he heard these words. Good lord, this group of Shura demon army even had such an ambitious goal. Even if it was fine to unify Miaozhong, they were even thinking of unifying the Dragon Kingdom. No wonder the Mysterious Bureau was so afraid of the Shura demon army. But I only want to live a peaceful and happy life with my dear Mimi. How can I have such an ambitious ideal? If the two of them knew that he, the demon marshal, was so unambitious, would they disown him as the demon marshal? Then what the Shura demon army is going to do at that time will be out of his control. No, he couldn't let them know his true thoughts. Yi Bei suppressed his inner surprise and tried his best to keep himself calm. There is no hurry. Now is not the time for an external crusade. Let's press on with our troops first, and the main army will stay in Miaozhong for now. When the right time comes, I will explain the follow-up action plan of the two of you. Chu Xingchen and Qin Dufeng did not have any objections to Yi Bei's decision. They didn't even bother to think about whether there was anything wrong with his decision, and ambled over to Yi Bei and respectfully said, Okay, Demon Marshal, my subordinates will listen to all your orders. Yi Bei was relieved to see that the two were treating him so respectfully. Immediately afterward, he used the Eye of the Ascension to probe the strength of the two. With this look he realized that both of them, just like Tang Mi, had blockages in their bodies. If all of these blocked acupoints could be opened up, then these two would definitely have a breakthrough in their strength. You two get up first. Yi Bei got up and said to Chu Xingchen and Qin Dufeng who were sitting on the chairs. The two of them were unsure, but they still stood up, only to see Yi Bei moving another chair, placing the three chairs side by side. He said to them, Come, lie down on your back. Chu Xingchen and Qin Dufeng were both confused. What was this to do? It couldn't be that they had done something wrong and the demon marshal wanted to punish them, right? Hurry up and give you two a meeting gift, Yi Bei said and looked at the time, thinking in his heart that he had to rush to open the blocked acupoints in both of their bodies before power returned. As soon as Chu Xingchen heard that Yi Bei was going to give them a gift, his eyes lit up and he took the lead and plopped down on the chair. Yi Bei rolled up his sleeves, gathered the dragon tiger chi in his palms, and directly pressed on one of the most severely blocked acupoints through his clothes, and did a nudge along the meridians. Chu Xingchen's body instantly tightened up, and Qin Dufeng on the side also tensed up. Relax, don't be nervous, I'm sure that after my nudging, your cultivation will definitely increase. Yi Bei pinched the hard muscles of Chu Xingchen's back. While saying that, he secretly thought, fortunately I have dragon tiger chi, otherwise this tendon meat, he really can't pinch it, or power is good. The skin is white and tender. Feel atop one of the great. Where did Chu Xingchen relax at this time? If he had known that the demon marshal's gift to them was to give them a massage, he would not have dared to lie down on his back even if he had the guts to do so. What virtue and ability did he have to dare to let the demon marshal personally serve him? Just as he was thinking about it, a warm current spread along his blood veins to his entire body. The tense muscles in his body also relaxed uncontrollably, and his nervousness was replaced by shock. What kind of spell is this? It feels so comfortable. Incorrect. The chi flow in his body had actually become more unimpeded than before. Could it be that the demon marshal had the ability to heal? Before Chu Xingchen could recover from his shock, Yi Bei's nudging was finished. Alright, how about getting up and feeling my gift? Chu Xingchen got up and sat cross-legged, mobilizing the meridians in his body to run for a week. He was then surprised to find that his realm had directly broken through the 7-star level and reached the 8-star level. Demon Commander. Me. This. For a moment, his tongue tied in excitement. Yi Bei couldn't help but feel a little smug in his heart when he saw him look like he hadn't seen the world before. Quickly get up. It's Qin Dufeng's turn. Chu Xingchen hurriedly got up and gave way. watching Qin Dufeng plop down on the chair with a puzzled face, and then staring at Yi Bei's hands with a deadpan look, wanting to see clearly how in the world he did it. Only Yi Bei's hands were enveloped by a hazy aura, and then his hands were kneading Qin Dufeng's back. Every few pinches, he changed the position, but after 2 or 3 minutes, he withdrew his hands, and at this moment, Qin Dufeng, like himself in the party, was immersed in the shock of his cultivation breakthrough for a long time. Many thanks for the demon marshal's reward. My subordinate is grateful. Chu Xingchen was the first to react and once again knelt down for Yi Bei. Qin Dufeng followed closely behind and knelt in front of Yi Bei, his voice trembling as he spoke. The excitement in his heart was hard to suppress. With a strength like the demon marshal's, my Shura demon army will surely be able to sweep through the 10,000 frontiers. Yi Bei hurriedly helped the two up. You don't have to be so polite. This is nothing. Since you are willing to follow me, of course I have to do my best to treat you well. However, you must remember that without my orders, the Shura demon army must not act without authorization. Understood. The two of them spoke in unison, admiring Yi Bei even more than when they first met him, especially Chu Xingchen. He had been wandering at the 7-star realm for several decades of light, and had thought of all sorts of ways, but had not been able to break through. He himself had already given up, but as a result, today, after being nudged by the demon marshal in such a way, he easily broke through to the 8th-star level. But the demon marshal said that this was nothing. Such a heaven-defying ability. The demon marshal hadn't even put the slightest bit of thought into it. Their demon marshal really did have an exceptional ability. Demon marshal, my subordinate came to Jiangcheng this time and brought 500 elites, now hidden in all parts of Jiangcheng. You can give orders at any time if you have any needs. We are always waiting for orders. Yi Bei nodded. There's nothing I need for now. With that, he took out his cell phone. Leave a phone number, so I can contact you guys if anything happens. Chu Xingchen and Qin Dufeng looked at each other. This thing called a phone. They really didn't have it and didn't need it. Demon marshal, there's no need for a phone. The Lion King will always be hidden in the shadows to protect your safety, and as long as you beckon, we will immediately appear in front of you. Chu Xingchen said. Yi Bei froze. Wouldn't this mean that Tang Mi could know at any time that he was the demon marshal of the Shura demon army? This couldn't be done. Now was not the time to let Mimi know about this. I just got married not long ago. I don't want my wife to know that I'm a demon marshal yet. I'm afraid of scaring her. You guys. Before Yi Bei finished speaking, Qin Dufeng proudly patted his chest. Demon marshal, don't worry. My likeness is unique in the world. I definitely won't let anyone notice my existence. Yi Bei understood, nodded and said, then let's do it. Then he said to Tiger King Chu Xingchen, having Qin Dufeng to protect me is enough. The 500 elites hidden in Jiangcheng can't be left unattended. Your next task is to manage those 500 elites. Never let them be exposed. Chu Xingchen only thought that the demon marshal wanted to build up his strength and didn't want to clash head-on with the mystic bureaucrats, so he directly agreed. Yes, demon marshal. After saying that, he turned around and jumped out of the window, disappearing into the manor in the twinkling of an eye. Immediately after, Yi Bei then saw Tang Mi's figure from the window. He hurriedly instructed Qin Dufeng, go find a room to rest. I'll greet you if there's something. Okay, demon marshal. Qin Dufeng disappeared into the room after saying that. Chapter 50, Side Effects. Tang Mi pushed the door in and Yi Bei immediately greeted her. Seeing her face look very ugly, he asked with concern, honey, is something wrong? Why do you look so preoccupied? Tang Mi sighed and took off her jacket, resulting in the housecoat in Yi Bei's hands, and said with a sad face, that gang of cultivation demon army is too abominable. I don't know what they are up to. They suddenly parachuted into our Jiang city, and then they all hid. Now the Mystic Bureau has sent a large number of foreigners to scout around, but they froze for an afternoon and couldn't find any trace of the cultivator demon army. I've now become the head of the Mystic Bureau's Jiangcheng branch. In case something goes wrong on this side, I don't even know how to explain to the headquarters. Yi Bei couldn't help but smile as he listened. You don't have to worry about that. Those cultivation demon armies definitely won't cause any trouble. Tang Mi instantly changed her face and looked at Yi Bei in surprise. Hubby, how do you know that they won't make trouble? This, Yi Bei smiled awkwardly. I'm all guessing. Look, this cultivation demon army hasn't done anything to jeopardize the Dragon Kingdom so far, and they didn't come to Jiang City to kill and set fire, much less persecute ordinary humans. That means, their purpose is not to plague Jiangcheng, so don't worry dear, Yi Bei said and pushed Tang Mi into the bathroom, fearing that she would suspect him. I've put hot water for you, quickly go take a bath. Today you've been cleaning up the 7-star temple people and tracking down the cultivation demon army. It must be very hard. I'll give you a massage after the bath. Have a good relaxation. When Tang Mi saw Yi Bei being so thoughtful, her heart was instantly filled with happiness, but she was never sloppy with the Mystic Bureau. She pondered over what Yi Bei said while taking a bath, and although she always felt that there was something wrong, the reasoning seemed to be like this. With the strength of the Shura demon army, if they really wanted to plague Zhangchang, they would have already made their move. Why would they need to hide? It wasn't like they couldn't defeat the Mystic Bureau's Inhuman, so wouldn't it be redundant to do so? After taking a bath, Tang Mi's whole body relaxed on the bed. Yi Bei brought the pre-prepared essential oils and seriously gave her a massage. By the way, hubby, did you give Yaxian the fire spirit fruit? Tang Mi suddenly spoke up. When I came back just now, I saw her gesticulating some kind of boxing in the living room, and there was suddenly more inhuman strength in her body. At that time, I was anxious to see you, so I didn't observe her carefully. I see that she should have inspired a fire attribute in human power, right? Yi Bei nodded his head repeatedly. When we were at the store today, if it wasn't for you and Flower Moon Cat arriving in time, we might have been in danger. So I gave her a fire spirit fruit, and with the inhuman power she can barely defend herself. But I didn't expect Bai Yashuan to be quite powerful, directly stimulating the fire attribute innate supernatural ability. I wouldn't dare to mess with her again in the future, lest she burn my hair in anger and affect my handsome face value. Tang Mi laughed. Originally she was still lamenting that Yi Bei was still as kind as in his previous life, and that he could treat Bai Yashuan, who was always bullying him, with such benevolence. She didn't expect him to start being immodest in the next second. Yi Bei needed Tang Mi's straight and slender calves and was enjoying the dense and silky touch in his hands. Just saw Tang Mi suddenly sat up and said, I'm a bit uneasy about Yaxian. We'd better go see her. Yi Bei's heart was depressed for a while, but he thought that Bai Yashuan had just stimulated her potential. It was the time when she was unstable, so it was good to let Tang Mi go and take a look. The two of them changed their clothes and came to the living room, and sure enough, they saw Bai Yashuan tirelessly swinging her fists at the air. Yi Bei saw that she was fighting without any rules, and teased with a smile, where did you learn this boxing style from? It's also too crotch-pulling. The joy of becoming an inhuman hadn't passed yet. Bai Yashuan didn't bother with Yi Bei, not to mention that if it wasn't for the fire spirit fruit he had given her, she wouldn't have been able to become an inhuman at all. Then brother-in-law, you come and teach me. I'm just blindly comparing. Bai Yashuan smiled and sincerely asked Yi Bei for advice. Yi Bei looked at her smiling face and instantly felt that the smile was incomparably creepy. How would I know any boxing techniques? I've only just become an inhuman not long ago. He refused Bai Yashuan without even thinking about it. Joking aside, asking him to teach Bai Yashuan boxing, wouldn't that be the same as lifting a rock and stoning his own foot? He didn't need to think about it to know that after the stinky girl learned, she would definitely be the first one to practice on herself first. Bai Yashuan was lost for a while. Seeing this, Tang Mi stepped forward and comforted. Your brother-in-law won't teach you, cousin will teach you. Bai Yashuan was overjoyed. Her eyes all lit up. Really? Cousin is really going to teach me herself? Of course, even though you and your brother-in-law just became inhuman, both of you are rare and good seedlings. I'll teach the two of you a set of sword techniques that I know, so that you won't be powerless when you encounter danger. Bai Yashuan was so excited and oblivious that she couldn't start learning swordsmanship right now. However, Yi Bei did not have this intention. Swinging a sword like a knight-errant was indeed very cool, but the thought of having to carry a sword constantly was a real inconvenience. Going through the security check was a hassle. It was still better to have a FA seal. Not only could this thing be condensed at any time, it could also be used to launch an attack directly against the enemy. Moreover, even Xiao Chuan, that second-rate son of the 7-star temple, could make a FA seal, so he couldn't afford to lag behind. For better or worse, he was also a 2-star level inhuman. Honey, do you know how to form spell seals? Why don't you teach me to form spell seals? Yi Bei looked at Tang Mi with anticipation. Yes, I will. But things like FA seal can't be mastered by a 1-star level inhuman yet. You have to reach 2-star level to be able to do so. When Yi Bei heard this, he immediately came into the spirit. I am a 2-star and my strength has already reached the peak of a 2-star level inhuman. Really? Tang Mi was surprised, and hurriedly grabbed Yi Bei's hand and started probing the aura of his body. With this probing, her beautiful eyes instantly widened. Yi Bei wasn't lying. Her husband had actually become a peak 2-star level inhuman, but he had obviously just become an inhuman. How could he be so fast? Was it because he had devoured the fire spirit fruit again that he had reached such strength? That wouldn't do. Tang Mi looked gloomy and pulled Yi Bei to the side. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with my body? Yi Bei couldn't help but get nervous when he saw Tang Mi with this look. Hubby, did you devour the fire spirit fruit again? Yi Bei nodded. Yes, otherwise how could I have progressed so fast? Tang Mi said with a worried face. Hubby, you can't eat too much of this fire spirit fruit continuously. You can only eat a maximum of 3 a year. Eating up to the 4th one will result in very serious side effects. It will make the realm of the inhuman never break through again. How many have you eaten in total now? Chapter 51 Hugging the Thigh. Yi Bei was relieved when he heard this. Fortunately, Mimi told him about this matter. Otherwise, He had really planned to continue eating a fire spirit fruit to raise his cultivation level. When he thought about his strength, he was 2 stars short of his dear power. I ate 3 of them, and gave 1 each to Cha-ching and Bai Yashuan. I still have 4 fire spirit fruits now. Yi Bei counted and said. Tang Mi was a little different. Hubby where did you get so many fire spirit fruits? Yi Bei was a little smug. Have you forgotten, wife? My innate supernatural ability is to turn out fire spirit fruits. Tang Mi was momentarily speechless. Of course she hadn't forgotten. It's just that this supernatural ability of her own husband was really a bit inscrutable. She had contacted not a small number of otherworldly people, but it was the first time she had encountered such a strange and bizarre supernormal ability. There was also Yi Bei's massage technique. If this was placed in the inhuman circle, her husband was a living anomaly, and at the same time, a priceless treasure. Yi Bei was still thinking about learning Fa Seal, and was the first to break the silence by asking, Honey, do you know Fa Seal? Tang Mi came back to her senses, nodded and said, Of course I do, and I know 5 types of Fa Seals. How about it? Awesome, isn't it? She had always been satisfied with her strength, especially now that she had become a 4-star demon slayer. At this rate of development, she believed that it wouldn't take long for her abilities to rise again. When Yi Bei heard this, his heart was thrilled, and he bowed and hugged Tang Mi's thighs. Awesome. Wife, I'm going to hug your thigh. In the future I'll follow you, wife. Like he was afraid that Tang Mi would reject him. The hand holding Tang Mi's thigh tightened some more. Please, wife, accept me as a little brother. Wife, answer or not does not matter. Mainly like to hold the thigh, this feeling, especially put the face on it. With a certain advertisement said, at this moment to enjoy the silky smooth. Tang Mi was Yi Bei got a burst of itching, could not help but cry and laugh, and hastily dragged him up and said, don't make a fuss. Ye Xian is still watching from the sidelines. Yi Bei reluctantly got up. Tang Mi pondered for a while and brought Yi Bei back to the living room. She looked at Bai Yashuan, then looked at Yi Bei and said, Hubby, why don't we do this? I'll personally teach you Dharma Seal, and let Cat teach Yashuan sword technique. Or else teaching both sword technique and Dharma Seal at the same time is a bit too much for me to handle. When Bai Yashuan heard this, her heart sank. Cousin, you really don't love me anymore. Although she thought so in her heart, Bai Yashuan also understood that her cousin had to be busy with the Mystery Bureau and also had to cope with the showbiz side of the situation, so it was actually quite hard. Then cousin, you can focus on teaching brother-in-law. If Cat's sister is willing to accept me as her disciple, I'm still honored, and I'll definitely study swordplay seriously when the time comes. Tang Mi nodded in satisfaction, and immediately dialed the phone number for Flower Moon Cat. Flower Moon Cat answered in seconds. Captain, what are your orders? How's the tracking of the Shura demon army's whereabouts going? Tang Mi didn't directly mention the matter of teaching swordsmanship, but instead inquired about the progress of Flower Moon Cat's mission. No clue. A long sigh came from the other end of the phone, followed by Flower Moon Cat's tirade. These cultivation demon armies are simply divine. Clearly more than 500 people have come, but now there's no trace of them except for a bunch of broken fighters on the outskirts of the city. Those 500 people, and the 2 leaders at the head, can't even trace a single shadow. I suspect that these guys were all rats in their previous lives. It's too strange, and their hiding ability is terrifyingly strong. Tang Mi also showed a helpless look and instructed the Flower Moon Cat, saying, let's have all the members of the Jiangcheng Mystery Bureau mobilize. Take a carpet search for the whereabouts of the members of the Shura Demon Army, and never let any traces go. And the city's surveillance, check them all as well. The Flower Moon Cat immediately raised her spirits and said decisively, no problem, Captain. Just don't worry. Even if the members of the Mystic Bureau in Jiangcheng can't be found out, I'm going to do a good job of investigating, and I'll make sure that I don't miss a single member of the cultivating demon army. However, Tang Mi said, no need. There's another task for you now. Come over to my side of the manor first. The matter of searching for members of the cultivating demon army will be left to the people of the Jiangcheng Mystic Bureau for now, and with the members sent over from the headquarters, there's enough manpower. If we can't find the Shura demon army again, Tang Mi's heart was despondent. If so many people couldn't find it again, then she didn't have a better solution for the time being. According to her husband's logic, the cultivation demon army coming to Jiangcheng might not necessarily be wreaking havoc. Perhaps there was still room for reversal. Flower Moon Cat answered, hung up the phone and turned the car around and drove towards the manor at a rapid pace. Half an hour later, Flower Moon Cat, dressed in a strong suit, appeared in front of Tang Mi. When Bai Yashuan saw that the Flower Moon Cat's movements were so mysterious, she became even more impatient to worship the Flower Moon Cat as her master. However, Tang Mi wasn't in a hurry to talk to Flower Moon Cat about teaching Bai Yashuan swordsmanship. Instead, she continued to talk about the Shura demon army. This was a stone in her heart, and it was better to resolve it as soon as possible. Captain, those cultivator demon armies are so powerful, Should we apply to the headquarters to escalate this mission and have the headquarters transfer some more star-rated Inhumans over to assist us? The Flower Moon Cat's expression was grave, obviously also worried about those cultivator demon armies hidden in Jung City. Tang Mi shook her head, her complexion slightly relaxed, and said, "There's no need to get so worked up. I think we're a bit too tense. Maybe the other people's cultivation demon army didn't take our mystic bureau seriously at all. Moreover, there are as many as 500 of them. Even if the headquarters side transfers more Inhumans, they may not be able to control them. Right now, we still need to observe more, before the other party reveals their purpose. Even if we find their traces, with their strength they will still run away." Flower Moon Cat felt that it made sense. Then in that case, we have to figure out the purpose of these cultivation demon armies before we can lift the current crisis in Jiangcheng from its roots. Tang Mi responded, agreeing with her. Yi Bei on the side listened, not daring to say a single word, doing his best to keep his composure on his face. The Shura demon army's purpose was to come to him, and if this was known by the Mystic Bureau, he was afraid that he would immediately be targeted by the Mystic Bureau. He might even be eradicated as an evil force. On one side was the demon marshal, and on the other was Tang Mi, who was in the mysterious bureau. He didn't want to make a choice. He wanted both, so for the time being, he couldn't let the mysterious bureau know about the connection between him and the Shura demon army. Even more so, he couldn't let his dear power be caught in the middle and have a hard time. The Flower Moon Cat frowned, his face full of doubt. It's really strange to say the least. This Shura demon army is really inscrutable. Their strength is so strong, yet they didn't take any attacks against us, and they came to Jiangcheng without doing anything, yet they hid themselves first. Could it be that they invaded Jiangcheng just to show off their strength to the Dragon Kingdom Mystic Bureau? Or is it that there is someone they particularly want to see in Jiangcheng? As she spoke, her gaze went to Tang Mi, incidentally sweeping a glance at Yi Bei next to her. This glance made Yi Bei's heart immediately rise to his throat. The Flower Moon Cat shouldn't know anything, right? Chapter 52, signing in with a kiss. Tang Mi shook her head, not having much of a thought about the true purpose of the cultivating demon army. He could only put this matter aside for now, explaining the purpose of having the Flower Moon Cat come to the manor, and asked, "Are you willing to accept Yuxian as your disciple?" Although she has just inspired her psychic ability, her talent is still very high, and she still has a fire attribute psychic ability. Even though the Flower Moon Cat was her subordinate, such a thing as accepting a disciple still depended on the Flower Moon Cat's own wishes. Flower Moon Cat was a bit surprised. She did remember that when she was in the store during the day, Bai Yashuan was still an ordinary human, so how did she become an inhuman in a while? However, she hadn't been a master yet, and seeing Bai Yashuan's eyes glowing as she looked at herself, she agreed directly without even thinking about it. Bai Yashuan was so excited that she followed the example of martial arts dramas and was about to salute Flower Moon Cat. "Master is above. Please accept my disciple's bow." Flower Moon Cat was instantly happy, helping Bai Yashuan up, saying, "We're all family members. No need to be so polite. You're my first disciple. I'll definitely teach you well." As soon as Bai Yashuan heard this, she couldn't settle down anymore, pulling Huayu Cat and went to the gym on the third floor. Couldn't wait to learn swordsmanship. Yi Bei and Tang Mi also returned to their rooms and began to learn the art of spell seals. Before imparting it, Tang Mi first analyzed the astral energy radiating from Yi Bei's body. With this analysis, she was surprised to find out that her husband's supernormal ability was actually of the lightning attribute. For a moment, she was envious and excited. "I should have taught you earlier. Husband, you know, your supernormal ability is actually a lightning attribute. This is too rare." Yi Bei was a bit puzzled. "I don't know anything about the attributes of the powers. Is there anything special about it?" "Of course," Tang Mi said proudly, as if the person with the lightning attribute was herself. In fact, she was more hopeful that Yi Bei would have a powerful alien ability than having her own strength increased. This is not rare amongst the Inhumans, and being able to cultivate the magic seal of the lightning attribute is something that many Inhumans aspire to throughout their lives. After hearing Tang Mi's explanation, Yi Bei was very happy. "Then I have to learn it even harder. When I become strong, I will be able to protect you, wife, and you won't have to work so hard." Tang Mi's heart was flooded with a wave of sweetness. Regardless of her past life and present life, her Yi Bei was still this warm-hearted. Time was not early. Tang Mi concentrated on teaching Yi Bei the FA seal. If you want to learn FA-ing, you first need to learn the 5 elements 8 trigrams technique, because the root of FA seal is the 5 elements Bagua. Only after learning this, an alien will be able to fuse his alien energy into the 5 elements Bagua according to his body's attributes, and condense his own FA seal. Yi Bei raised his spirit and studied earnestly. Even something as important as sleeping was left behind. By the time he came back to his senses, the time had already reached 3 a.m., but neither of them had any intention of going to bed. "Very good, husband, you finally mastered this 5 elements 8 trigrams technique. Then next, you'll start condensing the FA seal, Tang Mi said. Yi Bei's heart was bursting with joy. Finally he had reached the stage of learning to condense spell seals. It wasn't easy. Finally after dawn, Yi Bei managed to condense the brilliant and eye-catching lightning magic seal. Even the dazzling morning light was no match for the radiance of the spell seal. Hubby, try it. Tang Mi suppressed the excitement in her heart and instructed Yi Bei to manipulate the spell seal. Only when Yi Bei flipped his hand, lines of lightning were released from the FA seal around him with a crackling sound. Tang Mi's eyes lit up as she watched. Good it was truly incredible. She had also never thought that one day Yi Bei would possess such a magical ability. This kind of lightning magic seal, the attack power was really strong, and the first time he condensed a magic seal, he had this kind of effect. The husband was truly a genius alien, but this was not the end. The next moment, after Yi Bei finished casting the line lightning, a spherical lightning was directly condensed within the spell seal. Yi Bei manipulated the spherical lightning and held it up in front of Tang Mi and said, "How about it, dear? Is this thunder beautiful?" Tang Mi's beautiful eyes were enveloped in blue electric light and she nodded excitedly. Hubby, this is too incredible. The first time you condensed a spell seal, you can actually have 2 attack modes. This is simply. For a while, she couldn't find the right words to describe it. In short, her husband had far exceeded her expectations. Seeing how excited Tang Mi was, Yi Bei collected the spell seal and swept her into his arms. It's all because of you, dear, that I can be so powerful. The excitement on Tang Mi's face was replaced by a happy smile. She looked up at Yi Bei, who was close by, and kissed her without even thinking. This kiss made Yi Bei's mind remember the system's voice once again. Drop. Signed in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the illusion technique. Immediately after, information about the phantom art flooded into Yi Bei's mind. This phantom art not only made one stance as fast as a ghost, but at the same time, it could also condense a false phantom distraction to disrupt the enemy. Good stuff. Yi Bei's heart was bursting with joy. Today is really a double blessing. If the system had rewarded me with this phantom technique earlier, I wouldn't have been beaten up when I was in the store yesterday. Tang Mi noticed Yi Bei's mood swings and asked curiously, "Hubby, what's wrong with you?" Yi Bei grinned. "I'm just feeling too happy, a little excited." Tang Mi jumped into Yi Bei's arms and said with a delicate smile, "We'll be happy every day in the future." Yi Bei nodded heavily, immersed in Tang Mi's soft embrace and unable to extricate himself. Seeing that the time was already late, the dear power had already worked hard for him for a night, Yi Bei decided that he had to make a breakfast to treat her properly before he could do so. "Wife, you haven't rested all night. Quickly go and sleep for a while. I'll go and make breakfast. I'll come and call you when it's done." Tang Mi shook her head. "I'm an inhuman. I won't sleep for a month, won't actually be sleepy." "Well, let's go downstairs together. This way." Good. What do you want to eat? I'll make it for you." "This allow me to think." The two walked and talked, holding hands as they went downstairs. Coming to the dining room, the table was already set with steaming breakfast. At this time, Cha-ching walked out of the kitchen with a freshly made donut. Seeing the two of them, she greeted them warmly. Boss lady, good morning. Breakfast is ready. I'll go and call Sister Yaxian and Sister Cat to come down for dinner," Cheng said as she took off her apron and greeted with a smile. Yi Bei nodded with satisfaction. Little Cheng was like a rewarded schoolboy, happily running off to find Bai Yaxian and Flower Moon Cat. Tang Mi sat down at the dining table, tasted a mouthful of hot fritters and sighed. "I didn't expect Little Cheng to be quite diligent." Yi Bei nodded his head thinking, it was also a wise decision for him to take in Little Cheng well. This little demon didn't let himself down. A few people had breakfast. The Flower Moon Cat said in a refreshed manner, "Captain, if there's nothing special, I'm going to take my good disciple, Yaxian, to the action today, just so she can get a long look." Tang Mi nodded. It seemed that Cat's teaching was progressing quite quickly. "No problem, but do pay attention to safety," Bai Yashuan said happily. "Don't worry, cousin. I'll pay attention. After last night's study, I've already mastered a set of sword techniques. For all this, I still have to thank sister-in-law. If it wasn't for sister-in-law's fire spirit fruit, I wouldn't even have the chance to learn such a powerful sword technique." Chapter 53 Power Wants to Go Alone. Bai Yashuan's thanks made Yi Bei feel secretly emotional. This was the sun coming out of the west. Bai Yashuan also had times when she was so understanding, counting that she still had some conscience. However, he was able to feel that since Bai Yashuan had turned into an inhuman, her attitude towards herself had slowly changed. If he had known that a fire spirit fruit would be able to buy off this hot-tempered sister-in-law, he wouldn't have been called a little white boy for so long by this stinky girl. It's just that, seeing as she's Tang Mi's cousin, I won't care so much about what happened in the past. Yi Bei waved his hand indifferently and said, "You don't need to thank me. If you want to thank me, thank my family Mimi. Who made you Mimi's cousin? I'm a person who loves the house. My home power is my heart, so I gave you a little favor in passing." you don't have to take it to heart. Bai Yishan looked at Yi Bei's face red and heart not jumping as he said the words that made people's flesh and blood numb. Then she cried and laughed. I say brother-in-law, you have to pay attention to the occasion when you spread dog food. So many people are there. Afraid of what? Yi Bei had a frank face. I now hate to let the whole world know that I love my home power. Only my family power is a household name Big Star. Not convenient to public. Wait until the day can be public. I must spread this dog food to the whole world. The Flower Moon Cat was unaware of the situation and directly gave Yi Bei a thumbs up, but in his heart, he secretly lamented. Hey, breakfast is not finished. Dog food to manage enough. Single my fault. But seeing the happy smile on the captain's face, she also felt happy from the bottom of her heart. Cha-ching on the side didn't say anything, but just looked at Yi Bei with a face of adoration. Whatever the boss says is right. It all sounds good. Boss was the most different among all the men she had met. Ahem. Husband, let's take it easy. Look at your dejected vigor. Tang Mi glared at Yi Bei without any good humor, but her heart was as sweet as honey. Yi Bei hemmed and hawed. Not only did he not converge, but also kissed Tang Mi's white cheeks, and said, this is not called fooling around. It's called love is not enough. Tang Mi reddened her cheeks and saw that the Flower Moon Cat and Bai Yashuan, as well as Cha-ching, were all staring at the couple. At once, she felt embarrassed. Cough cough. She coughed a few times to hastily change the topic. That, cat. I've already notified the members of the Jiangcheng Mystery Bureau distribution to gather for a meeting. Next you take Yashian to the meeting. I have a very important thing to do later. Okay, Captain. The Flower Moon Cat sat upright and put away her gossiping mind. Captain, are you going to act alone this time? Will it be dangerous? Now that the cultivating demon army is completely hidden in the shadows, you can't be careless. Tang Mi smiled, putting on a confident stance. I have my own decision to make, so you don't have to worry about this matter. The strong men sent from the Mystic Bureau's headquarters side should be arriving soon. This meeting is very important. If they ask about my whereabouts, you must keep it a secret. Just say that I went to investigate the movements of the cultivator demon army. Flower Moon Cat didn't ask more questions, answered and continued to eat breakfast. After breakfast, the Flower Moon Cat then took Bai Yashuan to be the first to leave the manor. Yi Bei looked at the two who left, and then looked at the calm and relaxed Tang Mi. His heart was both curious and worried. Wife, what are you going to do? Why don't you bring me along as well? I've learned to condense spell seals now, so I might be able to help you. Tang Mi elegantly wiped her mouth with a napkin, turned her head and kissed Yi Bei, saying, don't worry dear, I'll be fine, let's see you tonight. Before Yi Bei could continue to pursue, Tang Mi disappeared as a stump. All of a sudden, only Yi Bei and Cha-ching were left in the restaurant with wide eyes. Boss, do we have any plans for today? Seeing that everyone was busy, Cha-ching wanted to find something to do. But the only thing she could do now was cooking and laundry and massage. The only far-reaching ambition was to find the 7-star temple to avenge her mother's death. But it was obvious that the time wasn't right at the moment, and if she wanted to succeed in avenging her mother's death, she still had to improve her strength as soon as possible. Wife left. Yi Bei also did not have the heart to leisurely eat breakfast again. Thinking that the Chinese medicine center was almost packed, he took Cha-ching to the Chinese medicine center. Without Bai Yashuan as his driver, Yi Bei was ready to drive himself. But before he could walk to the garage, the manor's maid came over. Sir, I am the chauffeur that madam has assigned to you. Where do you want to go? I'm always available for you. Yi Bei shot a glance at the driver with a respectful attitude and secretly sighed. His dear Mimi was also too considerate. Such a small thing could be thought of in advance. Alright then, go pick up the car. I'll wait for you here. Yes, sir. The driver turned around and walked towards the manor's garage. Then a diamond black Maybach stopped in front of Yi Bei and Cha-ching. Get in the car. Yi Bei got into the car with a bland expression. On the contrary, Cha-ching was all excited. Yesterday, Yashian's flamboyant Lamborghini had already opened her eyes. Today, this calm and luxurious Maybach had once again refreshed her knowledge. She was curiously surveying the various decorations in the car when she heard Yi Bei say, from today onwards, the Chinese Medicine Pavilion will start its official business. So you come and be the personnel director of the Chinese Medicine Pavilion. In the future, you will be the one to say everything about the store's massage and acupressure. If you encounter anything that can't be solved, come back to me. Cha-ching stared incredulously with a pair of Danfang eyes as she looked at Yi Bei and asked, Boss, are you really planning to give the Chinese Medicine Center to me to take care of? Yi Bei nodded and smiled as he asked rhetorically, is it hard to believe that I would joke with you? Boss, what if I don't run it well and close down the Chinese Medicine Center? Do you want to stop thinking about it? Although Cha-ching said this, she was still looking forward to being the personnel director in her heart. Although the Chinese Medicine Center was not a big store, it was also famous in the old neighborhood. If she could really become the personnel director, it would be considered a great achievement in her demon life. Bei took out the posture of a boss and patted Cha-ching's shoulder as a sign of encouragement. I believe in your strength. I'm relieved to leave the TCM center to you. Upon hearing this, Cha-ching was bursting with confidence. Boss, don't worry. I definitely won't let you down. I will definitely carry our Chinese medicine hall forward. Bei smiled. Don't work too hard either. Just go with the flow. Cha-ching nodded solemnly, looking at Bei sitting in the back seat. She couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Boss, you seem like a president in a TV series now. With a luxury car, a driver, and a subordinate like me. It would be even more perfect if I could change into a high-fashion suit. Bei sniffed and looked down at the casual clothes on his body. Although it was worth a lot, it was indeed less classy than a high-fashion suit. But that wasn't what one was pursuing. Chapter 54. Qin Dufeng comes without a shadow and goes without a trace. What president? I'm just a small boss of a Chinese medicine center. It's not as mysterious as you say. Bei waved his hand indifferently. Cha-ching immediately came in the spirit. That's not necessarily true. In case our Chinese medicine center catches fire, your value will be different. Bei smiled helplessly and didn't say anything. In fact, he had never thought about how hot the Chinese medicine hall would be. Handing over the Chinese medicine center to Cha-ching was purely because he wanted to be a hands-off boss. Being the boss and making money was not his ambition. A firefruit can be a billionaire. I still struggle for a hammer? It's still more fun to develop properly in the inhuman path. Arrived at the Chinese medicine center, Bei called a meeting with the employees of the store and solemnly announced, from today onwards, Cha-ching is the personnel director of our store. You can directly look for her if you have anything. Several employees looked at each other in dismay. None of them had expected that in just one night, Cha-ching had changed from an ordinary employee to their top boss. This matter has an inside story. In all likelihood, Cha-ching and the boss are having an affair. But the good thing is that Cha-ching usually treats people kindly and has never offended anyone. So several employees were only surprised for 2 seconds before they shouted in unison at Cha-ching. Good day, director. Cha-ching suppressed her inner excitement and responded with a calm demeanor. Bei gave a few more explanations, and then let Cha-ching lead them to busy themselves with the opening of the business. On his own, he returned to the office, leisurely made a cup of tea, took out his cell phone and dialed his sister Yikir's number. Brother! Immediately after the phone was connected, Yikir's cheerful and sweet voice came. As soon as Bei heard it, he knew that this niece was in a good mood. How's mom and dad's body checkup going? Bei asked. Brother, don't worry, sister-in-law has arranged a proper arrangement for us. Our dad and mom's illnesses can be cured. Yikir said excitedly. When Bei heard this, he was grateful to Tang Mi in his heart and completely let go of his worries about his parents. That's good. When can you guys come back? I have a surprise for you guys. The doctor said that our dad and mom will have to convalesce for a while before they can completely recover. And the earliest we can go back will be half a month later. Brother, what kind of surprise do you want to give us? It can't be that sister-in-law is pregnant, right? As soon as she thought that she might be becoming a sister-in-law, Yikir became even more excited. Bei laughed bitterly for a while. In his heart, he thought, how come this little ninny is even more anxious than himself? Moreover, even if he had the power of the dragon and tiger, he hadn't gotten Tang Mi pregnant that quickly. What's more, he hadn't enjoyed the happy two-person world with Mimi enough. The matter of having a child was not something he was considering right now. We'll know what the surprise is when you guys come back. Bei sold the idea and then urged, take care of yourself and mom and dad over there, and call me if anything happens. Yikir decided that the surprise Bei was talking about was that her sister-in-law was pregnant. In turn, she admonished Bei a few times. I will, brother, you should also take care of your sister-in-law, but don't let her get tired. Bei knew that Yikir was misinterpreting his meaning. The surprise he was talking about was actually wanting to give his mom and dad and his sister one fire spirit fruit each, so that they could become inhuman as well. After all, after becoming an inhuman, the physical quality would become stronger. This way mom and dad would be able to enjoy a few more years of pure happiness, and the younger sister would also have a completely different life. It was just that this kind of thing was too unbelievable for the current parents and also the younger sister. It couldn't be explained in 1 or 2 sentences over the phone. One could only wait until they returned from Kyoto. It's not what you think. It's not clear over the phone. In any case, we'll know when you guys come back. Yikir on the other side of the phone skimmed her lips. Alright then, but if sister-in-law is really pregnant with a baby, brother, you can tell us first. Got it. Not very old, but worrying a lot. I'm not trying to let mom and dad hold their grandchildren earlier. The two siblings chatted for a few more sentences before hanging up the phone. Perhaps influenced by Yikir, Bei's mind couldn't help but conjure up a happy image of him holding the baby in one hand and holding Tang Mi in the other. I don't know what my dear Mimi did in the end. He didn't say anything to him. It couldn't be that he went to look for the people of the Xiao Luo demon army to fight one-on-one, right? As soon as he thought of this possibility, Yi Bei immediately became nervous. No, I have to hurry and inform the members of the Shura demon army. We mustn't let them hurt me. Otherwise, it'll be a big flood that will cause the Dragon King's temple, and the family won't be able to recognize the family. Where is Lion King Qin Dufeng? Yi Bei tried to shout at the empty office. Swish! Without waiting for him to react, a white shadow instantly flashed and fixed itself in front of his eyes. Qin Dufeng respectfully bowed to Yi Bei and said, "My subordinate, Qin Dufeng, pays his respects to Demon Marshal." Yi Bei was a bit confused. Is it so fast? Don't tell me that this guy has been hiding by my side. Thoughtfulness. Yi Bei nodded and coughed lightly to Qin Dufeng. Can you find out what my wife did? This, subordinate can try. Qin Dufeng responded. Last night, after resting at the manor for the night, although he didn't show his face, he knew everyone in the manor like the back of his hand. He also knew that their demon marshal's wife was a demon slayer from the Mystic Bureau, and that her abilities weren't very weak. However, for the cultivation demon army, as long as their strength didn't exceed the 8-star level, they had a way to find out about each other. As for the mysterious bureau, as Lady Demon Marshal said last night, they, the Shura demon army, did not put the mysterious bureau in their eyes. Yi Bei pondered for a while, but finally shook his head and said, "It's better to forget about it. In this case, tell the Tiger King to inform all the members of the Shura demon army that they mustn't hurt her. Even though she's from the Mystic Bureau, she's also my wife. As for her actions, slowly investigate. Never let the mysterious bureau know." Yi Bei decided this because he didn't want to cause trouble for Tang Mi, but he was really worried about Tang Mi's safety. It would just have to be done. Qin Dufeng responded without hesitation. "Don't worry, Demon Marshal. We will never harm Demon Marshal's wife. My subordinate will go and convey the instruction." Yi Bei nodded. "Go, subordinate will leave." Qin Dufeng turned into a shadow and disappeared into the office after he finished speaking. Yi Bei picked up his cell phone and was about to kill some time. Swish! Suddenly another shadow flashed past in front of him. He fixed his eyes on it, and it turned out to be Qin Dufeng who had gone and returned. Without waiting for Yi Bei to open his mouth to ask why you came back, he saw Qin Dufeng smilingly looking at Yi Bei and said, "Demon Marshal, my subordinate forgot one thing." Yi Bei asked, "What is it?" Qin Dufeng took out his cell phone and put a QR code in front of Yi Bei and said, "This is the chat group built by the 4 great demon kings. Demon Marshal, you add it. If there is anything in the future, we can chat in the group." Yi Bei raised his eyebrows, opened his cell phone and scanned the QR code and asked, "Didn't you guys say that you don't need a cell phone? How did you think of building a group?" "Originally, we didn't need it, but for the convenience of you, Demon Marshal, we acquired cell phones overnight." After Qin Dufeng finished speaking, he clicked on the group chat and grabbed the first opportunity to be the first one to add Yi Bei as a friend among the crowd of members of the Shura demon army. Yi Bei passed his friend request, nodded and said, "Have a heart, go and get busy. I will tell you guys in the group if there is anything." "Okay, Demon Marshal, subordinate will leave." Qin Dufeng looked at the extra Yi Bei in his friend list and disappeared into the office with satisfaction. Chapter 55, Lady Mighty. After Qin Dufeng left, Yi Bei's cell phone rang with a group message tone. He opened it to take a look. "Yan Donchen, subordinate Purple-Winged Eagle King Yan Donchen. Greetings to the Demon Marshal. Welcome Demon Marshal into the group," fist clasping. "JPG, Suemo Yang, subordinate Black-Armored Snake King Suemo Yang. Welcome Demon Marshal into the group, celebration." "JPG, Yi Bei, everyone is polite. You can speak freely in the group about anything in the future, smile." "JPG, Yan Donchen, obey." "Suemo Yang, okay, Demon Marshal." Yi Bei looked at the chat messages in the group and couldn't help but remember the scene where he first met Chu Xingchen and Qin Dufeng. If Yan Dongchen and Suemo Yan were right in front of him at this moment, they would definitely be like the two of them, kneeling down and saluting him without saying a word. It had to be said that that scene was shocking enough. It also made him feel the honor of being a demon marshal for the first time. Time passed in a flash, and near noon, the cell phone remembered the group message tone again. "Qin Dufeng, Demon Marshal, my subordinate has found out the trace of Madam." The bored Yi Bei saw the message and instantly became energized. "Yi Bei, where did she go?" "Qin Dufeng, Madam went to an organization called 7-Star Temple in Jiangcheng." "Yi Bei, what is she doing in the Hall of 7 Stars?" "Qin Dufeng, I don't know, but the lady went to the 7-Star Temple, single-handedly ended their lair, but also injured a lot of experts of the 7-Star Temple. Now, the 7-Star Temple should have been all submissive to the lady." "Yan Dongchen, Madam is mighty, strong." "JPG, Suemo Yang, Madam is powerful." Applause. "JPG, Yi Bei, his dear power. It's a bit fierce." This was too bullish. To go by what Cha-ching had said, the 7-Star Palace shouldn't be too small. Power had actually subdued the Hall of 7 Stars all by himself. Could this be the power of a 4-star demon slayer? Then, In that case, wouldn't the 4 great demon kings, who were already at the 7-star level, or even the 8-star level, have reached the point of being unrivaled? Yibei looked at the group chat interface and immediately felt Alexandria. Aside from Bai Yashuan, that gun barrel, and Cha-ching, who had just become a 2-star level, the foreigners around him were all stronger than him. How could this work? He had to quickly find a way to raise his cultivation. Qin Dufeng, Demon Handsome, do you need your subordinates to go and check the reason why Madame subdued the 7-star temple? Yibei, no need. I probably know why she went to the Hall of 7 Stars. Qin Dufeng, understood. Demon Marshal. Yibei put away his cell phone and thought in his heart that Mimi went to the Hall of 7 Stars. It should be because those few little Lolos from the Hall of 7 Stars bullied him, although Chao Chuan and those few small demons were killed on the spot. His dear power was still not angry enough to run to the 7-star temple to directly end their lair and take out the anger for himself. It must be like this. Yibei leaned back in his boss chair, brainstorming the scene where Tang Mi braved the 7-star temple and took out the anger for himself. Cha-ching was carrying the hot tea that had been made, and when she pushed open the door, she saw Yibei sitting there alone and giggling. Such a scene made Cha-ching feel creepy all of a sudden. What's wrong with the boss? Medieval? Boss? What's wrong with you? Cha-ching put the hot tea in front of Yibei and raised her hand in front of him. Yibei came back to his senses. Nothing, I'm just happy. Cha-ching was relieved and asked, what is it? So happy? Nothing, just eat sour plums Yibei said, pulling out a sour plum from his pocket and handing it to Cha-ching. What do you mean? Is the boss really possessed? Why is he talking like a cow? Cha-ching saw the image picture of the popular star, De Mi, printed on the package of the sour plum, and realized in her heart, so the boss is thinking about his wife. She should have said so earlier. She thought the boss was possessed. Boss, I'm watching over the store. If you miss the boss's wife, why don't you just go find her? Yibei shook his head, ate a sour plum, smashed his mouth and said, no need. I'll be able to see her when I return to the manor at night. Oh, well then, I'll go and get busy first. Yibei nodded and watched Cha-ching leave the office, continuing to lean back in his boss chair, looking at the power on the wrapping paper. He was immersed in happiness when the group message alert rang again. Chu Xingchen, reporting to the Demon Marshal. Just now, the 7-star temple sent people to frequent in the dark and tried to streak with our people. My subordinate sent someone to capture a scout of the 7-star temple and interrogated them, confirming that they are trying to cooperate with our cultivation demon army. Yibei froze as he looked at Chu Xingchen's message. What's the situation? Wasn't the 7-star palace just wiped out by my wife? With Mimi's strength, the 7-star hall's boss would probably have been beaten and sat on the ground crying in pain. How could they suddenly send someone to make contact with the Shura demon army? Yibei thought about it and couldn't figure out what was going on. Then he immediately waved his hand and summoned Qin Dufeng. Did you see the message in the group? What the hell is going on? Qin Dufeng took out his cell phone and glanced at it, and like Yibei, he froze in place for a moment. Then he smiled bitterly and said, Demon Marshal, my subordinate doesn't know what's going on, but if it's not unexpected, all the actions of the 7-star temple right now shouldn't be the willingness of the 7-star temple, but rather, it's the meaning of the Demon Marshal's wife. My wife's will? Yibei asked rhetorically. Qin Dufeng scratched his head, momentarily not knowing how to explain to Yibei. Possibly, that is, Demon Marshal, you understand what my subordinate means, is that Mrs. Demon Marshal wants to understand the Shura demon army, but she is a member of the Mystic Bureau, so it's not very convenient to use her identity directly. That's why she subdued the 7-star temple and let the 7-star temple be her puppet to facilitate prying the news she wants. Yibei nodded thoughtfully. It seems to be the case. Since yesterday when Chu Xingchen and Qin Dufeng and the others appeared in Zhangchang, his power had been acting tense. Every time the Shura demon army was mentioned, her face was also filled with worry. It wasn't hard to understand why she was so eager to find out about the Shura demon army, but shouldn't this matter be the responsibility of the Mystic Bureau side? But Mimi let the Flower Moon Cat take Bai Yashuan to the Mystic Bureau for a meeting, and went by herself to subdue the 7 Stars Hall, and then used the 7 Stars Hall's people to get close to the cultivating demon army. It was obvious that she didn't want the Mystic Bureau to get involved. What was the purpose of her doing this? Or had she already sensed a connection between herself and the Shura demon army? The moment he thought of this possibility, he then immediately sent a message in the group. Yibei, at Chu Xingchen, prepare to meet with the people from the 7-star temple. Let's see what their purpose is. Chu Xingchen, okay Demon Marshal, my subordinate will send someone to meet with the 7-star hall side. Yibei saw Chu Xingchen's message and put away his cell phone. What else does the Demon Marshal command? Qin Dufeng said. Nothing. Yibei shook his head, and when he saw that Qin Dufeng was about to flash away again, he hurriedly spoke. Wait. Chapter 56, something big happens tonight. Qin Dufeng braked sharply and flashed back. Demon Commander, please command. You shouldn't even be guarding me when I go to the restroom, right? Yi-bei asked. I can guard if Demon Marshal needs it, Qin Dufeng respectfully said. Cough cough. No need. No need. Yi-bei waved his hand hurriedly. And when I sleep with my wife. Yi-bei had some difficulty opening his mouth for a moment, but he didn't want to have people watching when he and Mimi were making out. That would be too weird. And his wife's body couldn't be looked at by others. Subordinate understands. Don't worry, Demon Marshal. I have my own measure and promise not to pry into your privacy. Qin Dufeng immediately understood Yi-bei's meaning. Yi-bei breathed a sigh of relief at his words. That's good. There's nothing more to do. Subordinate will leave. Yi-bei answered and Qin Dufeng instantly disappeared into the office. Time passed and the sky gradually darkened. The stores in the old neighborhood closed one after another. The employees of the Chinese medicine hall cleaned up the day's hygiene and said goodbye to Yi-bei Cha-ching to leave from work. Let's go too. Return to the manor early. Yi-bei took Cha-ching and closed the store door, getting into the Maybach parked on the side of the road. On the way back to the manor, Yi-bei suddenly realized that the streets were all filled with special police. There were also quite a few residential neighborhoods that were blocked off. What's going on here? It couldn't be that the Mystery Bureau was digging up the ground in order to find out about the cultivation demon army. When the car turned through an intersection, Yi-bei could no longer hold back the curiosity in his heart and asked the driver to stop the car at the side of the road. When Cha-ching saw him get out of the car, she also hurriedly followed him. Yi-bei walked over to a police officer who was pulling the cordon and asked, Comrade police officer, why are you blocking off all the neighborhoods in this range? Is something wrong? The natural gas here has just leaked. This whole area belongs to the danger zone. In order to ensure the safety of the citizens, it must be blocked off urgently, the policeman explained, then turned his head to Yi-bei and asked, Are you a resident living in this neighborhood? Upon hearing that it was a natural gas leak, Yi-bei was relieved and shook his head. I don't live here, I was just passing by, and when I saw you guys pulling the cordon, I thought something big had happened. Don't worry, since you're not a resident here, leave here early and go home, do what you need to do. The problem here will be solved soon. It won't affect the residents' normal life. What about other places? Is there also a natural gas leak? Yi-bei looked around at the SWAT officers all around and asked one more question. The policeman patiently explained. Right now, only this area has a gas leak, so only this place will be blocked off urgently. Other places won't be affected. Yi-bei nodded thoughtfully, and after thanking the police officer who had struck up a conversation, he took Cha-ching into the car and continued to the manor. Just after crossing 2 traffic lights, Tang Mi called, Hubby, where are you now? Once Yi-bei heard that Tang Mi's tone was full of anxiety, he cheered up and said, On my way back to the manor. What happened? There is another major incident in Zhengcheng. You and Cha-ching hurry back to the manor now. Don't go anywhere after you go back. If you encounter an area with a blockade line on the road, don't get close to it. It's all a danger zone. As Tang Mi was speaking, the radio in the car was also broadcasting news about the area blockade. A large-scale natural gas leak has occurred in my downtown area. Currently the people involved in the dangerous area have been evacuated. The general public please take extra precautions and minimize going out, so as to avoid the danger of natural gas explosions. Yi-bei frowned, thinking of what the police said to him just now. Is it a natural gas leak? Don't worry, the SWAT team has already gone. It will be fine. Yi-bei knew that Tang Mi was concerned about Zhengcheng's safety, so he exited and comforted him. It's not that simple. In short, husband, you must remember what I said. Something big may happen in Zhengcheng tonight. Now rush home as fast as you can. You must protect yourselves, okay? As soon as Yi-bei heard this, he knew that the natural gas leak might just be a cover. The truth behind it should be related to the Mystery Bureau or the Inhuman. Wife, is it that you guys are worried that the Shura demon army is going to cause trouble? So the Mystery Bureau is going to lock down the area and dig up the ground to arrest them all? A helpless laugh came from Tang Mi on the phone. No, there are things more troublesome than the cultivating demon army right now. Anyway, husband, you hurry home. I'll be relieved when you go back. Alright then, I'll go home now. Then wife, you have to be safe too. I will. Don't worry. The call ended and Yi-bei instructed the driver to speed up the car. Along the way, Cha-ching looked at her own boss who was preoccupied, so she didn't open her mouth to speak. After returning to the manor, she even directly ran to the kitchen to cook. Yi-bei sat on the sofa in the living room, glanced at Cha-ching who was busy in the kitchen, and finally decided to contact Qin Dufeng in the group. Yi-bei, the streets of Zhengcheng suddenly appeared as a blocked area. What is the situation? Quickly check it out. Qin Dufeng, okay Demon Handsome, subordinate will arrange for manpower to check it out. Looking at how fast Qin Dufeng replied to messages, Yi-bei deeply suspected that he was hiding in the dark and playing with his cell phone. But in a while, another beep came from the group. Chu Xingchen, Demon Handsome, my subordinate has already made contact with the people from the 7-Star Temple. The purpose over there is very clear, saying that all the members of their 7-star temple want to join the cultivation demon army, become a member of our cultivation demon army, and follow us in the future. Chu Xingchen, demon marshal, what should we do now? Should we agree with them? Yibei, let me think. If it was the previous 7-star palace, he would have rejected it without even thinking about it. But according to Qin Dufeng, now that the 7-star hall had fallen into Power's hands, it was considered a family. However, he was still unsure of what Mimi was doing this for, so he was afraid that agreeing to it rashly would lead to trouble. As he was considering, the group message was updated again. Chu Xingchen, demon handsome, according to the military rules of our Xiao Luo demon army, we will not accept any external forces to join us, unless we need to expand our Xiao Luo demon army. Only then will we conduct a selection of talents. Chu Xingchen, however, the requirements for the selection are very high, not any foreigner can join. Yibei looked at the message and had a judgment in his heart. He thought that Mimi had asked the 7-star palace to join the Shura demon army because she also wanted to understand the Shura demon army. Since she was his wife, what she wanted to do, of course he had to support her unconditionally. If one directly asked the Shura demon army to reject it, wouldn't that be the same as cutting off Power's thoughts of exploring the Shura demon army? Maybe if Power understood that the Shura demon army didn't actually want to scourge the folk, he wouldn't worry about the Shura demon army parachuting into Jiangchang. The Mystery Bureau side wouldn't be as tense as it was yesterday either. Yibei, let's put it this way. You guys give the 7-star temple 2 slots and tell them that at the moment, we can only let 2 members of the 7-star temple join the Shura demon army, and that these 2 members must pass a strict examination for the demon to enter. Yibei, as long as these 2 members of the 7-star hall are there, the Shura demon army will take care of the 7-star hall in the future. Chu Xingchen, okay demon marshal, subordinate will go and do it now. Chapter 57, Thunderbolt Dharma Seal. After chatting with his subordinates, Yibei put his cell phone away and took a long stretch. Then, he got up and went to the gym on the 3rd floor. Right now the things that should be accounted for had already been accounted for. There was no point in worrying about it even if it was no longer there, so it would be better to spend the limited time on self-improvement. Therefore, Yibei came to the gym and directly closed the door, practicing the dragon and tiger feat without any distractions. The system gifted this dragon and tiger gong. Don't look at the name is not good, but the cultivation is really able to mobilize the whole body's true energy. On the surface this is a set of boxing. When practicing it can stimulate a person's dragon and tiger chi, but in fact this set of boxing contains more internal heart method. Every move and every style one practiced would benefit one quite a bit. In the past few days, almost every morning when I woke up, I would practice this dragon and tiger gong, and every time he practiced, he never let Yibei disappointed, but rather surprised a lot. So, now Yibei decided, while there is nothing to disturb himself, then properly cultivate some of this dragon and tiger feats good, in order to consolidate the true essence power in his body. Let the body of the true essence of the power to merge into every inch of their own body tissue skin, then should have the opportunity to break through to a more powerful degree. Originally, Yibei was also thinking that he would be able to sign in by the system to get various rewards. There were still 4 fire spirit fruits left from the last check-in, so if he only needed to devour the fire spirit fruits to grow his cultivation, then he would easily be able to ascend to a higher level. However, Power told himself that something like the fire spirit fruit could be eaten up to 3 times a year, and when he ate the 4th one, he would have a side effect that would make one's cultivation stop at the present moment forever, and he would never be able to advance by half a point again. This side effect was really a bit too much, but there was nothing that could be done about it. Power wouldn't lie to himself. Yibei could only consolidate his own internal strength at the moment, and then go back to practicing FA Seal. On the 3rd floor, Yibei was fully committed to playing the Dragon Tiger Fist, and just after Yibei had practiced for half an hour, the Dragon Tiger Chi within his body unexpectedly surged towards his Dantian in a crazy manner. It was as if his Dantian, all of a sudden, possessed an extremely strong suction force, which made Yibei feel very surprised. However, at this time, there was no way for him to stop. He could only continue to chop down the dragon and tiger feat that he had not finished performing. If he didn't continue, Yibei's intuition told him that he would definitely miss some kind of opportunity. Therefore, Yibei secretly observed the changes in his body while continuing to perform the living dragon, living tiger technique. When the last trace of true essence power in his body was sucked into his Dantian, he felt that his Dantian was as hot as a flame. However, this kind of heat did not cause any damage to his body. On the contrary, it was warm. At this time, Yibei had already finished practicing a whole set of Dragon Tiger Fist. He slowly sat on the ground, feeling the warmth in his Dantian. In just over 10 minutes, the energy in the Dantian seemed to have gone through some kind of magical quenching, and instantly gushed out, filling the meridians of all the limbs of Yibei's body. At this moment, Yibei felt incomparable pain that was simply unbearable. Even though Yi-bei was dying to hold on, he eventually fainted from the pain. When he woke up, Cha-ching was anxiously circling around Yi-bei. A moment later, she touched Yi-bei's forehead. A moment later, she pinched Yi-bei's face, and also tried to see if Yi-bei was breathing. Yi-bei opened his eyes and instantly felt that his body was filled with strength. When Cha-ching saw Yi-bei suddenly open his eyes as if he was fine, she let out a frightened mama and retreated several steps backward. Yi-bei slowly stood up from the ground, looked at Cha-ching and said, "What just happened? Do you know?" Cha-ching shook her head on the spot. How did she know what just happened? Staying downstairs and being bored, she came to the gym to look for the boss, ready to chat, only to find the boss lying on the ground like that. At first, she thought that the boss might be a little tired from practicing kung fu and deliberately lay on the floor to rest. When she got closer, she realized that the boss was lying motionless on the floor with a pained face, and it seemed that he wasn't even breathing anymore. Moreover, when she touched the boss's forehead just now, it was also abnormally hot. For a while, Cha-ching was so anxious that she was ready to shout. As a result, Yi-bei suddenly opened his eyes and became like a person who was fine, and even startled her. Yi-bei looked at Cha-ching's bewildered face and couldn't say anything. At that moment, he waved his hand and said, "Cha-ching, you go downstairs and make me a pot of tea up here." Cha-ching immediately nodded and said, "Okay boss, but, boss, is there really nothing wrong with you? Don't you laugh either?" Yi-bei smiled and said, "Of course it's fine." After Cha-ching left, Yi-bei started up, feeling the majestic power of his body, and threw a few punches into the void. However, it was such a casual swing that a piece of glass in the gym shattered on the spot. Yi-bei simply did not intend to attack that piece of glass, but never thought that a few random punches, but directly shattered that piece of glass, or directly shattered from such a distance. This had to be said to be somewhat unbelievable. Even Yi-bei himself was shocked. Did my power become this strong all of a sudden? What's going on here? Ding! Congratulations to the host for being upgraded to a 3-star Inhuman. Just when Yi-bei was a bit uncertain, a prompt from the system came in his mind. This prompt made Yi-bei a bit unimaginable for a while. 3-star level so fast? I became a 3-star level Inhuman so soon? Ha ha ha. Sure enough, having a system plus words is different. This Dragon Tiger Kung Fu rewarded by the system looked mediocre, but in reality, it was really powerful. A 3-star level Inhuman. It's a bit interesting. In that case, I'd like to try out if my FA seal will be even more powerful than before. Thinking of this, Yi-bei immediately recited the incantation of the 5 elements 8 trigrams technique in his mind, and then mobilized the breath inside his body. Bang! An azure-colored spell seal appeared horizontally behind Yi-bei. As if it was a huge wheel, it burned brightly behind Yi-bei. Yi-bei turned around and looked at his Dharma seal, which contained endless lightning power. Indeed, this Dharma seal was even more powerful than it looked this morning. If someone could let himself try this lightning magic seal, how good would it be? Right at this moment, Cha-ching carried a pot of tea and held a cup, and appeared in front of Yi-bei as she trotted all the way. When she saw the Thunderbolt Dharma seal behind Yi-bei, her visual eyes were full of color. "Boss, your power has grown again. This spell seal is so splendid. It looks like the attack power is so strong." Yi-bei nodded his head and said, "It's really hit by you. I just practiced. My power is indeed much stronger than this morning. How about it, Cha-ching? Why don't you practice with me?" Chapter 58. Quickly tell. What is the hidden agenda? The moment Cha-ching heard these words, she shook her head on the spot. She didn't dare to practice with her own boss, even though she had now become a 2-star leveled lesser demon after her own boss's help. However, she knew that her boss's strength was far above her own. Practicing against her boss would easily result in her being beaten a dusty face. Moreover, this Dharma seal of the boss looked very powerful, and it was simply not something that an ordinary person could deal with. It would be better for himself not to casually go hard. It would be really easy to get hurt. "Boss, are you kidding me? I wouldn't dare to spar with you, especially since this thunderbolt of yours looks incredibly powerful. I feel that if I spar with you, I won't even have a chance to flash awe." Yi-bei looked at Cha-ching's scared face, so on the spot, he stopped being difficult for Cha-ching. Instead, he looked at her and said, "Since this is the case, forget it, then I won't make things difficult for you. You pour the tea first and leave it here to dry. Let's both go downstairs. I'm going to take a couple of trees as a test subject to see how powerful this FA seal of mine really is. When the time comes, you will guard my magic. It's best to minimize the commotion. How about it? Can you do this?" When Little Green heard this, she didn't dare to guarantee anything else, but she was still confident in this, so Cha-ching immediately nodded. That's much simpler. Okay boss, I can utilize demonic chi and form an isolation space around me, in the relative isolation field. Boss, even if you move a lot, the people around you won't be the slightest bit aware of it. At that time, you can safely and boldly find a few trees to test your lightning power. Yi-bei nodded with satisfaction. Very well, Let's do it that way, let's go. After saying that, Yi Bei directly flew towards the window. Cha-ching followed closely behind Yi Bei. The two of them jumped from the villa window to the manor, and ran forward for about 200 meters. The front was full of forests, 200 meters or so in front of all the trees. Tang Mi's manor covers a large area. The green is not to say. There are a lot of sky-high trees in the manor. Yi Bei brought Cha-ching to a large tree that had already died and stopped. This big tree could not be hugged by two people together and could be said to be very thick. It was a pity that the tree might have a problem with its roots and had completely withered, leaving only a bare trunk. Yi Bei decided that he would take this tree as a practice object. Little green, you immediately make an isolation layout of the surrounding now. I can strike when you're done. Cha-ching nodded. Okay, boss. After saying his words, Cha-ching immediately closed his eyes slightly and made various hand seals in front of him, and then a single palm violently launched a black wave of air, directly at a height of more than 20 meters suddenly burst into a semicircle, enveloping all 300 meters in a circle. And this 300 meters around the place is almost all gardens, without any building. As such, no one would exist here. The area that was covered by little green. For a while, ordinary people simply couldn't walk in, even if he wanted to pass by this side. Once he went in front of the barrier that separated the space, he would lose himself and return the same way. Even he himself didn't understand why he was behaving this way. Of course, this isolated area condensed by demonic chi was meaningless to an inhuman powerhouse. The other party would easily be able to detect and crack it. But within this manor, where would there be an inhuman? Therefore, Yi Bei was still very relieved. And after Cha-ching had finished setting up this isolation area, Yi Bei immediately condensed the lightning magic seal. Looking at the giant tree in front, Yi Bei's mind moved. A muffled thunderbolt spread out horizontally from the spell seal and struck the head of the huge tree directly. Rumble, accompanied by a loud bang. The large tree was split on the spot with a black smoke. The entire upper part was instantly turned into a sea of fire, and the part that was split broke off on the spot, the upper part burning with flames and falling to the ground. Seeing the domineering attack displayed by this thunder of his, Yi Bei couldn't help but raise a smile at the corner of his mouth. Good, great, with such a powerful lightning attack. In the future, let's see who dares to bully Lao Zi. When I see who I'm not happy with, a thunder strike will definitely make you suffer. After feeling the ordinary lightning attack, Yi Bei thought, why don't you try spherical lightning again? With this idea, Yi Bei is not ambiguous immediately. In the seal of the law, he condensed a ball-shaped lightning as bright as a small sun, and launched it towards the root of the tree. A spherical lightning that was the size of a baseball drew a beautiful arc and smashed into the root of the big tree on the spot. Boom! Black smoke filled the air before his eyes. The big tree and its surrounding 2 to 3 meters were all blown away, and the big tree completely disappeared. Moreover, a deep pit in the shape of a sphere appeared at the location of the root of the big tree. When the smoke cleared, Yi Bei could not help but suck in a breath of cool air when he saw the power of this ball lightning. Awesome! This spherical lightning was many times more dominant than ordinary lightning attacks. If one were to fight with some strong person and throw one to him in passing, or stuff it in his mouth, the effect would be really wow. On the side, Cha-ching was surprised with her mouth open, her eyes glaring round as she looked at that giant deep pit. Boss is so powerful. Boss hole so raw ah. I thought that the boss was an uncomplicated character before, but now I think that the boss is even more powerful than I imagined. The attack power of this ball lightning was too terrifying. Just such a small glowing sphere. Those who didn't know thought it was just a small fireball, but it was unthinkable that the power it erupted with would be so terrifying. Although he had now become a 2-star level demon, when compared to the boss in front of him, it seemed that he was not the boss's opponent at all. Even if he was a 2-star ranked self, he could already cultivate many of the arts that his mother had imparted to him during his lifetime. But even so, it should be far inferior to the boss. This power of his seems to be no longer something a 2-star level inhuman should possess. Boss, you are too powerful. Congratulations. Nowadays if you meet that Xiao Chuan again, I think he will definitely not be your opponent. Yi Bei felt very comforted by Cha-ching's words. It was just a pity that big brother Xiao Chuan was dead now. Otherwise he would really quite like to have a fight with him. Alright, little Chang, now I'm satisfied. Next you take care of the scene. I'm going back to drink tea. Yi Bei happily waved his hand at Cha-ching, turned into a shadow and disappeared. Cha-ching looked at the disappearing Yi Bei, scratched his head, waved his hand and manifested a shovel, and started to deal with the scene. Yi Bei, who had returned to the 3rd floor gym, felt soothed and refreshed all over. This feeling of having strong power was too damn good. And right at this moment, a shadow swished and appeared in front of Yi Bei, causing Yi Bei's hand that was serving tea to tremble slightly. My subordinate Qin Dufeng, greetings to the Demon Marshal. Ahem. Speak, what is it? Demon Marshal, the matter you asked your men to look into has now yielded results. My subordinates are already clear on why Jiang City was blocked on a large scale. There really is something else going on here. Upon hearing this, Yi Bei immediately placed his teacup on the ground and looked at Qin Dufeng. Speak quickly, what is the hidden agenda? Chapter 59 Vampire King. Qin Dufeng didn't sell himself short, and on the spot, he recounted to Yi Bei about the news he had poked around. Reporting to Demon Marshal, it's like this, Qin Dufeng said with a serious face. Yi Bei's entire body frowned as he listened to these words. To think that there was such a thing, it was simply a bit mind-boggling. It turned out that there were not only people and demons in this world, but surprisingly, ghosts and monsters had also come out and were very difficult to deal with. The truth of the matter is that the Jiangcheng side of the sudden emergency large-scale blockade area, it turns out that it is really not in order to power to capture the members of the Xiao Luo demon army. Because the Xiao Luo demon army members were too secretive, they could no longer find half a trace of hiding. Wanting to capture the members of the Xiao Luo demon army was obviously impossible. But right now, an even trickier problem popped up, and that was the Vampire King. The Vampire King would not hide quietly like the Shura demon army. The first time the Vampire King came to Jiangcheng, he killed a few people and directly drained each other's blood, causing no small amount of panic. If it wasn't for the police quickly controlling the scene and giving a timely explanation, it's some kind of animal that ran out and attacked the humans, causing a damage incident. There's really no way to control public opinion yet, so in order to quickly resolve this crisis that was about to erupt at any moment, the Mystic Bureau had to put the matter of the Shura demon army on hold for a while, and aimed its firepower at the Vampire King. After attacking a few victims, the Vampire King drilled into the underground pipes. The underground pipes in the city were all over the place and very dense, making it extremely difficult to block them. Therefore, Mystic Bureau then urgently locked down an area and immediately blocked this area tightly. The several sewer pipes of the main roads leading to other areas were dug out and tightly defended. The Vampire King was considered to be under dead control within this area. About vampires and vampire kings, Yi Bei didn't know much about them, so he asked Qin Dufeng again in this regard. Qin Dufeng was naturally unambiguous and explained to Yi Bei very patiently. Things like vampires originally didn't exist in the Dragon Kingdom. It was a kind of ghostly creature over in the Western continent. But with the globalization of the economy, the Earth has long since become unlike before when various places were isolated in all directions. The ghosts and monsters of the West will come to the East, and the strong people of the East will also go to the West. Especially some powerful sects of the East have long since developed their Chinese to all parts of the globe. There are even some sects that have directly moved their entire Chinese language away from the Dragon Kingdom for better development, having gone to other places to develop as a single family. It can be said that the economic globalization of the acquaintance world is an economic circulation, and the economic globalization of the inhuman world is even more horrible, completely the great integration of all aspects. So the Dragon Kingdom naturally also has such a thing as vampires. Vampires have always been a major tumor that has jeopardized the lives of the people of the Dragon Kingdom ever since they came here. The Mystic Bureau would organize relevant personnel almost every quarter to do a major purge of this harmful thing. But even so, these vampires are extremely difficult to be removed cleanly. They are able to hide extremely well in the city's underground pipes, stinking rivers. In short, wherever there is filth, wherever it is too disgusting to approach, this kind of thing can hide there, and it is extremely difficult to be removed. On top of that, vampires will also dig their own nests. They can dig down several feet deep in soil that is moist and loose, and it's not uncommon for them to dig out springs. But the Dragon Kingdom has always been relatively calm, because the Mystic Bureau and the Dragon Kingdom War Ministry are very strict in their suppression of ghosts and evil creatures. Especially this vampire from a foreign country is the key target. All along, the vampire has been suppressed or very humble, almost do not dare to attack human beings, even if it comes out to suck blood, but also to capture some animals, sucking the blood of animals. As for producing a very powerful vampire king, that's even more impossible. At least in recent decades within the Dragon Kingdom, there hasn't been a vampire king, and just recently, in a small border town in the southern part of the Dragon Kingdom, two incomparably powerful vampire kings emerged. Vampires are extremely organized, especially after the birth of a vampire king. They will unify to listen to the mobilization of this vampire king. At that time, that small border town in the southern part of the Dragon Kingdom had the blood of hundreds of people drained by the two vampire kings in a single night. There were also some livestock that suffered, and in order to suppress this matter, it was reported at that time in the Dragon Kingdom that the wild animals in the mountains ran out, posing a serious threat to the residents' property. Later on, this matter was also left unsettled, and the mysterious bureau behind it was the first to launch an extermination operation against these two vampire kings. It's a pity that only one vampire king was killed at that time, while the other one escaped and couldn't be found no matter how. Since then, this vampire king would appear in different cities from time to time, causing the Mystery Bureau a great headache, especially after going to some first-tier big cities. Those cities cover a large area, and the underground pipes are even more intricate, so it's simply hard to catch it, and wherever the Vampire King goes, he can instantly gather a super large number of vampires, triggering a series of troublesome events. And this isn't even the most headache-inducing thing. The most headache-inducing thing is that by constantly shifting locations, this Vampire King now possesses the combat power of the peak 10-star realm, and the vampire also has a unique skill. That is, even if he suffers from heavy injuries, as long as he is allowed to suck enough blood from 2 or 3 people, even if his arm is cut off, he can quickly regrow an arm, and his vitality is terrifyingly strong. Nowadays, I don't know what the reason is that the Vampire King would suddenly appear in Zhangchang. A single Shura demon army has already kept the Mystic Bureau busy. As a result, the Vampire King has also appeared in Zhangchang. So, the mysterious bureau has no choice but to make such a decision now. Yi Bei not only frowned after listening to Qin Dufeng's detailed explanation. This damnable Vampire King was really a scourge. Do you think that the people from the Mystery Bureau will be able to capture the Vampire King this time? Yi Bei looked at Qin Dufeng and said, "My subordinate feels that there is little hope because the Vampire King's strength has developed now, and it has long since stopped being the Vampire King that was once chased around by them. A simple blockade of the pipeline ground blockade. I don't think we can catch the Vampire King at all." Qin Dufeng analyzed based on his understanding of vampires. Yi Bei couldn't help but feel a little worried in his heart when he heard this. If that's really the case, then will my family's Mimi get hurt when she encounters this vampire? She is also a person of the Mystery Bureau, and this Mystery Bureau operation is designated to be blood money to catch this Vampire King. In case the Mystery Bureau can't catch it, will they blame Mimi for not being able to control the Zhangcheng side? If we let our cultivation demon army catch the Vampire King, how sure are you? Yi Bei looked at Qin Dufeng with a serious face. Chapter 60, Analyzing. Being asked this question, Qin Dufeng was more or less surprised. He really didn't expect that the Demon Marshal would want to help the Mystic Bureau to capture the Vampire King. However, since the Demon Marshal had asked, Qin Dufeng didn't dare to slow him down in the slightest on this issue. Before and after, he analyzed the members of the Shura demon army brought in this time, as well as the Vampire King's abilities. In the end, he said to Yi Bei with great certainty, "Demon Marshal, our Shura demon army only has 500 brothers coming over this time, and among these 500 people, there are only about 20 who are good at intelligence, and tracking the Shura demon army relies on talents who are good at scouting, and we happen to be short in this aspect this time. We just brought some combat-oriented experts over, in order to protect the Demon Marshal and handle some daily things for you, Demon Marshal. So even if we make a move, we may not be able to capture that Vampire King 100% of the time, but it's certain that the probability of us catching the Vampire King is definitely much higher than the Mystic Bureau's gang. If we were to place it in Miaozhong, the Vampire King wouldn't be able to escape the pursuit of our Shura demon army no matter where he is. It's our territory there, and our eyes and ears are spread everywhere now. It's just a pity that this place is full of difficulties, and my subordinate doesn't mind our Shura demon army making a move, because once we step in to help capture the Vampire King, we will also be exposed. At that time, if we hide again, facing so many members of the Mystic Bureau, the difficulty will be many times greater than before. Moreover, it will also cause casualties among the members of our Shura demon army, and in the end, it will be a waste of effort, since the mysterious bureau has already made such a great determination and utilized so much manpower. It's better for us to stay out of it. Yi Bei listened to this analysis from Qin Dufeng and felt that it was still quite reasonable, so Yi Bei nodded and said, "Well, regarding the Mystic Bureau's capture of the Vampire King, we just need to spy on it secretly. Next, our Shura demon army can't just stay in Miaozhong. We need to extend our intelligence network outward, especially this side of Zhangchang. We need to perfect our intelligence network as fast as possible." Qin Dufeng nodded and said, "Alright, Demon Marshal. My subordinate is the most skillful in this aspect of intelligence network creation. At most, in half a month, my subordinate will definitely secretly deploy more intelligence experts to come over and hide in the shadows, and make Zhangchang one of the dense intelligence network areas of our Shura demon army." Yi Bei nodded with great satisfaction. For this efficiency of Qin Dufeng, Yi Bei was getting more and more satisfied now. The chat ended. Qin Dufeng immediately went to follow Yi Bei's orders and went to do his work. Yi Bei stayed in the gym and looked at the night color outside the window, gradually falling into self-reflection. Vampire King, this world really gives people surprises everywhere. I just hope that nothing will happen to Mimi. If the Mystery Bureau can't catch this Vampire King by then I will let the Shura demon army step in and capture this Vampire King and give it to my wife. Let my wife make a great achievement and get rid of harm for the people in the process. A good idea. On the other side, the conference room of the Jiancheng Mystery Bureau. At this moment, more than 30 heads of the mysterious bureau were gathered together, and the atmosphere appeared incomparably grave. These 30-odd leaders had long since not been the ones who had met in the morning. Rather, They were strong members of the mysterious bureau who had rushed over from various places. A mysterious bureau chief, Zhao Qianquan, who was at the head, looked at all the members present. With a serious face, he announced, "Now regarding the matter of apprehending the members of the Shura demon army, all of them will be put aside. All the Mystic Bureau forces that were used to investigate the Shura demon army will be recalled immediately, and we will focus our firepower on blocking that area, and unify our actions when the time is ripe. Tonight, we must wipe out the vampires on this side of Zhongchang, extremely that vampire king. This vampire king has already caused multiple casualty incidents in my dragon kingdom. Such a vicious incident must resolutely not happen again. Otherwise, I don't know how many more innocent families will suffer from this undeserved disaster." The following members responded in unison. "All right, sir, then we'll give the order for all relevant personnel to withdraw back." Zhao Qianquan nodded with satisfaction, giving everyone time. The members present pulled out their cell phones to contact their subordinates. Time passed by minute, and after about 10 minutes or so, it was as if Zhao Qianquan suddenly remembered something very important. He immediately got up and beckoned towards Flower Moon Cat, meaning for her to come over. At this moment, Flower Moon Cat was chatting with Bai Yashuan, telling her many things about the Mystic Bureau, and Flower Moon Cat decided that in the future, she would properly cultivate Bai Yashuan as a potential stock. There were simply too many attacks that could be developed with this fire attribute, and there were many uses for it. Moreover, the Flower Moon Cat was also in great need of an inhuman with the fire attribute as an aid to herself, and Bai Yashuan happened to be a good potential stock in this regard. So after a day of contact with Bai Yashuan, the Flower Moon Cat was liking this disciple more and more. Hearing Zhao Qianquan ask himself to go over, Flower Moon Cat passed a look to Bai Yashuan, telling her to sit quietly and not go anywhere, then got up and walked directly to the side of Zhao Qianquan, said in a low voice, "Brother Zhao, what's the matter, ah?" Zhao Qianquan scanned the room. "Cat, where did your captain go? Why is it that since I came to Zhongcheng, I haven't heard a bit of news about her at all? Don't tell me that she's avoiding doing missions again. It's this time of year. You can't be capricious." The Flower Moon Cat immediately smiled and said, "So you're inquiring about my home captain? My home captain is on a secret mission. It shouldn't take long for my home captain to find out about the cultivator demon army." Zhao Qianquan's face became serious for a few moments. Looking at the Flower Moon Cat, he said, "Although your family's captain has a bit of talent in this area, it's better to give up investigating the matter of the cultivating demon monarch for the time being. The Shura demon monarch hasn't done anything to harm the heavens and the earth since it popped up until now. Compared to the vampire king, the Shura demon monarch is conversely in no hurry. Now that we are going to focus all our firepower on eliminating the vampire king, your family's captain, as the strongest person in the 7th district, will have to participate no matter what. So you immediately contact her now and tell her to come back quickly and follow the unified deployment of the organization." The Flower Moon Cat didn't hesitate and immediately said, "Okay, Brother Zhao, then I'll go out and make a call to contact my house captain." Zhao Qianquan nodded and picked up his cell phone to check up on the latest information that had come back. The Flower Moon Cat dialed the phone to Tang Mi, but it turned out that there was no signal at all on the other end of the phone, so he couldn't call. Flower Moon Cat immediately had a bitter smile on her face. "Captain, ah Captain, when you are on a mission, this is also too mysterious. The signal is blocked out. Afraid that others know what you are doing. Forget it, I'll send you a message. When you've lifted the signal shielding for a while, you should be able to see the message I sent you." After sending a message to Tang Mi, Flower Moon Cat returned to the conference room. Chapter 61, The Flavor of a Vampire. Zhao Qianquan, with this serious face, told the entire crowd about the next specific strategic deployment, and also on the big screen, he planned out every Mystic Bureau and human, the area to be deployed. This time, no matter what, we can't let the Vampire King escape again. Previously, it was because it was very troublesome to lay out in big cities, and the underground pipes in big cities were complicated, so it was too difficult to completely block off an area. But this time in Zhongchang, a city that wasn't very big, blocking it off was relatively much simpler. So taking down the Vampire King was not something impossible to do. The chances of success this time were extremely high, and everyone present had to exert 120% of their efforts. Zhao Qianquan within the meeting hall was very passionate, as if he was a commander who was experiencing some kind of war. After the meeting was over, all the members within the meeting hall stood up and swore together, then transformed into a shadow to fight for their lives and set off. The Flower Moon Cat told Bai Yashuan, "This time, capturing the Vampire King is more dangerous, so stay in this conference room, don't go anywhere, and wait for me to come back." Bai Yashuan actually quite wanted to participate in this capture. It was a rare opportunity for her to practice as a newcomer. However, since her master had told her that there wasn't much benefit to her participation, and it was even dangerous, so she didn't think much about it and simply gave up. With the members of the Mystic Bureau mobilizing en masse, the entire blockaded area was heavy with black shadows, and at this time, Tang Mi was sitting in the conference room of a tall building in Zhangchang. This was the headquarters of the Seven-Star Temple, and after conducting a secret mission deployment for all the members of the Seven-Star Temple, Tang Mi lifted the signal shielding for her cell phone. Soon, she saw the multiple messages sent to her by the Flower Moon Cat. She then stood in front of the window and peered out towards the blockaded area. As expected, that area had now become very oppressive, and the sky was getting darker and darker, so it didn't look like there was much time left before the real move was made. Thinking of this, Tang Mi didn't have the slightest bit of ambiguity and immediately turned to look at all the Seven-Star Hall leaders and said, "Have you memorized the things I explained to you and the others just now?" More than 20 of the Seven-Star Hall's junior leaders were so frightened that they once again flung themselves to the ground and said, "Remembered, boss, we will follow your request completely to make contact with the Shura Demon Army side. The scouts that were sent are now negotiating with that side. I believe that it won't take long for the latest situation to come back. We'll report back to you, boss, with any updates." Tang Mi nodded with satisfaction and said, "Very well, as long as you guys perform well, I won't kill all of the Seven-Star Palace. Otherwise, I'll let all of you and the demons of the Seven-Star Hall, all of you, die without a burial place." One by one, the junior leaders were so frightened on the spot that they didn't dare to say a single word more. Kneeling on the ground in unison, they nodded repeatedly. "Understood, we all understand." Tang Mi nodded with satisfaction, and took a flying leap directly from the window of the 30-story building. The act of leaping out scared all the small heads present as if their breathing had stopped. So powerful, worthy of being a Mystic Bureau's 7th District powerhouse. The number of ability spells she possessed was absolutely countless. Such a strong person was truly worthy of being a strong person. After Tang Mi left, the members of the Seven-Star Hall present, one by one, all stood up from the ground with a sigh of relief and sat down on their chairs to breathe heavily. However, the next moment, a ball of fire ignited above each of their backs. At that instant, everyone hurriedly stood up straight, not daring to slack off in the slightest. This firelight spell was the flame spell that Tang Mi had left on them when he had taken down the entire Seven-Star Temple earlier. But whenever they dared to be lazy, dared to not obediently do things for Tang Mi, this flame spell would take effect. If they developed a very resistant or even hateful mentality towards Tang Mi, the flame spell would instantly burn them to ashes. It could be said to be very terrifying. The leaders of the Seven-Star Hall had never seen this kind of spell before, and just after relaxing, they sensed the burning of the flame spell. One by one, they were all in tears, and without any more slacking off, they immediately took action. After Tang Mi left the building, he jumped between the various tall buildings in the city as fast as he could, rolling and jumping, spanning as far as 20 to 30 meters. Between the two sections of the building, Tang Mi whooshed a leap over, like an elf in the night. While running forward Tang Mi, she used her cell phone to contact the Flower Moon Cat. The Flower Moon Cat told Tang Mi, "Now that the Mystic Bureau has launched an operation, dozens of vampires have already been killed by us in the blocked area just now. But among these vampires that were killed, there was no vampire king, and this guy is still hiding in this area. So no matter what, we have to dig out this vampire king. Digging 3 feet into the ground cannot let him escape. Captain, it's not too late for you to come," Tang Mi told Flower Moon Cat, saying, "Alright, I should be in that area in another minute. Now you send me the relevant deployment map of the personnel. I'll go straight to an area with fewer personnel. There's no telling where the vampire king will show up." Flower Moon Cat, "Okay, I'll send it to you now. Be careful, this vampire king has now become a 10-star ghost. The attack power and also the speed of fleeing, as well as the speed of recovery are all too fast, which is why he couldn't be killed several times and 3 times. Tang Mi ran wildly while speaking, "I'm clear on all that. Well, I'll hang up first." After hanging up the phone, within just 3 seconds, Tang Mi received a picture of the personnel deployment sent to her by the Flower Moon Cat. From the picture, Tang Mi took a rough glance and looked for an area where the Mystic Bureau members were relatively sparsely deployed. Clicking on the navigation, the cell phone immediately connected to the Bluetooth headset Tang Mi was wearing on her ear. The navigation was very precise. Every few dozen meters Tang Mi ran forward, the navigation would immediately tell Tang Mi the distance offset. Offset 10 degrees to the left front running. Under the extremely detailed navigation, Tang Mi quickly leapt down from the top of a tall building to the blockade area, a small street that almost no one was unfamiliar with. The reason why this small street was not deployed by anyone was because the sewer pipes here were generally thin, at most only as thick as a thermos, and in such a thick pipe, it was rare for a vampire to be able to drill out. Therefore, the Mystery Bureau members were relatively sparse in their layout here. When Tang Mi arrived here, he drew his long blade on the spot and slowed his pace, observing the surroundings while traveling forward. Almost a street forward, At a corner location, Tang Mi instantly tensed her nerves, because she smelled an incomparably foul odor. That foul odor was precisely the location of a garbage recycling station in front of her. Normal people who smelled this flavor must be avoided, covering their noses and running far away. But when Tang Mi smelled this flavor, his eyes were instantly filled with killing intent, because vampires drilled inside the sewers all year round. Coupled with their own blood, they would emit a unique stench, and this odor that was being smelled right now was exactly the smell of a vampire. Chapter 62, Western District. Without the slightest hesitation, Tang Mi ran furiously in the direction where the stench was emanating from, long blade in hand. In less than a minute's time, Tang Mi saw that a manhole cover next to the garbage recycling plant was gently shaking. The dirty sewage was also spraying out from there, and the cover of the well was soon to be opened. Tang Mi did not go forward. After all, the smell is too stinky, and the dirty water below is gushing out. Rushing up that is called ciliate. Soon the manhole cover was completely open. Sewage as a fountain from the bottom of the general sprayed out. Tang Mi in the roadside of a pillar to choose to avoid, lest these dirty things splashed on their own body. After less than a minute of spraying, a monster that was a full meter and 8 feet, with an incomparably dirty body that was almost as dirty as a person climbed out from under the well. After he climbed out, his entire body shook like a dog shaking its fur, and that dirty water instantly peeled away from his body. Tang Mi instantly recognized that this was a vampire, and it wasn't even small in size. I really didn't think that there were really vampires in this area, but it was a pity that the vampire in front of me wasn't the vampire king, which was more or less a pity. If the vampire king was here, how good it would be. Tang Mi didn't rush up to kill this vampire, but instead looked around to see if there were any other vampires popping up around him, rushing to attack this one vampire. In case the vampire king was nearby, then he would definitely be counted out. Rich combat experience made Tang Mi choose to remain calm. As expected, inside another nearby sewer pipe, although there was no spewing of dirty water, the manhole cover was knocked away by a punch from some vampire below, and then the other party jumped out directly from below. This vampire was even larger in size than the one in the party, standing over 2 meters tall. The vampire's body was very similar to a human's body, except that the head was extremely different. The vampire's eyes were large, but its nose was a bit small, and its mouth was equally large, and it also had huge fangs that were very scary. They can bite the adult's head. Bite force can be completely comparable to the crocodile, and also has a very strong blood-sucking ability. Their teeth have the function of sucking blood, so once bitten by a vampire, their teeth will immediately carry out an absorption of human blood. Once an adult is bitten by a vampire, within just 5 minutes, 80% of the blood in the body will be sucked dry, especially the arterial blood. Almost in less than a minute, will be completely sucked dry by the vampire. As for the blood in the veins, due to the many diaphragms in the veins, it would be sucked up relatively slowly. After the two vampires appeared, they began to observe the situation left and right. Tang Mi was also observing the surrounding area to see if there were any other vampires appearing. A minute passed and no third vampire appeared. These two vampires that emerged from under the manhole cover looked at each other and walked towards a residential building. Tang Mi knew very well that these two guys definitely wanted to catch a few living people to suck their blood. It was just a pity that they ran into themselves today, so it was also their bad luck. Seeing the right moment, Tang Mi intercepted the two vampires with a flying leap, the corner of his mouth slightly raised and said, "Go to hell." The eyes of the two vampires were glowing green when they saw such a fine-skinned woman. In the world of vampires, a woman's blood was the sweetest and mellowest, much better than a man's blood. The specific categorization level was that the blood of children was the best to drink, followed by the blood of women, followed by the blood of adult males, followed by the blood of senile old men. Now that they had encountered the woman's blood that they were extremely fond of drinking, the two vampires were so excited that their bodies were bursting with ammonia that they couldn't wait to immediately tear Tang Mi into crumbs. Drink the blood dry, and eat the meat dry. Ouch! The two vampires let out an excited roar, and ran wildly towards Tang Mi. Tang Mi stood still, and just as the two vampires were less than half a meter away from her, with 3 fierce slashes hidden in her hand, Tang Mi's figure went directly behind the vampires. At this moment, the bodies of the two vampires were sliced into 3 pieces and fell to the ground on the spot. And even after being chopped into 3 pieces by Tang Mi in an instant, the two vampires didn't make. They looked at their chopped bodies, their mouths constantly emitting roars of rage, their eyes incomparably hateful as they looked at Tang Mi. Their bodies couldn't move, as if they were still alive. This was one of the reasons why vampires were so powerful. Even if their bodies were chopped in 2, if they were left alone, then their bodies would slowly move to lean together, and then they would grow back and heal. This was simply unbelievable recovery ability. However, Tang Mi didn't give them this opportunity. Waving his hand to condense a flame law, printing roiling flames to spray down furiously, the entire alleyway instantly turned into a sea of fire. the two vampires were turned into ashes by the flames on the spot, completely dissipating into this human world. Unconscionable brats. Just by yourselves you want to drink my blood? Tang Mi snorted coldly, transforming into a shadow and running forward furiously. In a short while, Tang Mi found Zhao Qianquan, the chief commander of this mysterious bureau operation. At this time, Zhao Qianquan, anxious, saw Tang Mi and immediately said, "The vampire king appeared just now, only appeared for a second and then re-drilled into the ground again, and now do not know where it has arrived. Let's split up immediately. We mustn't let the vampire king escape from this controlled area." Tang Mi nodded and said, "Okay brother Zhao." "Right, in which direction did the vampire king appear just now?" Zhao Qianquan casually pointed and said, 300 meters ahead. It's that particularly thick underground pipe. Right there it just emerged and ran away again, and I don't know where it went. Now that we have to control the entire area that this pipe leads to, the area that the vampire king is touching can be further reduced. No matter what, we have to decimate this, Tang Mi said. Okay, and then he transformed into a shadow and ran towards the front. The entire Mystic Bureau's experts were on high nerves at this moment, and every single one of them was moving at an extreme speed. Within the entire blockade area, there was constantly a line of black shadows shuttling back and forth, and the vampires that emerged were constantly being directly chopped into several sections between the weaving of these black shadows, before being turned into ashes by the flames. It could be said that in just a short while, dozens of vampires were wiped out. If someone was able to use their cell phone to capture the scene into a video, it would definitely be more thrilling and exciting than any blockbuster movie. It was almost a full half hour of siege, but there was still no sign of the vampire king. Just when everyone was nervous, Zhao Qianquan let out an incomparably angry roar. TMD, the vampire king ran away. He even ran away from the dirt and didn't scurry back and forth in the pipes. More than 10 comrades in the front blockade area, directly killed by the vampire king. This is the latest situation. Now the vampire king has fled in the direction of the western city. Everyone listen to my order. Immediately chase and kill. No time to lose. Tang Mi's heart thumped inwardly after hearing this roar from Zhao Qianquan. West City. How could this be? How could the vampire king go towards the West City? And that was where his own estate villa was located. His husband was still at home. In case the vampire king went to my house, wouldn't that mean that hubby would be in great danger? Right now in my manor villa, almost all of them are ordinary people. Only hubby and Cha-ching are able to fight a bit, but the two of them together may not be able to withstand a single blow from the vampire king. They are completely no match for the vampire king. How can this be? Tang Mi didn't have time to think too much. Directly transforming into a shadow, he ran wildly in the direction of the Western District. All the members of the Mystery Bureau present, their nerves were also tense to the extreme at this moment, and they all transformed into black shadows, running towards the direction of the West City. Chapter 63, Something happened. At this moment, inside the manor house, Yi Bei was humming a little song while wearing an apron and was busy in the kitchen, opening the lid of the pot. The red stewed chicken with attractive color steamed hot. Yi Bei took a spoon and tasted the soup. The flavor was as fresh as ever. The stewed chops on the other side were almost ready. Now we are waiting for the dear power to come back, get an exquisite table setting, and have a beautiful candlelight dinner, with a bottle of good red wine, drink to the end of the fun and then do some of the things that young couples love to do. Thinking of these, Yi Bei's little song will be sung more joyfully. But just as he was about to add another exquisite dish, Cha-ching ran into the kitchen in a hurry. "Boss, do you smell something strange?" Yi Bei said as he cut the vegetables. "What kind of smell? Is it because the dishes I made are so fragrant that you can't wait to eat them?" No. Cha-ching wrinkled her two willow leaf eyebrows. "The smell I'm talking about is coming from the courtyard. It's particularly smelly. Boss, do you want to go over and take a look?" Yi Bei put down his chopper at that and opened the kitchen window wanting to take a look. But before the window was fully opened, a sickening stench poured in with the evening breeze. "I'm going to." Yi Bei hurriedly closed the window and waved his hand in front of him. "This smell is also too topsy-turvy. My breath almost didn't come up." Cha-ching looked serious and said, "Right, when I was tidying up in the yard, I suddenly smelled this stench. Covering my nose didn't work. It seems to be coming from the pool side of the manor. Boss, it can't be that something fell into the pool and rotted." As soon as Yi Bei heard this, all sorts of bad images came to his mind, but upon thinking about it, he felt that it was impossible. It shouldn't be. Every place in the manor has servants responsible for cleaning and sweeping. If there really was something in the pool, the servants would have found it long ago. Maybe it's one of the nearby public toilets that is pumping the toilet. Plus it's windy tonight, that's why we can smell the stench. Just leave it alone. Quickly go and close the villa's windows. I can't let the dishes I worked so hard to make be affected by this stench. Cha-ching looked hesitant, but the boss had said so, so she didn't think much more about it. Turning around, She ran to each room to close the windows. The third floor of the villa had a wide view in the most windows. Cha-ching tirelessly closed every window and checked again uneasily, but just as she was about to go downstairs to give Yi-bei a hand, she inadvertently saw a dark shadow suddenly emerge from the pool on the side of the villa. Along with the crystal clear water in the pool, it also instantly turned black. What the hell is this? Cha-ching was alert. Her eyes closed and opened. A pair of stunningly beautiful Danfang eyes instantly turned into snake eyes with a greenish color. The dark shadow in the darkness immediately became clear. Only a monster with 3 heads slowly emerged from the pool. Not only did this thing look strange, even its face was extremely ugly. It was like a mutated monster from a horror movie. Just looking at it made one's heart tremble. Boss, there are monsters in the pool. Cha-ching shrieked in alarm, not bothering to check the windows anymore. She ran and flew downstairs, heading straight to the kitchen. What's all the fuss about? Yi-bei was fiddling with the dining table and didn't realize that danger had come. Before Cha-ching could open her mouth to explain, Qin Dufeng appeared in front of the two with a flash. Cha-ching let out another shriek before rushing in front of Yi-bei, flashing his fangs and staring viciously at Qin Dufeng. Who are you? Don't think about hurting my boss. Yi-bei couldn't help but laugh out loud as he looked at Cha-ching's nervous appearance. He's one of his own. He won't hurt me. You don't need to be nervous. Cha-ching awkwardly put away his fangs at his words and stood aside at a bit of a loss. Qin Dufeng did not pay any attention to him, but opened the door and said, Demon Marshal, my subordinate detected that the Vampire King is nearby. Yi-bei's brows furrowed, associating it with what Qin Dufeng had said earlier. He immediately realized that the stench that Cha-ching had mentioned just now might have something to do with the Vampire King. Vampire King? Isn't it a monster with 3 heads and an extremely ugly face? I just saw him at the manor's swimming pool. If you're not mistaken, then it should be him. My subordinate implores the Demon Marshal to evacuate quickly. The Vampire King is powerful. Once he strikes, I'm afraid. Qin Dufeng's expression was grave. He was originally still investigating the Vampire King's trail, but he didn't expect him to come directly to the manor. Now not only the people of Zhengchang would be in danger, but most importantly, he had to do everything he could to protect the Demon Marshal's safety. Yi-bei realized the seriousness of the matter and also knew that right now, with just himself and Cha-ching, there was no way to fight against the Vampire King. Even if Qin Dufeng was there, he might not have full certainty that he could take down the Vampire King, but this was also a good opportunity to catch the Vampire King. He didn't want to miss it, especially since this side of the manor was vast and sparsely populated. Even if they fought, they wouldn't hurt the innocent. If we gather all 500 elites of the Shura demon army to deal with the Vampire King, what are the chances of winning? When Qin Dufeng heard this, he immediately understood what Yi-bei meant. Reporting back to the Demon Marshal, there is at least 80% certainty, but my subordinate doesn't want the Demon Marshal to be in danger, so I implore the Demon Marshal to withdraw quickly, and my subordinate and the others will think of a way to solve the rest of the matter. Yi-bei didn't respond to Qin Dufeng's request, he just ordered, in that case, gather all the members of the Shura demon army in Zhengchang immediately. Take another detachment and go search Jiang City to see if there are any other vampire kings out there. Qin Dufeng hesitated for 2 seconds, but finally took the order and went forward to convey the mission. On the side, Cha-ching had her mouth slightly open in a dazed manner. Shura Demon Army, Demon Marshal, 500 elites. It turned out that the Shura Demon Army that Boss Lady and the others had been looking for was actually around. Boss, you. Cha-ching didn't know how to open her mouth to ask for a moment, but she was really curious in her heart. What was going on? Could it be that the boss was also like the 7-star temple? All of them were big bad guys who did nothing wrong. Right now the situation is urgent. I don't have time to explain so much to you. Hurry up and follow me to evacuate the servants in the villa and the surrounding residents, so as to prevent the Vampire King from laying his hands on the innocent people. Cha-ching came back to her senses and immediately responded. As soon as the two of them went out the door, they were topped by the stench that came to their faces, and they nearly gasped for air. Fortunately, Yi-bei was prepared and stuffed the mint leaves used for cooking into his mouth and chewed them twice, and the nausea was instantly reduced by a lot. Cha-ching also followed Yi-bei's example and chewed 2 mint leaves. Then she dodged and tricked all the servants in the villa, who were still busy. Out. Chapter 64, Strike Out. Everyone stop for a moment. The boss's wife has prepared benefits for everyone, but there are too many things to transport, so we need everyone to follow me to the bottom of the mountain to help carry them. As soon as the crowd heard that there was a benefit, they immediately put down their hands and came over to little Ching's side. Miss Cha-ching, what kind of welfare is it? I'm not really sure. Everyone quickly follow me, otherwise it will be too late later and delay everyone's rest. Cha-ching mobilized the crowd and drove the minivan in the villa, which was specially used to transport goods, out of the villa. On the other hand, the monster with 3 heads was nowhere to be found. All that was left was a pool of blackish water that was still emitting a foul odor. Forget about it for now. It's important to save people quickly, Yi Bei muttered. And with a flash, he appeared in the manor 10 meters away from each other. Who are you? How did you get in? The two people in the manor, looking at Yi Bei who suddenly appeared in front of them, couldn't help but scream in shock. One of them had even picked up his cell phone and was ready to call the police, although they were neighbors, but in the end, they were separated by a distance of more than 10 meters, not to mention Yi Bei. Even Tang Mi and the others had never seen them before. What's more, those who could live here were either rich or noble, who had the leisure to pay attention to what was going on in the house next door. So when they saw Yi Bei, they subconsciously took him as a thief. Don't get me wrong, I live in the manor next door. My sudden visit is for, Yi Bei said while approaching the two. Without waiting for him to finish his words, the electric current hidden under his palm knocked the two down under his control. Luckily, his force was extremely light and didn't cause any harm to the two, only causing them to fall into unconsciousness. I'm sorry, the situation is urgent. I can only let you guys fall unconscious for a while first. After saying that, he shouldered the two people, and with another flash, he sent them to a safe place. Fortunately for this family, there weren't many servants in their manor. Yi Bei utilized the same method, but in just 2 or 3 minutes, he evacuated all the people in the entire manor. But he didn't have time to take a breath. He suddenly discovered that a thick stench was emanating from the sewer well not far away. My God, is this the vampire king from earlier? Or is there another one? But whichever it was, if he didn't leave, he would be in trouble. Just as he was about to dodge away, the sewer manhole cover suddenly exploded. The monster with 3 heads in Cha-ching's mouth lunged straight towards Yi Bei, with a wave of Yi Bei's hands. An azure-colored spell seal blocked the middle between him and the Vampire King. At the same time, a lightning ball with full force blasted towards one of the Vampire King's heads. Perhaps the Vampire King did not expect Yi Bei to have the ability to resist. It did not dodge and took the blow solidly. In an instant, the sound of blood and flesh blasting resounded above Yi Bei's head. Countless thick black foul-smelling liquids splashed around. Luckily, Yi Bei had a dharma seal shrouded over him and was not stained with the foul-smelling liquid that filled his head. But seeing the thick black liquid flowing down from the outer cover of the dharma seal, he still couldn't help but dry heave a few times. Help! Is this stuff so disgusting? However, an even more shocking scene occurred. The head that had been blown apart by him in between rose up at a speed visible to the naked eye. As if it was extremely dissatisfied with his resistance, it opened its bloody mouth and roared at Yi Bei's face. It was a pity that the spell seals could only block physical objects. Things like air currents could do nothing. This roar not only made Yi Bei feel the worst smell in the world, it also blew his hairstyle, which he had specially organized for the candlelight dinner, to pieces. How could this be tolerated? With a flash, Yi Bei levitated in midair and looked down at the Vampire King. This time he completely saw the Vampire King's construction, although it was in human form, but nay with 3 heads on its neck, plus its entire body was covered in dark pus. No matter who saw it, they would have a frown on their face. When he thought of his wife, Mi, facing such a monster, he couldn't help but feel heartbroken. No, he had to find a way to clean up this ghostly thing today. He couldn't dirty his wife's hands. Instantly the 3 spherical lightning bolts condensed again. He aimed at the 3 heads of the Vampire King and directly threw them over, regardless of whether this trick worked or not. First hit it. Boom boom boom. The thick black sticky liquid splashed up again, and 3 more large craters appeared on the ground. The Vampire King covered his neck and took a few steps back uncontrollably with an agonized look. And at this moment, Yi Bei's mind suddenly resounded with the system's voice. Damage index reached 10%. Congratulations host. Obtain initial purification skill. Immediately after that, information about the purification skill was poured into his consciousness. It turned out that this skill was specifically used to deal with all sorts of demons and devils. Moreover, as the damage index continued to rise, the purification skill would be upgraded as well. If he could reach the highest level, he would be able to clear all the demons and devils in the world with a single click. In that case, this new skill was too awesome. If he could really rise to the highest level, then wouldn't Power no longer need to go to the Mystic Bureau to laboriously complete quests from now on? After understanding this new attribute, Yi Bei did not hesitate for a second. Putting his hands together, he silently recited the incantation of Phantasmagoria in his mind. In an instant, a dozen or so identical Yi Bei appeared in midair. Not only did they look the same, even their movements and demeanor were the same. This was the first time he had cast a phantom spell, but he didn't have time to appreciate it. He hurriedly concentrated on dealing with the Vampire King who was surrounded by a dozen of him in the center. And at this moment, the Vampire King once again grew a new head. As Qin Dufeng had said, this thing was the undefeatable little powerhouse. However, it is thought that the Vampire King's ability to regenerate this kind of regeneration is the need to consume energy. As long as he keeps attacking the Vampire King, he would always wait until he ran out of energy. At that time, If he wanted to capture the Vampire King, wouldn't it be a breeze? Yi Bei thought and condensed linear lightning in his right hand. The other dozen phantoms made the same move. In an instant, a dozen or so linear lightning bolts, entangled together, formed a grid that emitted an azure light, instantly enveloping towards the Vampire King. However, the Vampire King was not that easy to deal with. Right in the nick of time, his dark and foul-smelling figure dodged the attack of the power grid with a flash. Yi Bei didn't give up and immediately switched the direction of his attack. In a row, he blasted several huge earth pits on the ground. Right at this moment, the 500 elites of the Shura demon army arrived. Qin Dufeng and Chu Xingqian froze for 2 seconds as they looked at the dozen or so demon marshals in midair. Then they led the 500 elites and surrounded the Vampire King, who was dodging around. Seeing that they were outnumbered, the Vampire King wanted to escape from the sewers that he had just rushed out of. But Yi Bei didn't give him this chance at all. Quick! Stop him! With a command, the 500 cultivation demon army condensed various colored spell seals and surrounded the Vampire King. Yi Bei seized the opportunity and controlled the power grid to wrap the Vampire King tightly. Chapter 65, Official Announcement of Sweet Love, Grand Finale. Looking at the Vampire King's incessant struggling in the power grid, Yi Bei's mind instantly conjured up the purification skill spell. He hurriedly urged the skill and let it pour into the Vampire King's body in a steady stream along the crisscrossing power grid. But in the end, his ability level was too low. Instead of taking his purification skills seriously, the Vampire King also extended 3 heads from the gaps in the power grid in an attempt to swallow him in one gulp. Of course, Chu Xingqian and Qin Dufeng would not give the Vampire King this chance, but they were also worried that making a move against the Vampire King at this time would interrupt Yi Bei's skills, so they turned to transfer their own alien energy to Yi Bei's spell seal. The different attributes of the alien energies converged together, causing the spell seal that enveloped Yi Bei's body to glow in an instant. It overshadowed the surrounding night, making the entire manor shine as bright as day. Cha-ching, who had sent the servants down the mountain, saw this light and her heart immediately rose to her throat. It couldn't be that something had happened to the boss, right? She was about to transform into her snake body and rush back to the manor to find out. Just then, she heard Tang Mi's voice coming from not far away. Little Chang, what happened in the manor? Boss lady. When Cha-ching saw Tang Mi, it was as if she had seen her backbone, immediately pouncing on her. You should quickly go and take a look. The Vampire King has already come to our manor. Boss, he has most likely already fought with the Vampire King. As soon as Tang Mi heard this, she was shocked to the point of losing her color. Unable to care about Zhao Qiankuan and the others who were chasing after her, she made a flash and rushed over to the glowing place. By the time she arrived, the Vampire King had already been changed into a puddle of black water under Yi Bei's hands. The cultivation demon army surrounding him put away their magic seals and knelt in front of him in unison, respectfully saying, "Congratulations to the demon marshal for eradicating the Vampire King." The sound was so loud that even Zhao Qiankuan and the others who arrived later heard it. As for Yi Bei at this moment, his mind was already occupied by the system's voice, and he didn't gap at all to the arrival of Tang Mi and the Mystic Bureau crowd. The damage index reached 100%. Congratulations to the host to obtain the ultimate purification skills. Whether to open a key purification function? Yi Bei looked at the 2 options that appeared in his mind and chose yes, without hesitation. Suddenly, a clear wind swirled up from under Yi Bei's feet. In the midst of the crowd's astonished gazes, an azure blue light burst out from his body and went straight into the clouds. Rumble! A thunderclap immediately followed from the sky. The entire night sky was shrouded in azure light. It then turned into stars and disappeared into the vastness of the night. Not far away, the SWAT officer who was busy inspecting the sky couldn't help but mutter, "Whose family is this? Setting off a firework is such a big deal, but it's quite pretty." However, immediately afterward, large flakes of snow drifted down from the sky. There's no mistake, it's not even August. Why is it snowing? Oh my god, it's so beautiful. I'm going to quickly take a picture of it. This can't be artificial snowfall, right? Pedestrians looking at this strange scene have stopped to sigh. But how could they not realize that this snow did not only fall in Jiangcheng, all places in the world, even the equator, which was hot and dry all year round, experienced this heavy snow. 3 days later, the snow finally stopped, but the streets and alleys did not see the slightest accumulation of snow. Even the temperature was as usual. Regarding this peculiar weather, experts are still investigating at the moment, but it's certain that this heavy snow has not caused any damage at the moment, so please rest assured that the general public will be able to travel without worry. Tang Mi was wearing her housecoat, watching the news on the TV, leaning on Yi Bei's body, looking lazy. Why didn't you tell me earlier? If I had known that the Shura demon army was your people, the people from the Mystery Bureau, and I wouldn't have had to work so hard to search for the Shura demon army's whereabouts. Yi Bei smiled awkwardly. To be honest, at that time, I had also just come into contact with Qin Dufeng and the others, and I myself couldn't figure out whether the Shura demon army was good or evil. so how could I dare to confess to you? If I let you know that I'm the demon marshal of the Shura demon army, wouldn't you be caught between me and the Mystic Bureau? Hearing this, Tang Mi revealed a happy smile and couldn't help but wrap her arms around Yi Bei's neck and offer a fragrant kiss. I'm happy that you can think about me so much, but it's good now. All the demons and devils in the world have been cleared by you with a single click. The Mystic Bureau has been disbanded, and the Cultivation Demon Army has turned its head to join the Dragon Kingdom War Department. From now on, I'll be able to stay home in a practical manner and enjoy a happy and uneventful life with you. Yi Bei favorably rubbed the top of Tang Mi's head and teased, what about your star path? If you just retired like this, how sad would those loyal fans of yours be? Tang Mi sat up and pondered for a long while. Hubby is right. This is something I have to deal with. After saying that, she got up and went upstairs. Yi Bei froze. He was originally just joking. He didn't want his wife to be missed again. However, Tang Mi did not intend to leave the manor, but changed into a relatively decent outfit and sat next to Yi Bei with her cell phone. Honey, we've been married for so long, but we've never taken a selfie. As she said that, she opened her cell phone's camera and took a picture of herself and Yi Bei together. Although it was a casual shot, the two of them in the photo were surprisingly compatible. Especially Yi Bei's gaze towards her had tenderness and love written all over it. Worthy of being my chosen husband, so handsome. After admiring the photos, Tang Mi hugged Yi Bei again and kissed him fiercely. For the next whole day, Tang Mi followed Yi Bei's side, whether it was Yi Bei cooking, working out, or tending to the garden. She took pictures of it all. Yi Bei also let her film, and from time to time, he even put on a few handsome poses to match Tang Mi's shots. At the end of the shoot, Cha-ching took over Tang Mi's cell phone and acted as a photographer, recording every sweet moment of the two. Bai Yixian watched from the sidelines and shook her head, lamenting in her heart. When was she going to finish eating this dog food? Soon. Tang Mi's cell phone album was stained with photos of the two. Time passed into the evening. Yi Bei was lying on the bed and swiping his phone, waiting for his dear power to come out of the bath. Then he saw that the hot list was all about Tang Mi's official announcement of her marriage. He clicked in to take a look, only to see that Tang Mi had released a 9-panel dynamic, 9 photos, all of which are today's masterpieces. It was also accompanied by the following text, for the rest of my life, the wind and snow will be you, the plainness will be you, and the result of my gaze will all be you. Yi Bei looked at these contents, couldn't help but smile, and didn't hesitate to click like and forward. Not more than half a minute later, his cell phone began to be bombarded by various messages. Brother, what's going on? Didn't you marry Bai Yashuan? How did you become goddess Tang Mi? Damn, brother, you're not being generous. You married a big star and didn't even tell us. Brother, what's going on? Is my sister-in-law really a big star? Tang Mi? Cell phone ringing non-stop. Yi Bei did not pay attention. Picked up just out of the bath of Tang Mi lying in bed. Quilta blindfold. Only left Tang Mi's soft voice echoing in the ears. End of book.